Chapter 1246. 1,000 years? Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your support. Time is redundant, riding the long river road. You are not abandoned, the heart is touched. But with 1,000 days of memories, the eyes are full of fog. For what reason? Acquaintances are often accompanied by deep feelings. Spring comes, the swallow searches for its home. The pen moves, no words of bitterness. The country speaks of the great Tang, still flying egrets. Do you remember? The sun warms the grain soil. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left on horseback. Whether or not they could come back at night to sing Ocean's Laughter would depend on the results of the interrogation. Without his brother to help him get the meat from the prawn rake, Xiaobei did not let the others busy and change to eat other things. If there were not so many people around and he was afraid that the smoke from the barbecue would suffocate others, Xiaobei would have asked someone to bring a barbecue rack, and then cut the beef into large pieces and barbecue it. He ate to his heart's content, and 2 skewers were enough to fill him up. In the future, we will also arrange for performances. If there is a chance, we will go up and perform. Xiaobei said to Xiao Yuan, who was scalding mushrooms. Xiao Yuan nodded indifferently. Okay, you can do whatever you want. With you around, we won't have to worry about being idle. Being busy can make people feel fulfilled. Give me a skewer too. I want the reticulated mushroom one. Don't put it among the spicy ones. I want to try it. Xiaobei held a big prawn in his hand and glanced at Xiao Yuan. After he finished speaking, he continued to watch the performance on the stage. I feel that you are not fulfilling enough now. You let me do it and you watch the performance. Appreciating art itself is a kind of fulfillment. Look, the skit about selling fake goods is so good. Don't watch it. Listen and look at the mushrooms. Xiaobei continued eating. Xiaobei, why did you sell us fake goods? Xiaobei had just finished speaking when a young girl's voice came from beside him. The children turned their heads to look and saw a little girl about their age standing there, accompanied by a woman with an embarrassed expression. Xiaobei went to check on the guards first. Seeing that the guards did not respond, he knew that the 2 of them could come in, so they were not a threat to him. Only then did he recall the young girl's words and asked in confusion, "Fake goods? Where are they from?" "They are from Baby Candy House." "Look, are they broken?" The little girl stretched out her hand and revealed a small toy car in her palm. It was very small, and the little girl had no problem placing 4 of them side by side. Xiaobei reached out and took it. He placed it in front of his eyes and carefully examined it. The small car was made of wood and had 4 smaller wheels that could be turned. The bottom of the car was engraved with 2 cartoon characters that read, "Baby." The front of the car was split open. It's true. Baby, the candy house and candy came with a toy car. Look, there's a word on the bottom. Baby. Xiaobei proved to the little girl. Then why is the front of the car cracked? The little girl didn't care about Xiaobei's identity for the sake of the toy. Xiaobei was at a loss and frowned. How would I know? There are various ways to break the wooden cart, such as dropping it, smashing it with a hammer, or jumping up and stepping on it. No, it's just a normal wheel. When I let go, it's my younger brother's car. As I was playing with it, I suddenly pushed it forward and let go. It hit the wall and broke. The quality is not good. Isn't it a fake? The little girl made a gesture of playing with a small car. Xiaobei widened his eyes for a while and blinked twice. How can this be played with? A small car is something that looks good. You can hold it in your hand and put it on the ground to let it run. Of course, it will break when it hits the wall. The small car is a gift. When you buy cakes and candy, you don't give them. Only children on their birthdays will give them things. The small car should be a set of 4. If one is broken, there are still 3 good ones. Speaking of cakes, Xiaobei sighed again. There were no cakes to sell now. He had to wait for his brother and sister to say that there was still a lot of food in the house before he could sell the cakes again. What he lost was all money. The little girl was at a loss for words. The gift was free. It seemed to be a very unreasonable thing to find someone to reason with if a free gift was broken. Look, I told you not to come, but you insisted. It's just a wooden thing. Later, I'll ask your 3rd uncle to make a few more for you. Your 3rd uncle is the best at carpentry. The woman who led the little girl over smiled at Xiaobei, and the others embarrassedly and reprimanded her daughter. No. The little girl was obviously unhappy. What does a carpenter's small car have to do with a baby candy house? Uncle, do you dare to carve the same word baby on the bottom? The woman shook her head. No one dared to imitate it like that. The little girl looked worried. She looked at Xiao Bei and asked unwillingly. The gift didn't say that you can't play with it like that. Think about it. Who doesn't want to send the car far away when they play with it? Right? It's good to put some lead in front. My brother is young. If you let him play with it, he will want the car to run far away. Lead won't do. Xiao Bei was also worried. He shook the wooden car and said, if it's lead, children will be poisoned when they put it in their mouths. You're right. The gift must also reflect the quality of the baby candy house. The more you give, the better it has to be. In the future, there will be a ring of rubber around the car. There's no need to be afraid of collision. If it breaks, it means that the force is too strong. I don't have a small car with me. Tomorrow you have time to go to the baby candy house in the city. Take the broken car and ask them to replace it for you. Let your brother make do with it first. When the car with the rubber ring is out, the baby candy house will publish a message on the newspaper and put it on the second page. When you see it, you can take your car to change it, okay? After that, Xiao Bei added, but we won't take care of your travel expenses. Unless it's a big item, the kind that requires a carriage and animals to pull it. The little girl was very surprised. She didn't expect such a small thing to be published in the newspaper. She immediately regretted coming and whispered, There's no need. There's no need to spend so much effort on a gift. You're not the only one with a car. There are others. Our family represents the highest quality of the Tang Empire. If we don't do it, we'll lose more than just the cost. We're standing here. All the merchants of the Tang Empire have to look up to us. We'll deal with whoever dares to cheat and cut corners. Xiao Bei explained his purpose to the little girl. Seeing the little girl's puzzled expression, he shook his head and gave up the idea of explaining to her. He said, since you're here, let's eat together. We can't finish it anyway. My Yuyu doesn't eat. She hates the smell. The woman said. She doesn't even touch fish at home. Are you allergic? Xiao Bei was concerned. The little girl and the woman shook their heads. Then I know. Do you want to eat bean products? Xiao Bei asked again. Yes, I want to eat dried tofu. The little girl stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She was probably attracted by the smell of the malatang. Xiao Bei immediately arranged for people to make some dried tofu skewers and invited the little girl to eat together. As for the woman, she had just eaten a box meal and couldn't squeeze with the children. Only the 9 little guys were eating here. The dried tofu was cooked very quickly. It could be eaten after a few dips in the soup. After introducing the chili oil to the little girl, the 9 little guys began to watch the little girl eat. They also looked at each other. The little girl happily ate 2 skewers. Suddenly, she looked up and saw that she was surrounded. Her face immediately turned red and she whispered, It's delicious. You guys eat. The 9 little guys tacitly turned around to get the seafood. Xiao Bei also took the mushrooms. He didn't eat them and put them on the little girl's plate. There were 5 mushrooms on a skewer. The little girl ate one and her eyebrows almost flew up. She nodded vigorously and made a whining sound. It seemed that she found it delicious. Xiao Bei ate a mouthful of squid and looked at the little girl. Let me tell you a story. Okay. The little girl was very happy. She slowed down her eating speed and stared at Xiao Bei, waiting for him to tell the story. There was a child who was 8 years old this year. He lived by the sea. The sea was blue and couldn't see the end of it. In the distance, it seemed to be connected to the sky. There were white seagulls flying. As for this child, he had 2 rabbits and already had 6 baby rabbits. He had to drink milk before they could grow. One day, the child came home from school and found that the big rabbits were gone. If the big rabbits were gone, the little rabbits would starve to death. The child was anxious and looked for them. He went to the yard and couldn't find them. He went to the barn and still couldn't find them. Where did the rabbits go? Xiao Bei stopped talking and tilted his head as if he was thinking about something. The little girl stopped eating and also thought about it. Her eyes were full of expectation. The child thought, did the rabbits go to the beach? So he ran towards the beach. When he reached the beach, he suddenly became happy. The rabbits were really there. They were playing with the little crabs on the beach. So the child ran over to take a look and played with them. When he found that it was late, he wanted to bring the rabbits home to feed the baby rabbits, right? Xiaobei paused and told the story like a stream of water to fool the little girl. The other party didn't care. The little girl nodded. But suddenly, a sea monster with long fangs rushed out of the sea towards the rabbits and the child. It wanted to eat them. The child was weak and couldn't beat the sea monster. He was very anxious. What should he do? What should he do? Was he going to be eaten? Xiaobei shook his head anxiously. He frowned and opened his mouth. The little girl clenched her fists and looked very engrossed. At this critical and dangerous moment, the child thought of what the adults said. They said that eating seafood, fish, prawns and other things in the water could make people smarter and stronger. The little crabs seemed to know about this too. They had already helped the child drag a squid out of the sea. It's the squid I'm eating now. It's called the squid mouth where the squid mouth is. Xiaobei stopped and ate a squid mouth. He gestured to Yu. The child immediately dragged the little crabs over and hesitated to take a bite. It happened to bite the squid mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. Then, he realized that he had become smarter and stronger. The sea monster that rushed over didn't have legs. In an instant, the child thought of a solution. With the help of the rabbits and the little crabs, he dug a big hole on the beach. When the sea monster rushed up, they hid and the sea monster fell into the hole. The sea monster didn't have legs. It wanted to come up but couldn't. The child then filled the hole with sand and the sea monster died below. When he returned home, the child liked to eat seafood and fish in the water very much. He became smarter and his body became better and better. Many children asked why, but the child didn't tell others. He wanted to become powerful by himself. Most importantly, the child realized that seafood and fish were very delicious. After Xiaobei finished, he let out a long breath. He was tired. The little girl Yu also let out a long breath. She was scared. Eat. You eat your dried tofu and mushrooms. I'll eat my squid mouth. It's delicious. It's better than eating soft candy. Xiaobei ate 2 squid mouths at once and smacked his lips hard. Yu's mouth moved as well. She asked hesitantly, Isn't it fishy? If you think about fishy, then everything is fishy. If you think about freshness, seafood and fish are very fresh. If you don't believe me, try it. Xiao Yuan, bring a skewer of squid mouth over. Xiaobei instructed Xiao Yuan. When Xiao Yuan brought a skewer of squid mouth soup to the little girl's plate, Yu carefully picked it up and bit off a squid mouth. She chewed hard. After a while she ate it and felt that it was very amazing. She said, It's really delicious. It's not fishy at all. Then she ate 2 in a row. She turned to her mother and said, Mother, I want to eat fish in the future. I'll become very smart and powerful. You can also become beautiful, Xiaobei added. He forgot to mention it just now. Okay. Mother will make fish for Yu to eat in the future. The woman wiped her tears and said to her daughter. At this moment she really understood how amazing Xiaobei and the others were. They were children of the same age, but they could tell stories to their children to make them like eating fish. Who would have thought of such a good idea? The little girl Yu didn't think about the profound meaning behind it. She ate the dried tofu and mushrooms on her plate as fast as she could. Then she focused on the seafood. She stuffed abalone, squid and sea cucumber into her mouth until she was full. The woman took Yu, who was rubbing her stomach, and said goodbye to Xiaobei and the others. Xiaobei wiped the sweat on his forehead. I'm so tired. Is it difficult to educate a child? Why did you have to pull her in front of me to tell stories? Xiao Yuan also wiped his sweat. There are many children in Tang dynasty who are like Yu. They don't like to eat this and that. We can't tell everyone the story once. We need more people to work hard. Yes. Xiaobei nodded helplessly. The person who had been serving them saw that the little ones were in a dilemma. He thought for a while, and when he passed the sesame oil to Xiaobei, he said, I don't know if young Master Xiaobao can come back in time to perform. He's really busy with too many things. Sometimes he has to do it himself and sometimes he has to guide the people through the newspapers. Many things that the people don't understand can only be understood by reading the newspapers. Fortunately, there are newspapers and the price is cheap. He almost doesn't need to pay for it himself. In the end, when the newspapers are sold, The money from the newspaper subscriptions will come back to him. The cost will be borne by the merchants who advertise. After he finished speaking, he turned around and sat back down, waiting for the little one's instructions. The eyes of the 9 little ones lit up. They looked at each other and were very excited. That's right. Brother can use the newspaper to tell the people things, so can we. We publish our own newspaper in the precious candy house. It's specially for the children to read. We tell stories in it. Those who don't like to eat vegetables have special stories. Those who don't like to eat fatty meat also have special stories. We give it to the children for free. The cost of printing and editing will be borne by the merchants who are involved with the children. We will advertise for them. If they are capable enough, they can monopolize the plot of a certain story in Tang Dynasty. We can even name the food in the story after the name of their product to help promote their sales. For example, there are 100,000 children in Tang Dynasty who don't like to eat fish. After advertising they like fish. Then the number of fish sold will be additional to the number they sold before, right? Let's do it this way. Xiao Bei waved his fist, looking like he was going to do something big. The other 8 children also showed their support with their expressions. After confirming the matter, they were suddenly stunned. At the same time, they turned to look at the inner courtyard that had just passed the sesame oil to Xiao Bei. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and said, "My family's inner courtyard is 1 in a million." I thought that Xiao Bei's calmness when telling the children stories to let Yu eat fish was very impressive. However, the people around us are silent. The inner courtyard just now smiled modestly and didn't say anything. Su Yilong, who had been following Xiao Bei and the rest, was stunned at the back. At this moment he felt that he had seen too many incredible things and learned too much. He understood too much about the deep foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. There were too many things Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know what their younger brothers and sisters did after they left. After rushing for a while, the 2 of them came to the place where the polycannibals were locked up. After another round of interrogation, the result was the same as before. There were 231 polycannibals. It was impossible to maintain unity and not confess. As long as they pried open one person's mouth, the others would definitely not be able to hold on. Don't let them die. Give some simple treatment to those who were executed before. With more than 230 people, we can build a long section of railway. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left the interrogation place, they asked about the polycannibals. Wang Wan wasn't interested in this. Instead, she said with relief, "It's fine as long as there are no other schemes. If we really send people to patrol the coast, they can come around and smoothly. We can directly send people to wait at a place where they can go ashore in Hangzhou. If the ship is damaged at sea, it will be dangerous for them to find a place to dock. I'm afraid that they will either die at sea or dock at Xinyuan Island, which is Luzon Island. They will compete with the local aborigines for resources. In the end, they will either turn the locals into believers or they will become locals." Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was telling a joke. He didn't think that the polycannibals would take such measures to deal with the war. At the same time, he found that he and Cuckoo had a weakness. They cared too much about the safety and happiness of the Tang people. But they couldn't change it. The imperial court cared about the people, so the people supported the country. If the people were disappointed again and again, even if they didn't dare to rebel because of the military suppression, as long as there were other factors that made the country unstable, the people would be happy to add fuel to the fire and make things worse. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao knew the weakness, but they couldn't change it. Looking to the west, she said, "Send more people to patrol the land. The border is too long." The long border on land was more difficult than on the sea. Fortunately, they could see very far on the sea. On the land, there were forests and valleys. Who knew where the enemy would come from? Why don't we occupy the entire Eurasian continent? The land will be safe. Zhang Xiaobao suggested. What about the sea? You can just say to occupy the whole world. Then we can fight against the alien enemies together. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. That's fine. At that time it will be the global village. The people of various places on Earth will be distributed according to their needs. Our Tang Empire will be in charge of researching the advanced technology, and other places will be in charge of processing and providing the raw materials. They don't need to research. If they do, it will be called a waste of resources. Zhang Xiaobao followed along, not blushing at all. Do you think others are stupid? Do you think there are few stupid people? Many of the elites in China think so. There are even some in the ruling class. Do you think we should help build railways in other countries? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Use it. It's like when Japan invaded China. If we don't build railways, we can't transport things and it's not easy to mobilize troops. In that case, we should build factories for them. That's fine. Many polluting enterprises will be built. Look at our Tang Empire. The pollution is very serious now. In order to speed up the progress, small factories are built. In the future, we will have to heal this scar. Fortunately, we have moved away the people around the factories. Looking at the colorful smoke coming out of the factories because of the technical limitations, it would be a lie to say that I don't feel bad. Zhang Xiaobao sounded like he was in a difficult position. Wang Wan was also troubled for a while, but she immediately stopped thinking about the pollution. Although the pollution caused by the creation of constant profits now required 5 or even 10 strings of coins to be reformed in the future, the accounts were not calculated like that. Now that constant profits were generated, this constant money brought about the improvement of technology. Moreover, when the time came for the Reformation, it would have already generated hundreds or thousands of strings of coins. The main problem was whether a small portion of the profits would be used for the Reformation. If the money used for the Reformation was not used for the Reformation but to create more profits, that would be troublesome. According to the greed of human nature, there was a 99% chance that they would do so. Unless it was not only the lives of others that were threatened but also his own life, then he would be willing to reform the pollution. Let's go. We'll go back and sleep for a while first, then we'll go to the performance. I wonder if the smart and bold people of Tang Empire have made preparations for the small cluster of agriculture and handicrafts. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao walked to the bedroom first. I guarantee it. There will definitely be news in 2 days. Wang Wan followed. Chapter 1247. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rested, saying that they would wake up later to participate in the performance, but in the end, they slept until dawn the next day. Zhang Xiaobao did not sing a laugh in the sea. When he got up, he stretched comfortably, saying that good songs should not be played all at once, but one by one. Wang Wan was also very tired. For the past few days, she and Zhang Xiaobao had been giving everyone the feeling that they were at ease, as if they did not care about the war. Only they knew that what they were most afraid of was that when the artillery was fired, a message would come from somewhere saying that they had been schemed against by the enemy. For example, when crossing a snowy mountain, there would be people shouting in groups which would cause an avalanche or something. For example, when marching on the green and yellow grassland, they would suddenly find that the surroundings were on fire. For example, when the artillery passed by a certain area, countless fireworks buried by someone suddenly exploded. In any case, there were many methods in asymmetrical warfare, and they were usually very useful. Although they could not achieve a strategic victory, it was not a problem to reap the lives of some people. The two of them believed that if they were the ones commanding the multi-eater, they would definitely be able to trap the Tang army there after paying a certain price of lives, and keep losing people. Since the method was thought of by people, who could guarantee that there was not a particularly smart and lucky person among the multi-eater? When the time came, they would eat 500 Tang soldiers first, and then the Tang would basically lose 500 family members. War is really too cruel. At the cost of people's lives, they get a little bit of resources that are not equal to their lives. I really hope that the world is peaceful and there is no war. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan when he helped her to write the general tactical arrangements she had made for various places. Wang Wan did not say anything. She was still calculating the distance on the map, and looking through the local climate, geographical environment and other information collected. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Wang Wan to cooperate with him, so he continued. But if there is no war, then the premise is that people must lose the mind to compare with each other. A peaceful wolf pack would never be able to survive. Without competition, humans would also not be able to develop. Humans, through the struggle, became the overlords of the world. Then, humans discovered that the world was only a small part of it. Outside the atmosphere were countless stars and unknown things. One day, the ultimate killer from beyond the heavens would descend upon Earth. Thus, humans continued to develop through the struggle. Wang Wan still didn't say anything. Instead, She handed 2 pieces of paper containing the information to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it and cursed. Damn, you're so smart. After thinking for a while, he said, All right, I take back what I just said on behalf of humanity. It has nothing to do with world peace. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Just like what we had in the beginning, we just wanted to make our family more comfortable. Tell me, is it wrong to increase production in the fields? Was it wrong to open a shop to make money? What's wrong with getting some winter cucumbers? You're not wrong. You're wrong because you have it but others don't. We can only think of ways to protect our own interests. In the end, we protect and protect and protect until we become like this. Who can we blame? All right, don't make it sound so dignified. Do you think I don't know you? Wang Wan finally couldn't help but speak. Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly. Haha, thank you. It's enough to have a confidant in life. Look, it says that the cannibals actually developed our fireworks and gunpowder and started to mass-produce them. There have been several explosions in the workshops. I don't object to them making fireworks. It's just entertainment. But why do they put a large amount of fireworks and gunpowder in the stones with holes? Do they lack the paper to make fireworks? It's obvious that from the moment Tang Empire started to have all kinds of good things, those people from other countries have been jealous. If we give away our technology for free, we might be able to achieve a period of peace. Then, we will continue to research and give them technology. Otherwise, they will think about us. When they don't have technology, they will want to steal technology. Now that they have some technology, they will want to use this technology to steal more technology. Peace is never something that can be bought by giving in. Hubby, what are you trying to say? Wang Wan raised her head and asked. She really couldn't understand. What was Zhang Xiaobao's purpose for saying so much at this time? Could it be that he regretted attacking others and was afraid that he couldn't persevere, so he found an excuse for himself? What excuse did you need to fight a war? Comfort yourself? There was no need. They just wanted to bully you. They just wanted to rob you. They weren't willing to be enslaved. If you resisted, they would beat you. It was the same principle as lions eating deer and horses. Thinking of this, Wang Wan suddenly became worried. She was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would start to waver in his determination to fight. If he didn't invade others and gave up halfway, the cannibals would definitely not be grateful. Instead, they would strengthen their military and continue to look for opportunities to attack. Zhang Xiaobao showed a compassionate expression and said to Wang Wan, What I want to say is that most of the people we are fighting now are the main force in front of the cannibals, the real main force. They are almost all the old soldiers that we used to fight against the enemy when we were training. They are very cunning. Once we fight, they know how to disperse and then regroup. They always stay in places that make our army uncomfortable. Why don't we send a captured cannibals back and tell them that we won't fight anymore and that there is peace? However, our army can't appear in certain areas, and they can't appear in certain areas either. After setting the area, we can roughly determine where they are gathering. We will send the hot air balloon troops over, and take advantage of a windless night to quietly surround them. At daybreak, the ground troops will launch a general attack and kill their veterans. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly smiled. She said, Very good. You are still the Xiaobao I know. If one day you become kind, I will be scared to death. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy that his idea was accepted. 5 days later, the war was still going on. Shui Yun's family flew back and forth and finally delivered all the salt tickets and some small things to their destination. They returned to the restaurant to have a big meal and rest. Seeing that Shui Yun's family had obviously lost some weight, Xiaobei and the others felt distressed. They specially had people kill 2 lambs that were specially used to roast whole lambs and fed them to the family. When the telegram was sent to the capital, Li Longji specially made Shui Yun's family a high-ranking official and promoted him to the 4th rank. This was because Shui Yun, who was getting smarter, could be used as a strategic weapon. For example, he could take a bomb and drop it on the enemy's headquarters. Not only could he do it, but he had done it before. On the way back, he took a detour and blew up the headquarters of a 4,000-man camp. The telegram was sent back first, saying that they could increase the intensity of the attack and give Shui Yun credit for the loss of command. When Li Longji heard the news, he praised Shui Yun fiercely in the court, saying that he could take the head of the enemy's general as easily as taking something out of his pocket. He could complete a fixed-point kill from thousands of miles away. The court officials didn't believe that Shui Yun could target someone and kill them. At most, he would blow up the enemy's biggest tent. However, as officials of the same court, they couldn't say anything bad about Shui Yun. After all, he was just an animal. If they argued with an animal, they should be careful that the person who raised the animal would argue with them later. Why haven't I heard of this before? If Shui Yun can fly steadily and we can harden our hearts, find a child who knows how to shoot and fly over with a gun, we can kill a lot of people. The deterrent effect is very strong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately went to see Shui Yun's family. When they returned to the house, they sighed. Why not? We've always had them. We train eagles, dogs, elephants, dolphins, and other animals to help humans hunt and fight. What's so strange about that? Shui Yun is just a little smarter, and the chances of him getting albinism are lower than his. What our great Tang owes him is nothing more than some meat and cotton, but we've gained a lot from him. If you treat him better, he'll be dead set on you. He's stronger than others. Wang Wan recalled something and said with a slightly sad tone. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of that matter and sighed. Sigh. Life is like this. You should think from another perspective. If human nature isn't complicated, wouldn't it be too boring to live as a member of society? When did I say that human nature isn't allowed to be complicated? I'm saying that what he did was really infuriating. If he can't be evaluated as a craftsman, then he should go to a free training place to learn. During the training, the imperial court gave him some living expenses, enough to eat. His 2 children don't need to be raised by him. The imperial court pays for their meals, clothes, and accommodation. We're no different from Germany now. He actually injured his wife, kidnapped his 2 children, and extorted them from the local government. He wants a job with high wages, power, and freedom. What a fool's dream. Wang Wan talked about this matter. In fact, it was a person who found his own career after Zhang Xiaobao issued the 12 national policies. But the reality was that there was no such thing as a career, only a salary. If he went to the local government, the government would arrange work for him. If he didn't know how to do it, he would train him first. But this person felt that it was too tiring to do that. First, he wanted people to give him money for free, saying that the national welfare was so good that it didn't make a difference. Then, seeing that the government didn't agree, he kidnapped his children. He didn't care about his children, but the government did. Hence, while they were negotiating, they sent a sniper and shot him down. He never got up again. The 2 children lost their father because of this. This was a grain of sand washed by the tide of social development, but it was very touching. Was it right or wrong to increase the welfare of the country? There was an intense debate in the imperial court. Some people felt that the 12 national policies were artificially widening the gap between the rich and poor, intensifying the competition and comparison between the villagers in small areas. That was why such a thing happened. In the long run, the country would no longer be a country. Some officials felt that this matter existed alone. They would first observe, and if it happened a few more times, they would adjust the national policies. There were also people who criticized Zhang Xiaobao's strategy for not doing the right thing. After creating chaos in Great Tang, he didn't immediately fix it and instead ignored it and treated it coldly. Li Longji was annoyed by the noise and sent a telegram to Zhang Xiaobao, asking him what he should do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt depressed. Who was the one who was so free to magnify a small problem? Wouldn't such a thing happen if the country didn't develop? That's right. According to historical records, there were very few people who were sentenced to death in Great Tang every year. Moreover, it was said that Li Longji would personally ask the other party if they felt that their death was unjust. However, that wasn't the case. Historical records stated that many punishments didn't go through the government and were directly dealt with by the local clans. Furthermore, this was also a period of land annexation, so how could the gap between the rich and poor be small? The officials were all bored and felt that the government was running smoothly. That's why they targeted us. Did they see how far we were from the capital? They were waiting for us to return. Zhang Xiaobao said mockingly, I feel that it's also your fault. Who asked you to take out the 12 national policies? At the very least, that person was executed because of your influence. What about your follow-up actions? Wang Wan argued. Wait. Let's wait for another 2 days. I don't believe that the people of Great Tang will die in just a few days, Zhang Xiaobao said gloomily. Chapter 1248. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's sullen look, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, okay. Others don't understand you, but I do. You're a good person who loves this nation the most in the world. You have the talent to cheat others, but you never do anything to your own people. You could have obtained more money, but after you stabilized the Tang Empire's financial situation, you let go and nurtured other businessmen. You were originally an unruly person, but when faced with the accusations of the Tang people, you chose to endure. You had countless reasons and excuses to explain clearly, but you still chose to remain silent. Some people may think that you're weak, but in my eyes, you're a real man. Whether you're weak or not, ask the original Tubo people, ask the Turks, ask the Xinhua people, ask the Japanese people, ask the north of Hebei province, which is the 3 northeastern provinces, and they will give a fair answer. In fact, Wang Wan was not worried that Zhang Xiaobao would lose confidence and stop using his abilities for the Tang Empire. Because she believed that as long as Zhang Xiaobao saw the children of the Tang Empire, he would definitely be firm in his confidence. That Grandpa Dean had already gone deep into his soul. Speaking of which, whether it was China in the past or the current Tang Empire, they should all thank such an ordinary and great old man. He used his life to write a legend that followed the trajectory of the track. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly hugged Wang Wan and kissed her. As if he had taken advantage of her, he said, "You should support me. You're my wife. If you don't support me, who will you support?" Yes, you're my God. God, how did I meet you? Wang Wan replied with a smile. Same, you're also my God. It's so mushy. Don't pinch me. I hate women pinching men, especially on the ribs. I can't use any strength. Look, I'll analyze it for you. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed Wang Wan's hand and said, "Oh, there's a talk?" Wang Wan asked cooperatively. "It's an analysis. Look, yes, I admit that the 12 national policies I took out will cause social unrest, but that's because society is already on the brink of unrest. Ever since we started suggesting that the imperial court help raise children and take care of pregnant women, that sum of money was the source of unrest. Do you agree that the welfare of society can never exceed the minimum average income of society? Otherwise, there would be a deficit, and it would not be a deficit in the development process. A deficit in development could bring about future profits, and a deficit in welfare would not only increase consumption, but also disguised inflation. So why do I insist on giving a lot of benefits to pregnant babies? One reason was that I needed a large number of people, and the other reason was that the Agrarian Technology Research Department already had technology that could be applied in daily life. This is the so-called civilian technology. Actually, I have always put civilian and military together. I'm not afraid of others stealing from the people of Great Tang. Of the surrounding countries other than Japan, I'm concerned about their intelligence. Even if I give them technology, they won't be able to learn it. They're all too stupid. Of course, Russia is still possible, but is there a Russia now? Our people in Hebei province have been moving there for construction and exploration. I won't give them a chance to establish a country, right? Zhang Xiaobao said a lot, not only for Wang Wan but also for himself. He was very strong in front of outsiders, but when facing Wang Wan he showed his weak side. This was a kind of trust for his partner, a kind of dependence. Therefore, when many officials had too many people to rely on, they were reported by others. The officials who were strong and calculative in front of the public also needed a harbor for their souls. If they had too many harbors, they would not be able to take care of them when distributing resources. Therefore, internal wars became the source of division. Wang Wan also needed a harbor. In this world, she was no different from Zhang Xiaobao. She couldn't find a partner by relying on local materials. Otherwise, she would always be lonely in her heart. Of course, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao more than once that if the child lying next to her was the person who held the child hostage, she would find a way to kill him. She would rather be lonely than compromise with that kind of person. Whether it was the gap in social status or personality, she couldn't accept that kind of person. As for Zhang Xiaobao, she felt no problem. No matter where Zhang Xiaobao was, he must have a place. Only with this kind of person could there be common topics and ideals. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaobao said what was in his heart, Wang Wan gently leaned on Zhang Xiaobao and said, "So you asked me to accompany you to walk on the edge of social contradictions and outbreak. You still have the spirit of adventure in your bones. But now you've caused the contradictions, why don't you do something? What do I count as? Without the influence of other powers facing the current situation, I am far too relaxed. Li Longji has been fooled by us, and the other ministers are just a piece of cake. However, Li Longji didn't lose out. We don't want his throne. We're content with being in charge of the currency, economic planning, and strategic deployment. In fact, they haven't encountered a more difficult time. Yes, first, I centralized production in agriculture and handicrafts. Then, I raised the working conditions of the workers and forced merchants to choose those with high grades when choosing workers. This caused a group of people to lose their jobs. The scariest thing about people losing their jobs isn't that they don't have money, but that they're used to the sudden change in their working environment. Most people are obedient and like to listen to other people's orders. After many years, they'll be at a loss if that person doesn't order them around anymore. My goal is to let them know in advance that they can make their own decisions. Even if others endlessly change, they can still make accurate judgments and live a good life. During this process, I didn't give up, nor did I use shock therapy. I didn't let the unemployed bear the losses of the change. I provided them with employment training institutions. They receive free training and benefits just like in the United States. That's why that man kidnapped his own child. It's the same problem. His unemployment isn't absolute. It's relative. If he has a job, he doesn't want the low income. At the same time, he doesn't want to bear the pain and tiredness of training. Say our social and educational benefits are the same as Germany's. Our employment is the same as America's. Our stability is something that Iceland desires but can't achieve. Our military strength is something that neutral countries like Austria don't even dare to think about. And our care for our citizens is deeply rooted in Chinese Confucianism. Why do you have to push the blame to us when there's a problem? Based on what? Where did these rules come from? Zhang Xiaobao started slamming the table as he spoke. Wang Wan straightened her back and pushed Zhang Xiaobao with all her strength. She laughed and slammed the table with Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression, he paused and laughed as well. People are fucking insatiable. Such a good era. Cherish it, fuck. Zhang Xiaobao muttered again. You're scolding me. Wang Wan was still laughing. No, I'm saying that after we occupy India and many other places to plant grass, we'll turn them into large pastures. We'll transport them to the riverside and seaside through their trains, and then transport them to the Tang Empire. We need to build big ships. It seems that the transportation cost is too high, but as long as the cost of raising is reduced, it can be equal to the domestic cost. It has to be equal, even if it's lower than the domestic cost. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the domestic animal husbandry industry. I plan to divert 70% of the people who have a real career and send them to the battlefield in the form of transportation. Zhang Xiaobao finally set his plan to deal with the turmoil caused by the 12 national policy articles. Wang Wan pondered for a moment before saying, by the time they arrive, the front lines will have already advanced, and they will be at the rear. You want them to contract other people's land and lower taxes, right? It's tax-free, and we'll also provide them with interest-free loans. We have so much money, and Li Longji has so much internal funds. After the agriculture and handicraft industry cluster, we can't possibly keep so much tax revenue in the bank. As long as the military can ensure the safety of their livestock and produce results within 3 years, flourish within 5 years, and 10 years, we don't even need 10 years. Once they have money, they will definitely attract the envy of other people in the country, and they will immediately follow suit. We'll rotate the troops there and continue to expand. This is called stable colonization. I won't foolishly send people to faraway places. When the time comes, we'll let them play the game of independence with the Tang Empire. Empire on which the sun never sets is a dream. Zhang Xiaobao's words were something that even the people of his era wouldn't be able to understand. They also didn't have the time to understand. They were all in different positions, and they were all busy with their lives and dignity. I feel that you care a lot about 5 years. Why is that? As an intellectual woman, Wang Wan knew how to cooperate. You're asking me? You're from a red family and you're asking me? Fine. I'll explain it to a big-breasted but brainless woman like you. Hubby, you think it's very big? I think I'm very brainless. Let's get down to business. 5 years is the minimum period for the technology to be converted from military to civilian use. 5 years is the average period for the establishment of an enterprise to achieve stable growth and development. 5 years is the adaptation period for the cultivation of crops to be popularized. 5 years is the regular period for the operation of capital to be doubled. 5 years is the inevitable period for the change in the content of educational materials. 5 years is the period from when I was born to when I ate my first bowl of cold jelly. 5 years is the period when I held you in my arms and hoped that you would still be happy after countless 5 years. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he reached out and hugged Wang Wan's waist. You're really the biggest liar in the world. I won't be fooled. Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder again. She remembered what happened at the beginning. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to treat her to cold jelly, but someone threatened the child. In the end, she didn't get to eat the cold jelly. At that moment, she knew that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't with the other party. After coming over, she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's regret was why he couldn't eat the cold jelly again. Well, she and Xiaobao were both crazy. What they thought before they died was different from others. It definitely couldn't be explained by the word free and easy. You found out. I'm really a liar. I'll deceive the whole world to bless and cheer for you. If anyone dares to oppose, I'll deceive them to death. Zhang Xiaobao put his other hand around Wang Wan's waist and carried her to the bedroom. What are you doing in broad daylight? Don't worry. I won't do anything else. No, I don't trust you. My. Wang Wan suddenly stopped. She remembered that she seemed to have said this to Zhang Xiaobao before. She said, No, I don't trust you. My mission is to bring you back. Damn the 5-year rule. It actually reminded her of the past. I know. Your mission is to bring me back. Then why don't you carry me? Zhang Xiaobao's EQ, IQ, and psychological foundation exploded at this moment. In fact, when he was talking about the 5-year rule, he had already thought of the past at the last moment. He just didn't expect Wang Wan to be so cooperative. Fortunately, I came with you. Otherwise, you would have ruined many girls. Wang Wan sighed in her heart. You've investigated me. What women do you think I had in the past? Who knows? Just like you said, the 160 billion data we got from the investigation is inaccurate. There are always loopholes. Then I'll whisper to you in private now. No one can hear. No, how can you be like this? Liar and hooligan. Yeah. Hubby, tell me, when will you release the remedial measures? I'm planning to. Since you're scheming against me, we'll talk about it in the future. Wait, Xiaobao, let me tell you. Who would have thought that the wind and rain of that year would be sad and lonely? Since ancient times, it's difficult for ambitious and ruthless people to stay for long. I've never been a hero, but I've always been quiet at night. The unfinished business of winter and summer in my previous life. I'll share it with you tonight. It's enough to have you in this life. Chapter 1249. Before the enemy had reached the Great Tang, the people of Great Tang felt that the war was both distant and close. Every day, the newspapers would take out a small section to describe the general progress of the war, how far they had advanced, and how many enemies they had killed or captured. Or the Great Tang had used up too much ammunition and retreated a few li to reduce their supply line. Occasionally, there would be a section describing the environment and resources of the battlefield. After the people read it, some would sigh that there was good stuff in a war zone, some would be troubled as to how to transport the good stuff back to their country, and some would just let it be. In any case, they would have to sell it for money, so they couldn't give it away for free. They could transport it whenever they wanted. The articles in the newspapers didn't mainly describe these things, but how brave the soldiers were and how they overcame the difficulties they faced. Iron and blood intertwined, and it was like an eternal song that lingered in the hearts of the people. While the people felt this from the newspapers, their lives were also affected by the war. Almost every day, they would see a convoy transporting supplies, and when they occasionally met, they would greet each other. The transport teams didn't transport the supplies to the front line in one go, but in different sections. After delivering the goods to the front line, they would see if the other side had anything good from the front line. If they did, they would transport it to the other side for the exchange, or they would send it to a designated place to store it. As long as the people saw the logistics teams of the war, no matter what the situation was, they would definitely make way for them. The people were keenly aware that the Great Tang army hadn't lost many people. While it was a little difficult, life was very precious. This was because of the rules set down by Cuckoo and Xiaobao. Using ammunition to exchange for a life was a price that could be paid for one life. In reality, there had never been a case of using 10 million shells to exchange for one life, but there were still cases where a few or a dozen shells were fired to prevent their own people from taking risks. Whose lives weren't lives. The people consciously did their best to make things more convenient for the transport teams. When they saw a heavy carriage crushing the road, they would gather a few people and take the initiative to fix it. As for the number of people who were killed by the cannonballs in the war, the people were very indifferent. It was just like when they heard that someone in a neighboring village had died in childbirth, they would just sigh and forget about it. Their lives would not be changed by the dead pregnant woman. And it was even more so for the people who were killed by the cannonballs. There was not a single anti-war demonstration. Not a single Tang citizen complained that the Tang army was killing too many people. And not a single person accused Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan of being utterly devoid of conscience for taking the initiative to plunder the war. Everyone used their own actions to support the war effort. When they returned home, some offered incense and prayed, hoping that the war would go smoothly and that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would live a long life. The most realistic effect of the war was an increase in the price of goods. The people who pulled the carts found that the price of a jar of butter, which had been introduced 3 years ago, had increased from 6 copper coins to 10 copper coins. The people who bought the kitchen knives and sickles found that the original 5 copper coins worth of kitchen knives had now become 7 copper coins, and it was said that the price was still rising. The price of pottery had also increased. The original 10 copper coins to buy a set of 12 plates had now become 15 copper coins. The price of hemp rope and linen had also increased. The price of pork and chicken had also increased by half. But for some reason, the price of fish had unexpectedly decreased. Moreover, the fish were salted and brought to various places in large batches by the troops transporting the war materials. The price of cotton cloth, silk, fine linen, and silk had fluctuated according to the normal season. The same was true for white flour and millet. The price of highland barley, which was specially used to feed livestock, had suddenly increased. However, a large amount of white rice had suddenly appeared, and it was said that it was released from the northern part of Hebei province. According to the interesting words that Xiao Bao had taught his younger siblings, others should ask, "What's going on? In a war, didn't the price of everything increase and then the tax increase? Now, why did the price of peace increase and the price of peace decrease?" It gave people a messy feeling. Especially for salt, the price of sea salt, rock salt, and well salt had not changed at all. It was still the kind of salt that one could buy expensive and cheap if one wanted to buy expensive. To be honest, this is the first time that I have encountered such a war. It is said that it is a total war with several fronts fighting at the same time. When I was young, the people had no way to make a living. In a tea house in Fengqiu County under the jurisdiction of Bianzhou in Hunan Province, an old man gently patted the table and said in a strong voice after listening to others reading the newspaper and thinking about what he had seen and heard recently, "Old Master Feng, you are lucky to have lived until now and have the same surname as the county. You are 86 years old this year and have seen more than us in the past. But when it comes to the current situation, you can't keep up with it," a young man joked. The old man snorted coldly and refused to admit defeat. "I don't know if I can keep up or not. All I know is that the money for the tea and the clothes I'm wearing today was given by the yamen. It's not much, just 600 copper coins a month. If it weren't for the fact that I am old and can't read, and that my grandchildren have not come back from school yet, I would have crowded with you to listen to the newspaper. I have ordered 5 copies of the same newspaper at home. There is no other way. I have many children, and all of them are obedient and filial. Except for 3 who are not old enough to enter school and learn real skills, the rest of the children can't be ordered less. Unfortunately, the children who have left home are not around. Alas!" After the old man finished speaking, he was greeted with all kinds of envious and jealous gazes. The people nearby knew very well that it was just as the old man had said. As long as he was alive, the imperial court would give him 600 copper coins every month according to his age. There would also be other gifts sent to him during festivals. He didn't need to spend any money to send letters to his distant descendants. When he went out, he didn't need to spend any money to take the carriage of the newly established imperial court. In any case, all the places where the government collected money were free of charge. He had no other choice. He had lived for a long time. He was 86 years old and had 5 generations living under the same roof. The oldest grandchild was 14 years old. If he lived for a few more years, he would have 6 generations living under the same roof. In Fengqiu, there were countless acres of land and mulberry trees in his home that stretched as far as the eye could see. Because there were too many people in his home, many of them had left to seek development in other places. They could live and give birth to more children. When the government had policies, the local officials would come to discuss with him and ask if he needed anything. In the past, he would always raise conditions that were beneficial to him, and the officials would agree to them one by one. But now he had learned to be smart. When the officials came to ask, he would directly support them without any conditions. This made many people with bad intentions very disappointed. They hoped that the old man would raise conditions or even refuse to carry out the orders of the government. Then, they would anger the people of the government and confiscate the family. The old man had long known that some people had bad intentions, so he said that the current government was very good and would not deliberately harm people. If they followed the government's orders, they would enjoy endless benefits. Sure enough, there were a few times when the entire family supported the government's policies. The government gave his family an excellent family plaque. The good thing was that every time the government organized a small event, they would send someone to send a letter asking if his family was willing to participate. The government would take care of all the expenses, and when they returned, they would receive gifts. If his family wanted to get a loan from the Great Tang Bank, they would have priority. There were no other benefits. The benefits were shared by the people of Great Tang, and it was impossible to take away others' benefits just to stand out. Thus, some people gave their blessings, some were envious, and very few were jealous. As for what they were jealous of, they could not say. After all, they could not say that they were jealous of the old man's age. But no one criticized the old man's support for the government, because the government was worth supporting. In this era, there was no need to worry about being oppressed by the government. As long as one felt that the local government was wrong, one could run to the telegraph office and send a telegram, and the higher-ups would immediately come to investigate. Of course, one needed to use one's real name and use one's household registration to report. If one was framed, the crime would be the same as that of the official after the successful frame-up. This is called controlling. In order to show that he was up to date, the old man summarized the recent events. Father controls son, grandfather controls son and grandson, generation after generation, and the government controls all of us. Why don't many things increase in price? Is it because the merchants don't want to? No, it's because they don't dare. It's like a father controlling his son. If you do, they will beat you. Old man Feng, do you know who beat the merchants? Another person joked. It's that Xiaobao who is only a few years older than my grandson. This old man still can't figure it out. How do you think he gave birth to a child? He hasn't even been crowned yet, but he's already so powerful. The merchants will hate him. The old man began to worry about Zhang Xiaobao again. The merchants won't hate him. You always don't understand the 12 national policies. The preferential treatment for merchants is not small. When a merchant earns enough money, they turn around and change their identity. They want to take the imperial examination, 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 they want to take the land, they want to take the land. They all understand that with Xiaobao controlling them, they seem to be at a disadvantage, but without Xiaobao controlling them, they are finished. The Joker finally found the opportunity to be the old man's teacher, and tried his best to show off. Grandpa, why aren't you going back? We are discussing important matters at home. At this time, a man in his 40s rushed in. He was wearing yellow and blue silk clothes and looked slightly awkward. The old man had not finished drinking his tea when he heard the voice. He turned his head and stared. You make the decisions at home. This old man, your father, and uncles have already let go of the family. You are the 3rd generation head of the family. Why are you looking for me? My dear grandpa, today's discussion is different from usual. I can't make the decision alone. I plan to take care of the land in 3 villages and open 4 workshops. In the past, I will pay for the land first. I will have to take a loan from the Tang Bank and use my family's property as collateral. I will have to leave immediately and will only be back in a month. Someone at home doesn't agree, so I came to ask you for support. Please come back with me. Old Man Feng's grandson's face was full of anxiety. When the others heard this, They all stopped talking and waited to see what the Feng family was going to do. The old man didn't move, and he wasn't as anxious as his grandson. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he slowly put the teacup back and scolded. Useless thing. Yes, your grandson is useless. Then Grandpa, if you think you are useless, then give the position of head of the family to someone else. The head of the family is the head of the family. When you were the head of the family, others agreed. Now who dares to stand up and say they don't agree? A snake can't do without a head, and a bird can't fly without a head. Even if the decision of the head of the family is wrong, the family has to listen. Just like the rumor that Xiao Bao had 12 policies when he left the country, many people in the imperial court disagreed. What happened in the end? Whether they agree or not, they have to do it. If they can't figure it out, they have to think about it slowly. Xiao Bao is like the head of the family arranged by the emperor. When he decides, it is for the people who listen to carry it out, not for questioning. Go back. Either suppress all the people who disagree, or find someone to be the head of the family. I am already 1 foot in the coffin. Do you want me to worry? After the old man lectured him, he turned back and no longer paid attention to his grandson. The current head of the Feng family was scolded by his grandfather. He stood at the door and thought about it. He gritted his teeth. Grandpa, don't worry and drink tea. Your grandson will go back and deal with it. I promise there won't be any more problems. Don't promise me. I won't listen. Yes, your grandson will take his leave. The old man is so courageous. When the old man's grandson left, some people stuck out their thumbs and pointed at the old man. Many people also showed looks of admiration. It seemed like the old man was scolding his grandson and was unreasonable. In fact, he had taught them everything. The head of the family had to be strong, just like the leader of a pack of wolves. If he was weak, the whole pack would be finished. Old man, from what Brother Feng said, it seems like your family is planning to do a big business. A man in his 30s asked. Don't ask me. Ask your brother Feng. I came to the tea house to drink tea and gossip. The matters of the family, whether big or small, will be taken care of by them. My children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. The old man said indifferently. After that he stopped talking. He picked up his teacup and squinted his eyes, thinking about something. The old man's grandson was called Feng Liang. He was not the oldest grandson of the old man, but he was the most capable grandson. That was why he was chosen as the head of the family. He almost became a high scholar, but the government cheated and his position was taken by someone else. Many people said that with his knowledge, it would be no problem for him to become a grand scholar. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. He was 19 that year. After being reprimanded by his grandfather, he couldn't help but think about the past when he was being taken home. Feng Liang clearly remembered that when he was young, he was very smart and eager to learn. His family had land and money. Because the government school was too far away, his family specially found a teacher to teach him. He could write poems, compose essays, and comment on current affairs. He was in the limelight for a while, but that damned county magistrate actually got in touch with the examiner of the provincial government during the exam and used someone else to push him down. At that time he hated, resented, and was depressed. He didn't know how he got through it. Others looked at him differently, and his close brothers and sisters in the family unnaturally communicated with each other. At that time, he was on the verge of death and wanted to find a rope to hang from a crooked tree. Later, it was his grandfather who found him and told him that many people lived worse lives than him, but they lived happier lives than him because they had the belief to live on. Some did it for their parents, some did it for their wives and children, and some had unyielding ambitions. Failure wasn't scary. Countless people failed for decades and finally became successful late. Some started earning big money at the age of 20 and became rich at the age of 40. Some started to learn how to earn money at the age of 40 and became rich at the age of 50. Who was worried and who was inferior? So what was scary was falling and never wanting to get up again. So what if you became a grand scholar at the age of 19? How many young geniuses can you remember today? If you continue to live and work hard for the family wouldn't have raised you in vain. It was easy to die, but what about the family's money and effort to nurture you? Feng Liang clearly remembered that he didn't want to die at that time. He wanted to continue doing things for the family that had provided him with so much help. He decided to become the head of the family and lead the Feng family to prominence. He waited for 20 years before finally having the opportunity in front of him. Furthermore, the era was different. It wasn't like the past. In the past, there could be people who could push him down. Now who would dare? That former county magistrate, who was promoted to the state government's army, was still dealt with 3 years ago. As long as he met a good ruler, he could do whatever he wanted. The current situation was arranged by Xiao Bao. Those who had the ability could definitely go up and take over the land and organize the workshops. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to get it again in the future. Xiao Bao, I believe that you will definitely not harm others. I Feng Liang will bet with you. Feng Liang clenched his fist and encouraged himself. When the driver heard the commotion, he shook his head and waved his whip in the air to urge the horse to move faster. His heart was filled with worry. In the past, the family had enough money. If they wanted to do something, they would first set aside a portion of the money and then use the rest to do it. Furthermore, the property and land deeds were not touched. Even if there was a problem, the loss would only be the portion that was taken out. It wouldn't affect the family's foundation. Now, the head of the family actually wanted to rent out the land of the other 2 villages. He also wanted to buy technology and equipment to build 4 large workshops. He had taken out all the family's money and even had to mortgage things to get loans. If something went wrong, there would be no one left in the family. It was too risky, too risky. When he returned home, Feng Liang directly used a strong tone to pass his decision. He told the people in the family that they could either transfer his position to someone else or listen to him. There was no third choice. The people in the family compromised. In the past 10 years, they were used to Feng Liang acting as the head of the family. If someone else suddenly took over, they wouldn't be able to support such a large family. Feng Liang first went to find the village chief of the 2 villages. In fact, the Feng family's village didn't only have his surname. The village had a population of more than 600, and his family only accounted for half of it. Moreover, his family also had a manor. He first settled the people in his village, then signed a new agreement with the manor. The previous agreement of selling one's body was no longer allowed. The government allowed slaves to exist, but they didn't allow the Tang people to be slaves of the great Tang people. Thus, the previous contracts of selling one's body were changed to employment contracts. The value of a person was reevaluated, and the slaves with the contract could complain to the government at any time. When the time came, the government would help to cancel the contract. Whoever disagreed would be punished. The government didn't enforce this because some people weren't willing to change their status as slaves. For many generations, they were used to living with the master. Usually, there was no distinction between master and servant. In fact, the master even treated some of the servants better than the people they hired. For example, if they were tired from work, the master would arrange for them to rest. If they were sick, they would be treated. Of course, this wasn't necessary now. Now there was free treatment. If you wanted to work more without rest, the master would order you to stop working. At first glance, it seemed that these people had lost their freedom, but in fact they were living very well. The government didn't care. For example, 100 years before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, foreign investors would force them to commit suicide every few days. The government didn't care, let alone this kind of master who treated his servants well. If one really wanted to talk about it, those who worked for others and were forced to commit suicide from exhaustion were the ones who were cheap. In terms of personality, they couldn't even compare to the current slaves. At least, the people who signed the contract of selling their bodies still had their own persistence and beliefs. There weren't many of these people, but they existed. The most obvious ones were the manor owners of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. Their families were very rich, and any one of them would be ranked among the wealthiest in other places. They signed the contract of selling their bodies. First it wasn't. Later on, because of confidentiality, they changed the contract. However, they weren't willing to change their identities. They had many properties in the Great Tang, but only the one in Sanshui County was their home. As for Feng Liang, he persuaded his own family's manor owner and finished discussing with the people in his village. After that, all he needed to do was to rent all the land in the 2 neighboring villages. In order to successfully complete the plan, He paid a year's rent in advance and added a 50% premium. In addition, he hired people to farm. It didn't seem cost-effective, and he couldn't even keep his capital. His family objected to him because of this. However, he had his own thoughts and considerations. He wouldn't grow crops like others. On the day he learned about the 12 national policy, he went to Bianzhou Prefecture and found the branch of the Sinong Temple in the prefecture. He asked them about the technology. The purpose of all the Sinong Temple branches was to collect data on the local environment and the effect of soil on various crops. The other purpose was to provide technical support for people who came to inquire free of charge. For example, what to do if the cabbage at home had worms. Go to the branch of the Sinong Temple to ask and describe it. If they understood, they would directly give a solution. If they didn't understand, they would send someone to follow them home and then tell them what pesticides to buy. If the soybeans planted in the land didn't grow well, they could also go to the branch of the Sinong Temple and ask someone to check what the problem was. If the problem was in the soil and could be solved by using fertilizers, they would recommend a specific type of fertilizer. Feng Liang didn't ask about the worms and bad growth of his crops. He asked the Sinong Temple if there were any new varieties that he planned to bring over to try planting. In the end there was. They told him that there was a new crop seed that was grafted from pepper and tomato. It had just been tested last year and hadn't been popularized. If he wanted it, he could buy it. The Sinong Temple would send someone to keep an eye on it and collect data at the same time. If it was suitable to grow on the land in Feng Liang's area, the Sinong Temple would reward Feng Liang. If it wasn't suitable, the Sinong Temple would compensate him for half of the losses and he would bear the other half himself. At the same time, he would sell the new varieties. The Sinong Temple would supervise them. He would sell them directly to the Sinong Temple and both sides would negotiate the price. Feng Liang was so tempted. Even if he failed and bore half of the losses, his family wouldn't go bankrupt. However, if he succeeded, the gains would be huge. Feng Liang used 2 days to successfully sign a lease contract with the 2 villages. At the same time, he also encountered trouble. As for the trouble of hiring people, Feng Liang signed a second contract with the 2 villages. After leasing the land, he would hire people to farm. He could plant whatever he wanted without negotiating with others. The people of the 2 villages naturally hoped that they would be hired back to farm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find anything else to do. In fact, the 2 villages and the people of Feng Liang's village didn't lose anything. Feng Liang was leasing at a premium. The extra 50% was enough to make up for the losses of the original landowner. In other words, if they farmed themselves, the final harvest would only be this amount. Moreover, the new rules now required them to sell themselves. Perhaps their income would be even lower than normal. Feng Liang was taking all the risks for them. At the same time, he was freeing their labor. If they worked again, the income they received would be considered extra. Even so, they still hoped that Feng Liang would hire them back to farm for Feng Liang. Some gave him gifts, some played the family card, and some implied threats. Feng Liang didn't accept gifts, but he wasn't afraid of threats. Those who played the family card were persuaded to go back. Then he began to choose the locals. Usually they were close to each other, so they knew each other well. Which family did farm work well, so they all knew. Feng Liang chose a portion of them and planned to look for a portion of them outside to gather manpower or see if there were any extra cattle to rent. When the remaining people who weren't chosen complained, Feng Liang told them about the 4 workshops and was willing to hire the locals to work in the workshops. This way it would be much easier for him to control. People who were good at farming were usually men. Women didn't have strength, and there were also men who had strength but lacked skills. They were the kind that were more stupid. Normally speaking, those who didn't meet the requirements should be eliminated. Most businessmen would choose this or they would lose money. Feng Liang originally planned to do the same. Later, he referred to the Zhangwang and Wang families in Sanshui County, and found that the 2 families used a very reasonable labor distribution method more than 10 years ago. Every farmer didn't look very tired, but they were very efficient. No matter who was in the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads, they were all useful. Even if they were children, when they were not in class, they could play around and help out the master's family. Even if they were lame, they would be given a very good job. For example, if they were afraid that birds would eat grains, they would be given some firecrackers. They would sit there and drink tea while looking at the fields. When they saw a bird coming, they would set off a whip, or even make a whip that was used to drive a carriage. If they had skills, the crippled people would help make baskets. Feng Liang initially thought that the Zhangwang and Wang families didn't want to let anyone go, and wanted to squeeze everyone. After reading an article in the newspaper, he understood that the goal of the Zhangwang and Wang families was not to make others work hard, but to make everyone feel that they were valuable. A person who thought that they were worthless would lose confidence in life. When the basket weaver realized that the baskets he made were useful to the master family, and at the same time, he could earn more income and be useful to his family, he would be very happy. Therefore, he would affect others. The entire Zhuangzi people would be in a happy atmosphere, and their work efficiency would increase. Feng Liang was deeply moved. He admired the way the Zhangwang and Wang families distributed labor at that time. At the same time, he felt that there was a strong sense of humanism in it. After that, he read another article about corporate culture. It said that only a cultural enterprise with its own soul was a successful enterprise. Only then could it go further. If one sincerely invested in the construction of corporate culture, one would realize that it was directly proportional to the income of one's enterprise. In fact, the proportion of output was even greater than the proportion of investment. As a cultured person, Feng Liang agreed with this. Of course, it also depended on who wrote the article. If it was written by someone he had never heard of, he would be suspicious. However, the author of the article was Zhang Xiaobao. This could be questioned. However, if one couldn't think of a better way to manage a business, it was best to learn from him. If one had a good idea, they could write it down and let others learn from it. After concluding, Feng Liang came up with a plan to rent land and build 4 new workshops. Those who were not good at farming and were eliminated by him were arranged to work in the workshops. There were more women in the village. The men who were eliminated did not work with the women. Instead, they were assigned to work in the transportation and mixing of raw materials. There were also older men who were responsible for cooking for others. Anyway, everyone who could be used was used. Even the elderly were assigned to the position of night watch. The advantage of doing so was that the villagers did not have to work outside. If the men stayed behind to farm, what would happen to their wives at home? Would they stay there and not work? Or would they run outside to find a job? Would the men still have the mood to farm? The workshop's factory had not been built yet. While Feng Liang arranged for people to build the house and level the land, he ran to the county yamen to ask about the grading of the types of work. He explained his situation to the yamen and asked the yamen to send people to his home to grade his hired workers. It was a little troublesome because the grading of farming depended on the results of the work. Feng Liang first asked the yamen to put it on the agenda. Then, he asked the yamen to help him train his hired workers. This was free. He did not want the welfare subsidies for a period of unemployment. He requested that the yamen's trainees be specially trained according to his requirements. The yamen usually considered everything, but after hearing Feng Liang's words, they felt that it was okay and sent people over. There were many people in the 3 villages, so it was not a problem to send people over. It was not a waste of the yamen's training resources. While the training was going on, Feng Liang ran to Bianzhou's Kaifeng Manor and wrote a notice. He stood beside the yamen's bulletin board and raised it to shout, "Free volunteer assistance space for students is provided. Not only is there no charge, but accommodation and food are also provided. The local people are kind and gentle. The local children are obedient and cute. The local accommodation environment is comfortable, and the food is reasonable. We welcome all students to come." Feng Liang's shout attracted many people to watch. Some people did not know what he was doing and were just there to join in the fun. Some people revealed a look of realization. One of the 12 national policies said that if students wanted to qualify for the imperial examination, they had to do 200 days of volunteer work and 100 days of free teaching. The main emphasis was on teaching. If they were willing, the first 200 days could also be used for teaching. In total, they would be qualified for the examination after teaching for 300 days. At the moment, most people were in a wait-and-see period when it came to the 12 national policies. Very few people were actually taking action. Feng Liang was considered to be the group of people who were eating crabs in advance. Seeing that the number of onlookers was gradually increasing, he rolled his eyes and shouted again, "I promise that within 3 months I will build a library. There will be all kinds of books in it, and all the writing tools will be provided by me. Students can teach their children while learning by themselves. There is no need to pay any fees. At the same time, there are countless talented students in the schools around the village. Every month, I will fund a student exchange gathering. Come, only I know what you need. Come. I will definitely provide you with a good teaching and learning environment. If you miss it, you won't be able to find someone like me. Hey, why are you calling that? Are you different from others? I don't believe that I will regret missing out on you. I think you are just like that. Someone in the crowd jeered. Feng Liang knew that the person who jeered was definitely not a student, but he could not scold back. He revealed a gentle smile, looked in the direction of the voice, and nodded gently. Good question. What do I have that is better than others? First of all, my family is quite rich, enough to support me to fulfill my promise. I am not showing off. Everyone knows that the richest families in Tang dynasty are the Zhang family and the Wang family. Showing off your wealth will only make people look down on you. This is the second advantage that I want to talk about. I am not as rich as Xiao Bao, but I am like him in Cuckoo. I have a heart that cares for children. I hope that the children in our village and the surrounding villages will have good teachers. I really can't teach them all by myself. Although I should have been a high scholar, I was forcefully pushed down by others. Keep bragging. You think you are a high scholar? I believe in rotten people. Someone jeered again. His words were a little harsh, so the moment he finished, the person beside him gave up his seat and kept a certain distance from him. In the end, he was despised by others. He lowered his head and disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Feng Liang really wanted to rush over and beat up the person who jeered, but he knew that he had to control himself. He still revealed a warm smile and said, Yes, actually, you can say that I am bragging. I feel that if you want to brag, you have to have the ability to do so. I will brag with all my strength. I will blow away the clouds and see the morning sun. The morning sun shines without sorrow. Without sorrow in the country, children roam together with laughter. I ask, which side do the children laugh? The children laugh and point at the emperor. The pillar of the emperor, the Huiying Hall, illuminates the country and gradually becomes stronger. After Feng Liang finished speaking, the surroundings immediately quietened down. Everyone looked at Feng Liang differently. He was indeed a student. His words flowed like water, and his words were eloquent. Goodwill said, Unfortunately, I am not a student, so I can't go to your place to teach children. Do you have any students? Go quickly, follow this big brother. You definitely won't lose out. When you have nothing to do, you can even communicate. Someone began to support him. That's right. Look at how well he said it. I don't understand the meaning, but it is very comfortable to listen to. Another person echoed. Finally, someone walked out and approached Feng Liang. He asked, When will you start? Don't you have a teacher to teach you now? There are 150 children in the surrounding 3 villages, but there are only 6 teachers. That's not enough at all. There aren't enough subjects, so I can only teach the Analects of Confucius and simple arithmetic. I want to add in all the subjects. I'm currently studying geography and physics, and I'm still taking the chemistry exam. After I pass the exam, I'll be able to obtain the experimental equipment provided by the imperial court, and I'll use it to teach the children. Feng Liang said sincerely. He was indeed doing so. Count me in. Don't shout here. I'll help you find a few more people. With everyone contacting each other, there will be more people who want to volunteer. The person who stood forward persuaded Feng Liang. Feng Liang nodded immediately. All right, I'll treat you to a drink. We'll talk while drinking. In fact, it's best to start work now. The sooner we finish the 300 days of work, the sooner we don't have to worry when we want to take the exam in the future. It's useless to wait and see. Will Xiao Bao change the national policy? I heard that when the imperial court is discussing, His Majesty only allows everyone to listen, watch, and discuss, but is not allowed to object. Xiao Bao is playing a big game of chess. Don't think that you can reverse the tide. Feng Liang spoke very loudly for others to hear. When he was about to leave, he turned around and shouted, My family is from Fengqiu County. My surname is Feng. Anyone who is interested in developing there can come and take a look first. I'll definitely be waiting for you. There was a clamor of agreement from the surrounding crowd. Feng Liang was relieved. Now, he didn't have to worry about the children of his employees. With a good teaching environment and teachers, he believed that the employees would work in peace. At the same time, they would stay in the local area to develop. Even if the skills of the employees improved in the future, and someone wanted to spend a large sum of money to rope them in, the employees would first have to consider if it was worth it to leave the local area to earn more money. Would others still provide their children with such a good education environment and care? Feng Liang was the first batch of people to take action when the 12 national policies were released. There were also people who were not in business or agriculture, who actively joined the army to receive military training. Some of them wanted to complete the stipulated time for this year's military training as soon as possible, while others wanted to practice guns. Usually, they could only see guns made of wood. It was satisfying to hold them in their hands or shoot out fireworks horizontally. It was not easy to get the chance to touch a real gun. At the same time, they did not need to worry about being sent to the front lines to fight right after they started training. Then, they would be beaten to death because they did not learn the basics well. It would probably take them at least 2 years to learn. If they really needed to participate in the war, they would also have to undergo intensive and specialized training. Then, they would learn more and would not need to be afraid of dying when fighting with advanced weapons. After Zhang Xiaobao released the 12 national policies, the entire Tang Empire's society began to quietly change in just a few days. One after another, people who dared to gamble chose to be the team leader after the land was annexed. Furthermore, most people chose the second option, which was to lease the land and then farm it according to their own wishes. At the same time, there were people who originally had a small workshop and hired a few people. Seeing that they had the support of the national policies, they began to expand their scale. There were also people who were originally workers. When they saw the hope of earning a lot of money, they contacted a few people from the same hometown and started to recruit people to start their own workshops. The Great Tang Bank was filled with people applying for loans. The officials were also busy helping the bank to verify the qualifications of the applicants. There were also businessmen who were rich and wealthy who began to look for investment opportunities. They observed the land in various places and the existing workshops. Then they asked the other party if they were willing to expand their production. If they were willing, they would be able to get a sum of money from the other party if the loan amount was not enough. This money was not a loan shark but an investment. The first type of distribution was shares, which meant that there would be dividends when the time came. The other type of distribution was based on a fixed number of months and years. When the amount reached a certain amount, there would no longer be a partnership. Regardless of which type, the investor would have to bear the risk together with the person in charge of the land or the workshop. 2 days later, social problems began to erupt. A large portion of the land was annexed, and many people who were weak in farming lost their jobs. A large number of workshops were annexed, and if they were not easily annexed, they would be affected by the cost and closed down in the future. Similarly, a large number of people lost their jobs. Many people began to go to the designated places to take the examination for their work. When their rank was high, they would request for better treatment. Some people did not pass the examination, or because they did not have any skills in the past, they could only participate in training. In the end, a scene that the officials and Li Longji did not expect occurred. They initially thought that Zhang Xiaobao's 12 national policies would cause a large number of people to lose their jobs, which would be a source of unrest for the country. However, what they saw shocked them. It wasn't that many people lost their jobs, but that many people were unable to find workers. Those who passed the examination had high expectations, so they would rather not do the work if the pay was too low. Those who did not have a rank were mostly participating in training. They did not want to lower their income due to a lack of skills, and there were also some who had reached the age to participate in military training. For a moment, Great Tang's manpower shortage appeared, and many workshops and merchants were extremely anxious. They wanted to raise their wages, but they also had to calculate their own costs. If they wanted to raise the price of their products, they would have to consider the purchasing power of others. This was especially so when Zhang Xiaobao refused to allow the price to rise. During the morning court session, Li Longji shouted to the officials below, "Xiaobao is truly infuriating this emperor." His detailed explanation did not mention what to do about this matter. The officials remained silent. In any case, he was not talking about them but Zhang Xiaobao. Only after he was done talking could they move on to the next step of the discussion. "Speak." What did you all say at the start? You all said that there would be a large number of people losing their jobs, but what about now? You can't find any workers. Isn't that miraculous? Didn't you all think that you have learned very well? Now, I want you all to explain to this emperor what went wrong. Of course, Li Longji couldn't possibly look for Zhang Xiaobao. It was too far away, and there was no point in sending a telegram. Wouldn't that mean that he had admitted defeat? How difficult was it to beat Xiaobao? This was an opportunity. Could it be that none of his subordinates could think of a solution? The officials remained silent. In any case, they would just hide as long as they weren't called. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, stepped forward and said, "This subject doesn't know why this situation happened, but this subject wants to say that the expenditure of the national treasury has increased recently. Training people is money, so is the evaluation. Also, the training of the recruited soldiers is also money. Due to the lack of manpower in the workshops and merchants, the flow of goods and cash will also decrease for a period of time. This subject is worried that there won't be enough money." Many people looked at Wang Bei and cursed him for lying through his teeth. How could the national treasury not have enough money? Even if there wasn't any income, it would still be enough to last for half a year. Furthermore, there was a steady flow of money into the national treasury. Could it be that the things plundered from the battlefield weren't income? Zhang Xiaobao wasn't greedy. Could it be that the things he sold to Japan and other places weren't income? Li Longji raised his eyebrows and stared at Wang Bei. Wang Bei felt his hair stand on end. Only then did he say, "Minister Wang, make a report. It needs to be detailed so that this emperor can take a look." Wang Bei was dumbfounded. Writing a report would be very troublesome, right? Li Longji's eyes swept over everyone's faces. When he saw that Zhang Zhong's expression was normal, he thought for a moment and asked, "Minister Zhang, do you have anything to say?" "Actually, this subject wants to say what Your Majesty said to this subject a few days ago." Zhang Zhong stepped forward. Chapter 1250. What did I say to you? Li Longji blurted out his thoughts in a daze. Then he realized that Zhang Zhong didn't want to make things difficult for him, and wanted him to show off his abilities as an emperor. Thus he hurriedly said, "Yes, I told you before. I said that it's a lack of manpower, but it's not a problem. Furthermore, it's a simple matter that will be completely solved in 2 months." Zhang Zhong cooperatively continued the conversation. Yes. I mentioned it when I ate at your restaurant that day. That day, you said that it's not the season to eat crabs yet. When the time comes, you should think of a way to have Xiaobao personally cook a few crabs and send them back for everyone to try." Li Longji came to a realization, and pointed at Zhang Zhong as he spoke. The officials standing on the steps watched the emperor's performance and took it as such. They were already used to it. Not only did they look at the emperor, but they also looked at their colleagues in the same way. If one day they were to see a colleague speak the truth, then they would be shocked. Zhang Zhong nodded repeatedly. "Isn't it just crabs? When the time comes, I'll send a few crabs to everyone to try. It's not a big deal." Then he continued, "Back then, Your Majesty said that the lack of manpower is due to the sudden influx of people participating in military training. After this year's training, everyone will understand that during a certain period of time, they won't be able to participate in the training. Next year, this busy period of time will be different. Usually, the training will take around 2 months. If it's fast, 4 to 7 days will be enough. By then, the manpower will be replenished. Furthermore, the price for recruitment will no longer be the high wage given the lack of manpower. Instead, it will return to normal and be calculated according to the grade of the job. Perhaps during this period, a group of people who help cheat will be investigated. When everything is on the right track, there will be no need to worry about the instability of the country." With that, Zhang Zhong returned to his seat. Li Longji and the officials thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. When the people who participated in the military training returned and after the training, there would still be unemployment. Oh, we also said that the significance of this was that while it seemed like there would be a delay after these 2 months, the Great Tang as a whole would have improved in terms of technology. Moreover, in the future, there would be accurate rules to measure competition, which would allow the people of the Great Tang to improve their own standards. Li Longji wasn't stupid. He had come to this conclusion from Zhang Zhong's words. It was worth it to exchange a small amount of unrest in the country for a long period of steady improvement in the country. Your Majesty is wise, the officials said in unison. Li Longji smiled and nodded. He didn't blush at all. After a short pause, he turned to Zhang Zhong and asked, "This emperor also mentioned something the other day. Do you remember?" Wang Ke snickered and looked at Zhang Zhong. He thought, "You deserve it. Who told you to talk too much? Say it again." Zhang Zhong expressionlessly stepped forward again and took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. He didn't look at the tablet in his hand. Clearly, there were too many things to remember. Unless there was a flipping device on the tablet, he couldn't remember anything. With a cough, Zhang Zhong read, "Your Majesty also said that people from Xinlua in Japan have begun to come to the Great Tang. Some of them will arrive immediately. There are also children and their families participating in the competition. More than 200,000 people can come at once. This group of people came at the right time. Keep them here." According to the plan discussed by Xiao Bao, this can solve a part of the shortage of workers. Moreover, they don't need to be paid too much. It's fine as long as it's 1 or 2 times more than their original salary. There's such a thing. When you mentioned it, this emperor suddenly remembered that it wasn't just the people who came back this time. There were also people from Xinlua who were willing to leave their country. There wasn't much use for them to stay in northern Hebei province for the time being. It would be better to send them here where more manpower is needed. After some calculations, with the help of the merchants from Japan, it won't be a problem to attract more than 1 million people. Moreover, with their participation, the employers won't have to raise their wages indefinitely. This will balance the relationship between employers and workers in society. Li Longji was very happy. He didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so capable. If he couldn't answer, how embarrassing would it be? "Your Majesty, this subject remembers that you said a few things to Brother Yongcheng that day." Wang Bei joined in the fun and said with bad intentions. Li Longji glared at Wang Bei. Many officials wanted to laugh, but they had to hold it in. They looked very hurt. Without waiting for Li Longji to find a way to smooth things over, Zhang Zhong continued. "Yes, Your Majesty also said that the army in front of us will capture many captives. It's too cruel to kill them. Therefore, we should give the captives a chance to turn over a new leaf. It just so happens that there are many things in the Great Tang that require courage. Why not let the captives prove themselves once?" Li Longji turned his head to the west and asked, "When will they be back?" According to the latest intelligence, the first batch of captives has more than 175,000 people, and they're currently on their way back. A portion of them are man-eaters, and the rest are people from various countries in India. They're helping the man-eaters distribute supplies and provide shelter. Zhang Zhong replied. Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher, and the latter nodded. The news had just arrived when the morning court was about to begin. Most likely, Zhang Zhong had been shoved into his hands before coming here. Otherwise, he would have been able to memorize it. There was no need for him to read it out loud. Li Longji was relieved. "Yes, I did consider the matter of the captives that day, but I didn't expect that the first batch would already be on their way back. This means that we can free up some manpower in the mines and quarries, and at the same time reduce the cost. There won't be a need to invest too much in safety measures, and there won't be a need to provide them with good food. Similarly, there won't be a need to provide them with alcohol." As a qualified emperor, Li Longji's first thought was to reduce the cost of assistance. His own people would use all kinds of methods to carefully investigate the mines before going down. Even so, they couldn't avoid danger. Therefore, he repeatedly told his people that as long as they felt danger, they should immediately come out of the mines. They could mine slowly and not put their lives on the line. At the same time, there was no lack of alcohol and meat, and the working environment was cold and humid. Similarly, in the quarries, they had to wear safety helmets and gloves. Some even had to use thick glasses to block their eyes and wear dust filters. These were all costs. The captives caught from outside didn't need to wear these things. After all, they had the same job in their own country without any protective measures. Although they weren't provided with meat, they were provided with enough salt. The food they ate in their own country might not be as good as that of the Tang slaves. The only difference was that they didn't receive wages. Li Longji thought about it again and felt that there was nothing else to say. He looked down and said, "What else do you all want to discuss?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still in Yi province. They didn't go to any of the battlefields. The feedback from the battlefields was good. The speed of their advance wasn't fast, but it was stable. At the same time, they saw through many of the enemy's tactics. They didn't suffer any casualties when they attacked. Lu Zhou's landing team had gone around Zhenla and was heading toward the back of the duo people. If Zhenla made a move, the two of them would go over personally. Their personal guards were enough to push in. Now they just had to wait for news from the meteor squad. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were free now. Every morning, afternoon, and night, they would look at the map according to the news from the front line. Then they would come up with a plan. If they could use the front line, they would use them. If they couldn't, they would abandon them. The rest of the time was spent on learning and teaching their younger siblings. Recently, Little Bei and the others would go out for about 4 hours every day. They seemed to be busier than the adults. Sometimes they would go to other people's restaurants. Sometimes they would listen to storytellers in the tea houses by the street. Sometimes they would go to the nearby school to play with the children. After going out today, they only came back when it was almost time for dinner. At noon, they ate outside with the children in the school. They were picky with their food and obviously didn't feel good. At dinner, they ate half a bowl more than usual. After that, each of them held a plate of fruit and stared blankly. Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao, signaling him to see what was going on. Something was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao first called the people who accompanied them out today and asked them. They didn't find anything wrong. At noon they ate almost nothing. Therefore, when the little ones got their food, they only got half of their usual share and ate it all. In the afternoon they had 2 classes with a class of their own. After that, they played for a while and distributed the snacks in their bags to the children. Little Bei sang 2 songs and came back for dinner. Everything was normal. You guys made it? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't figure out what was going on. He directly asked his younger siblings. No. Little Bei shook his head. Why are you so listless? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. I'm thinking about something. Brother, you and sister go do your things first. I'll find you later. Little Bei pushed his hand and asked his brother and sister to leave. They wanted to discuss something. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. They turned and left, leaving only Little Bei and the other 9 people behind. Could it be that they saw something bad in the school and have some thoughts? Wang Wan walked out and asked. Who knows? Let's wait and see what they want to discuss. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. After about half an hour, Little Bei held a notebook in his arms and skipped into his brother and sister's room. Finished the discussion? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Little Bei nodded and came to the sofa. He nestled his whole body in it. He first smiled at his brother and sister and then said, Brother, we found a problem. What problem? Zhang Xiaobao was very cooperative. About the oil extraction. Today I'll treat our school friends to snacks. You know sunflower seeds, right? There's oil in them and they look pretty good. Press them out and taste them. They're so fragrant. Xiao Bei took out a handful of sunflower seeds and bit one open. Then, he pressed his hand against the glass coffee table with all his might. His thumbnail was already on it. Then, he raised his hand and waved his thumb in front of his siblings, indicating that there was oil on it. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened in surprise. He stared at Little Bei's thumb and said, Oh, there's oil? What's going on? Brother, your expression is so fake. Look at sister laughing at you. Little Bei winked at Zhang Xiaobao and laughed happily. Okay, you saw through me. I admit that you're sister and I already knew that there was oil in sunflower seeds. We also know that the oil inside is pretty good. It's better than soybean oil. It can be used to stir-fry vegetables or cold dishes. It's even nutritious to drink a small spoonful of it. It's nutritious. The reason why sunflower seeds taste good is because of the oil inside. Otherwise, when you eat watermelon seeds, if you don't add seasonings or cook them, the taste will be much worse. Sunflower seeds are very good both when stir-fried and raw. Your sister and I originally planned to plant more, and then start to extract oil in large quantities. In fact, part of the oil you're eating now is sunflower seed oil. We just didn't tell you. Zhang Xiaobao explained to his sister. Little Bei was very disappointed. There's already oil? We were still thinking of using some of the sunflower seeds at home to make premium oil in the future to make money. Then we'll leave this business to you. We won't interfere with the sunflower seeds anymore. You'll be in charge. You'll build the equipment and sell it, okay? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and gave her a type of oil. Okay, brother, sister. Don't worry. We'll definitely sell the sunflower seed oil at a higher price. Then we'll use more of it to make cakes. Sunflower seed oil is good for the body. We'll give it to the children. Little Bei swung her 2 legs and looked very happy. She lowered her head and looked at her notebook. Then she looked up and said to her brother, "There's still one more thing that needs to be negotiated." "Oh? What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaobao asked with a smile. "We want to buy the copyright of our family's children's Monopoly game. Then we'll open it in Duoshire in India. We'll use their style and maps to play. At the same time we'll send it back to China. We can also add some exotic scenery," Little Bei said to her brother. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Okay. Your sister and I will allow you to sell the children's version of Monopoly outside. However, it must be made by us. You can't make it privately. At the same time, for every copy sold, you have to pay us 50% of the profits. Any changes to the content of the game have to be approved by us. We'll use a one-time payment method for the foreign maps and characters you sell to China. That means no matter how much we produce or print in the future, we won't continue to pay you." Huh? Xiao Bei stared at his brother with his eyes wide open. After a few seconds he blinked and said, "That won't do. The domestic market is so big. If we sell it overseas, there won't be many people who can afford it. We're planning to target their civilization and attack them. Besides, we have to get your permission. What can we play? Also, your demand for profits is too high. We have to obtain the production rights and the rights to change the characters and maps. For those sold to China, because we are the main source of resources, we ask that the quantity and quality of your production be strictly monitored. For every copy sold, you have to pay us. If you hold a children's competition, we ask for the right to advertise." After saying that, Little Bei stared nervously at her brother. Wang Wan was smiling at the side. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while, rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, we agree to your request. However, we have to add a condition. If you use the maps provided by the military and the maps of our intelligence department, you have to pay extra. It can be a one-time payment, but at least 500,000 strings of cash for a map of 10,000 square kilometers. It can also be based on the amount of production with a 50% profit. During this process, the rights to the other versions of Monopoly will be completely given to us. You are not allowed to carry out any sales, publicity, or production." Little Bei slapped her forehead hard. "Aya, brother, why are you like this? Didn't you just give up the sunflower oil right away? What are you doing? Now that you're talking about it, my head hurts and I'm confused. I can't figure it out. Is it a loss or a gain for the relief draft?" Zhang Xiaobao smiled but did not say a word. Wang Wan got up and went to Little Bei's sofa. She hugged Little Bei and explained, "Little Bei, you said before that if you wanted the production and sales of the sunflower oil, as your brother and sister, we would give it to you because you are our younger siblings. But you said later that it was a negotiation, so we need to put aside our other identities and just be negotiating partners. In other words, that Xiaobao in front is your brother, but the one behind is not your brother. Why don't you give up on the negotiation and ask your brother and sister for it? Your brother and sister will give it to you directly." "Don't." Little Bei pouted and shook her head. "I don't believe it. I'll remember what I said just now. I'll look for Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hai to discuss it. Negotiation is negotiation. At the very least, I have to figure out what's going on first. Wait, if there's no result tonight, we'll think about it again tomorrow morning." Humph. With that, Little Bei ran out. Chapter 1251. When they woke up the next morning, the 9 little guys didn't go anywhere after breakfast. They went back to their own yard to discuss things. At noon they came out for a quick meal and turned around to go back. In the evening, Xiao Bei came back with a book in her arms. She set up a carriage and negotiated with her brother. In the end, she left in a daze. The next day the result was the same. On the next day, Xiao Bei ran to Zhang Xiaobao as soon as she came in. She opened her arms and hugged Zhang Xiaobao's neck. She said coquettishly, "Brother, you must be very busy with domestic affairs recently. You must be very tired, right?" "It's okay," Zhang Xiaobao said as he leaned close to his sister's face. "Don't lie, we all know. Brother, how about this, you rest first. It's just a small problem of children playing Monopoly outside. It's not worth your trouble. Sister will do it with you, right? Xiao Bei continued to hug her brother's neck. Yes, it's the same whether I talk to your sister or not. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and hugged Xiao Bei and spun 2 rounds on the ground. Xiao Bei giggled for a while. After landing, she looked at Wang Wan. Then, is it the same if we talk to my sister? It's the same. You talk, I'll go rest, Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister with a smile. Goodbye, brother. Seeing her brother go to another room, Xiao Bei waved her hand and turned to Wang Wan. Sister, let's start the negotiation now, okay? Wang Wan nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. All right. Let's talk. Last time, your brother said that he allowed you to get intelligence and military maps at the price of 5,000 strings of coins per 10,000 square kilometers. However, you must gather 85% of the foreign children in this 10,000 square kilometers. For every percentage point less, you have to pay an additional 1,000 strings of coins. At the same time, you will also be given 26% of the shares of other domestic Monopoly games. However, you need to taste the real foreign food and develop a series of food that domestic children are willing to accept. At least 50% of the children will like it. For every percentage point less, your shares will also be reduced by 1 percentage point. Everything else remained the same. Your older brother directly agreed to all of your requests. He didn't make any changes based on your requests. Instead, he added our side's conditions. You have to understand that if it were anyone else negotiating with your brother like this, your brother would definitely not make such a concession. Allowing your conditions is a loss to his own interests. Now tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Wan made things very clear. Xiao Bei represented the 9 of them, and made one request after another in exchange for more benefits in the negotiations. Zhang Xiaobao did not directly discuss Xiao Bei and the others' conditions. Instead, he came up with new conditions. It was impossible for the same thing to happen in a real negotiation. The other party's conditions would definitely be the most beneficial to the other party. A very important part of the negotiation process was to suppress the other party's conditions, even if they did not understand the effect of the conditions on the mutual benefits of the two parties. Wang Wan kept looking at how Zhang Xiaobao nodded no matter what conditions Xiao Bei put forward. Then, he put forward his own additional conditions, weakening the benefits of Xiao Bei and the others again. When it came to spoiling and training his younger brothers and sisters, he showed his level. Not everyone could use additional conditions to make up for the loss of benefits caused by the main conditions. Wang Wan also knew that Zhang Xiaobao did not take the negotiations proposed by his younger brothers and sisters seriously at all. Every time they negotiated, he would deal with them as they came. And all of this was not to say that his younger brothers and sisters were weak. If it were someone not in the top-ranking list of billionaires negotiating with Xiao Bei and the others, they would definitely be tricked by Xiao Bei and the others and suffer a big loss. Don't think that children are easy to fool. You have to see how they were raised first. The people who followed Xiao Bei and the others, except for Li Yilong, were all elites from the inner courtyard. There were people who specialized in conspiracies, people who played open schemes, people who knew economics, people who understood politics, people who planned battles, and people who were familiar with human nature. Xiao Bei and the others learned by themselves. Occasionally, they would pull someone from the inner courtyard to have a discussion with them. After so many years, if they could not learn anything, how low would their IQ be? Wang Wan could say with certainty that the people assigned to her younger brothers and sisters were better than the people who followed her and Xiao Bao, especially the 2 fast shooters who guarded the 2 guards. Now there were 4 of them. She and Xiao Bao did not have a single one by their side. They were all given to their younger brothers and sisters. Therefore, Wang Wan felt that at her younger siblings' current age, she could not be too indulgent and flattering. She should suppress them when she needed to. It just so happened that they came looking for her. And as expected, they were casually suppressed by their older brother Xiao Bao. That kind of understatement and unrestrained additional conditions that he proposed were the most hurtful. She believed that her younger siblings would work harder in the future, and not be arrogant and complacent. Now that Xiao Bao was sent away, she had to complete this task. She was also casually nodding and agreeing to her younger brothers' and sisters' conditions. She also gave additional conditions. Otherwise, if she was weaker, Xiao Bei and the others would feel that they were more capable. It would be easy for them to suffer more losses. Xiaobei did not know why she was constantly suppressed by her older brother's negotiation techniques. She and the other 8 siblings did not understand their older brother and sister's painstaking efforts. They wanted them to have confidence but not be arrogant. They just wanted to have a little advantage in the negotiation. However, it had been 3 days. She was very serious in the negotiation, but her older brother dealt with it like it was a game. What was the problem? Xiaobei thought. She looked up and saw her older sister's smiling eyes. She twisted her body and smiled embarrassedly. Okay, sister, yes, we are afraid of brother. We finally know why the merchants of Tang Empire are so honest. We thought and thought until our heads hurt. In the end, brother casually said something. When I went back and thought about it with them, I found that I was at a disadvantage again. In the end, we felt that we made a mistake, a big mistake. Yes, a mistake. So, Wang Wan asked with a smile. So we decided to change the negotiation rules. According to Xiao Yuan, instead of stopping the boiling water, it is better to take drastic measures. We found the wrong opponent to negotiate with previously. It is the biggest joke in the world to play economic games with brother. We are using our shortcomings to attack his strengths. To sum it up, we are stupid. Xiaobei was very calm. Since her older brother had promised not to participate in the negotiation, he would not go back on his words. Even if her older brother heard what she said in the room next door, he would not come out to the negotiating position again. It was just like how her older brother disdained to use administrative means to solve economic schemes. In the past few days, the 9 of them went to visit. Most of the merchants said that they were afraid of their older brother, not because of his position, but because of the confidence that her older brother had when dealing with them. If he did not use administrative means, they would not be her older brother's opponent. That administrative order that could be used at any time was like a loaded bullet that had not been fired. It was like swimming on their own. They were not afraid of how deep the water was, but they were afraid of not being able to find the bottom. Administrative orders were the simplest method and could easily solve any economic scheme. However, if her older brother did not use them, no one could guess how many methods her older brother had and how profound his way of doing things was. Indeed, the unknown was the scariest. Wang Wan looked at the changing expression on Xiaobei's face. She seemed to think of her sister's concerns and admiration for her older brother, so she said, "Did you guys adjust the negotiation strategy and use a trick to lure the enemy to change the leader? It looks like you guys are treating me as a pushover. Tell me, what is the content of your negotiation today?" Xiaobei shrunk her neck and stuck out her tongue. Her eyes kept rolling as she shook her head. "No, I just feel that sister is better than brother. Brother is not giving in at all. Be careful that your older brother won't cook for you guys tomorrow. Alright, let's see if I can give in today's conditions." Wang Wan touched and pinched Xiaobei's face as she spoke. Xiaobei sat up straight, looked at the folder she had brought and said, "Alright, regarding the conditions raised by brother yesterday, we have the following ideas. For every 10,000 square kilometers of map provided by the Intelligence Department and the Military Department, we should not pay 5,000 strings of coins. This is because everyone knows that it is impossible to use military maps in a child's Monopoly game. Military maps are top secret. We ask that you treat some of our partners according to the actual situation. We have protected your military confidentiality system, but your fees are too high. Furthermore, when we release the game locally, we will definitely obtain new local intelligence, more detailed and specific information. Children are not tight-lipped. Therefore, in exchange for the exact information we can obtain, we will reduce the cost of all map modifications. At the same time, due to the geographical constraints of the objective traffic situation, where can we find 85% of the children? If you insist, I need you to fully equip the early stages of transportation infrastructure. As for the second point, we believe that the 26% shares we can obtain is too little. In other words, we lack the understanding between partners to let 50% of the children like to eat foreign food. Because after continuous trials, we believe that more adults will like to eat the foreign food that we have researched. Therefore, we ask that you increase the shares given to us in other Monopoly games. Otherwise, we will ask that the adults in the country are not allowed to eat the foreign food that we have researched after trying it." After Xiaobei finished speaking, he looked at his sister without blinking. They had discussed for a long time last night before coming up with targeted conditions, and they were very convincing. Now that brother was not participating in the negotiations, he wanted to see how his sister would respond. Perhaps he could gain a huge advantage. Wang Wan still smiled and nodded. All right, we accept all of your requests. Xiao Bei immediately sighed when he heard this. He knew that it was over. His sister's tone was too similar to his brother's. In the past few days, he had already known that when his brother agreed to his conditions without hesitation, the additional conditions he mentioned would cause him to lose a lot of benefits. His sister definitely knows how to. Ha, you businessmen have been deceived. The demoness cuckoo in your eyes is not only good at fighting. Just as Xiao Bei was worried after Wang Wan agreed to the conditions, she said to Xiao Bei, "We fully support your pursuit of benefits. Similarly, we also have our own interests." Say it, I am mentally prepared. Xiao Bei lowered his head dejectedly. Under normal circumstances, when an adult saw Xiao Bei like this, they would be soft-hearted and give in. However, Wang Wan knew that now was not the time to be soft-hearted. Her younger brother and sister negotiating with her, and Xiao Bao was a child acting coquettishly and showing off to adults. If it was too easy for them to gain recognition in terms of knowledge, they would very likely put their thoughts on other aspects in the future. Taking a deep breath, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao, who had half of his head peeking out from another room. She said to Xiao Bei, "According to the advantages you mentioned, we require you to summarize a piece of useful information from the foreign children every day. At the same time, we no longer require you to recruit 85% of the children, but you need at least 20% of the children to be convinced by you within half a year to acknowledge our Tang Empire. You also need to convince 10% of the parents to change their hostile views towards our Tang Empire. As for the second point you raised, under the condition that we agree, the share distribution will be calculated according to the proportion of the adults who specially order the foreign dishes in each restaurant. You can send financial supervisors to calculate, and then distribute according to the net profit ratio of the foreign dishes sold. You can have 50% of the shares." I knew it would be like this. Anyway, there is still a lot of time before we can really sell the monopoly toy to the foreign world. We are not afraid. We have already prepared for a long and difficult negotiation process. I will remember it. When I go back, I will discuss with them. I can't put all my thoughts on the negotiation and delay other things. It is not worth it. I am going back now. Brother, where are you? I am leaving now. Xiao Bei found that things were not different from what he had guessed. He let out a long breath and admitted this fact. He yawned and prepared to go back to his courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao came out from the room next door and carried Xiao Bei downstairs. Wang Wan followed to send him off. At the back door of the first floor, Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister, "I heard that the prefectural school will hold a table tennis competition for all children between the ages of 7 and 13. If you have time, go and take a look and support the sports development of Tang Empire. Then, will we come back for dinner tomorrow?" Xiao Bei was very afraid of eating outside. If the food was not delicious, he had to pretend that he liked to eat. It is not easy to be a public figure. Xiao Bei sighed like an adult. Zhang Xiaobao kissed his sister's face and patted Xiao Bei's head. "Tomorrow I will ask someone to send food over. Take it as supporting the sports development of Tang Empire. Out of the 8 dishes, you can choose any 4 dishes. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup. Okay, I'm leaving now." Xiao Bei skipped away. Wang Wan looked at Xiao Bei's departing figure and turned to Zhang Xiaobao. It is not easy for the younger brothers and sisters. As public figures, they are invited to participate in all kinds of activities almost every day. Unlike us, others know that we have to think about the war and domestic affairs, so they do not dare to invite us. The children of aristocratic families seem to be very happy, but they are actually busier than ordinary children. After a few days, it is up to them. If they feel tired, they can tell others not to invite them in the future. Otherwise, they will be like celebrities and have to appear in all kinds of situations. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he coughed and said to Wang Wan, "What era are you talking about public figures? What era are they?" Wang Wan was stunned. Then she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. "Why do you have such a strong resentment for that era?" Yes, public figures must be able to perform the specific actions that his or her identity in front of the public represents to society. The social role you embody is to promote purity, so you cannot perform any actions that are pure. You want to create an artistic image for the public, so you feel that you cannot reveal your erotic nature. You want to let the public know what honesty and justice are, so you cannot be corrupt or take bribes. Are you planning to criticize them? Criticize the public figure of that time for not being in line with his or her specific actions in promoting social concepts. But you have to know that existence is reasonable. Under the circumstances of a special social period, there are bound to be some special social behaviors that survive in the soil. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, looking as if he had been wronged. I didn't say anything. I was just asking. Knowledge. I ask as I learn. What makes you think you can judge me? But I agree with a part of what you just said. Do you agree that it is reasonable for public figures to perform under certain circumstances when they do not perform as they wish? Wang Wan asked. No, I agree with what you said before. For example, if there is a prostitute in a brothel, she must ensure that she has not been groomed by a man. Otherwise, she will immediately be removed from the list of prostitutes. I actually admire the women from more than 100 years ago. When they debuted, they took off their clothes. That was their public image. I don't think there is anything wrong with that. But I am very disgusted by the fact that they spent tens of thousands of dollars to invite women from other countries who sell their bodies. They just have to talk about art. This is clearly a kind of blasphemy to their identity as a prostitute. Zhang Xiaobao continued to criticize as he explained. Watch your mouth. Be careful of offending people. What if you meet someone like Wang Bei who is unrepentant and insists on making trouble for our family? Actually, what you just said is related to the education of the local officials. Back then it was not like now. If the officials did something immoral, they would be pointed at and scolded on the street and blushed. The officials back then were successful in their cultivation. Okay, let's not talk about the things back then, okay? Let's talk about Xiaobei and the others. I was serious about what I said just now. I have really decided to use Xiaobei and the others' game of Monopoly to attack the national spirit of the other countries. He was already used to Zhang Xiaobao's cynical personality, so he changed the topic and talked about the national spirit of the other countries. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, I know. I also support it and have been doing it. Just like the long-term strategy that the United States used against China, they used all kinds of methods to destroy the history, culture, and beliefs of the Chinese people. The simplest method is economic. Yes, the United States was very successful. Some people were attracted by the beautiful foreign economy. They did not think about how long China had been established. They only saw the wealth of the United States and the various domestic problems at that time. But in fact, the United States was also a failure. The Americans seemed to be unable to understand our nation. We scold and love at the same time. When we have nothing to do, we scold to our heart's content. But when faced with a life and death situation, we will stand up and use our lives to support our nation. I used to think about it, and later I felt that this was the survival of the Chinese people. All the ancient civilizations had disappeared, so why did China still exist? It is because this nation is very different. Their nobility makes the world blush with shame, and their despicable level embarrasses themselves. It is a contradictory combination. It is also because of its uniqueness that its civilization and spirit have been passed down. Then what you mean is that now we also want to see what situation the people of Tang are in now? Wang Wan asked. No, I want to see if we can help the other ancient countries to perish in advance and then be reborn. The reborn countries do not even have their own civilization spirit. I will help them to reorient themselves, such as learning our Chinese civilization and becoming a part of us, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 1252. The next day, Xiaobei and the other 9 kids went to the government school together. It was an ancient school that had been around for more than 100 years. Many talents had been produced and recorded. Now, portraits were hung up for future generations to admire. Were there any villains? Yes, but villains weren't qualified to be painted, let alone be hung there. The government school used to be located in the center of the city. Now, because of the expansion of the city, the location of the state capital was shifted, and the school was shifted as well. It was similar to the state capital, but it was slightly renovated. It wasn't an unspoken rule that officials didn't renovate the yamen. In the past, the government didn't renovate the yamen. The officials would rather be greedy than renovate the yamen. They would be scolded by the people, criticized by their colleagues, and impeached by the imperial censor. Now, the yamen was renovated as much as possible. The officials had to work in a comfortable environment, and the rooms for receiving the people also had to make them feel no pressure when they came in, as if they were at home. The reason why the yamen and school weren't renovated immediately was because they were going to move. Ijo planned to further expand the city without the city wall. The city wall was no longer useful, and there was no need to leave it as a cultural relic for future generations to see. If future generations wanted to travel, they wouldn't come just to see what the wall was, right? What needed to be left for future generations was a kind of spirit, a series of knowledge, and a rich and beautiful land. The yamen and school were going to be moved out of the city. They would be renovated in the city. Now there were more and more people and it was too crowded. Outside the city they were building a base, designing the water and sewer systems, spacious streets and towering buildings. There were 4 stories tall, and each household was very large. There was quite a lot of space between the buildings. Then there was the library, the garden, and the open-air market. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they felt that life was too leisurely, so they suggested to do it locally. They also helped to design it. Because there was no electricity, gas or natural gas, they still had to burn coal. The buildings were designed with special flue pipes. The reason why the distance between the buildings was enlarged was that it was convenient for the people to communicate with each other. They didn't want to lose the warmth of neighbors because they lived in the buildings. The library wasn't for everyone to study. There would be all kinds of newspapers, chess and cards in there for a period of time. At that time, the people living in the building would come out to bask in the sun, go to the library to chat, discuss national politics, and scold uncivilized behavior. When the sun was about to set, they would go to the market to buy some food to cook. In order for people to be willing to move in, they would have to relocate the government office and school. Next, they would have to relocate the manpower market and small commodity wholesale market. If there were still not enough people, they would have to build a new stadium nearby. Of course, there would also be a movie theater that would play Li Longji's image first. It was a very conventional method. Not to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, anyone from their generation would have done this. This kind of urban management and relocation knowledge was no longer knowledge but common sense. Unless the person who came did not care about the common sense of society at all, then there was no other way. He believed that such a person would not be able to survive in this era. When Xiao Bei and the others arrived, they saw the dilapidated courtyard and buildings in front of them. Why isn't anyone paying to fix it? What were the authorities thinking? It's fine if it's broken, but it actually caused the prefectural school to break as well. Also, why didn't the merchants give some money when they saw that it was a prefectural school? The children in the school don't have it easy either, right? Li Yilong put her hands on her waist and shouted in front of the school. The faces of the officials in the school and the government office immediately turned ugly. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people moved a few steps to the side, meaning to tell everyone that they were not in cahoots with him. No matter how poor we are, we can't be poor in education. No matter how hard it is, we can't let the children suffer. The children are our rising sun. Everyone is responsible for the children's education. It needs all of us to protect and contribute. Isn't that right, Xiao Bei? Xiao Bei and the others hid, but Li Yilong did not plan to let them go. After she finished speaking, she asked Xiao Bei. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei turned his head to the other side, as if he was very interested in the ants that were moving insects on a bluestone at the school entrance. Is it going to rain? The ants are moving. After everyone waited for a while, Xiao Bei finally spoke. Xiao Yuan cooperated and walked closer, squatting down to look. He turned back and said to Xiao Bei, "It doesn't look like it. It's a group hunting operation. The ants are very united. I don't know if they will follow when the school moves to a better place in a while." Li Yilong was more embarrassed and said, "Xiao Yuan, you didn't hear what I said just now, right? The school is too dilapidated." "Didn't you hear what I said? The school is about to move. The new prefectural school is much better than what we see now." Xiao Yuan felt that there was a problem with Li Yilong's IQ. Li Yilong was scolded and her face turned slightly red. She defended herself. "When did this happen? I don't know. Look at the local newspaper. Are you Principal Zhou? Hello, hello. It's not the first time I've heard of you. You value the health of the children very much. You often let them participate in exercise. It has a great promoting effect on strengthening the physique of the children in our country. You have worked hard. Xiao Bei said to Li Yilong, turned around and smiled. He went forward and shook hands with the principal. In his heart he complained. The school was not repaired, but the road at the entrance was repaired. It was full of potholes. What if the children fell? It was better to lay a layer of fine sand. Principal Zhou didn't know that the little guy opposite him was giving him face. He really thought that he did a good job. He raised his hand to touch Xiao Bei's head. After Xiao Bei dodged, he said with a smile, I haven't done enough. According to the Yaman's instructions, we have to further improve the physical fitness of the children in the school in the future. With Principal Zhou's words, I believe that the future of the school will be beautiful. The learning life of the students will be happy. When will the table tennis competition start? Xiao Bei was really unwilling to talk nonsense with him. Immediately, please. When the children are ready, it will start immediately. Principal Zhou realized that the expression in Xiao Bei's eyes was not very good. He quickly got to the point. Xiao Bei and the others were about to step in when someone suddenly appeared nearby and shouted to Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei, can I ask you a few questions? Everyone looked sideways. The person who shouted quickly introduced himself. I'm the information collector of Izhou newspaper. I want to ask you a few small questions. Xiao Bei thought of the reporter in the story and waved him to come closer. He looked back at the other 8 brothers and sisters, took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth curved up. He showed a professional smile and said, Go ahead. The reporter was very happy and said, My surname is Wang. You can call me Collector Wang. First, I want to ask you a question. Everyone knows that you came here with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to attack the Arabs. Do you think we can win? The reporter surnamed Wang asked this question with good intentions. He wanted to let the readers of the newspaper know that the Tang Empire could win through the interview. Xiao Yuan and the others felt sorry for Xiao Bei. They hated it when people asked such questions. It was hard to answer. Xiao Bei was in charge of foreign affairs, so he was troubled. At this moment, Xiao Bei showed his professionalism. The expression on his face did not change at all. He was still smiling and said, The soldiers and soldiers of the Tang Empire are united like a family. No matter what difficulties we face, we will overcome them together. As the country develops, I believe that the future will be better. Reporter Wang was dumbfounded. He looked up and scratched his head. He thought about it as fast as he could and asked, Xiao Bei, can I ask you a second question? We all know that the Japanese are coming to the Tang Empire, and there will be a lot of them, including their leader. Some people say that we invited them here as a form of deterrence and warning. What do you think of this? The world is the world of the people. Regardless of whether it is an individual or a country, there is a need for communication and cooperation. I look forward to the Tang Empire having a deeper understanding and communication with more countries. In terms of culture and economy, we can exchange what we lack and improve together and develop together. Xiao Bei replied and looked at reporter Wang, indicating that he had finished speaking. Reporter Wang choked. Was this what I asked? If he thought about it carefully, there was indeed a connection. But why did the answer make him feel so uncomfortable? Xiao Bei, thank you for your answers to the previous 2 questions. Let me ask you a third question. It is said that the cannons of the Tang Empire are very lethal, and the Ministry of Works is still researching even more powerful offensive weapons. Can you introduce these cannons and future weapons to us? What effect will their existence have on the surrounding countries? Reporter Wang continued to ask. He didn't believe that he couldn't get something practical out of Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei's eyes moved, and he nodded. Just like what I said before, the Tang Empire is willing to have many exchanges with other countries. We place emphasis on peace. As everyone knows, the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works has developed many technologies that are beneficial to the country and the people. These technologies have made our lives more prosperous, and at the same time they have the effect of maintaining peace. When the surrounding countries communicate with our country, they have also benefited from our technologies. I firmly believe that in the future, the research results of the Ministry of Works will have a deeper impact on the cooperation between countries. Gatherer Wang, the competition is about to start. Why don't we go in together to gather information about the competition? Seeing that Xiao Bei had answered the 3 questions, Xiao Yuan immediately said to Reporter Wang. Reporter Wang wanted to bang his head against the wall. Other than the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, everyone else was in a state of confusion. They were all trying hard to think. What was Xiao Bei talking about? He was asking about the outcome of the war, the threat to the Japanese, and the level of the country's weapons. But wasn't what he said too general? It was soft and powerless. Xiao Bei looked at the expressions of the people around him, and was also depressed. What do you want me to say? You want me to say that it's very easy to invade other countries. Other than killing them, I'll capture the rest and make them slaves? You want me to say that the invitations to the Japanese in Xinlua are not only threats, but you can also take advantage of them, leaving your own country to use this opportunity to do as much damage as possible? You want me to say that it's easier to kill people with cannons than using knives to kill chickens? Not only are the cannons now very powerful, but the gasoline bombs that the Ministry of Works is going to develop will also cruelly kill the enemy during positional warfare? Can I say this? I'm a diplomat. I have to protect the country's positive image. No matter how dirty the things I do are, I have to make it sound dignified. If you ask me in private, I might tell you the truth. Now it's going to be in the newspapers. If I let you have your fill, how disappointed will my brothers and sisters be? I, Xiao Bei, am the most outstanding diplomat in my brothers' and sisters' eyes. The group of people walked into the school in a depressed atmosphere. Xiao Yuan held Xiao Bei's hand and praised him. Your answers are too beautiful. You're really like an antelope hanging horns. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to answer such vague questions. It's okay. It's just so. Basic skills. Yes, basic skills. Xiao Bei smiled like a flower and said modestly. When the team arrived at the competition venue, the contestants and the audience were ready. There were not only children in the audience but also adults. They were probably not busy with work today, so they came to accompany the children to watch the fun. Executive Zhou went up to speak first. He spoke for more than half an hour, from when the academy was first established until now. At the same time, he thought about tomorrow and blessed the motherland. Now let's welcome the Tang Empire's inspector to speak. Executive Zhou invited Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei glanced at the several officials who were waiting for him to continue speaking. He came to the podium and waved to everyone below, which was greeted with cheers. Then he said, "Today we are very happy to watch the competition. At noon my family will send food. There are 8 dishes and 1 soup. Everyone can choose 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetables. We will eat with you. Now I announce that the competition begins." After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he went to find his seat. The children below cheered again, and the officials who were waiting to speak were stunned. Men and women covered their mouths and laughed. Zhang Fang rolled her eyes at the officials and muttered, "Let you speak? After you finish speaking you will have lunch directly. After the competition you will have dinner." Executive Zhou didn't know what to do. He trotted to the officials of the yamen and said, "Well, everyone, can you go up now and say something? Didn't you hear that the competition has started? Start." One of the officials scolded, thinking that Executive Zhou was really unreasonable. Xiao Bei said that the competition had started, but he still dared to come and ask them. He didn't know what Xiao Bei would think if he saw his action. He would fire him later. Later, tell Xiao Bei that our yamen is responsible for providing the fruit platter. Now ask someone to prepare it. Buy the good fruits and cut them. After scolding Executive Zhou, the official ordered the people around him. He clearly saw that Xiao Bei glanced at this side, and then Executive Zhou just returned to the podium and said that the competition had started. Would Xiao Bei think that she had already said that the competition had started, but it was useless. She had to ask him. "You are the local official. You are the boss. I can't suppress the local snake. It's over, it's over. I was tricked by that guy surnamed Zhou." The competition started, but the official was still worried. His eyes swept over Xiao Bei from time to time. No matter what Xiao Bei did, he felt that it was directed at him. After thinking about it, he was still worried. He leaned over to Xiao Bei and said to him with a smile, "It's really hot. Just now, Executive Zhou asked me before the competition started whether I should prepare a few umbrellas for you. At that time it was not hot, so I said no. I didn't expect it to be hot again. Do you want to hold up a few? Xiao Bei's eyes were on the small tennis table. He casually replied, No, we are still young. Staying in the house all day long is good for our health. Yes, I also think that not being in the sun is bad for our health. The official echoed and finally felt relieved. The competition on the field continued. It was a best-of-3 system. The children played very seriously. The 4 tables competed at the same time. From time to time, cheers could be heard from the audience outside the field. When the sun rose a little higher, Xiao Bei arranged for someone to send out free soda. It was iced. She had heard from her brother and sister that children could not drink carbonated drinks for a long time. They were restricted at home. Therefore, when she came outside, she would drink 2 bottles if she had the chance. It was delicious. When she drank it, her tongue was numb. Time passed in a trance. Noon came. The winner of the last table was decided. The top 16 were decided. After lunch, they would rest for a while before continuing. As a public figure, even if she was eating with others, she could not stop. Xiao Bei first ate 2 taels of rice with the dishes to fill her stomach. Then she picked up the plate and began to walk around. Xiao Yuan and the others were basically in charge of one direction. They ate with the other children, said a few words, showed concern about their learning and living situation, praised and encouraged them, and then walked to the next place. Your name is Mao Mao, right? It's a very nice name. It's as nice as my Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei came to the side of a girl who had entered the top 16. The 11 children were eating around the folded round table. After Xiao Bei came over, she squeezed in and sat down. The girl called Mao Mao by Xiao Bei changed her fierce style during the competition. She was very shy. When she heard Xiao Bei speak, she stopped eating and looked at Xiao Bei, waiting for him to continue. You played really well, especially smashes. When the ball flew high, you smashed it. When the ball flew low, you still smashed it. You actually smashed it quite a few times. I observed your serve. The opponent always missed it easily. You added spin, right? Xiao Bei continued speaking. At the same time, she lamented in her heart. It was not easy for her. She had to know a little of everything so that she could find common topics with others. Yes, I added spin. When I was at home, my father specially hired 2 people who were good at basketball to be my masters. Many of my classmates don't know how to spin, so it was easy to beat them. Mao Mao became cheerful with a topic to talk about. That's great. You've done us girls proud. There are 2 girls in the top 16. You have to continue to play steadily and strive to get first place. Your father is really good to you. Did your father come to watch your competition too? Xiao Bei could tell that Mao Mao's family had a good life. Otherwise, who would specially spend money to hire 2 people to be their daughter's teachers? Xiao Bei asked very casually. Who knew that Mao Mao's eyes would turn red when she heard it? Your father didn't come? He doesn't care about you? Xiao Bei asked softly. Mao Mao shook her head. There's a problem with the family's business. The stock is almost unable to support it. Father said that he went to the bank to get a loan. I'm not sure if he can get it. Stock? Xiao Bei's eyes turned. He couldn't understand. What kind of goods could be suppressed in today's society? Recently, it was the peak period of consumption that her brother had mentioned. If they wanted to sell goods, they could sell them. Yes, stock. We have to pay a lot of money every day. If we don't use money to buy things, the goods will starve to death, Mao Mao said. Starve to death? What work? Your family sells slaves? If you can't sell them, you can let the slaves work or rent them out. Xiao Bei helped to come up with an idea. It's dogs. They're like the dogs raised by people who live in the grasslands. They help with the herding and can fight with wolves. They eat a lot of things every day. In the past, my family raised sheep and cows. Later, my father learned how to raise dogs from others and started raising dogs. Now the dogs are very big, but no one buys them. After Mao Mao finished speaking, she held her chin and fretted. How many dogs? Can they herd sheep? Xiao Bei wasn't worried. To her, as long as it was a problem with money, it wasn't a problem. 10,000 more than 13,000, Mao Mao replied. How many? Xiao Bei was shocked. Although he had more dogs at home, his family was rich. How much money did Mau Mau's family have to be able to raise 13,000 herding dogs back then? There had to be a place, right? After Xiao Bei asked, she didn't need Mau Mau to repeat herself. She comforted. Don't worry, it's fine. Isn't it just 13,000 dogs? I'll invest. Let's cooperate and keep raising them for a few more months. Then, I'll talk to your father after I see him. Chapter 1253. When Mau Mau heard Xiao Bei agree, the worry in her heart disappeared. She immediately promised Xiao Bei, I will definitely get first place in this afternoon's competition. I will show the other boys that we girls are better than them. First, we must be first. This friendship comes first. Xiao Bei wanted to say that girls were better than boys, but she suddenly remembered her identity. She was afraid that she would put too much pressure on Mau Mau and not perform well, so she could only say something official. However, Xiao Bei said, You have to perform well, show yourself and respect the spirit of sports. What's your surname? What's your father's name? Xiao Bei was not in the mood to tell Mau Mau what her surname was or what her father's name was. She asked very straightforwardly. She still had to negotiate later. There were more than 13,000 dogs. She had to take good care of them. Many puppies would appear in 3 or 4 months. If she grasped the opportunity, she could make a lot of money. Xiao Bei had not been in a good mood for the past 2 days. She kept finding trouble with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to find her family's doctor. After observation and diagnosis, she found that she was under too much pressure. To a large extent, it was caused by the negotiations with her brother and sister. In fact, it had only been a few days, but Xiao Bei had never experienced such a difficult negotiation. More importantly, it was difficult for the 9 of them. As the target of the negotiation, her brother and sister had nothing to do. They dealt with the military, political, and economic information on time every day. Then they ate and slept well. When she woke up this morning, she even heard 2 people running to the rooftop. One was playing the guitar, the other was playing the piano, and they were singing Swallows Fly together. It was too much of a blow. She had to prove herself in other ways. Xiao Bei and the other 8 siblings had been thinking about what to do to divert their attention. They wanted to temporarily break away from the vicious circle of negotiations with her brother and sister and redefine themselves. The doctor said that her psychological behavior was not normal now. She needed psychotherapy and wanted to send a professional doctor to help. In the end, Xiao Bei and the others refused. They did not need anyone's help. They could adjust themselves. Xiao Bei thought that she had found an opportunity to cooperate with Mau Mau's father. Then, in the next 6 months they would invest, raise, breed, train, migrate, rent or sell. In this way, she could temporarily get rid of the pressure brought by her brother and sister. Mau Mau did not know that Xiao Bei had her own difficulties. Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Bei's excited expression and thought that she had thought of a good idea to help her father. Then he said, My surname is Song. My father is Song Dakong. Xiao Bei, are you going to lend me some money? I'm not lending. I just said that we're working together. Borrowing money is for a moment and working together is for a long time. After saying that, Xiao Bei felt like he was lying to Mau Mau, so he continued, It's easy for me to lend money to your family, but your family's development is still slow. Why don't you work with us? Our channels for obtaining information are different. It may seem like your father's share of the profits is relatively small, but in terms of absolute profits it is much more. I don't understand. In any case, I believe in you. You won't harm my family. If even you want to harm my father, then the great Tang will have no hope. Mau Mau said very seriously. Of course we can do wrong things with a kind heart, but we definitely can't do right things with a bad heart. Brother and sister don't care if we fail to help others. At most, they will be responsible for compensating for the loss. But they won't allow us to build our success on the pain of others. Xiao Bei promised Mau Mau. She knew that after her group of children did something, there would always be brothers and sisters helping to clean up the mess. Even if they knew that they were not doing well enough, they still supported them from behind. The purpose was to train the 9 of them. The prerequisite was that they had to put their hearts and minds in the right place. My father should be here in a while. The person in charge of the loan at the bank will be resting at noon. Mau Mau was afraid that Xiao Bei would be anxious from waiting, so he said this. I'm not in a hurry. You play well. I'll go somewhere else to take a look. Xiao Bei ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and 4 mouthfuls of dishes at this table. She picked up the plate and continued to walk to another table. After lunchtime, Xiao Bei and the 9 of them finally had time to rest. She asked someone to bring them a bowl of hot soup and finish the food on the plate. Each of them held a large pear and listened to the Yamen officials who had also finished eating speak on the stage. At the same time, they pondered over what Xiao Bei had just said. Mao Mao's father hadn't arrived yet. She really couldn't wait. She could only look for him personally after the table tennis competition ended. Officials really talk a lot. They don't stop talking. 4 or 5 meters in front of Xiao Bei and the others, a man's complaining voice sounded. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person beside him said, "They wanted to say it before, but Xiao Bei said that the competition had started first. They didn't dare to say anything. Now that they're resting, if they don't say what they've prepared beforehand, wouldn't it be a waste of time? I don't object to their words. When children play, they say that children are good. What did you hear them say? Economic construction. My child is only 6 years old. Do you want him to carry bricks? Speaking of economic construction, it's better to talk about the safety of children's meals. My child came home a few days ago and told me that when we ate at school, half of the salted duck egg was smelly." The third person turned his head and complained to the 2 people who had spoken earlier. Xiao Bei and the others' attention couldn't help but be attracted. How could they give smelly eggs? When I was young, I liked to eat smelly salted eggs the most. If they weren't smelly, I wouldn't eat them. At that time, they were all smelly. We're poor. My 2 children are like me. They're willing to eat smelly eggs. In the future, when your children encounter smelly eggs, they can exchange them with my children. It's fine if the salted eggs are smelly, as long as the meat isn't. The second person who spoke retorted the third person. While speaking, the sound of saliva swallowing could be heard. It seemed that he really liked to eat smelly salted eggs. "Xiao Yuan, have you eaten salted and smelly eggs?" Xiao Bei was very curious. Why did people like to eat smelly eggs? Xiao Yuan shook his head. "No, the ones we eat are not smelly. The yellow ones are oily. I heard that brother's guard at the door say that there's someone in the kitchen who specially marinates the smelly salted eggs. It seems that the eggs are marinated for a period of time. Why don't we go back to the kitchen and ask? Try a few. It's probably similar to stinky tofu. Anyway, it's marinated for more than 28 days. Seems like there's no problem with the school's food." Xiao Bei had just eaten and wasn't hungry. He didn't think too much about the smelly eggs for the time being. The 3 people who had spoken earlier seemed to have found a topic and began to discuss the smelly salted eggs. Some said that if there wasn't enough salt, the eggs couldn't be eaten. Others said that the eggs that had been taken out to dry under the sun couldn't be eaten. As they spoke, the topic went astray. From the salted eggs under the sun to the deterioration of the ham under the sun, from the deterioration of the ham to the deliciousness of the air-dried chicken, from the air-dried chicken to the roast duck of Sanshui County, from the sweet sauce of the roast duck to the shredded meat that could be used to make the sweet sauce, from the shredded meat in sweet sauce to the planting techniques of green onions, from the need to bury them deep in the soil so that there would be more green onions, from the deep soil to the yam eggs, from the yam eggs to the potatoes that hadn't been popularized yet, from the potatoes to the benefits of foreign species, from the benefits of foreign species to the practical use of plunder in war, from war to artillery. Speaking of artillery, the person who had spoken first began to comment on artillery in an authoritative manner. It's indeed powerful, especially when used against man-eating cavalry. Once it's fired, even the horses would be scared off. The people on top would fall down like dumplings. I've thought about it before. It's powerful, but it's too expensive. How many bullets can one shell make? The imperial court should use more bullets to hit people. That's not right. How can bullets be compared to shells? How far can bullets fly? How far can shells fly? Shells explode everywhere. It's hard to say if the bullets can hit people. Current guns can only shoot up to 500 meters, while shells can fly up to 1,000 meters. The third person who spoke commented like an expert. The first person who spoke was unconvinced. Who told you that bullets can only shoot up to 500 meters? You're talking about pistols. Long guns can shoot up to 3,000 meters, And shells can fly up to 7,000 to 8,000 meters without a problem. Xiao Bei and the others looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. In the end, they confirmed that this person was talking nonsense. The best pistol at home could shoot up to 130 meters, while the average one could shoot up to 40 meters. The furthest one could shoot up to 170 meters. Long guns could indeed shoot further. The furthest one could shoot up to 2,500 to 600 meters, with a killing range of 1,400 meters. This kind of gun was very rare. Most of them required a killing range of 100 to 400 meters. The special sniper rifle at home could only shoot up to 1,100 meters. That didn't mean that it could shoot as far as it could accurately shoot the enemy. Xiao Bei and Xiao Bei had said that the manufacturing of guns was still not accurate. They relied on many imprecise situations to produce an accurate gun by chance. Or it could be specially modified later. With the addition of a scope, it could only shoot up to 800 meters and have a higher hit rate. Usually, they pursued an accurate sniper shot up to 400 meters. Moreover, good marksmanship at this distance did not require a scope. As for shells, they could only fly up to 4,000 meters, which was the furthest one could go. Usually, the guns used could not shoot as far as guns, such as grenade launchers, small infantry cannons, and mortars. When the 9 people felt that the 3 people speaking were interesting, they continued to listen to them. Don't argue, don't argue. The second person who spoke tried to persuade them. Anyway, we don't know. I only know that the weapons of the Tang Empire are powerful. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would rather spend more money than to let the soldiers pay with their lives. Speaking of the real source, I think it's the transportation cost. Due to the confidentiality of the technology, they have been transported from Luzhou, Jili Province, and the capital to the front line. I heard that the munitions factory is going to be placed here and at the seaside. When the time comes, there will be a lot of soldiers guarding it. There are many places we can't go. Even if we want to visit, we have to check 8 generations of ancestors. We are not allowed to bring anything with fire or dangerous metal pieces on us. That's right. You can't even bring a needle. The first person who spoke continued. I know. There's a needle at the back of the gun. If you poke it forward, the bullet will fly out. You want to bring a needle over and make the bullet fly out? You know? I'll join the military training tomorrow and touch the gun. I'll tell you when I come back. The third person still didn't like the first person. The 2 of them had quarreled just now. The second person who spoke began to persuade them again. Go. I found that after the transported things are put down, the things that have just been robbed or excavated are transported elsewhere. The transportation is switched section by section. The road here is not easy to travel, whether by water or land. After the last section is finished, many cars and boats can't go back immediately. The cars need to be repaired, the boats need to be checked for wear and tear, and the animals need to rest. Generally, the animals need to rest for 10 days before they can go on the road again. Is it because they can't do anything with the extra 10 days? Animals need to rest, but people don't. People just need to sleep. As a result, there are more idlers. As a local, I'm afraid that they will cause trouble. I'm also worried. They need to eat. I'm worried that the price will be raised. But this can't be helped. Maybe we can only solve part of the problem when the munitions factory is built here, the first person said. The third person didn't continue to argue with the first person. Instead, he said, if I have a business, I'll hire them temporarily. Anyway, they have nothing to do. They have good stamina to do transportation. Let's stop talking. The officials have finally finished reading. The competition is about to start. The top 16. Haha, this group of little guys is so nice. The second person sat up straight and looked forward to the start of the competition. I'm going to pee. The third person stood up. Let's go together. The first person followed. After sitting up straight for 2 seconds, the second person also stood up. After listening to you, I also feel suffocated. I didn't drink much water just now. The 3 people left, but Xiao Bei and the other 9 people couldn't focus on the competition. Xiao Bei turned his head and asked the inner court next to him. Are there many people staying in Izhou to repair the boats and carriages? Yes, and there are also people who drive the animals. The road is not easy to travel, so the animals can't go back immediately. They need to grow fat. Takes about 10 days. As for the donkeys, they don't need to rest for too long. Their bodies can recover, but donkeys have bad tempers. The inner court answered. Xiaobei thought for a while and then asked, "Can't we ask them to work?" The situation has just started, so other logistics are still transported from nearby places. The cannonballs in the distance were transported before, and were escorted by soldiers. Later on, people started to use manpower. It will take about a month at the earliest to arrive. Maybe after a while there will be more idle people. However, it's not easy to recruit local people. Excluding their rest time, they can do other things in less than 8 days. The inner court answered again. Stupid, how can it be a waste of manpower? Xiaobei felt that 8 days or even 7 days was a lot. The main problem was that for people who only transported goods, they only had a little free time. In fact, there was a 7-day periodic labor overflow in Ezhou. It was like a part of the money from the bank was never taken away. Xiao Yuan, do you think it will be helpful to us if we make good use of them? Xiaobei asked Xiao Yuan, who was closest to her. Xiao Yuan lowered her head and thought. Xiaohai suddenly said, "We need to choose the type of work well. The longest continuous cycle can't exceed 7 days. It's suitable for short-term, non-continuous work, such as dockside porters or construction site porters. In fact, farming is also fine. We can hire many people at once and plow a large area of land in a short time. But now the farming season has passed. If we change to embroidery, breeding, hotel service, carving, wine, and other industries, it's not suitable to ask them to work." The other 8 children nodded. They felt that Xiaohai was right. If they wanted to use this labor force, they had to consider clearly what they wanted them to do. After a while, the top 4 were decided. Xiaobei's eyes lit up and she suggested, according to what Brother Xiaohai said, let them participate in the construction site porter work. Brother and sister have designed a new city area and are lacking manpower. Why don't we find them and let them work for 7 days? The other locals can do other things. What do you think? If you agree, we have to do it quickly. Otherwise, others will beat us to it, especially brother and sister. If they think of it first, we have nothing else to do. How can we continue to negotiate? Let's take a break. It's tiring. You didn't directly negotiate, so you won't understand the frustration. In the beginning, I hoped that brother would miscalculate the benefits. Later, I settled for the second best, hoping that brother would fight over the details of our negotiation. That would mean that brother had no other choice. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Even if it was sister, none of my expectations were realized. It's difficult, really difficult. Why don't one of you give it a try? Xiaobei looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan quickly shook her head. I know without trying. We feel that it's difficult now. Back when brother and sister were younger than us, how difficult was it when they went to negotiate with that bunch of officials? That bunch of old fogies were all smart. We feel that we can't handle this little bit of pressure. How did brother and sister persevere? Everyone praises brother for being a serial schemer, but wasn't the situation back then continuous? Who was the opponent? Every time brother and sister gave in, they would definitely leave behind an opportunity to advance. Countless times they took advantage of losses to achieve what they have today. If we want to reach brother and sister's height, we have to suffer even more. So what if it's difficult to negotiate with brother and sister? If it really doesn't work out, we can give up on negotiations and ask directly. Brother and sister will give it to us. Back then, brother and sister couldn't give up. Thinking about it this way, do you feel better? Alright, when we can compete with brother and sister in a battle of wits, we can go anywhere in the world. Now there's an opportunity to integrate the surplus labor force produced during the transportation process due to objective conditions. We'll let brother and sister see that we're still very powerful. Xiaobei's mood had indeed improved. Wasn't it just that they felt that they had failed in the negotiation because they couldn't get any benefits? What was the big deal? Their opponents were very impressive. They were brother and sister who could fight with the entire imperial court officials, including Uncle Emperor, and win. After thinking it through, the 9 little fellows began to arrange people to keep an eye on the various transportation teams and pull them together to provide labor output to the construction site. They themselves were waiting for Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, to appear quickly. This way they would have 2 new business deals and increase their own advantage in the process of negotiating with brother and sister. The competition was still going on. The 3 parents who had previously said that they were going to the outhouse did not go back. They gathered together to talk. Big brother, the two of us cooperated pretty well, right? Did we reveal any flaws? The second person who spoke asked the first person who spoke. The first person who spoke wiped the sweat on his forehead and shook his head. I don't think so. I believe that with the little ancestors' intelligence, they should be able to think of recruiting people to work. It's really not easy for little master and little lady. On one hand, they're attacking Xiaobei, little master, and on the other hand, giving them new hope. Big brother is right. Everyone says that our Xiaobei and Xiaoyuan are very powerful. There's also Daonan and Xiaonan, Xiaoqiang and the others. The common people think that they're all good. They only think that it's magical and good feng shui. Only we know how little master and little lady educate their younger siblings. Have those adults who think that their children can't compare to other people's children ever thought about how much they've sacrificed? In fact, it's like planting crops. Leaving it alone and carefully tending to it will definitely result in different results. The third person who spoke sighed. He was also so nervous that he was sweating. If the little ancestors had seen through him just now, not only would he not be able to complete the task that little master and little lady had asked him to adjust his younger sibling's mood, it would even make the little ancestors feel even more sad. How's the other aspect? Will Song Dakong spill the beans? The first person who spoke, who was also the big brother, asked. The two people shook their heads. One of them said, "It shouldn't be wrong. Last night, little master deliberately asked someone to set up a trap and made an agreement with Song Dakong. The little ancestors gave people a lot of pressure, but they didn't give people pressure from themselves. They gave people pressure because of little master and little lady. Who is Song Dakong more afraid of?" That's right. Let's wait for the news. We've made a contribution. I hope the little guys can grow up well. My child is about to be born. When he's born, I'll directly send him to the department in charge of parenting in the inner yard. I estimate that after 10 years, even if he can't compare to the little ancestors, he'll be close to them. When the big brother talked about his unborn child, his eyes were full of gentleness. He was very confident in the education system of the inner yard children. I'm a dog breeder. I'm short of loans. I can't raise dogs anymore. I'm a dog breeder. I'm short of loans. Outside the prefectural academy, Song Dakong kept repeating the same sentence in front of a small mirror in his hand. He had been practicing since last night. After sleeping in a daze, he started to repeat it again in the morning. But he was still worried. He was indeed a dog breeder, and he was really short of money. He needed a loan, but he was not in a hurry. He used to provide funds for 4 schools at the same time. He took 6% of the total funds provided by the society for each school. Moreover, he used money to build roads and simple bridges for several villages. With the receipt, he could easily get a loan from the bank. But Song Dakong didn't want to do that. 6 years ago, when he planned to invest money in the Chaoyang operation, he never thought of getting a loan through this. He just felt that since he had money, it was right to help more children. He helped people to build bridges and roads, and it was very comfortable to hear a word of praise. If he had to do that today before he got a loan, he felt that it was demeaning to himself. He was willing to spend money on the children, but it was not for any benefits. He planned to find someone to borrow some money to get through this uncomfortable period of time. Who would have thought that Xiao Bao would send someone to find him last night? He asked him to tell his daughter that he would get a loan and then come to see her. He said that with his daughter's playing skills, there was a great chance that she could attract Xiaobei and the others, and thus pave the way for him to appear. There were 2 other people who had also received the mission. One was a herdsman in the northern area of Hebei province. Later, he moved his family to Izhou, and now he was not doing well. The other was a man who had a lot of contact with the Turks in Fengzhou, and raised eagles and hounds at home. 3 years ago, he came to Izhou with 5 eagles. Xiao Bao told him not to be surprised or excited when he saw the 2 of them. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to meet them, or perhaps he wouldn't be able to connect with Xiaobei and the others. In that case, he would have to act 1 or a few more times until they connected. That was because his 13,000+ dogs were very useful. So now was the time to test himself. He had to be steady and treat it as the first time he met Xiaobei. In fact, it was the first time he met Xiaobei. He had to be like a normal person. No, a normal person. He repeated it twice and then went in. Song Dakong kept encouraging himself. As expected, he repeated it twice in front of the mirror, took a deep breath and walked into the school. Chapter 1254. Xiao Bei and the others waited and waited until the third or fourth place was decided. When the first and second places were decided, Song Dakong appeared where Mao Mao was just now. Mao Mao held the racket in her right hand and was about to serve when she suddenly turned her head and saw her father standing there and waving his arms. She immediately revealed a big smile. When the referee blew the whistle, she threw the ping-pong ball up high. At the same time, she leaned back slightly to the right. When the ball fell more than 10 centimeters away from the table, she suddenly twisted her body and waved her arms. The ball spun at high speed to the right and landed on her table. Then it jumped to the table diagonally opposite her opponent. The first time the ball deviated a little, but when it landed on the table, the ball bounced to the opponent's left. The opponent was a little boy. Without waiting for the ball to bounce too far, he stretched his arm forward and swatted it back. It seemed that he was not a mediocre player. Mao Mao turned sideways and pulled her right hand up from her leg. When the ball flew over, it just happened to hit the racket. She increased the strength of her wrist and pulled the ball up, but at an even faster speed. It drew an arc and fell to the table on the opponent's right. Seeing that he could not directly hit the ball back on the table, the little boy quickly moved his feet one step to the right. Facing the falling ball, not only did he not pull it up, but he cut it down. Using the spinning force of the ball, he chopped the ball back along the net. Mao Mao swatted the ball back. The moment the racket touched the ball, her wrist trembled, and the ball was pushed to the little boy's left hand. The little boy supported his left foot and used his waist. His right foot stepped in front of his left leg. His right hand swatted down again, and the ball flew to the corner of the table on Mao Mao's right. Mao Mao quickly took 2 steps back, giving her right hand time to swing and pull the ball up again. The two sides played back and forth. It was a thrilling game. Xiao Bei's eyes widened. He stood up and said in surprise, "Is this a children's competition? The opponent seems to have a good family education. Either that or he's talented. It's not easy for Mao Mao to win." Xiao Yuan was also surprised. He had played a few times and knew that it looked like the two sides were hitting the ball back and forth. They wanted to make the opponent lose their position and be unable to exert force. In reality, every time he hit the ball, not only did he have to face the opponent's spinning ball, but he also had to hit the ball back according to the direction of his own design. If it were him, the ball would have flown away by the time he hit the ball. The two sides fought back and forth on the field, and the score was very tight. In the first round, Mao Mao won by a narrow margin with a score of 17-15, and then the second round began. Is that Mao Mao's father? Xiao Bei didn't want to be affected too much by the competition, so he looked elsewhere. Suddenly, he saw an adult at the spot where Mao Mao had been standing. He raised his hands and shouted, so he guessed who it was. More or less. Shall we go over? Little Yuan suggested. Let's go. Hurry up. Who knows, Mao Mao might end up winning both rounds. If we turn back, it'll be too chaotic. Xiao Bei called out and ran towards that direction from the aisle that the crowd had deliberately left open. The other 8 people followed behind him. When they squeezed near Mao Mao's father, the score on the field was Mao Mao 17-18 behind the opponent. In a 15-goal game, they actually played such a high score. The intensity of the competition between the two sides was evident. Excuse me, are you Song Mao Mao's father? Xiao Bei asked Song Dakong, who was staring at the stage. Wait a moment. Didn't you watch the game? Song Dakong had forgotten the purpose of his visit. He clenched his fists tightly and hated that he couldn't turn into a racket and fly over to help his daughter. He didn't want to hit the opponent's ball to the side of the table, making it impossible for the opponent to catch it. As they spoke, the score on the field came out. Mao Mao had lost 17-19. Aya, that brat doesn't know how to give in to my daughter? Her father wants to marry me? Dream on. Look at how my daughter is being bullied. She's sweating all over, Song Dakong said with a gloomy face. Xiao Bei and the others were speechless. The two sides knew each other, so it looked like they were going to marry each other. Boss Song, respect, do you understand? Playing nicely with Mao Mao is a form of respect for Mao Mao, just like my brother and sister. When the two of them are idle, they will argue, but my brother never gives in, Xiao Bei said to Song Dakong. The two sides on the field were taking a short break, drinking some water and wiping off their sweat. Song Dakong finally had the time to look at the person who was talking. When he heard her mention brother and sister, he suddenly realized that the one who liked to talk the most was Xiao Bei. He thought of his mission and asked, "Then who won the argument between your brother and your sister?" There was no winner or loser in the topic they were arguing about. As they argued, the topic would deviate very far. In the end, they found a common topic and began to discuss. Mao Mao, do your best. Don't be afraid of losing. Do your best. Xiao Bei had just said a few words when she saw that the third round was about to begin. It was also the deciding round. She jumped and shouted, and Xiao Yuan and the others cooperated and shouted together. Song Dakong didn't think about the collaboration and waved his hand. On the field, Mao Mao looked at her opponent and smiled. It just so happened that she was the one who served. She suddenly switched the racket from her right hand to her left hand, squinted her eyes and said in a voice that her opponent could hear, "Not bad. It looks like your family found someone to specially train you. You were indeed very tenacious before. But did you know that my left hand is better than my right?" Now the game officially begins. The little boy on the opposite side looked at his own two hands and was stunned. The game just now was already hard enough. It was too awkward for the opponent to suddenly switch hands. Couldn't be played like this. He hadn't studied how to deal with the spinning ball played by the left hand. Who in his family collected the information? I protest. The little boy raised his racket and shouted at the referee. The referee made a hand gesture to signal for the game to be paused. He approached the little boy and asked him. After that, he softly communicated with the little boy and retreated, indicating that the game should continue. The little boy looked depressed. It looked like his protest was ineffective. Mao Mao threw the ball and pushed it with her left hand. The ball bounced twice on the table. The little boy caught the ball and it flew away. "Mao Mao, aren't you supposed to serve the ball? Why aren't you turning it?" The little boy picked up the ball and returned it to Mao Mao. Normally, catching a spinning ball was a 100% success rate, but usually there was only a 50% success rate. This was because when you caught the ball, you had to turn it back. If you made a wrong judgment, the success rate would not be as good as in theory. There was a high possibility that the ball would fly away. Just now, he wanted to turn it back, but the opponent didn't turn it. All is fair in war. Mao Mao didn't show any mercy. After that, she served the ball again. This time, when the racket touched the ball, it suddenly tilted back. At the same time, there was a pulling action. As a result, the ball rolled forward and spun down. The little boy made a horizontal cutting action to block the ball. He made a wrong judgment and the ball flew away from the top. Then Mao Mao showed his power and made the opponent eat 7 balls in a row. The little boy didn't get the right to serve and fell behind 0-7. The 8th ball was finally caught. Just as the ball was pulled to a far angle on the right side and hit Mao Mao's right hand, Mao Mao directly hit the little boy's left hand with his left hand. The little boy couldn't adjust and lost the ball. Just now, he was at the right corner of his table and pulled the far angle. Now that the ball was spinning, he had to run back and step with his right foot and pull up with his right hand. But he didn't have the time. He had already lost his position. The little boy was not used to Mao Mao's left hand. He understood that the left hand didn't mean that he was good. If he knew how to play, the opponent would face the same situation as him. If his position was uncomfortable, the opponent would also be uncomfortable, unless the opponent used 2 hands, but that was not allowed. "Do you need me to give you a handicap?" After playing for a while, Mao Mao was leading 12 o'clock and still had the right to serve. The little boy lost miserably. When he heard Mao Mao's words, he hesitated for a moment and showed a disdainful expression. "Give me a handicap? Isn't it just the left hand? Next time, do you think I can't afford to lose? Serve." The two played back and forth. The little boy was affected by his mentality and played worse and worse. In the end, he lost 0-15. It was a clean loss. The audience couldn't believe what they saw. The first 2 games were so fierce. How could the third game be so obvious? Mao Mao didn't look too happy when he won the game. Instead, he said to the little boy, "My father wants to talk about cooperation with Xiao Bei. Maybe he will leave Izhou in the future. My brother, sister, and I will have to go with him. We can't play with you." The little boy was stunned. Winning or losing the competition seemed so insignificant at this moment. He felt very sad and asked, "Didn't we agree when we started school at the beginning of spring? When it rains during summer vacation, we'll go catch loaches and make them eat tofu. If you leave, I'll take the servants at home to catch loaches?" It was Xiaobei who said to cooperate with my father. "You know that my family is short of money now." Mao Mao was also in a difficult position. "Your father shouldn't have raised dogs. It's better to raise cows and sheep like my father. I will find my father and ask him to give your family money and not cooperate with Xiaobei," the little boy said angrily. "Impossible. Xiaobei wants to cooperate with others. Who dares to disagree? Look, they are talking." Mao Mao pointed at his father's position. There were a few children there. "I'll go find Xiaobei," the little boy gritted his teeth and said. "You can't stop them. That's Xiaobei, not silly boy and the others like us. Do you want to use your power or money to pressure them? You can catch loaches when you have time." "I'm not stupid. Why should I stop them? I'll tell them to cooperate. My family is fine too. You can count me in. That way, you don't have to worry about me not being able to catch loaches with you." "Who's worried? I'm not going to play with you." Mao Mao turned around and ran towards his father with the racket. The little boy was shocked. He slapped the table and threw away the racket. He chased after his father and muttered, "You said that you would catch a lot of loach fish. Leave some for us and give the rest to others in school. You don't keep your word." You won. Mao Mao, you are so good. You can play with your left hand. 15-0. You are first." Xiaobei saw Mao Mao coming over and happily held his hand. Mao Mao was not very happy. He forced a smile and nodded. "He is not used to my left hand. If there is a next time, he will definitely not lose so quickly. He learns very quickly. There are no ifs in a competition. The next time will be the next time. Although friendship is first, it is still like war. Success or failure depends on the hero. If there is an ifs, then perhaps you will practice better next time and win more easily." Xiaobei had already developed the habit of not regretting. She would sum up her failures, but she would not regret what she had done wrong in the past. That was useless. According to her brother and sister, living in a regretful memory would tire one to death, unless one wanted to be a saint. This was because even saints had times when they made mistakes. It was already good enough to be a saint. Hence, Xiaobei and the others did not think about what ifs. If their brother and sister were not Xiaobao and Cuckoo, then their lives would definitely not be as good as they were now. Would they commit suicide? "You are Xiaobei? You want to cooperate with Mao Mao's father?" The little boy ran over and directly questioned Xiaobei. "Back off." Xiao Yuan stopped him. He did not let the guards come over. Although the other party seemed to be 1 or 2 years older than him, he was taller and stronger. If they really fought, he, who had been trained regularly, could beat up the other party. "What? Can't I ask?" The little boy did not care who the other party was at this moment. "Okay, it's the same if you ask me." "Ask." Xiao Yuan did not give in at all. "Okay, do you want to cooperate with Mao Mao's father and let her move? What's the matter? What does it have to do with you?" "I made an agreement with her to bring her to catch loach fish. If she moves away, who will catch them? You can't find anyone other than Mao Mao." "I can't find anyone. I just can't find anyone." Mao Mao's father sighed and said to the little boy, "Huang Huang, come to uncle. Cooperation does not mean moving." The little boy ran over and stood behind Mao Mao's father. "What if we move?" "If we move, we'll bring you along to catch loaches with Mao Mao." "Let's see if your father is willing," Song Dakong said with a smile. "He's willing. I still have an older brother and a younger brother. Xiaobei, my family can also cooperate with you. Count us in. My family raises many cows and sheep," the little boy named Huang Huang said to Xiaobei. Xiao Yuan, who had always thought that the little boy's attitude was bad, was angry. Before Xiaobei could speak, he said, "We can't cooperate with just anyone. Mao Mao is good at basketball, so we cooperate with her family. What's good about you? What's bad about me?" Huang Huang retorted angrily. "I know you want to play with Mao Mao," Xiao Yuan said. "Yes, I just want to play with Mao Mao. What's wrong?" Huang Huang did not give in at all. "Xiao Yuan," Xiaobei reminded him, meaning that he did not want to compete with others. In the end, just as she finished shouting, She was touched by her own brother Xiao Hai, who told her to be quiet. Xiao Yuan scratched his head and said, "Those who are not capable can't play with Mao Mao. In the future we will play with Mao Mao." Why? Huang Huang did not give in. Because we see Mao Mao play hard and feel that her father is an open-minded and capable person. Therefore we feel that from a young age to a great age, we can pass on the knowledge to her father and not be biased. If a girl meets here, the road will be wide. Xiao Yuan raised his chin and said to the little boy, "Huang Huang." Huang Huang glared at Xiao Yuan and looked up to meet Mao Mao's expectant eyes. He curled his lips and said, "Childhood sweethearts are always together. The gentleman says peony and I say lotus." Xiao Yuan often follows Xiao Bei by her side. What is fate? Xiao Yuan blinked his eyes and looked at the boy, Huang Huang, in front of him again. He held his voice and said, You are too mature. I just want to play with Mao Mao. Don't set a trap for me." Huang Huang looked at Mao Mao and said embarrassedly, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. Let your father come over and talk about cooperation." Xiao Bei decided. With Huang Huang's literary skills, she believed that the adults in his family would not be bad. It was a cooperation, so they had to find a suitable person. Chapter 1255. Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, went up to the stage with Mao Mao to receive the prize. In addition to a certificate written by the school and several sets of stationery, Xiao Bei and the other 9 also took out a prize. All the children who participated in the competition received a prize, and the prize was very simple: money. According to Xiao Bei, it was useless to give other things, but money was the most practical. Everyone could buy whatever they liked. If they didn't want to buy anything for the time being, they could save the money in the bank or give it to their parents. Sure enough, Xiao Bei's prize was the most popular. The children clamored to have dinner with Xiao Bei and the others and then go back. There was still a long time before dinner time. On one hand, the children were enthusiastically urging them to stay, and on the other hand, it was time for dinner. After a discussion, the 9 people decided to work directly in the academy. They found Mao Mao's father and Huang Huang's father to talk about cooperation. Then they could confirm the plan of arranging short-term idlers. Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, was very nervous. He was afraid of being exposed. When he met with the 9 people, he looked around and didn't see the 2 people he might meet. His psychological pressure was reduced a lot. In this way, he was not afraid that one of the other 2 people would have a problem. Thinking of Huang Huang's father coming, Song Dakong knew that the other 2 people might not be needed. The other 2 people's roles were limited, and they were only assisting him in raising the dog. Now that there was another livestock breeder, it would be no problem to match up with his dog. Looking at the 9 little guys sitting opposite him with smiles, Song Dakong had a lot of feelings. He thought silently, "Little guys, you only know how to be happy now. You don't know how much effort Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have put in for you." He thought that he had done enough for the children at home. He even spent money to hire someone to train a girl like Mao Mao, and trained a seemingly useless ping-pong ball. But compared with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he seemed to have done a lot worse. Yes, a lot worse. He put his fatherly love on the surface. When he found someone to train with Mao Mao, he told his daughter that if she didn't learn well, it would be a pity for her as a father. In the future, he should learn from how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo treated their younger siblings. It was nothing more than a little effort. Raising a child should be done well. Raising a dog should be done patiently. Raising a dog should be done patiently, and the child should be given more effort. It was not good to leave the child to the teachers of the academy. "Hello, Boss Song. We are looking for you because we want to discuss a business deal with you." How could Xiao Bei know that the person in front of him was deliberately found by his brother and sister? Xiao Yuan and the others also did not know that ever since they were emotionally affected by the mere few days of cooperation, their brother and sister had been thinking about how to divert their attention. Therefore, last night they inadvertently mentioned that there would be a table tennis match today, and then a series of coincidences were waiting for them to meet. Song Dakong took a deep breath and nodded. He then looked at the door behind him. Seeing that there were still no signs of the other 2 people, he confirmed that he would be the main body in this cooperation. Then he sat on the wide chair opposite Xiao Bei. The cushion under his butt was like a sofa, very comfortable, and he could even lean back. Putting his hands on the armrest, Song Dakong also showed a professional smile and said, I have guessed part of the content of the cooperation. Do you need me to send the dog to the areas that have been occupied and ruled by our army? What do you want to drink? Xiao Bei did not immediately mention the cooperation. Do you have wine? Song Dakong was not polite. He knew that he would not be so relaxed if it were a third-grade official sitting in front of him. Of course, the official might not have prepared a comfortable chair, or a small folding stool or something. Then the official would sit in a high position and look down at him, seeking to exert pressure during the negotiation. If it were not for the fear of being seen through, he would not have felt any pressure when facing the Zhang family and the Wang family. It was not that he was disrespectful, but the Zhang family and the Wang family gave him a feeling that they were too considerate. As long as he was a citizen of the Tang Empire, he did not need to worry about being deceived or disrespected when facing them. Xiao Bei was very generous. Okay, this year we have white wine to drink. You sing. It tastes stronger than red wine. Don't drink too much. Let's drink some red wine. Xiao Bei's last question was to the other 8 siblings. She liked to drink red wine the most. Ever since she got drunk before the new year, she found that it was very interesting to feel dizzy and wanted to drink a few sips whenever she had the chance. Let's drink fruit juice, shancha juice with a little bit of alcohol. Xiao Hai did not agree to his sister's request to drink red wine. Usually, his brother and sister gave him a quota of 2 ounces of red wine in 10 days, and they were not allowed to drink more than half a ounces at a time. This requirement was much stricter than drinking carbonated drinks, and the inner courtyard did not dare to violate it. As for white wine, unless one was sick and needed some kind of medicine to balance it, they could only drink it. However, one could not get sick just to drink white wine. Illness was not something that could be borne just because one wanted to. Okay. Xiao Bei compromised. When outside, she had to listen to brother Xiao Hai. Shancha juice was fine, but she could not get drunk. After all, if she wanted to get drunk, she would have to stuff herself to death. Her stomach could not hold it. Someone brought wine and beef jerky to Song Dakong. They talked and ate at the same time. The atmosphere of the negotiation was very relaxed. Xiao Bei drank a mouthful of shancha juice and said, "We have 2 ways to cooperate. One is to buy all your dogs directly, but I don't think you will sell them. Then we will provide you with the second way of cooperation. You use your dogs to invest, and we will pay for other expenses, manpower and material resources. When the time comes, there will be dividends." Song Dakong did not drink and nodded directly. "I agree with the second way. Then how many shares do you want? Do you need us to give you some data first?" Xiao Bei and the others were not ready. For example, the size of the ranch where it was located, how suitable the growth of the grass, and other follow-up protective measures and so on. Therefore, Xiao Bei and the others discussed that they would listen to Mao Mao's father first and see if he had any reasonable suggestions. Then, according to the conditions proposed by the other party, they would negotiate to increase or decrease the number of shares. This way their side would be more proactive. Song Dakong picked up his wine glass and drank a mouthful of white wine. He took a deep breath and said, "It is indeed stronger than red wine. I don't have any requirements. I will cooperate however you want, even if you say that I will give you my dogs for free." Xiao Bei was stunned. She licked her sweet lips and asked kindly, "Aren't you afraid that we will cheat you? What if you suffer a loss?" "I'm not afraid." Song Dakong shook his head. The Zhang and Wang families are both big families and big businesses. They wouldn't be interested in a small business like mine. The only reason you want to cooperate with me is because you want to make some money for yourselves. You wouldn't be targeting me. I don't know how much land you want, but I need to know that all the businessmen who cooperate with you have a good life. Then we have reached an agreement? Why do I feel a little uncomfortable? What kind of negotiation is this? It looks like we have to quickly fill in the details. Don't worry, we will not take advantage of you. We will cooperate as usual and calculate each other's contributions and income. If we find out in the future that we are at a disadvantage in the contract, then we will consider ourselves to be at a disadvantage. If you are the one at a disadvantage, then we can change the contract. Money is earned from others under the condition that we work together. We are not earning money from our partners. Otherwise, the money earned will not be enough. Xiao Bei looked at the others. Everyone felt that this was not a negotiation at all. It was just like chatting. One side did not have any conditions, and the other side had to consider the other's interests. Xiao Bei and the others did not know that the order Song Dakong received yesterday was not to discuss the details of the negotiation with Xiao Bei and the others. Otherwise, there would be two uncertain consequences. One was that Xiao Bei and the others would win the negotiation and be full of confidence. The other was that once they thought of the negotiation, they would be traumatized and become even more irritated. Zhang Xiaobao was so good at psychology, but he could not judge which point he would lean towards. He would not gamble. He had to let his younger siblings win a project comfortably. Previously, they had arranged for 3 people to cooperate with. If they did not meet by chance, then they would immediately have other backup plans. Anyway, no matter what, Xiao Bei and the others would have to move forward on the path of chance encounters without any accidents. At the same time, they also arranged for the rest of the labor force. If the 9 little fellows in the stands did not get any inspiration from the 3 people's conversation, there would be other people who would inadvertently give them inspiration. For Zhang Xiaobao, arranging a series of things was much more difficult than negotiating with his younger siblings. Encourage education was the right way to go. Sometimes it was necessary to suppress children. However, at the same time, they had to immediately create opportunities for the children to build confidence. This was actually a form of encouragement education in disguise. Xiao Bei and the others were in their older brother's scam. They made their own choices among the countless coincidences. They, who were kept in the dark, began to chat with Mao Mao's father. They waited for Huang Huang's father to come so that they could sign a simple agreement together. After that, they got someone to write down the details and everyone signed the contract. It did not take long before Huang Huang's father was called over. Along the way, he already knew what had happened. He did not value his son's childhood friend very much. The child was still young and did not know how to behave. When he grew up in the future, he might change. Who could decide the future? However, he very much hoped to be able to cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. When the time came, his cattle and sheep would be able to obtain more benefits. However, he was not sure about the upcoming negotiations. How much benefit should he seek? The people he was going to negotiate with now were 9 children. He had never seen them before, but he heard from others that they were very smart. However, when he thought about it, they would definitely not be able to avoid him during the negotiations. Should he take advantage of this opportunity to gain more benefits? He was afraid that the children would not be able to avoid him. After signing the contract, they would be at a disadvantage. Their older brother would personally deal with him. Even if the contract was not amended, he probably would not be able to make money from this deal. Who knew how many tricks Xiao Bao had up his sleeve? No matter how detailed the contract was, it would not be able to seal all the loopholes, right? As he struggled in his heart, Huang Huang's father rushed all the way to the place. As soon as he was invited into the house, Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, quickly stood up and said enthusiastically, "Li Xiaojiang, you came just in time. As soon as you nodded, I said that I would not mention any conditions. I believe that the Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family will not do anything wrong. Now that you are here, quickly sign the contract with me and settle the initial intentions. After that, just wait to get rich. Xiao Bei and the others want to do a big business. Yes, drink some wine first. This wine is good. The more you drink, the clearer your mind will be." The person called Li Xiaojiang by Song Dakong was Huang Huang's father. Before he came, he was still thinking about what to do. When he heard what his old friend said, he completely understood. The other party did not want him to negotiate with Xiao Bei and the others. He wanted him to agree directly like the other party. However, after so many years of understanding, the other party was definitely not talking nonsense. There was definitely something wrong, but it was not good to say it now. Especially when he said that the more he drank, the clearer his mind would be. He was telling him not to make a mistake. Could it be that Xiao Bei and the others wanted to directly take over his family's business? The kind that uses force? Impossible. Xiao Bei and the others were not short of money. More importantly, he did not do anything wrong. The money that should be donated had been donated, and the roads that should be repaired had been repaired. He did not bully others and did not force others to buy or sell. If they blatantly snatched, their brothers and sisters would not agree. Thinking in his heart, Li Xiaojiang was pushed to another chair by Song Dakong. Song Dakong handed him a glass of wine. There was no hint on his face. When he handed the wine to Li Xiaojiang, the force was transmitted to Li Xiaojiang's hand. Try it. You made everyone wait for you. Originally, you should be punished. Seeing that you came immediately after hearing the news, I will respect you. We will cooperate more in the future. Song Dakong smiled and joked. Li Xiaojiang nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. He did not want to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, Li Xiaojiang let out a long breath. He turned to Xiaobei and the others and said with a smile, just as Dakong said, I came here to sign the contract and put my fingerprint. I will need you to worry about the rest. We can talk about the conditions. Xiaobei kindly advised. My conditions are unconditional. Even if I can't trust others, can't I trust you? Not to mention cooperation. Even if you want my livestock, I will send it to you immediately. I will even give you fodder. Li Xiaojiang was no longer worried about the content of the negotiation. He was relaxed. All of you are so easy to talk to. Well, we will draw up the contract. When the time comes, I will let you see which part is not good. We can change it. It is not a big deal. Let's go to India and the original place of the cannibals to raise livestock. The grass there is good. If we find that the yield of beans, wheat, and rice is much higher than in our country, we can also plant them. When the time comes, we can extract oil and wine. The price of transporting them back is about the same as the local price. The profit will be big because there is no tax. Xiaobei saw that the other party did not mention the conditions and was a little embarrassed. She introduced more. After her introduction, Li Xiaojiang was interested. He asked, Xiaobei, if we transport them back, it will be a lot of transportation, right? Not much. First go to the river and then go to the sea. A ship does not need too many people. Going back and forth will only take a little time. Bean oil and wine can be stored for a long time and will not spoil. In fact, as long as the rice and wheat are not shelled immediately, it is not a problem to store them for 2 or 3 years. There is no need to use a special storage method. If we need something from the Tang Empire, as long as it is not very urgent, there is no need to transport it by land. It is just a small amount of daily necessities. A ship can carry a lot. We have steam engine power. And even if we don't want to transport, the ships have to go there in groups. We have heard from brother and sister that whether it is India or India, we will try our best to use water transportation. Xiaobei was very happy to solve the problem of the contract, so she revealed more information that ordinary people could not understand. Then, what are you still asking? Just sign the contract. Song Dakong saw that Li Xiaojiang still wanted to ask and said with a slightly impatient expression, I don't want to ask about the contract. I want to know more about what I don't know. In the past, can you know the situation that Xiaobei and the others talked about? Knowledge, you need to listen more, see more, and think more, right, Xiaobei? The wine in your house is so delicious. Li Xiaojiang glared at Song Dakong and then asked Xiaobei with a smile. He did want to know more about the key information. Before, he did not know that Xiaobao and Cuckoo wanted people to go there to open a ranch, and he did not know that it was tax-free. As for why they wanted to strengthen water transportation instead of land transportation, he had to ask again. Xiaobei did not answer Li Xiaojiang immediately. She waved her hand and called the servant of the inner yard to her side. After whispering a few words, she nodded to the inner yard, turned around, and gave Li Xiaojiang a bright smile, saying, Okay, ask. Just now I asked Dongsheng. I know what can be said and what can't be said. At this moment, both Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang liked Xiaobei from the bottom of their hearts. Although she smiled, she was very steady in doing things. She did not even care about the two of them. Frankly speaking, she had to ask the inner yard first if she had something, which meant that she exposed the fact that she was also under control. Ordinary children were not like this. When they took the servants out, they would not be happy even if the servants reminded them, let alone take the initiative to ask them what they could and could not say. It's a pity that she is not born well, Li Xiaojiang muttered quietly. Hearing this, Song Dakong shook his head and thought, Your teaching is not as good as hers. Do you know why I am here to talk about cooperation? I will tell you when we go back so that you can broaden your knowledge. Don't you want to ask? Ask now. Song Dakong also wanted to know, but he did not know what to ask. Li Xiaojiang pondered for a moment. He had to think carefully. He could not directly ask about military operations, nor could he ask about the logistical shortcomings of the Tang Empire. That would make others think otherwise. After thinking for a while, Li Xiaojing asked, "Why don't we use land transportation? Isn't it easy to get to Duoshur from the Turks?" Then the Duoshur people built roads for their own material circulation, and for the convenience of the army during their rule. "How do we use land transportation?" Xiao Bei asked. "Livestock." Li Xiaojing answered quickly. Xiao Bei waved his hand. "Livestock are better used for farming than for transportation. We don't even have enough logistics in our country. How do we send them out? Ships are much more convenient. We can't use ships to farm, right? Ships can't reach anyone in the country, right? If we use livestock to transport goods over land, there is no problem in the use of logistics resources. No one can find fault with it. However, according to the distribution of all the resources in the country, it will inevitably lead to problems in the allocation of transportation and labor resources, right?" Li Xiaojing looked at Xiao Bei in surprise and then turned to look at the equally surprised Song Dakong. The two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Is this a child? The words that came out of his mouth were too frightening. Xiao Bei did not care about what they thought and continued. "There are two more problems. In fact, it can be said to be one problem. The advantage of using ships for transportation is that we can train captains and crew members, as well as the development of the shipbuilding industry. After they became stronger, they would be able to build better ships and sail them further. They would also be able to reduce mistakes during operations. Skilled workers were treasures in any industry." Next is another main problem. We have livestock to occupy land transportation at any time, but it's not easy to travel on land. There are mountains, rivers, swamps, and so on. When we invade other places in the future, oh no, it's when we have trade and military exchanges with other places in the future, we still need the support of the Navy. No, it's the ocean transportation industry. Brother and sister said that there are many places that are not accessible by land and are full of seawater. Shouldn't we consider the future? For example, the seeds that my family sent people to a very, very far place to bring back are only a small part of them. They are also crossing the sea. It's very cold. If our fleet is powerful enough, we can directly cross the sea and reach there to bring back more things. We can even send people there to take turns to develop them. They will come back after a year or two. Not only can they broaden their horizons, but they can also train people." Song Dakong and Li Xiaojing were dumbfounded. They nodded repeatedly like students listening to a teacher. At a certain moment they chose to ignore Xiao Bei's age. They had broadened their horizons, truly broadened their horizons. It turned out that water transportation involved many things. Truly, when one stood at a different height, one could consider a problem from a different angle. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had been instilling these things into their little brothers and sisters? Were they not afraid of exhausting their children? Many officials of the imperial court would never have thought of such a scheme, right? Then why don't they have people stay in other places for a few more years? Just like you said just now, using ships can promote the development of the shipbuilding industry. If they stay in other places for a few more years, won't they have a better understanding of the place? Song Dakong asked. They're afraid of independence. It takes several months to get there by ship. A group of people going there is actually called colonization. They've been there for a long time, have a good relationship with the natives, and have also obtained some of the great Tang's technology. It's inevitable that they'll feel that it's not worth it to listen to the other side when they're so far away. In a moment of impulse, they'll go independent. Xiao Bei explained the reason. If they dare to go independent, we'll beat them, Li Xiaojing harshly said. Idle? Giving others a chance to make a mistake is itself making a mistake. The improvement of the system is actually to reduce the possibility of people committing crimes when faced with temptation, right? You can't always think of making others self-aware. Just like the matter of loans, I've already sent someone to investigate. Boss Song can actually get a loan from a bank and his share is not small. Even without any collateral, he can still get a loan of 4,000 strings of coins. Based on what? Based on the fact that he started to invest in the Chaoyang operation many years ago. Based on the fact that he repaired the bridge and paved the road. Based on what Big Brother said, a person with a sense of social responsibility has a certain degree of credibility. Thus, I've always wanted the local merchants to support the school, and give them benefits. Now, it may seem like an exchange of benefits, but as time goes by, it'll gradually become a habit. I feel very sad for merchants who aren't willing to spend this money, but I can't arrest them and punish them. They didn't do anything wrong, so I can only use other benefits to entice them to invest. After saying these words, Xiao Bei recalled that some merchants in other places said that they wouldn't spend money on the school no matter what. She sighed like an adult with a helpless expression on her face. However, no matter how one looked at her when she sighed, she looked very cute. Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang looked at Xiao Bei's cute appearance, but they couldn't feel happy at all. Li Xiaojiang drank another cup of wine and said angrily, "Some merchants are just not sensible. They only consider the rules set by the imperial court. As long as they don't break the rules, it's fine. As for paying more, that's not okay. In my opinion, they are fools. Dakong is investing money in the school because he really likes children. I also invest, but I don't like children. I only like my family's children. I invest money to show off and let others see that my business is big and good. I have money. You said that you earned a lot of money and returned to your hometown in glory. Don't you want to give others some benefits? The rich people in the village know how to build a good house. If I earn money and invest money in the school, won't others praise me more than if I only build a house for myself? I won't talk about the loan. I'll just say that I'm giving money to the school. If something happens to my family one day, who doesn't want to work hard after receiving benefits from me?" When it was Xiao Bei nodding, Xiao Yuan and the rest were equally surprised. Xiao Bei's thinking was too simple. Today I spend money to let your child go to school. Tomorrow if my child falls, you have to carry it back. You owe me. It was a very typical idea of using kindness to get repaid. But if you say that he was wrong, he really wasn't wrong. Because he was the one who showed kindness first. If you received benefits from him, shouldn't you repay him? It was a simple exchange of interests in social behavior. It was simple, realistic, and always had an effect. That was why people hated ungrateful and repaying kindness with ingratitude. Alright, I support you to continue thinking this way. You are clear about the problem of colonization. Do you have any other questions? If you miss this village, you won't have this opportunity again. We can't tell you every time. Xiao Bei asked Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang again. He was in a good mood today, so he said more. As long as he didn't say anything that really needed to be kept secret, it was fine. I don't. Song Dakong didn't think much. He was a little more foolish than Li Xiaojiang, but he came at a good time. If it were another era, his dog would have been gone. I do. Li Xiaojiang sat up straight. What I'm asking is, if you only consider the situation of colonization and rebellion, how can you do it? How can you prevent people from rebelling in faraway places and also obtain more benefits there? It involves the research and application of technology. Now you see the steam engine ships. In the future, there will not only be ships but also what else can't I tell you? In any case, if you want to go there from the Tang Empire in the future, it won't take a few months, just a few days. The duration of colonization depends on the time of travel between the two places, the difference between the military technology of the colonized place and that of the Tang Empire, and whether there is a comprehensive foundation for social development at that time, including a monetary system. Xiao Bei explained again. She actually wanted to say more, but she remembered this point. Usually, when she listened to her brother and sister talk like they were just chatting, in fact, there were many meanings behind it. Just as Li Xiaojiang was about to hear what was better than ships, they suddenly changed the topic. He felt very uncomfortable, but he accepted it. Obviously, what they wanted to say was not suitable for him to hear. Looking at the wine in his glass, Li Xiaojiang shook his head. I have no more questions. Since we are cooperating to open a ranch in other places, do you need me to send a few people? Their families all have businesses. Xiao Bei did not answer immediately. Instead, she discussed with the others in a low voice. After a quarter of an hour, when Li Xiaojiang was a little drunk, Xiao Bei sat back down and said, "No, we can't take up too many resources. Our identities don't allow it. What we can do is to go there first and set an example for others, but we can't monopolize it." Then do you have other things you need us to do? Li Xiaojiang wanted to improve their relationship further. You raise livestock in your family, right? Xiao Bei asked. Seeing the other nodding, she said happily, "Yes, raising livestock is really good. Tomorrow, no, tonight you call the breeding technicians in your family over to my restaurant. I have something for them to do. What about me? Song Dakong asked. You raise your dog well. It is estimated that in 3 months or 5 months, your family can let the dog breed again. Don't be afraid of spending money. I will give it to you. The more dogs, the better. After all, people are too busy. Xiao Bei gave Song Dakong another order. Chapter 1256. After listening to Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang talking about the local people, he ordered people to speed up the details of the contract. Xiao Bei and the other 8 decided to have dinner at the academy. At the request of several representative children, they planned to eat canned food at night. Xiao Bei asked people to go back and bring all kinds of canned food, but he didn't know what was delicious in the canned food. When the evening came, the children in the academy were as happy as a festival. They surrounded Xiao Bei and the other 8 who knew they couldn't have a steady meal, singing and dancing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were supposed to wait for their younger brothers and sisters to have dinner together at home, didn't eat in the restaurant when they saw that the children had dinner in the school. Instead, they disguised themselves and went to the Ijo pier together. The lanterns and torches at the pier had lit up a large area in advance. The ships didn't stop because of the sunset. The ships that needed to rest had special places to park. The real loading and unloading area was very busy with people coming and going. In the process of any organized mass transportation of goods, there will always be people who find opportunities to make more money. The income gap between social groups will gradually widen. Generally speaking, people with flexible minds will always make more money than those who only know how to work hard. The development of human beings is ahead of the development of animals, because the brains of animals are replaced by strength in many cases. Thus, the source of polarization is formed. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan beside him when he saw people carrying things up and down. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, as if he felt that he was a little out of touch with the masses. Now, the first thing he thought of when he saw something was not the closest atmosphere between the scenery and society, but the root cause from the perspective of a ruler, as well as the various social effects and solutions in the process. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression and knew what he was thinking, so she said, "If you always think like this, you will die of exhaustion. Don't you think the busy workers are full of happiness and hope for the future? Well, let's not care about the social problems. I'm here today to see how normal people live. I'm a normal person. Yes, I'm a normal person. I'm really a normal person," Zhang Xiaobao muttered. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward and helped a worker to steady the goods that were about to slide off his shoulder. He smiled and said, "You're welcome," as the worker thanked him in surprise and fear. Wang Wan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Look, you're mumbling. You can continue to say that you're a normal person, but if you say it to others one by one, you're definitely not a normal person. Look at which mentally ill person would say that they're mentally ill. Hehe, I really need to adjust myself. Otherwise, if I think about too many abstract things all day, I will become a professional philosopher in the future. Let's go, there's a store selling liangpi over there. Let's try it." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his head and chuckled. He pulled Wang Wan to a stall selling liangpi. There was a small 2-wheeled cart. When the cart stopped, the handrail at the back was propped up with a piece of wood with a groove to keep the cart balanced. Next to the car were 2 open folding tables and a dozen or so stools. This was a temporary dining area. It was only about 60 meters away from the dock. Sometimes, when the wind was strong, the dust would be blown over by the wind when the goods were being loaded and unloaded. But whether it was the people selling liangpi or the people eating it, they didn't seem to care about the dust. They held bamboo bowls and slurped with their chopsticks. 1 serving, add more garlic juice. Zhang Xiaobao handed over 2 copper coins and chose 1 serving. Wang Wan looked around and found a wooden stool that someone had moved over to use as a stool. There was no one there at the moment, so she ran over to occupy the space. Soon, a serving of liangpi was stuffed into Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Sure enough, there were 2 spoons of garlic juice in it. "Do you like to eat garlic?" Wang Wan asked. "It's not that I like to eat garlic. I'm just worried that if I don't ask for more garlic juice, she will give me less liangpi. Look, some of her liangpi are already in the bowl, and some are left unshaven. Just now when I asked for more garlic juice, she scraped it." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan didn't understand and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion. Zhang Xiaobao could only continue. Usually, people who set up stalls have a habit, and that is, they are afraid that it will be crowded, so they prepare some in advance. You know this, right? But when it comes to preparation, liangpi isn't prepared piece by piece like the noodles. The difference isn't big. Liangpi is scraped from a large lump of starch jelly. Whether it strips or slices depends on the tool she uses. If it's prepared beforehand, very few sellers are willing to put more into the bowl. Only those who seem to be very familiar with the jelly will give more. On the other hand, those who are familiar with the jelly are usually fond of it and have a big mouth. If you give less, they will complain. She's not afraid that you will make trouble, but she will find it annoying. Those who are willing to choose the jelly in advance are usually in a hurry to eat, and don't care if it's more or less. I asked for garlic juice to prove that I'm a person who eats a lot, so she was afraid that I would argue with her, so she specially scraped it for me. I compared it, and it's really a little more. Wang Wan nodded repeatedly as she listened. She picked up her chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls. She smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You deliberately put in so much effort just to eat a little more?" A gust of wind blew the dust over. Zhang Xiaobao quickly picked up the bowl and put it under his clothes. He turned sideways to avoid the wind and said, "I didn't put in any effort. I really thought of doing this naturally. Look over there." Wang Wan looked over and saw a well-dressed lady arguing with the seller of liangpi. "Give me more sesame paste, I'll buy yours. Did you forget that I love sesame paste the most?" Too much, too much. If you give more, you can just eat sesame paste. Sesame paste is getting more and more expensive now. Even if I give you more, it won't cover the cost. I'll sell it at a loss," the seller said to the lady in the same loud voice. Wang Wan looked at the wind and asked Zhang Xiaobao to take out the bowl. She asked doubtfully, "Sesame paste is expensive? Does that mean that sesame oil is also starting to become expensive? And sesame? It's expensive. It's just a little more expensive. There's no need to consider the cost. It's just a saying. This is the real life of a normal person. It seems that I'm a normal person." Zhang Xiaobao also ate 2 mouthfuls and said, "You mean to say that I'm not a normal person? Since it's expensive, why don't you care about it?" Wang Wan grabbed the bowl and started to eat. "I don't care about the price of sesame. For a period of time, the price of sesame won't go down at all. I can't force it down. That's against the rules of the market. It's a non-essential consumable. As long as the price of salt, oil and grain doesn't fluctuate beyond the normal range, I won't ask about it. It's because we need to transport things from other places during the war, which increases the number of people moving around in the local area for a period of time. The local grain is enough to support the consumption of the people. Originally, the Chengdu area was a large production area. Otherwise, it wouldn't dare to be called Chengdu. It's a pity that it hasn't been Chengdu. It always stays in this name with a slightly inferior status." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he grabbed the bowl again and drank some soup. It was sour and sweet, very satisfying. But to the extent that it's not a situation of inferior status has never appeared. It can't become a capital, but its influence has always been widespread. It's because the environment and water transportation are developed. Izhou's liangpi is different from other places. How can there be so much soup? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao drinking another mouthful of soup and asked casually. Zhang Xiaobao burped and smiled. "It's not that there's a lot of liangpi soup in Izhou. It's a soup that's specially mixed with a little sugar and a little vinegar. The cost is increased, but the sales are also increased." Wang Wan thought about it, but she really couldn't figure out why this was done. Zhang Xiaobao didn't explain. Instead, he shouted at a person who was also holding a bowl and wanted to squat down to eat. He asked, "Brother, is her soup good?" "It's good, it's good. When you're tired from work, you should have a bowl. It can quench your thirst and fill your stomach. Otherwise, when you're hungry, you won't have the energy to work if you eat too much. If you don't eat, it'll be even more boring. After a bowl of liangpi, you can continue to work. This is called efficiency, little brother." The person turned around and said. He also taught Zhang Xiaobao what efficiency was. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly as if he had been taught something. He gave the person a thumbs up. With a smile on his face, the person found a relatively sheltered place and squatted down to eat. After 2 mouthfuls, He got up and ran to the stall to ask for more soup. Wang Wan put down her chopsticks and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You're really interesting. You even cooperated with others. Comrade Xiaobao, tell me, did you learn what efficiency is just now?" "No." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Who dares to say that he knows how to maximize efficiency? All efficiency improvement plans are just plans. No one dares to say that their plan is the best because there are still uncertainties. Do you want to calculate all the probabilities clearly? It's just like how no one knows how much rain a certain cloud in the sky can turn into. I've been walking on the path of increasing efficiency, but there's no end in sight. Wang Wan lightly clapped her hands twice as if she was applauding Zhang Xiaobao. Looking at the soup in the bowl, she also ran over to ask for more. When the person was unhappy and added a large spoonful of soup, Wang Wan embarrassedly took out a copper coin and gave it to the person. In the end, the person added another spoonful of soup and garlic juice. Wang Wan also drank a mouthful of soup and smacked her lips twice as she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I ate a stomach full of dust. The situation of our hygiene is really worrying." "What hygiene? Didn't you taste it? This soup was boiled first and then cooled. There's the taste of seasoning in it, not star anise powder directly. Firewood is not valuable, and the seller is also afraid that the people working at the docks will have a stomachache. What's there to be afraid of? Let the white blood cells in your body take care of it. Don't you usually breathe dust? Especially the roads in Tang, they are all made of earth and stone, and very few of them are cement. The Ministry of Works produces a lot of paraffin, and the most important thing is to get them to produce asphalt as soon as possible. I realize that I've become abnormal again. Today I'm not thinking about other things. I'm just looking, listening, and chatting with people. Actually, you should ask her for more liangpi. Just a copper coin. You don't have to buy soup. She probably feels guilty now and keeps looking at you." Zhang Xiaobao did not look at the person selling liangpi at all. Wang Wan looked back. Sure enough, the person was looking at her from the corner of his eyes. She could not help but sigh. "Xiaobao, why are you so familiar with the common folks' things? Then why didn't she take the initiative to add some liangpi for me?" Because at that moment, the greed in her heart won over the idea of a fair trade. "But she will probably ask you later if you still want more soup, but she will definitely not give you liangpi. So we can't stand on the moral high ground and attack her. She is also kind in her heart." Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the person who was eating the liangpi. That person was eating very slowly, unlike before when he drank the soup quickly and asked someone to refill it. Wang Wan sat back down and followed Zhang Xiaobao's gaze. She asked, "Why are you looking at him?" "I'm getting the same satisfaction from him. He ate very slowly because he wanted to savor the liangpi. I can ask him to do something," Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan looked. Sure enough, that person was eating very happily. She looked back at Zhang Xiaobao. "What do you want him to do?" "Sell liangpi," Zhang Xiaobao answered. Chapter 1257. You want to sell cold jelly? Wang Wan didn't believe it. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded affirmatively. Do you have nothing to do? If it wasn't for Jinla, we would be at the front line somewhere. We are staying in Izhou because we are worried that the garrison in Annan can't withstand the attack of Jinla's army. When the war starts, we will immediately take all the armed personnel in our family to that place for emergency help. Why don't you take advantage of your free time to think about national affairs and come here to sell cold jelly? Your ability shouldn't be used on a small business in a city. Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao personally selling cold jelly was a waste of talent. Zhang Xiaobao took the chopsticks and sucked the liangpi in his mouth. He looked at the sky as if he was savoring the taste. I just found out that there is no mustard. It's good that there is no mustard, so the people working at the docks don't have fast blood flow, and eating mustard will increase the incidence of cardiovascular diseases. I'm asking you a question. Why did you say mustard? Wang Wan looked at the person who was squatting and eating, afraid that he would leave after eating. Well, you ask and I answer. Don't you think that not going to the front line is more of a deterrent to the cannibals? Staying in Izhou can take care of the whole front line. Our guards can't be directly used to attack one side to complete the tactical arrangement, right? Our soldiers should be used at the critical moment. When the team is pulled out, there is only one battle strategy, which is to attack. And it must be unstoppable and invincible. It's not a lightning battle, but a thunderous battle crushing all the way. If you really play a defensive counterattack when the newspaper reports and the people see, oh, God of War Cuckoo can't beat them, right? So we should just stay here and wait for the time to move. What does that have to do with you selling cold jelly? Wang Wan admitted that Zhang Xiaobao was right. But what does being stationed in Ezhou have to do with cold jelly? I want to be a normal person. I really have nothing to do recently, except to plot against my younger brother and sister and set up a trap for them. I can't continue to make national policies, and I don't have any good policies at the moment. Is cold jelly bad? Do I have to sell my face? It's too expensive, right? Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be giving an explanation, but his purpose was different from Wang Wan's question. Burning newspapers at the grave? Who are you trying to fool? You set a trap for Xiao Bei and the others. I know. This is your old profession. You used to do this when you cheated people in the past. You gave people chance after chance and in the end they fell into your trap. The only difference was that when you were scheming against Darren, you had to go in a bigger circle and involve more karma. I don't object to you using trickery on your younger siblings. Using it for good is good, using it for evil is evil. Then why don't you trick more people? Deceive them in a good way. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make connections, but she didn't want to see him use his ability to sell cold jelly. And from the way Xiaobao instantly thought of lying to his younger siblings, she could tell that Xiaobao was really used to it. That kind of smooth arrangement was the best interpretation of his former identity. Fortunately, she was watching over him and reached an agreement to not let him do anything to his own people. Otherwise it might not have been a big deal. Xiaobao used to cheat people because the country system was too stable. Unlike now, as long as he showed his ability, he could easily gain the recognition of the upper echelons. Li Longji would make an exception and promote him. This was an era that was used to making exceptions. At that time, Xiaobao probably wouldn't be able to walk the right path. Many people would want to take advantage of him and suppress him. The upper echelons of the country wouldn't care about his ability. Or rather, they would only care when he had great achievements. For example, when he finally returned to the country, the upper echelons finally cared. But it was too late. He came back to bury his bones in his hometown. But it wasn't the absolute upper echelons, but the upper echelons wanted to take his money and convict him. Then, they would secretly release him to do things for some people. The meaning was that if they didn't kill you, you would be indebted to them. So at that time, Xiaobao had to take an unconventional approach to achieve his goal. Now the great Tang was much more flexible in selecting talents. There were disadvantages, but there were also advantages. With Xiaobao's love for his people, he wouldn't continue to be so ruthless. Who knows? Anyway, she was in charge of him now. His abilities were all used to treat his own people well and treat outsiders badly. Moreover, when he did things, it was very reassuring. Even if it was a small matter, it had a deep meaning. For example, selling cold jelly? Thinking of this, Wang Wan came back to her senses and placed her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's hand. She smiled sweetly and said gently, Hubby, is there something you haven't told me? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but tremble. He became nervous. No, I was just thinking about what you said just now. You said that my ability shouldn't be used on a city. In the past, we discussed that the country has many experts. The real experts are quite capable. If they put down their bodies, they can easily make a county rich. At that time, I mentioned it before. But after their status rose, they forgot about the things below and only thought about fighting for power. They all thought that they were in charge of the country's affairs and not a county or city. That was a waste of talent. They became selfish. In fact, how many counties are there in the country? They have so many people. Let's just say that they need 3 to 5 years to solve 1% of the poverty in the county. Then they can lead the surrounding counties and provide a model for other similar counties. In 2 generations, the entire country will be revitalized. However, they were unwilling. The composition and promotion structure of the local officials also determined the degree of local construction. Local officials were not allowed to hold the position of the head of the local department. The young foreign officials were gilded, while the old ones were retired. Now, you can treat me as one of those experts. What I need to do is to calm down. As long as I have time, I will plan for a small group of people in a city. If I don't do it, I will be idle. If I do something, I will gain something. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he removed his hand from Wang Wan's hand and used the fastest speed to gulp down the bowl of cold jelly. He also drank the soup until there wasn't a drop left. He put the bowl down, gasped for breath, and showed a sincere expression to Wang Wan. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She put her hand on his hand again. "Hubby, look, the moon is so round today." Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky. It was the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, and the moon had just appeared not long ago. He nodded. "Yes, I can clearly see Chang'e feeding the rabbits. The moon is like a silver plate, and the moonlight is like water. The reflection in the river is broken and condensed with the river. The quiet environment is like a cauldron, and the lights are shining brightly. It is quiet and noisy. Haha, if Hatong moonlight is written like you, Lao Zhu will be scolded to death." Wang Wan was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. "Do you think that if you don't write like me, no one will scold you? What I said does not seem to be logical at first glance, but from another perspective, it shows the unity and opposition of contradictions. For example, the boundless blue sky was filled with large patches of dark clouds. You shouldn't question why there were dark clouds in the blue sky, and why there were large patches of them. You should think that the sky was indeed blue, and there was no end to it. Then a group of dark clouds came over large patches of them. In other words, if you first draw a blue sky without a single cloud, and then you draw dark clouds. In this way you are not wrong, right? As for how to adjust the color, that is a matter of skill. However, you cannot say that the sky is not blue because there are dark clouds, but that when you look at it, the color of the blue sky is covered by the dark clouds." Zhang Xiaobao did not blush at all as he justified his statement. "Then let's talk about the cold powder, shall we?" Wang Wan did not continue to discuss the moon with Zhang Xiaobao. "This big brother, are you done eating? Do you want another bowl? I will treat you." Zhang Xiaobao stood up and walked behind the person who was eating the cold powder slowly. He slapped the person's back, causing the person to cough. There are still 2 more mouthfuls. The person who was slapped was unhappy. Zhang Xiaobao retracted his hand and scratched his head. "Sorry, I saw wrongly. Big brother, please continue eating. I want to treat you to another bowl." This person really did not care about being slapped. He reluctantly ate the remaining 2 mouthfuls of cold powder and raised his head to drink the soup. "I say, little brother, next time be more careful. If it is someone with a bad temper who wants to beat you up with your small physique, you will be beaten up with 2 slaps. Yes, it is hard to find a good person like Big Brother. Do you still want to eat? I will treat you." Zhang Xiaobao did not correct the person's words. If he used weapons, he would instantly beat up such a person. Instead, he asked if the person still wanted to eat. The person shook his head. "No, if I continue eating, it will delay my work. If I eat too much, I will not be able to use my strength." "Little brother, did you bring your wife out to play?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "It is getting hotter and hotter. My wife at home said that she wanted to come out, so I did not dare to not come out. I was afraid." Wang Wan looked at him indifferently. She did not explain or hide anything. She wanted to know what Xiaobao was playing at. The person wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "No, it is not good to be afraid of your wife. Men do big things. If you are afraid of your wife, it is because she is soft." Yes. Big brother is right. Just like when Big Brother went to ask for the soup, the cold jelly seller was obedient and said that she would give it to you immediately. At home, she must also listen to Big Brother. Zhang Xiaobao said. No. The person nervously denied. "I do not live with Gu. She is not my wife. We are not close." "Not close? But I just saw her scrape a few more times for you. When you asked her to add the soup, she first used a spoon to scrape the side to get rid of the little bit of foam. She scooped it gently, afraid that she would hand over the sediment at the bottom. When my wife went to ask for the soup, she did not do that." Zhang Xiaobao was just short of directly saying, "You were flirting with me with your eyes, flirting and laughing with me just now." When? The person was anxious. "You did not? Big brother, there were 2 empty seats at the table in front. Why didn't you take them? Why did you have to squat here to eat? And big brother, the bowl you used is different from ours. Our bowl is sawed from thick bamboo. The one in your hand is made from pottery, right? It has been placed next to the cart selling cold jelly. There is a cover on it." Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He even winked at the person, meaning that he understood. The person was even more flustered. He glanced at the place where the cold jelly was sold and stuttered. I thought the bamboo was dirty. I saw that there was something to play with, so I used it. I really have nothing to do with Guer. I know. Big brother, don't worry. You and Guer have a pure relationship. I understand. Big brother, listen to me. I am speaking nonsense. Why didn't you take the table? Because you want to leave the table for someone else. Why did you squat here? Because, from this angle, you can see the side of Guer who is selling cold jelly. It is so beautiful. Zhang Xiaobao continued. If you say that again, I will beat you. The person directly reached out to grab Zhang Xiaobao's collar. Chapter 1258. In the blink of an eye, Wang Wan made a hand gesture to the surrounding people. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and grabbed the other person's wrist. Big brother, let's talk things out. What are you afraid of? Everyone loves beauty. The person tried to struggle, but found that he was not as strong as Zhang Xiaobao. At first, he was shocked, but after looking at Zhang Xiaobao carefully, he did not swing his other hand that was holding the bowl. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little brother, a real person doesn't show off. Even so, you can't slander Guer. Big brother is so strong. As expected of the leader of several people at the docks. You're good at work." Zhang Xiaobao said as he let go of the other person's hand. Wang Wan looked on calmly, not worried at all. The other person was just one person. Xiaobao could deal with him easily. If the other person was an enemy, he would have been knocked down in an instant. She and Xiaobao had a systematic training method. Moreover, they started training from a young age. The nutrition and equipment were all kept up. Not to mention Xiaobao, she could deal with that person easily. Unfortunately, the training method from a young age was not universal. For example, Xiaobei and the others did not receive proper training until they were 4 years old. Otherwise, it would cause bone damage. Children were unable to accurately express their body's condition, and did not have equipment to follow up with. They were unlike her and Xiaobao, who knew when to stop training. If other children were to train like this at 1 year old, they would definitely fail. They did not know how much their body could bear. Zhang Xiaobao did not dwell on the details of the other person attacking first. Instead, he continued to ask in a friendly voice. Big brother, I'm just curious. At the same time, I have some thoughts. Do you have that kind of relationship with Guer? Is she your brother's wife, or is she a widow? How did you know? The person was shocked. He lowered his head and sighed. Sigh. You're right. She's the wife of one of my brothers. She's also a widow. It's been 5 years. That brother of mine has been dead for 5 years. When he was carrying a log, he accidentally fell off the pedal and was crushed to death by the log he was carrying. He left behind a 7-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old boy. Zhang Xiaobao revealed a sad expression and explained softly, Big brother, I've said something that makes you sad. But I have to say that I don't want to make you suffer. I have a way to make other people's lives better. Normally, when buying starch jelly, there shouldn't be extra soup. Furthermore, it should be a mixture of sweet, sour, and salt. This was used to quench one's thirst and to relieve one's summer heat. Especially starch jelly with broad bean powder. Drinking a bowl of it during normal work would make one feel very comfortable and could restore one's physical strength to a certain extent. She gave you more cold jelly because she was familiar with you. She gave you a special bowl because she was close to you. You didn't take up a spot because you wanted to leave it for someone else. You squatted here because you could look at her when she wasn't looking. You gave her money because you didn't want to make her life difficult. She came to sell starch jelly with soup specially prepared for people like you who worked at the docks. Looking at her figure, she had children. She sold things at a place where a group of men worked and didn't receive any teasing or harassment. This in itself was abnormal. So, either she was the wife of one of your brothers who worked at the docks or she was a widow, and a widow who was protected by you guys. Moreover, she only prepared another bowl, and that bowl was for you to use. If you say that there's no relationship between you two, who would believe it? Either she needs you to take care of her husband, or there's only a layer of paper between you two, but no one is willing to break it. Now I know. You think that if you say it out loud, you'll let down your dead brother. But you're afraid that she can't take care of 2 children by herself. She doesn't want you to look down on her and think that she's a shameless woman. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sighed. There were too many helplessness in the world. Just like the song, the joys and sorrows of the world were as easy as turning over one's hand. Looking at the green mountains and blue waters, one can't help but wonder. Wang Wan also stood up and came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. She looked at the person in front of her and didn't say anything. She didn't want to comfort him because he seemed to be strong enough. She didn't want to say that Gur who sold starch jelly was suffering, because the gentleness in the heart of this man who worked at the docks didn't need to be stirred up. This person was about to go silly. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao in shock. After a while he swallowed his saliva and asked, Since you guessed it then tell me, other than the fact that I feel sorry for my dead brother, what other reason is there that I don't want to tell her? It's because she doesn't have much pressure to survive. Her daughter and son are taken care of by the school. Usually, she can get a sum of money from the court every month. She doesn't have to pay taxes for her business. Especially recently, the number of bailiffs patrolling outside her house at night has increased significantly. Zhang Xiaobao replied, Brother, how do you know all of this? This person was obviously stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. It was too amazing. How was this possible? The former is the welfare of the court. The latter is because the local officials want to keep their position and their heads. Tell me, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in Yizhou, what would happen if someone knocked on the widow's door in the middle of the night? The heads of the yamen would pay a heavy price for this. Therefore, you feel that she can live well without you. So you don't have the courage to say what's in your heart. She's such a good woman, living with 2 children, doing things quickly, and can support herself. She's also not bad looking. The burden of supporting the family shouldn't be put on her. Otherwise, it's the incompetence of all men in the world, right? Zhang Xiaobao said again. This person nodded repeatedly. For a moment he was at a loss. He felt that this person who was younger than him was too terrifying. What did he usually do? Wang Wan, on the other hand, had a blissful look on her face. Couldn't be like this. Why did Xiaobao always give people the impression that he was so smart and considerate? It was just eating liangpi, a very normal thing, but it actually gave him so much information. It seemed that those who were cheated in the past were not wronged at all. Your opponent is too strong. It's not your fault. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. This person reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm. Brother, my dear brother, give me an idea. You said that you would help me just now. Like you said, I really like Gur. In fact, many of my brothers know. They even advised me to take the initiative when we were drinking. But I don't dare. I haven't married yet. I always feel that I am not good enough for Gur. This woman is really too good. Tell me, as a person who works at the docks, what can I give her? Then do you know what she wants? Zhang Xiaobao asked back. This person shook his head. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it. He did not tell this person that Gur wanted a shoulder and someone to rely on. Instead, he said to this person, I hope that you can continue to work at the docks and lead a group of people to do things well. Also, gradually expand the team. Do the children in her family like you? It's okay. I used to go to Baby's Candy House to buy things for them to eat. It's a pity that Baby's Candy House doesn't sell cakes anymore. Her daughter's birthday is coming soon. During the new year, I promised to buy her a big birthday cake. This is troublesome. This person began to worry about something that seemed very small to an adult. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's clothes hem. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said, There will be cakes and there will be sodas. Why do you sound so awkward? Big brother, don't worry. I will help you think of a way. You can see that I don't have bad intentions. Just now when my wife asked for soup, she gave me an extra copper coin. I won't take advantage of others. I will ask Gur to return it. When the other person heard this, he thought that they were complaining about the copper coin. Don't. Zhang Xiaobao quickly stopped him. You don't lack a copper coin. The future is long. Big brother, how about I provide you with a feasibility report? Don't talk nonsense. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. What feasibility report? Big brother doesn't understand. Just tell me what to do. I believe that Big brother will listen to you. Yes. Sister-in-law knows more. Brother, you have to listen to your wife more in the future. This person smiled at Wang Wan. There was no expression in his eyes that should not be there. Wang Wan was so beautiful that normal men would not be able to look straight at her. Perhaps some perverted people could look straight at her, but if they knew who Wang Wan was, they would probably regret it very much. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to scold the other person. Just now, you said not to be controlled by your wife. In the blink of an eye, you changed sides? Looking at the busy situation at the docks, Zhang Xiaobao said to this person, "How much longer do we have to finish work?" "I don't know. If you are not tired, continue working. If you are tired, take a break. Now that there are many boats coming and going, take the opportunity to earn more money. Other than me, there are 22 brothers who have families. Children are actually harder to raise than before." "Why are they hard to raise? Isn't there a school to take care of them?" Wang Wan asked. "Sister-in-law, you asked a good question. When I said raise them, I meant raise them well, not raise them. It is easy to raise them, and there is no need for the family to fork out money. The family has to buy books for the children to read, have to specially boil water for them to bathe every day, have to make beautiful new clothes, have to prepare good candles, or else the adults will lose face. People will say, look at the imperial court, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, and the others helping you raise your children, but you don't do anything for them. Whose children are they? I don't have children, so I raised Gur's children as my own. Especially her son. The last time he called me father, Gur was still there. I was so scared that I ran out of her house without even putting on my shoes." This person's face immediately turned red when he talked about what he thought was embarrassing. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "This stupid thing. The woman already taught her child to call you father, but you actually ran away. Your IQ and EQ need to be tested. You are a weirdo." "That big brother, do you know how to do carpentry?" Zhang Xiaobao could only change the topic. "I don't." "You don't know how to saw wood and make a table?" "Of course I don't know how to do carpentry. Carpenters need to carve, engrave, paint, inlay and carve." This person answered honestly. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood. Yes, it is not easy to be a carpenter these days. You need to have professional qualities. The money you earn is not much, but the relevant skills are definitely not lacking. Wealth, it is the wealth of treasures. Zhang Xiaobao then said to this person, "How about this, big brother? See if you can let your brothers take a break. I will go back with you to Guer's house and make some things. After that, we can earn more money. From tomorrow onwards, Gur will not have to come out to sell herself." "No, if she doesn't come out to sell, what will she do? People will become stupid if they are bored." This person disagreed. "Please listen to me slowly," Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was singing. Chapter 1259. "Brother, I still don't know your surname," the other party asked Zhang Xiaobao. "My surname is Zhang and my name is Xiaobao." "What's your surname, big brother?" Zhang Xiaobao replied. Brother, don't joke around. My surname is Liu and my name is Pan. My father found someone to give it to me. He said it means tenacity or something. Anyway, my life is very tough." "What's your name?" The person who called himself Liu Pan asked again. "My name is actually Zhang Xiaoyu." "Brother Liu, shouldn't you find someone to come back?" Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to make up a fake name. "Come back. Little brother Zhang, do you really have a way to make money?" Liu Pan was still hesitating. "Really? Making money is very easy, especially small amounts." Zhang Xiaobao had a confident expression. Liu Pan was still worried and hesitant. Zhang Xiaobao simply took out a handful of money and stuffed it into Liu Pan's hand. "Brother Liu, here. Take it as a deposit. If I'm wrong, the money is yours." Liu Pan glanced at the money in his hand and was shocked. He looked at the denomination of the notes. They were all 10 strings of coins. Luo estimated that there were at least 300 strings of coins. He quickly stuffed the money back. "I believe you. Wait a moment. Sister-in-law, take it too. I still need her help." Zhang Xiaobao reminded again. "Okay, I'll take it all." Liu Pan saw that the other party took out a lot of money and thought about himself. He realized that it was not worth it to be cheated once. Liu Pan first ran to the stall selling liangpi and told Gu. He threw down the bowl and ran to the dock to discuss the handover. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to find someone to take over the work halfway. If the work was not done well, for example, there was a problem with the stacking, and the person behind took over, earned a portion of the money, and took all the responsibility. That would be stupid. Lu Pan probably wanted to give up all the money, and then use his reputation as a dock worker to give the benefits to others. He would then be able to recruit his brothers back. Xiao Bao, what are you trying to do? Wang Wan still did not understand. She only knew that Xiao Bao thought of a way to make money with Liang Pi. To her it was normal. The question was whether the return was proportional to the effort. What else can we do? Give a demonstration. As the saying goes, I'll make an example and let everyone see that a simple industry can also play well with the 12 national policies. Most of the people are still observing. When they see that I'm successful, they'll be willing to follow suit. Under normal management, the role of the leader was very obvious. Many things were actually ruined by the officials. Some of the officials were kind enough to govern the area, but the other officials were not thinking about the situation of the area, but how to cause trouble, and thus determine their own position. In the end, when someone raised a contrary opinion, not only did this group of officials not humbly accept the correction, but they also talked about great principles. For example, if they wanted to do more, they had to protect their position and let themselves be in a better place. Or they might say something like, in the Jianghu one has no choice. Well, you are in the Jianghu. In order to do more things that benefit the common people, you first have no choice but to embezzle, accept bribes, flatter, and speak empty words. All along you have the idea of doing more for the common people in the future, and all along you did things against your will. Others who wanted to do things for the common people were eliminated by you. You finally reached the position of the head of department and then, don't Xiao Bao, in the Great Tang, there is no head of department, nor is there a situation where the municipal party secretary is a vice minister of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. Let's talk about the current situation. Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, all the way to the position of a third-grade or fourth-grade provincial governor, you found that because you used the excuse of climbing up the ranks in the Jianghu to get rid of many officials who were willing to do things for the common people. While you were in a high position, you did countless things to harm the common people. So now, you need to start doing things for the common people and realize your original life dream. You, on the other hand, need to explain to the people who came to you that you are now a provincial governor, not a village chief or county magistrate. If you care too much, how can the people under your rule live? If you do everything, what can the people under you do? So, as the secretary, as the provincial governor, you mainly care about people. If you maintain the balance between the officials under you, you will be successful. And you will also say that many people don't understand you. In this position, there are too many things to consider. You have to maintain the overall correct path and not be biased. At the same time, you are under a lot of pressure from the capital. It is you who desperately communicate with the higher-ups to maintain the stability of the local development. Harmony. Many common people don't know the importance of harmony. In the process of development, there will definitely be problems. But, do we not do anything in order to not make mistakes? The officials in the capital are watching, and so is the emperor. Then why can't we maintain a harmonious scene so that the higher-ups can see prosperity? Do we have to make small problems infinitely bigger? Problems do exist, but we can't stop development because of problems. As the municipal party secretary, as the provincial governor, the production of the entire province, the GDP of the people has doubled compared to previous years, a growth rate of 100%. The average income of the common people has reached 1,500 copper coins per month. What does this mean? It means that the path I have been taking is right. As for how the 1,500 copper coins are averaged out, it doesn't matter. I gave you the opportunity to develop, but you didn't work hard. You dragged down the GDP, so how can you have the nerve to complain? And a small number of people are facing difficulties in their lives. This is the pain brought by the reform and development. As the provincial governor, I have to take care of the majority of the people, not a few people who don't have the ability to develop and adjust themselves. Do you want me to directly give money to people who don't have a good life? That would be instilling lazy thoughts in the entire province. Wife, why aren't you against me? Zhang Xiaobao said a lot of things and all of them were true. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have vented his feelings and was in a good mood. However, he found that Wang Wan didn't interrupt him like before. Wang Wan sighed softly. Xiaobao, you said so much about the situation that existed at that time. Then tell me, how should I change it? Don't be like that person called Lang something Ping more than 100 years ago. He spouted a bunch of nonsense. Now that things have happened, what's the use of him saying nonsense to sell himself? He only knows how to act like an actor on TV, but he doesn't talk about how to solve and prevent the problem. Many fools listen very seriously and think that he is very impressive. Then tell me now, how do you solve the problem and not keep criticizing it when you know the problem? Don't talk about solving the problem of governance. According to what you said, from the section chief level to the central government, they are all rotten. Even if you can take them all down, who will fill in the positions during that time? You can just take down a mayor and find a normal person to tell him that you are now the mayor. Do you think he will be the mayor? If you take them all down at once, the country will collapse. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this. After thinking about it, he admitted, "Yes, I have been criticizing it in the past, but it is useless. I need to solve it. China belongs to everyone, so I have to start with myself. If I feel that society's imagination is wrong, the first thing to consider is what I have done. If my actions are to go with the flow, I have no right to criticize others. I should not be thinking about going against the flow. What I need to do is to do my best to guide. The solution you asked me for is actually very simple. The reason for this problem is one of the problems of China's bureaucracy since ancient times. The other is the problem of economic expansion. To solve the bureaucracy, the upper echelons need to have absolute control over the military. They need some people to replace the current officials. If it is difficult, then solve the economic problem. First, investigate the illegal merchants at the bottom and punish them harshly. Let the people have a sense of hope and expectation for the upper echelons. Then investigate the merchants in the middle. They have been playing the role of a link. After investigating them, the people will realize that the situation around them has changed. Then it will be a political game to get rid of the illegal upper echelons. At the same time, strengthen the country's military in advance to prevent a large amount of money from flowing out and being protected by other countries. Then what if there is a protective umbrella when investigating the merchants? Wang Wan nodded and asked, "Protective umbrella? Let their opponents deal with them. The upper echelons only need to take down a small portion of the officials under the protective umbrella. The strong ones will send a signal to the other officials under the protective umbrella to let them fight each other. Then the upper echelons will laugh at the situation. The final result is that the officials under the protective umbrella will first make a move on the forces under their protection. They are all shameless anyway. They can just find an excuse and compromise with their opponents at the same level. Only then can they keep their position or step down with dignity. During this process, encourage the people to sue the officials. According to the normal principle of fairness, let the people win a few more times to give the people confidence. Then, for 5 to 10 years, some of the officials will not dare to secretly collude with the merchants. After they retire, the new officials will want to collude with the merchants again. However, they will realize that the people are no longer the people they used to be. They know how to resist. Even if the leaders at the top change, they have no choice but to follow this rule." Zhang Xiaobao explained his method of changing a common social phenomenon. He started with the merchants. Although a portion of the merchants would be wronged, if others could suffer, why couldn't they? Then do you think the people will listen? As you said before, many of the people are not complaining about the bad society. They are complaining that they can't occupy a position where they can get more benefits. They scold the officials and profiteers because they can't be officials and profiteers. How do you think we should change it? Wang Wan asked another question that was difficult to answer. Losses. Use losses to exchange, Zhang Xiaobao answered. How? Who are we going to lose? Wang Wan asked again. We will lose the country's economic and international political interests. We will raise the industry standards for foreign investors. We will even confiscate the assets of foreign investors. We will show a strong stance internationally and suppress the neighboring countries. The upper echelons can even broadcast a strong speech on TV and scold people. This way, the people will feel that their country is very powerful. Although it is an illusion, at least they will feel that their backs are straight. The result is that the countries that trade with our country will be very angry. They will use various means to sanction China's foreign enterprises and be politically isolated for a short time. However, there is no need to be afraid of a large-scale war. That will destroy the world. It will be a long process to get through this period, and then make concessions internationally. But if we want to keep the roots of this nation, we must do it. First, we will mention the pollution of the enterprises and cause public opinion. Then we will investigate and pull down some of the officials, and give a hint to the opponents of the same officials in other places. Then, we will investigate every official who is exposed. After Zhang Xiaobao finished, he waved his hand. Don't talk about it. It's useless. Let's talk about it now. I want to use practical actions to tell the people of the Tang Empire that cold jelly can also be made on a large scale. Let them see it and they will learn. And then we won't go to war. We can use it to divert domestic conflicts and give the Ministry of Works Technology some time to adapt to the civilian application. From then on, all problems will no longer be a problem within a few years. Zhang Xiaobao liked the current system more and more. The emperor had so much power. It was so easy to do things. Wang Wan knew that Xiaobao might not attack the previous system in the future because he knew it was useless. But Xiaobao's words were worth thinking about. If the upper echelons had the same idea at that time, they might have handled it better. They were playing this game. Thinking that there would be a period of peace on this matter in the future, Wang Wan was in a good mood. Suddenly she thought of a question and asked, "Why did you start with cold jelly? Was it a coincidence?" "Because there are more broad beans in Sichuan. I can always be stupid and find something that doesn't exist in the area to make a sample, right? That's pure idiocy." Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan. Chapter 1260. Lu Pan came back quickly. As the leader of a group of dock workers, he had a lot of authority in the hearts of the other 22 people. He said that he had met a benefactor and wanted to support Gurur's business. The 22 people gave up the rest of their work, including the money they should have earned before, and came with him. Everyone was wearing fine linen clothes, and there was a large patch sewn on the shoulders with cotton cloth. It seemed that the patch was not patched after it was worn out, but rather an extra piece of cloth was added before it was worn out. First of all, this attire reflected the better life of the people of Tang. In the past, they were all bare-chested, and when they carried things they would put a sack under them. When the crumbs on the sack fell down, they would be stuck by the sweat on their bodies, which made them itchy and allergic. Gurur no longer sold her cold jelly outside. She waited for others to finish the little bit in their hands before she took the bowl and brought them home. With a group of men around, she naturally did not need to push her own cart. The group left the dock and walked for half an hour before they entered a residential area far away from the main street. At this time, all residential areas had their own courtyards. No matter how big or small they were, they would definitely use fences to enclose an area. Inside the fences were some vegetables that they usually ate. Almost every family set aside an area to pick onions, so that there was no need to buy them. In Guerre's courtyard there were 4 chickens, 1 male and 3 females. Their wings were cut short to prevent them from flying over the short fence around the vegetable field to eat the leaves. There were 2 rooms and a warehouse on the side. The windows of the main room were covered with paper, and the house was built with mud and grass. The walls were flattened with a trowel, which could be considered as a kind of pressure press. There were exposed rafters in the herringbone frame, and above them were blue tiles. Judging from the situation, the tiles were just scraped this year, and someone added a hat on the chimney. Looking at the surrounding courtyards, they were also not bad. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very gratified. This area in Izhou City belonged to the slums. When they came here, many families were living a better life, which showed that the overall quality of life of the people was improving. For a long time they had not heard of anyone starving to death. Unless he stayed at home and did not know how to ask for food from others when he was hungry, or went to the local government, he would naturally be able to eat. They didn't set up a separate department for the relief of the common people. They were directly assigned to the yamen. If there was a problem, they could directly go to the yamen to find the yamen. This was to prevent the external departments from arguing too much back and forth. Gur was a single woman with 2 children, so it was impossible for her to take care of the roof tiles. As a single woman, she would need at least 5 days to take care of the roof tiles. If she slipped and fell, it would increase the court's medical expenses. Even if the medical treatment was free, one could not risk one's life. "Little brother, come in and take a rest." Guer did not care about the 23 dock workers. Instead, she was very enthusiastic towards Zhang Xiaobao. But this enthusiasm carried a sense of distance. Zhang Xiaobao walked in with Wang Wan while Ge went to make tea. Some people went to fetch water from the wells in this area. The dock was very dusty, so they wanted to wash their bodies and cool down before continuing with their work. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that the tea was black tea, he was immediately worried. After thinking about it, it was understandable. The local tea must have been fermented for many years. Otherwise, Pu tea would not be so famous. If it was sold to people who lived in the grasslands, they would prefer fermented tea. If it was green tea, it would be less effective for cleansing the stomach. The real tea leaves of the tea horse sect were not specially picked to make black tea. During the process of transportation, the tea leaves would be exposed to the wind, rain and sun, and the tea leaves would be fermented. After half a year they would be traded at a place. Black tea was very magical. Sister-in-law, there is no need to make tea. Xiao Yu and I will just drink some water. The tea is too hot and will not quench our thirst. Wang Wan stopped Gur and gave a lame excuse. Are you not used to the local tea? Gur asked bluntly. She then said, my family is busy. They have been coming all the time, so I did not prepare other tea leaves. Wait a moment, I will go and buy some. Wang Wan grabbed her arm and said, no need, no need. We are here to discuss business. We do not lack tea. If we buy more tea, we will have to spend money. It does not cost much. You can see that we live in a remote place, but our living conditions are not bad. We can save the money to raise the 2 children. The 2 children have school to take care of them. The elder daughter is good at her studies, but is not as naughty as the younger one. The school gives us many candles. In the past, if there were outsiders coming, I would feel embarrassed. I always felt that our family was poor. But now I am not afraid. We have clothes, food, and food. As for me, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. I am a single person raising 2 children. The yamen gives me many benefits. My house costs a lot of money every year. I told them that I do not need it, but the yamen runners insist. No one can compare to this house. Usually during the new year, the yamen will give me vegetable oil and noodles. The meat is all thick with fat, and the little ones do not like to eat it. Gur no longer went to buy tea. She also pulled Wang Wan and chatted with her. Her face was full of happiness, but she would occasionally roll her eyes at Lu Pan. Obviously, she had her own goals now that her life was better. Wang Wan listened to her, and her heart was sweeter than honey. Everything in front of her was forcefully promoted by her and Xiao Bao. Free medical care, free education, and extra care for special groups. When it was implemented, there was no resistance. It was not that people did not want to, but that they did not dare. When it was implemented, it was like holding a knife in one hand and a pen in the other. If the pen was not put down, the knife would be put down. There was no room for negotiation. The imperial court paid a large sum of money every year for this, but did not have to contribute much in terms of disaster relief. Most of it was borne by her and Xiao Bao. It was like a large family that once controlled the country's politics and economy. Therefore, when they obtained power, they had to bear a large part of the responsibility. Moreover, they had to fulfill their dream of developing China. Therefore, the 2 of them contributed to the good lives of the people. Instead of praising them directly, it was better to experience the lives of the people from the side. Sister-in-law, do the children want to eat lean meat? Why don't they eat more fish? When children are young, they like to eat fatty meat because it's easy to chew and can provide the body with what it needs. When they grow up, they can't eat too much. It's not good for the body, and it'll affect their health if they gain weight. Wang Wan gave the idea to let them eat fish. As for whether they liked it or not, this was not a problem. Xiao Bei and the rest were starting to ask for children's newspapers. Gur nodded and patted Wang Wan's hand lightly. She said, Sister, you know more. Your hands are so tender. One look and I can tell that you're a child of a rich family. You haven't suffered much. Wang Wan was speechless. I haven't suffered much? Do any of you know the pressure Xiao Bao and I have endured? Although we have the best food, clothing, and other necessities, a person's happiness is not measured in this way. When the road to achieving one's dreams is long, walking on it is dangerous, and the requirements are not just food, clothing, and shelter. When we go back, I'll get someone to send some cosmetics to sister-in-law. Actually, sister-in-law doesn't need much makeup. Just put more stuff on your face. You just feel that you have something to do. Wang Wan touched Guer's hand. It was indeed rough, but it was work, so it had to be like this. Sister-in-law, you can't accept things from younger sisters. Younger sisters need money to buy them. If you give them to sister-in-law will feel bad. When sister-in-law has time, you can buy them yourself. Do you also buy for younger sisters? Guer glanced at Lu Pan, who was standing there foolishly, and said. Wang Wan understood. She shook her head and smiled. How can a woman buy her own cosmetics? Isn't it because my disappointing husband gives them to me? He gives me a bunch of things that are useful and not useful. Not to mention that it's a waste of time. I also don't need them. Zhang Xiaobao very wisely cooperated. Of course. Regardless of whether they are useful or not, it has nothing to do with whether I give them or not. It's the reality that you don't need them. Whether you give them or not depends on your attitude. A man who doesn't buy new clothes and cosmetics for his woman is not a good man. Lu Pan, who was standing not far away and listening to their conversation, blushed. He rubbed his hands in embarrassment and stammered. I'll go out for a while. After he finished speaking, he wanted to leave. Zhang Xiaobao immediately stopped him. Brother Lu, don't be in a hurry. It's more important to discuss business. Then he lowered his voice. I have some cosmetics with an internal price. When the time comes, I'll give you a few sets. It's not worth it to buy them now. What's the internal price? Lu Pan also asked in a low voice. It's the price to sell to the management of the cosmetics. For example, the most expensive beauty set of whale oil moisturizing skincare series is sold for 760 strings of coins. Moreover, there's a price but no supply. Even if the price is listed, there's no stock. The internal price is cheaper, 300 copper coins per set. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Lu Pan's eyes almost popped out. Brother, don't lie to me. Is 300 copper coins enough for the cost? It's not like I don't know anything. You really don't know anything. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his eyes with an I know very well expression. He thought to himself, do you know how much the cost is? A whale has a lot of oil. The ships guarding the sea can catch it while they're at it. But he couldn't say that. Instead, he said, the cost is not equal to the internal price. Does the cost have anything to do with the internal price? For example, if you have a cold, you can go to the clinic and get the medicine. It's free. Don't tell me the medicine has no cost. For example, if you go to another place and you're penniless and hungry, you can go to the local yamen. They will treat you to braised pork, 2 tails of wine, steamed buns and rice. Do you need money? No cost? Is there wine? Lu Pan was really honest. He directly followed the words and thought of the free food and drink provided by the yamen for outsiders. Depends on the situation. There's definitely no wine on a hot day. If it's rainy and humid, not only will there be wine, but there might also be wine soaked in ginseng. In the past 2 years, there have been more ginseng cultivated by humans. Every yamen has prepared a lot. Brother, do you understand what I mean? The internal price should be lower than the cost. Zhang Xiaobao finally explained the situation. The person opposite him was a blockhead. No wonder he couldn't take a step forward in protecting Guo. Lu Pan thought about how he could buy over 700 coins worth of cosmetics for 300 copper coins. He was finally tempted. But he still hesitated and asked, Little brother Zhang, how do you want me to repay you? Zhang Xiaobao patted Lu Pan's shoulder and said, Live a good life, be hardworking, be loyal to the Tang dynasty, abide by the law and abide by the rules. That's the best way to repay me. I've always thought of that, and that's what I do. Lu Pan didn't understand what his actions had to do with repaying the other party. Very good. I've already received my reward. Here's the water. Let's wash up. We'll talk later. Zhang Xiaobao said as he saw people carrying in 4 large buckets of water. He called Lu Pan over. Wang Wan was talking to Ger. Sister-in-law, you should raise a few more chickens. You haven't looked at the backyard, but the front yard is big enough. It's enough to raise 20 more chickens. If you really can't do it, you can tie a rope between their legs so that they won't be able to take big steps and eat the vegetables in the field. Let me think, if you have 23 hens, 1 rooster would be enough. You don't need to use eggs to hatch the chicks. It's just eating eggs. The rooster will guard the hens, and it won't be a problem if it crows normally. Gur was very surprised. She lowered her head to look at Wang Wan's hand, then looked at the size of the yard. She looked at the 4 chickens that were not afraid of strangers and asked in surprise, "Big sister, you know how to raise chickens? Aren't you from a rich family?" "I raised 6 hens in the past, but they didn't lay eggs. It wasn't easy for them to lay a soft one. How could there be eggs to eat?" Wang Wan didn't explain why she knew how to raise chickens. She said to Gur, "Sister-in-law, it's easy to solve the problem if the chickens don't lay eggs or lay soft eggs. There are river snails and shells nearby. You can take a rake and rake a basket of them back for the chickens to eat. The chickens will eat the meat inside. You can crush the shells with a roller. It's best if it's small and scattered on the ground. The hens will eat it themselves. Not only will it replenish the nutrition of the chickens, but it will also replenish the calcium. When the time comes, the eggs will be laid one after another. With 23 hens, you can at least provide about 20 eggs a day. My chickens can sometimes lay 5 eggs in 4 days. Sometimes, but it's definitely not a problem to say that they can lay 4 eggs in 5 days." Gur was tempted. It was said that rich families were very capable. Normally, they could lay 4 eggs in 5 days. At that time, whether they sold it or kept it for themselves, or made into salted eggs, it would be good. "Younger sister, what did your chickens eat when you raised them?" Sister-in-law, it's not suitable for you to use that method. Just a little less is fine. For example, 2 eggs in 3 days. My chickens eat fish bone powder, earthworms, rice grains, vegetable leaves, and the fermented products of the stalks. When the sun is high, there's a place to shelter them. When it's cold, there's measures to keep them warm. We also feed them running water and fine grains of wheat rice stone. The chicken dung is cleaned every day. The temperature is low and the temperature is low. Sister-in-law, you don't have to do this. The cost is too high. My family's poultry is mainly responsible for the Imperial Court's research. In fact, they can lay more eggs, but we need to add other things. We thought about it and gave up." Wang Wan explained in detail. If she let other people raise them like this, the cost was too high. Gur understood and said, "Then I'll feed them some vegetable leaves and officials. When the time comes, I'll go to the river and get a basket of shelled things. 2 eggs in 3 days. It's not a small amount. I didn't know in the past. Younger sister, you've helped sister-in-law today." Wang Wan was not satisfied when she heard this. The government didn't tell you how to raise chickens? What kind of bullshit government office are they? Are they all freeloaders? The government does? Guer asked, puzzled. Yes, of course they do. The Imperial Court pays for things that affect the people's lives. The information is free. Moreover, in important places like Ijo, there are specialized technicians in charge of answering questions. It seems that either they don't have the printing materials or they don't advertise. It's too unreasonable to teach them a lesson when we go back. Wang Wan said angrily. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The people didn't know how to raise livestock and poultry. It was definitely the government's responsibility. Wang Wan was angry. When it was Guer's turn, she was shocked. She looked at Wang Wan and asked, You can control the government? Ah, the government also needs to be reasonable, right? We'll make money in 2 days. Moreover, we don't need to do things by ourselves like now. Sister-in-law, you can wait to get rich. Wang Wan didn't reveal her identity. Once she did, she wouldn't be able to find the right atmosphere to talk. Although others looked normal, their thoughts would definitely be different. Guer was happy and confused. She asked, Sister, how do you think we can get rich? Ask him. Wang Wan pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head. Wait a moment. When everyone is done, we'll start talking about the plan to make money. There's no need to get loans or find investors. There's only 24 of you. It'll be enough if each of you pool some money. As soon as he said this, the people who were still pouring water on themselves suddenly sped up. After they finished washing themselves, they came over shirtless. They didn't care if their pants were wet or not. Little brother will listen. As long as you really come up with a good plan, we'll definitely support you in the future. We'll listen to whatever you say. Lu Pan expressed his attitude. You'll rebel even if I ask you to? Zhang Xiaobao asked with a smile. Lu Pan was stunned. He scratched his head and said, Brother, you're joking. We admit that we owe you a big favor by earning more money. But if you ask us to rebel, that's impossible. At most, we'll return the money we earned to you. If we really want to rebel, the surrounding neighbors will tear us apart before the army and bailiffs are mobilized. Even if we really rebel, where can we run to if we avoid the neighbors and the army? If we run out, will we still have a home? We don't think that the Tang Empire is bad. We're living a good life now. The emperor is reasonable. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have been working hard to get more benefits for us. If we really rebel, we'll let them down first. Brother, we've learned enough. You can't make the same joke again. Otherwise, we'll take it seriously. We'll first capture you two and send you to the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant to be dealt with by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Well, you see, Brother Lu, I'm just joking. We're giving you a lot of money now. We're giving you more benefits than Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Don't tell me you still think they're good? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Wang glared at Zhang Xiaobao with dissatisfaction. You're talking about how to earn money. What, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Do you want to hear others praise you? Zhang Xiaobao was embarrassed. He really wanted to hear others praise him. It would make him feel better. Who didn't want to hear good words? Moreover, it was praise in front of others when they didn't know who you were. At this time, Lu Pan waved his hand at Wang. Sister-in-law Xiao Bao and Cuckoo should be praised. They're such good brothers and sisters. To be honest, if there's a disaster in Tang Dynasty and a lot of people die, I'll just feel sad for a while. It's too far away from me and I can't help much. If there's a need, I can take out some money, but the dead can't be brought back to life. If one day I hear that something happened to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, I don't know who to cry to. Then it's over. The whole Tang Dynasty is over. Don't talk about them. Look at my mouth, they can't be in trouble. Even if they catch a cold, as long as we know the news, we'll be worried. Good people have to live a long life. I'd rather get sick and suffer for them than... Brother Lu, come, let's not talk about that. They're doing well. Let's talk about business. Can everyone take out 5 strings of coins? Zhang Xiaobao's eyes turned red, and he quickly interrupted Lu Pan. Wang also lowered her head and blinked her eyes. What else could one ask for after being an official like this? In the future, the evaluation of officials should be decided by the people. The people would know best if one did a good job. During one's term, has the income of grain increased? Has the welfare of the people stabilized? Has the living environment improved? That's the most important thing. As for why you would cry whenever you see the people suffering from disasters, and then boast and promise this and that, you are just like an actor. Perhaps you could fool some people in the past saying that you are cute, a baby, and so on, but the social environment is getting worse and worse. Then are you not embarrassed to be a high-ranking official of 2 worlds? You might say that you have a lot of helplessness. For example, when you can't control the military power during the disaster relief, you can only shout, "Who raised you?" You're not the leader and you're being suppressed. If you can't do it, you should take the initiative to step down. What's the point of occupying a position? Wang started to get angry again. As she thought about it, she suddenly realized that Xiao Bao wasn't criticizing her, so why should she? They were all in the same class. Why should she be so anxious to attack each other? She shook her head and wanted to throw away the bad thoughts in her mind. She looked at Xiao Bao and waited for him to play his role again. Every time this happened, she would feel the most comfortable. This kind of description of economic operations was as long as an ink painting. Every time this happened, Xiao Bao would always look very, very handsome. Chapter 1261. 5 strings of coins. Little brother, you want to pay 5 strings of coins. There are 24 of us, so we have 120 strings of coins. Let's talk about what to do first. When Lu Pan heard that he needed to pay 5 strings of coins, he was stunned. 5 strings of coins was 5,000 coins. In the past, it was considered not bad to save 2 strings of coins a year. Now, everyone had dozens of strings of coins, but 5 strings of coins was definitely not a small amount. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Okay. I actually want to take you to make cold jelly." "Little brother, I just make cold jelly. I don't need that much money." Guer began to wonder if the other party was a swindler. How much would 120 strings of coins be needed to make cold jelly? "Sister-in-law, you're selling it for 2 copper coins per serving. How much is the cost?" Xiaobao asked. "Capital. I use broad beans and mung beans to make cold jelly. Usually it's half a caddy of mung beans and half a caddy of broad beans, which makes 4 caddies of cold jelly. A lot of dregs have to be filtered out. I sell 2 batches a day. Each batch is 30 caddies. One batch of cold jelly can be scraped out about 3 taels. 200 batches, the ingredients are 7. 5 caddies of mung beans and 22 caddies of broad beans. According to the current grain price in Ijo, 1 caddy of mung beans is 5 coins, and 1 caddy of broad beans is about 2.5 coins. That is to say, the cost of beans is about 94 coins. You're making 306 coins a day based on beans. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the other party was slow in calculating, so he said it out loud. Gur nodded repeatedly. But I don't make that much money. Of course, because you need sesame paste, garlic juice, sweet and vinegar soup. Especially the sesame paste and sugar, the price is not low. In a few days the cucumber will be ready. I don't know if you'll put it in. If you put it in, the cost will increase but the price won't go up. If the price is high, you can't sell 200 batches. You're using a higher cost to attract customers. Apart from this money, you don't need to spend money on water. Brother Lu and the others will pay for you. You don't need to spend money on firewood either. Brother Lu and the others will send it to you directly. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed and summarized some of the situation. Lu Pan had been frightened by Zhang Xiaobao's analysis before, and now he was still very scared. He asked, "How do you know that firewood is free?" That's because many goods at the docks are packaged with wooden boards. Some goods have to be wrapped with wooden boards at all times, while some are directly dismantled on the spot to take out the things inside. That way the boards are useless. Since you help them dismantle the boards for free, they'll naturally be left to you. When the time comes, you can take a portion of it home and give the majority to sister-in-law Ger to make cold jelly. Other people don't add soup when they sell cold jelly, but sister-in-law Ger purposely adds soup to quench your thirst, and it's cleaner than drinking raw water. Oh, this cost isn't right because when sister-in-law Ger sells it to you, she always scrapes it a few times, not 3 taels per serving. However, you don't have to worry about sister-in-law selling things at the docks. If someone comes looking for trouble, you'll settle it. At the same time, you don't have to pay any fees. It was as if Zhang Xiaobao had seen it with his own eyes. He explained everything. "You little brother, are you in the intelligence business?" Lu Pan asked with his eyes wide open. Wang Wan chuckled and said, "No, we have to care about these seemingly small things. For ordinary people, every needle and piece of thread is a treasure. We need to know the approximate total income and average income, and at the same time we need to understand how ordinary people live. Every small family, when put together, forms a big family. It's different from money, and it can't be expressed with just numbers. It's not a joke to worry about the people and think about the people. If you don't know the price of oil and salt, how can you pacify the people? The two of us look like we're from a rich family, but we care more about trivial things than you." Lu Pan and the others were stunned. They really couldn't understand why these two people from rich families knew so many things that had nothing to do with wealth. Listening to this girl's tone, there was a sense of superiority, just like when an official spoke. The difference was that compared to the official's words, it was more realistic, as if their lives had a lot to do with these two people. "Brother, since you know, why do you still want us to make cold jelly? Gur can't sell it alone, and we can't help her sell it." Lu Pan mentioned the cold jelly again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Of course, sister-in-law, just tell me how much profit you make in a day. It's your net profit after deducting other money." Gur counted with her fingers, lowered her head and said, About 120 copper coins. The main thing is that sugar, vinegar, and sesame paste are expensive, but there's not much salt. If you eat too much, it'll be too salty. The big sauce can be used many times. I put it in a gauze bag and cook it. They work and sweat, so if I don't put soup, they have to drink other water. Since I put it in, I'll just sell it. Anyway, more people will eat it." Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips. The sesame paste is expensive because the sesame seed production is low. What is the Senangsi thinking? Do they think it's enough to just increase the grain production? With the improvement of the people's living standards, the demand for other goods is also. Forget it, let's get down to business. Sister-in-law, the cost is really high. Brother Lu and the others have to help you carry water, help you transport the soup, and be responsible for helping you split the planks. They only need to put in half an hour every day, which is 15 hours, or they can split the money to help. In other words, basically, you're working for 2 people every day. This is because the imperial court is helping you bear part of the cost of raising the children. Because of your identity, you're exempted from any taxes, which is equivalent to one person earning 60 copper coins. According to the normal income, it's not a small amount, but you have the convenience of the docks. Do you want this little money? There are many other snacks at the docks. What a good location, what a good opportunity. If I do it myself, I can integrate the entire docks within half a year. If I don't earn 600 copper coins a day, I'll feel like I'm losing money. Even if you earn, you'll still lose money. Wang Wan interrupted. To make Xiao Bao waste so much time and only earn 600 copper coins a day, how much of a waste of talent? Lu Pan and more than 20 people were stunned again. What kind of person is this? He's too arrogant. He even wants to integrate the docks. Do you know how deep the waters are in the docks? 600 copper coins a day. It might be possible in dreams, but when you wake up, you'll be shocked. Liar, definitely a liar. Lu Pan's gaze toward Zhang Xiaobao changed. He looked like he was going to catch him at any time. If he ran away when he saw through him later, he would definitely catch him back. He would cause him to lose a lot of wages. Zhang Xiaobao casually glanced and saw through the other party's thoughts. He took out 200 copper coins and slapped it in Lu Pan's hand. I'll give you 200 copper coins to cooperate with you. When you earn enough money, pay me back. You don't want interest? Lu Pan didn't believe it. No, let's see if the money is real. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. You don't want to invest? Lu Pan observed the money carefully. It was real and it was very new. He rubbed it gently and it made a clattering sound. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No. Then what are you after? Lu Pan now didn't treat Zhang Xiaobao as a liar, but as a fool. I'm really not short of money. I'll help you. I'm kind-hearted, okay? I do good deeds to accumulate merit, okay? I'll leave a good reputation, okay? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Okay. Lu Pan shook his head up and down. Then let's start making coal jelly now? Prepare the ingredients first. With your 120 copper coins, a total of 320 copper coins. Buy a lot of fava beans and mung beans. Just buy a little bit. Do you have Highland barley? Zhang Xiaobao asked the Highland barley. Yes, it's fed to animals now. It's only eaten in the northwest, where other things don't grow well. It's very cheap. Do you want to buy it? Lu Pan asked in confusion. Buy it. Even if you want to grind it, you have to change it. A small grind is too slow. If you have someone selling bean cakes, go buy them. In this season, there are pear eggs on the mountain. Buy them, change them to a big pot and build a big stove. The rest of you do carpentry and make wheelbarrows and wooden wheels. Buy the beans and soak them first. We'll come back in 2 days at noon. By then you'll be almost ready, so don't sell it yet. Zhang Xiaobao finished his instructions and was about to leave. Lu Pan stopped him. Little brother, where do you live? If you don't come, how can we find you? Don't look for me. I promise I'll come. Unless there's a special accident. In that case, I'll send someone to tell you. Don't worry, I've put in 200 copper coins. I haven't asked you for a receipt. If I don't come to pay, you can sell it anyway. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't leave his address for them. His identity would be exposed. After he finished speaking, he and Wang Wan strolled out of the door. The sky was already dark, and only the crescent moon of the 3rd day of the lunar month was hanging in the sky. It couldn't illuminate anyone at all. Lu Pan and his group sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan out of the door with various thoughts. They followed the two of them to the main road outside. When they saw the yamen runners patrolling the street, they turned around and went back. Zhang Xiaobao took out a small flashlight, turned it on, and shone it on the ground in front of him. He said proudly, "Fortunately, I'm prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, a flashlight covered the ground in front of him. People came out from various places to guard him and Wang Wan. After turning off his flashlight, Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wang Wan. Fortunately, I prepared a group of guards. When the flashlight signal was sent, the road became bright. Just now, you were using the flashlight to send a signal? Wang Wan asked with a smile. Absolutely. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a serious face. Under Wang Wan's stare, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Well, I actually wanted to experience the tranquility of the night with you. Well, I actually didn't want to experience any tranquility. I just wanted the guards to be more prepared than me. Give me some face. Others are watching. Who's watching? Wang Wan asked. The road suddenly turned dark. There wasn't even the sound of breathing around them. Tomorrow we'll be doing weight training. Zhang Xiaobao's angry voice sounded in the night sky. Lu Pan and his group sent a few people back to each family to report that they would be back later. The torches were lit in the courtyard, and the rest of the people sat quietly around the 200 strings of coins. Even now I still feel like I'm in a dream. Why did a good person have to take out money for us to buy things without asking for any benefits? What was he thinking? Lu Pan seemed to be talking to others but also seemed to be talking to himself. Without waiting for others to speak, he said, "Could it be that a spy from another country has infiltrated Izhou's docks and wants to bribe us? Now, he wants us to lower our guard so that he can lead us to rebel in the end?" "Brother Lu, don't think blindly," Gur said. "How could there be a spy? Xiaobao, Cuckoo and Xiaobei are all in Izhou. How could they let a spy live? Didn't you see a lot of outsiders at the docks? They're probably the intelligence personnel they sent. There were the most at noon today and I felt like they were surrounding us. I don't think that person is bad. Maybe he's from a rich family and is looking for something to do. Especially that girl, I can tell from her eyes that she's a kind person. Maybe she's afraid of others killing a chicken. How could she be a spy?" Lu Pan still couldn't convince himself. He patted his leg with his hand and said, "That guy said that he would sell me a set of the Tang's best cosmetics for a few hundred copper coins. What's the internal price? The original price is more than 700 strings of coins. Do you believe it? Why did you buy cosmetics?" Guer caught the main point and asked. Lu Pan was at a loss for words. "Sister-in-law, do you still need to ask? Of course it's for you. Brother Lu is alone, why would he put on makeup? The best ones are waiting for the time to use. I have to ask Brother Zhang Xiaobao and ask him to get me a set next time. A few hundred copper coins for a few hundred strings of coins. It's cheap. I'll give it to my wife later." Someone in the crowd spoke loudly, and there was no lack of teasing in his words. "Shoo shoo shoo, stop fooling around. Or don't listen to his nonsense. I just want to see you. Brother Lu, it's fine as long as you don't get cheated." Guer blushed and lowered her head. Fortunately, the light from the torch illuminated everyone's face. The atmosphere became awkward. Lu Pan didn't know how to speak. Mother, we're back." At this moment, a girl's voice came from outside. The courtyard door opened and a girl and a boy ran in holding hands. "It's so lively." When the girl saw a group of uncles, she called out happily. The boy also showed an excited expression. It was good to have more people. "It's late today?" Lu Pan finally found an opportunity to speak. "Today Xiaobei and the rest came. We ate a lot of canned food at night. Then Xiaobei and the rest sang a song. Not long after it ended, she sent someone to send us outside and gave each of us 3 cans of food. One is fish from the sea, one is lamb chop, and one is braised pork." The girl said happily and took out cans of food from the 2 people's school bags. Each person had 3 cans, a total of 6 cans. She put them in a row to show off. "It's not easy for Xiaobei and the rest to earn money. Why did you ask them for food? She said she would give it to you. Their family will definitely not pay for it. Their money is very useful," Guer said to her child. The girl pouted. "I didn't ask for it. Someone said it was delicious, so she gave it to them. She also said that it's best to spend the money on us. They don't need to spend money at home." Yes, the girl is right. Lu Pan quickly protected her and pulled the girl to his side. He wrapped an arm around her and said, "Just take it. Remember to study hard and repay them in the future." "Father, how do we repay them?" The boy ran over and leaned on the other side of Lu Pan. Everyone directly ignored the way the boy addressed Lu Pan. One by one they started to talk. Some said that they would repay him by becoming an official, some said that they would go to the Ministry of Works, and some said that they would become teachers in other schools. There were too many to enumerate. The courtyard became lively again. Lu Pan concluded, "Anyway, the 2 of you have to study hard. In the future, if I need you to do anything, you have to do it. Don't think that Xiaobei and the rest are stupid. They gave you things for free. They are good to you, so you have to repay them. Otherwise, how could they be stupid enough to give things to others? He said that his name is Zhang Xiaobao. Lu Pan, who was educating the child, suddenly understood many things and was stunned. Brother Lu, what is Zhang Xiaobao? Gui'er asked. It's the two people who came to our house. The man is called Zhang Xiaobao. Lu Pan swallowed hard and replied softly. Isn't his name Zhang Xiaoyu? Yes, no. At first, when I asked him, he said that his surname was Zhang and his name was Xiaobao. I didn't believe him, so he changed it to Zhang Xiaoyu. When I was eating cold jelly, you said that there were suddenly many people at the pier at noon. They seemed to be surrounding us. He casually took out 200 strings of coins and threw them away. He said that he had cosmetics that were priced internally. He said that he could make us rich. Lu Pan began to summarize all the things. Brother, you mean? One of Lu Pan's brothers asked, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Another one continued. Didn't sister-in-law say that the girl's eyes are kind? Lu Pan nodded. No wonder his hands are so strong. I heard that he is very good at fighting. That's right, kind. Of course Cuckoo thinks that we are kind. Previously, when I heard their words, I felt that something was wrong. It seemed that no matter what, they could take care of everything. Heavens, such a huge meat pie has fallen on our heads. Quick, let's go back and rest. Tomorrow morning we'll do as he says and buy whatever he tells us to. Or we've encountered an extremely good thing. You are the one who encountered it. Brother Lu is the lucky one. Did Xiaobao ask you anything else? Gu'er's eyes lit up. She felt that the night air was so comfortable to breathe. Lu Pan hugged the two children tightly. There is no need to ask. Xiaobao directly guessed it. He said that I squatted there to eat. One was to give up his seat, which means that we have a good relationship. The other was to look at you from the side. At that time you were the most beautiful. He said that I like you. He is so good. Good. Brother is also good. Someone started to shout again, but the others followed suit. Go away, a bunch of stinky men. I won't talk to you anymore. Come girl, let's go back to the house. Ignore them. Study well at night, but don't be too tired. Gu'er stood up and pulled her daughter into the house. Lu Pan only had one child by his side. He glared at them. All of you go back. We have to wake up early tomorrow. Whoever dares to slack off will be punished. Brother, aren't you going home? It's late and the road is dark. A person ran 2 steps to the door and turned back to shout. Yes, I will follow you back to your house. Lu Pan got up and chased after him. The group of people laughed and walked out. Let's go. I will send you to the house. I will come over early tomorrow morning. Lu Pan said to the boy in his arms. Father, everyone else has a father. You stay and send me and my sister to school tomorrow. I will have one too. The little boy was indeed more sensible because he was born in this era. Lu Pan hesitated, shook his head and said, Wait a few days. I will send you to school after I earn more money with Xiaobao. 2 days passed quickly. While Lu Pan and the others were waiting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang came in the afternoon. Both of them brought things. Zhang Xiaobao carried 2 millstones in each hand. The millstones were not big, and each weighed about 15 kilograms. An ordinary person would be tired of carrying them, but it was not a problem for him. Wang carried a few gears and triangular belts, as well as the shaft of the millstone. You are all here. We brought some things for you. Actually, you can do it yourself. I was afraid of wasting time, so I asked the inner courtyard of my house to do it. There are also a few parts. They are made of wood, so you will have to forge them. After forging and assembling them, the 2 millstones can be stepped on and turned. When Zhang Xiaobao saw them, he smiled and said. Wang followed with a smile and said, 2 men, the gears in my hands are very heavy. My eyes are so kind. Don't you feel embarrassed to let me be tired? Be careful not to suddenly become unkind. The first reaction of Lu Pan and the others was to look around. Sure enough, they found a person waving his hand in a tree about 30 meters away from the courtyard. There was also a mirror-like reflection on the eaves of other people's houses about 50 meters away. They immediately guessed what it was. Immediately, someone ran in front of Wang and Zhang Xiaobao, stretched out his hand cautiously, and took the things. Compared to your family's children, you are far inferior. They will definitely not be afraid of Xiaobei. Wang Wan said with a smile. Lu Pan slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, what are you afraid of? If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts." Xiao Bao, Cuckoo wants to see him even in her dreams. Whoever has a guilty heart will be afraid. Brother Xiao Bao, I didn't expect it to be you that day. I figured it out later. Everything has been prepared. And we are waiting for you to bring us rich. Good, first get rich, then get married. No matter what, we have to do a good job, right, Brother Lu? Zhang Xiaobao said as he patted the dust on his hands. Yes, Lu Pan said firmly. Then everyone started to get busy. Especially the new wooden parts. After 2 hours they were all done, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to assemble them. The two quickly installed 2 small grinding stones with gears, and then began to let everyone grind the cooked broad beans, mung beans and barley. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of grinding the sesame seeds they brought. The small grinding stones turned quickly, and the sesame seeds were ground into fine powder, which was a mixture of sesame paste and sesame oil. After a while there was a layer of sesame oil on top, and sesame paste at the bottom. The steamed bean cakes were also ground into powder, and mixed with sesame paste and sesame oil according to a certain ratio. Xiao Bao, are you faking it? Lu Pan couldn't help but ask. Why would I fake it? The bean flour is also very delicious, and there is sesame oil in it. It is more nutritious than normal sesame paste. I am lowering the cost while improving the nutrition and taste. How much would it cost to put all the sesame paste? If you don't believe me, you can try it. It tastes better, and there is no poison in it. Zhang Xiaobao explained. What about the barley? Lu Pan asked again. The barley was cheap, very cheap. There is starch in the barley, and it doesn't taste good because it is too smooth. But the starch jelly is smooth. I want to use rice, but it is too expensive. Who said that starch jelly can only be made from mung beans and broad beans? In the future, I will make different kinds of starch jelly, and I will use whatever is cheap as the raw material. Zhang Xiaobao still had to explain, otherwise, it would be easy for others to suspect that he was cutting corners. The information was not balanced and of course the profit would be less. The principle of starch jelly was to form the starch, and if it was not formed well, add a little bit of alum. Lu Pan smiled as if he had been taught a lesson. He looked around and asked again. Will the starch jelly we make be delicious and cheap in the future? Absolutely. Why would I lie to you? What about the pears? Boil them so that there is no need to add sugar and vinegar. They are sweet and sour, so there is no need to spend so much money. Zhang Xiaobao didn't see the pear eggs, so he was afraid that they wouldn't buy them. They are piled up in the backyard. Who knows that they can replace vinegar and sugar? I thought they were used for something else. Lu Pan waved his hand, and immediately 2 people ran to the back to carry the basket of pears. Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied and said, Very good. You will find that the soup boiled with pears is better than the one mixed with sweet and vinegar. I don't want to nag you, but you should use your brains more often. We are not as smart as you. No wonder you dare to say that you can make at least 600 strings of coins a day by consolidating the trading of the dock. You are really capable. Even if you don't show your identity, we believe you can do it. You are Zhang Xiaobao, and we think 600 strings of coins is too little for your identity. Lu Pan said very seriously. He was not flattering. The person opposite was not a stranger, but a legendary figure. Was 600 strings of coins a money for him? Well, then I have to show my skills. When I made it before, there was a lot of dregs and it was a waste to throw them away. Today I will tell you how to reduce the dregs. Zhang Xiaobao accepted the flattery calmly and began to further process the raw materials. Chapter 1262. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he took the remaining dregs and placed them in the courtyard to dry under the sun. While drying, he explained, the fiber of many crops is different from that of sesame seeds. Normally, when people encounter a lot of dregs, they will change to a small mill, which is time-consuming and laborious. In the end, they find that it is better to just throw it away. However, the small mill we use is different. It is made using the principle of leverage. When a person steps on it, the small mill can spin many times. Is this okay? Yes, it can continuously grind all the dregs into finer powder, but it takes a long time. If we want to shorten the time, we need to invest more in the foundation, increase the number of small mills, or use more advanced machinery. In fact, our great Tang now has this kind of technology and even more sophisticated machinery without using manpower. It is all thanks to the countless efforts of our great Tang's craftsmen. Xiao Bao, we all know that it is your and Cuckoo's work. Others can't compete for it, but you are doing your best to give it to others. However, we are not fools. We know who is good and who is bad and who has done what. The emperor is good and has always supported you. Let me say something disgraceful. If the emperor doesn't support you, we will have thoughts of rebelling. Lu Pan listened very seriously, not forgetting to correct Zhang Xiaobao's mistakes in his words. This indirectly showed how popular Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were. Zhang Xiaobao quickly waved his hand. Let's not talk about this, let's not talk about this. What rebellion? Live well. I will also say something disgraceful. Cuckoo and I have decided on a major national matter, and we will kill whoever opposes it. We can give some benefits, but those who control a lot of resources must do as we say. Isn't that right, madam? I will talk about something else with sister-in-law Gu. Women should not interfere in men's matters. Wang Wan replied to Zhang Xiaobao. Then she pulled Guerre's hand and walked 2 steps away to continue talking. You don't interfere. War is a man's matter. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled, which made the others smile. He continued, what I just said was the important role of transforming science into productivity. Look at the grinding mill that we brought with us. You guys didn't have it before. It's very tiring to use a small grinding mill by hand, and it's very slow. Now don't expect me to bring you such advanced tools. It involves military secrets and the cost is too high. I'm bringing you to solve the problem using existing methods, not using technology. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my skills, right? Haha, that's right. Xiao Bao is right. Lu Pan laughed heartily and echoed. No one dares to doubt Xiao Bao's abilities. Otherwise, why would the people of Shang be afraid of you? It's good that you're afraid of me. Humans should have a heart of reverence. Otherwise, the world will fall into chaos. For example, Cuckoo and I also have things to fear. We're not afraid of gods or immortals. What we're afraid of is that the tradition of Yan Huang will be broken. Just now, we were talking about the mechanical application of production technology. Now, we will talk about a part of the inheritance of a nation's civilization, knowledge. Civilization has many meanings. There is applied knowledge, philosophical knowledge, spiritual connotation, and the factors that lead to the transition between the two. Civilization is very important. When Zhang Xiaobao talked about this, he became very serious. Usually, he could appear to be indifferent, but when it came to the problem of the nation's soul, he would be solemn and respectful. That was because other things were external, but this was the root. Lu Pan and the others couldn't help but change their attitude. They withdrew their relaxed smiles and asked, Xiao Bao, is knowledge just reading books? Like what children learn now? Yes, you guys think that children learn knowledge in words. Knowing how to read and calculate is the purpose of going to school. But the truth is not so. Nowadays, children are accumulating knowledge. Language and mathematics are the foundation. It's convenient for them to learn geography and nature. In fact, geography and nature are really useful. For example, I'm asking you to dry the dregs now. It has a lot to do with knowledge. Under normal circumstances, things have fibers. It's too tiring to use a small mill to grind them. What do? It's easy to destroy the fiber structure. Fermentation is a very good method. It looks very simple. You guys just have to follow it and use the same method in the future. You can continue to crush things after a short period of fermentation. But what you learn is only to know how it is. Children study to know why it is. After many years, this method will no longer be knowledge but common sense. Everyone who studies will know this principle. When people look at something again, they will not first think about why it is like this. Instead, they will think about why it is like this. This is the power of knowledge. Once a nation has mastered a lot of knowledge, it won't have much effect on internal competition. Everyone knows, and the competition will still be the same. However, it will have a great effect on the overall development of the nation. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan had taught him a lot of things and let him go through a systematic learning process. To him, Wang Wan was not only his wife and support, but also a teacher. Of course, he had also taught Wang Wan a lot of knowledge. If the two of them really separated, the difference would not be as simple as half. Lu Pan and the others were even more serious. They looked at Zhang Xiaobao and tried to understand Zhang Xiaobao's words. It turned out that children went to school for this purpose. It was not just to read newspapers and calculate, but to increase the family's income. Taking a deep breath, Lu Pan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration and said, "Xiaobao, are you saying that children will have more ways to earn money in the future? You and Cuckoo were thinking too far ahead when you first took action." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No, in the future, everyone will have a lot of knowledge. It's impossible to rely on this knowledge to make a lot of money, unless we leave the Tang Empire and go out to earn money. Learning skills will make everyone's lives more comfortable. Let me give you an example. Where there is a flood now, the locals still drink well water and river water like before, and it's easy for them to get sick. After mastering knowledge, it will be common knowledge. When people see their home flooded, the first thing they will think of is hygiene. For example, they will think of ways to drink water, burn the bodies of dead animals, pay attention to keeping warm, and adjust their emotions. Also, when they see their family members suddenly short of breath, their faces turn red, and their pulse becomes strong, those who have learned will first think about why, and then simply treat it from the surface, such as physical cooling and artificial respiration. Brother Lu, you will know in the future. 10 years later, when many people go to the doctor in the clinic, they will say to the doctor before the doctor asks, "I feel that my body is a little hot. I just tested the body thermometer, and my temperature is 38.5 degrees. My throat is a little sore, and when I touch it there is a big lump. I suspect that it's tonsillitis. Can you take a look and see if it's true?" Then when the doctor sees them and asks them about their usual things, they will say, "I was tired a while ago, mainly because I did a lot of work and didn't rest well. I couldn't sleep at night, and the place where I worked was dusty, so I didn't wear a protective mask. Recently I mainly ate spicy food, and there was a small conflict at home. There are always a few hours every day when my mood is unstable. I tried to take Bezor antidote pills, but it didn't have any effect and I had diarrhea." Zhang Xiaobao said to Lu Pan. What he said was the normal situation of people at his time. Before going to the hospital to see the doctor, he had to make a general judgment. Lu Pan was stunned and asked in surprise, Can it be like this? Then wouldn't we all become doctors?" "No, if it's a small illness, you will first judge it and then take some medicine. Once you find that it's not good, you will definitely see the doctor. Learn, first of all know your own situation, then understand what the doctor needs to consider, and then cooperate with the doctor better to treat your own illness. The power of knowledge is once again reflected. If you have time, read books and go to the night school. The knowledge I just said is something that a child can learn in 10 years. When a child is young, ordinary people don't have a thorough understanding of knowledge. If you go to adults to learn, in less than 10 years, the adult's analytical ability is better than the child. It's also very useful for you to learn in 6 or 7 years. Don't tell me you can't live after 6 or 7 years. Or don't you want to live after 6 or 7 years? Now, it's easy for us Tang people to learn knowledge. Cherish it," Zhang Xiaobao advised earnestly. He knew too well what it meant for a nation to be strong. Could make the whole world tremble. For example, when he and Wang Wang came over, they achieved a lot because they had enough knowledge. In fact, if any normal person came over at that time, they would rise, but the degree of their rise would be different. For example, the composition of gunpowder, or the principle of planting vegetables in the wrong season. If they didn't know, they would definitely be stupid. How stupid was he back then? Graduated from the acrobatic class? For the current era, it was another way of saying it. When the people of the Tang dynasty mastered the knowledge, they could use it as much as possible. It was like why people of the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China went abroad to study. At that time, when foreign missionaries came over, the locals would actively help to build churches, and the government had to treat them with respect. Why? Wasn't it because they had a little knowledge of physics, chemistry, and medicine, so the status of missionaries was like a god? Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and continued to say to Lu Pan and the others, "Anyway, it's not wrong to listen to me. You have never experienced it, so you will never know how painful it is to be oppressed by knowledge. When you have more contact with other countries in the future, you will be grateful to me." "We are very grateful to you now. Xiaobao, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'll tell you the truth. Sometimes we chat and are very puzzled." Lu Pan took 2 steps forward and patted Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. He looked around nervously and was relieved when there were no bullets flying toward him. Yes, it's very magical. Isn't it? I can't figure it out. I guess it's like what Xiao Bao said, we are uneducated. Then what is going on? The others echoed. Zhang Xiaobao was confused by their words. He looked around and said, Big Brother Lu, I'm also puzzled. I'm puzzled, what are you puzzled about? Xiaobao, we usually chat about the relationship between money and life. You see, we have to spend the money we earn. When other businessmen earn money, they have to spend it. But your family earns more, and your family usually gives us money for free. In the end, as we talked, we found a problem. Our lives are better, and the businessmen have more money, but your family's income doesn't decrease. Don't you think it's strange? Normally, when someone earns, someone loses, right? Lu Pan said what was on his mind. His eyes widened and he waited for Zhang Xiaobao to explain. Chapter 1263. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he immediately knew what Lu Pan and the others were asking. It was nothing more than the amount of money in the world, and now it was all about how to increase the amount of money. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to reason with them, so he directly said, Brother Lu, let me ask you something. Dig out the soil from the ground a foot thick and put it on a wooden frame and plant something inside, will it grow? Grow, it needs to be watered just like planting flowers. Lu Pan answered. Dig out a foot of soil and plant something, will it grow? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Grow. Someone else answered. If I dig out another foot of soil from the ground and plant again, will it grow? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Of course it will grow. Lu Pan rushed to answer. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, our money is the same as the soil. In the past we only planted a foot of soil, but there is still a lot of soil below that can be planted. Now that we have more money, it is just like digging up soil, but the soil below is raw soil. After a period of time it will become mature soil, right? Aya Xiaobao, you are so knowledgeable. In the past someone told us this, but we did not understand and we were embarrassed to say that we did not understand. Xiaobao, you are so good, once you say it we understand. That person is really hateful, Xiaobao, do you know what he said? It sounds like a book from heaven. Lu Pan clapped his hands and said happily. He finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao pondered and said with a smile, Brother Lu, let me give you an example. Did he say that the soil in the world nurtures the things in the world, the roots of the things in the world are an inch deep, and an inch of soil nurtures an inch of things? This is the principle of the world, but the soil is only an inch thick? An inch of soil nurtures, is it not out of the ordinary? No, if the soil is 9,000 feet thick, it will nurture 9,000 things. This is the case. That's right, Xiaobao. That's exactly what he said to us. Anyway, we didn't understand. He's just bullying us. Xiaobao, now I know we have to go to night school. This is too much of a bully. Who does this? He is looking down on us. Learn, we must learn. Xiaobao, you're a good person. We know that you're much better than him. You've always been straightforward with us. It's not that you don't understand, it's just that you don't want to. Next time I see him, I'll beat him up. Lu Pan's face was filled with grief and indignation. He had been tricked by someone using knowledge. At that time, he and the others had to pretend that they understood, afraid that they would be looked down upon. But in reality, the matter was that simple. Why couldn't that person speak properly? When Wang Wan heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Holding Guer's hand, she turned around and said to Lu Pan and the others, Brother Lu, he really deserves to be beaten. He thinks he can bully people just because he has learned something. However, you can't hurt him. After you beat him up, send him to the yamen and tell them the reason why you beat him. The yamen will deal with him. When Lu Pan heard Wang Wan's words, he felt embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm just saying. Why would I beat him up? Who asked me to not be capable enough? If it were you or Xiaobao, he would dare to speak the same way. You would use the same words to confuse him. Wrong, Brother Lu. If he really dared to speak to us like that, I would beat him up too. After I beat him up, I would call my younger brother Xiao Yuan over, and let Xiao Yuan speak to him using the same method. If he can't answer, I would continue to beat him up. Zhang Xiaobao laughed as he spoke to Lu Pan. Why? Lu Pan had heard that Xiao Yuan could read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory. However, after beating someone up, it didn't seem right to bully them. No reason, I just don't like him. If he doesn't speak properly to normal people, shouldn't he be beaten up? Send him to the yamen and the yamen will arrange for him to teach students. Aren't you just showing off your high literary standards? I'll give you a chance. Zhang Xiaobao laughed until he clutched his stomach. Lu Pan laughed along and said, "Don't the Yamen officials support him? The Yamen officials are more capable." Wang Wan continued, "Brother Lu, don't worry, the Yamen officials won't support him. If any Yamen official supports him, when Xiao Bao and I give political and economic orders, we will use the same terminology. If the Yamen official doesn't understand, we will use all our strength to teach him a lesson. Or, if the Yamen official is sick and goes to the medical hall, the doctors will use this method to treat the Yamen official. Every profession has its own specialization. Just like carrying jobs at the docks, hard objects are hard objects, and soft objects are soft objects. Oh, that is to say, when you carry hard objects, you have to use all your strength in the area you are carrying. When you carry soft objects, you have to relax the area you are carrying. Even your feet have to follow the soft force. Most people don't know that carrying once or twice is not a problem, but if you carry it a few more times, you will definitely get injured. This is knowledge. Everyone has something they don't know. Who dares to say that they know everything?" Lu Pan and the others were shocked to the point that they were numb. "Sister Cuckoo, what you said doesn't include you and Xiao Bao, right? Why can't I see that the two of you have something you don't know? You even know about carrying jobs at the docks." Yes, you are right. If you relax with hard objects, you will feel more and more painful. It will be like knives stabbing into your body. You have to use all your strength and endure through it. If you force yourself with soft objects when you walk, the springboard will go up and down. You will feel that there is no place in your stomach that doesn't hurt. You can only use your strength to walk. It's like diving. If there are no calluses in the area where the pole is placed, you will have to be hard. When you walk, your legs have to be soft. Otherwise, if your shoulders hurt, who will spill the water? It's easy for you to watch others jump without using your hands to support them. If you look closely, his upper body is not moving at all. It's the softness in his legs that causes him to jump up and down. Sister Cuckoo, you have to take care of yourselves. With the two of you who truly care about us, we can only live to see the light of day. Yes. Big Brother Lu is right. The two of you don't live for yourselves. If there is danger, just give us a shout, and we will rush forward. What's that saying again? One of the men carrying the pole added. Lu Pan continued the conversation and said, I know. When I was in Luzhou, someone said that at that time, there was a torrential flood, dark clouds covered the world, and the faint roars of dragons could be heard. They were afraid that the immortal court would punish the mortal world under orders. They were in a panic. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo held hands and pointed to the sky, asking the immortals if they dared to fight. The dragons retreated in fear, the clouds dispersed, and the moon and stars appeared. Lu Pan was truly shocked and touched. In his opinion, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were high and mighty existences. People said that the two of them dared to go against the heavens. How frightening was that? Otherwise, why did Xiao Bao say that he was not afraid of gods and immortals just now? From what others saw and said with their own eyes, it could be seen that the two of them did not care about immortals at all. They must have come down from the heavens. However, what if they were accidentally hurt by mortals? With their status, they actually knew what they did every day. Was there anything more considerate than this? As he thought about it, Lu Pan actually cried. He wiped his tears and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Actually, let me tell you too, the mortal world is very good. The mortal world of Tang is better. You still have your parents, grandparents, brothers, and sisters. Don't be in a hurry to go back. If anyone makes you unhappy, you can tell us. We will make that person unhappy, which is also a kind of happiness. Go back? Go back to where? Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had entered a mental hospital. What nonsense was this? Dragon retreated in fear? He had never seen one before. If he really saw one, he would think of a way to catch it and see if it was a new species. Go back to the heavens. Lu Pan explained. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head hard. No, it's so cold up there. It's hard to even breathe. It's not as good as the mortal world. If there is a chance in the future, we have to bring an oxygen tank. Otherwise, we will die. I see. It's not good to be an immortal. Lu Pan understood. Zhang Xiaobao was really out of ideas. He waved his hand and said, Make cold jelly. Everyone do it together. It's very simple. Sister-in-law, you are in charge. No one asked how much the cold jelly would be sold. They obediently started to work. For hours later it was dark again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even use an abacus or pinch with his fingers. He directly calculated in his mind. He happily said to the tired and confused people, "The cold jelly we made now is 3,000 kilograms. If we sell it normally, according to our new conversion rate, it will be 10,000 servings. Including sesame paste and other things, the cost is 3,100 copper coins." Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the others didn't respond. Zhang Xiaobao had to explain in detail. In the past, 60 kilograms earned 120 copper coins. That is to say, 1 kilogram earned 2 copper coins. Now it's 3,000 kilograms, so we should earn 6,000 copper coins. But how much should we sell it for? 20,000 copper coins. But our current cost is 3,100 copper coins, not including the part that is being fermented outside. If we still sell it at that price, we will earn 16,900 copper coins. 3,000 kilograms is 50 times the price of 60 kilograms. That is to say, according to the original ratio, it will be 338 copper coins. The net profit is not 300 copper coins. After deducting the gross profit of the beans, the net profit in the past was 120 copper coins. If we include the fermented outside, our current profit is at least 3 times. 3 times is 360 copper coins. Hearing this, everyone understood. 3 times, and it seemed that it wasn't just 3 times. There were still a lot of fermented outside. Maybe it could even reach 4 times. Xiaobao, 3 times is 3 times. How do we sell it? Lu Pan was worried. Haven't you finished the carriages I asked you to make? I counted just now. There are a total of 31 carriages. You guys spend a few days to make 90 carriages. When the time comes, we will sell them wholesale. Anyone who wants to sell can lend a carriage to us. We will only earn 1.5 times the original price of 60 kilograms of 120 copper coins. We will give the other 1.5 times the profit. When the fermented outside is done, I will make some new things. We will probably earn less than 4 copper coins per kilogram. Isn't it a good deal? We don't need to sell it. As for where others will sell it, I will plan the area. The weather is getting hotter, the cold jelly is getting more and more popular, and our taste is getting better. Such a big wharf, we will distribute 20 of them, and the rest will be distributed to other places. In the future, we will not sell it. We will focus on making liangpi. As the process improves, I believe the cost will be lower. Especially when you guys are buying, the price is really high. I don't know how you guys negotiated. Zhang Xiaobao had already thought about it. He would make a series of cold jelly. After all, a single flavor was not enough. Lu Pan had an idea. Xiaobao, according to what you said, we are not enough people. We still have to work at the wharf. We can't keep making cold jelly. There is no need for you guys. You are all men, so you should do other things. Women can do cold jelly. You guys have women at home, right? Look at the work you did before. If the money is not enough, come over and increase the scale. Now it is only 10,000, which is really not much. How many people are there in Izhou? How many people are there at the wharf recently? In the past, sister-in-law Ger sold 60 kilograms of cold jelly a day. Now, even if she sells 60 kilograms of cold jelly, the money she earns is twice as much as before. Then, 3,000 kilograms is 50 times the original amount. She can hire 20 people and give each of them 1% of the current income. She should be satisfied, right? The remaining 30 people's amount will be earned by sister-in-law Ger alone. Are you scared? Let's calculate at least twice as much. Sister-in-law Ger can command people and earn 7,200 copper coins a day. Zhang Xiaobao continued. He was waiting for the right time to form a chain brand. Lu Pan thought about it and felt that it was right. He was worried. Why would others buy from us? Can't they make it themselves? In fact, there are 24 people selling cold jelly at the wharf. The wharf area is very big, and there are several unloading ports. There are also people selling cold jelly in the shops. Because our cost is low, and the supply cost is much lower than their production cost. It is also very tiring to produce. At the same time, our taste is good, and there will be a series of new flavors in the future. This is called industrial centralization and scale. Of course, the one who is really paying is me. My labor cost is the highest. I provided the new raw materials and technology, and I provided the follow-up technology. As for my identity as Zhang Xiaobao, how much do you think it is worth per hour? I calculate according to the annual increase of assets. Every minute is more than 100 copper coins. If it was not for the sake of making an example, do you think I would come here to sell cold jelly? Wouldn't it be better for me to sleep by myself? Wouldn't it be better for me to make 2 delicious dishes for Xiaobei and the rest? Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was complaining. Lu Pan and the rest reacted. Indeed, he was Xiaobao. Moreover, he was not wasting only Xiaobao's time, but also Cuckoo. Then I'll try. Find other people selling cold jelly. In fact, there are more than 90 people selling cold jelly in Izhou. Lu Pan asked in a low voice. Go ahead. Remember to raise the price and let them bargain. Don't think of monopolizing all the cold jelly sellers in Izhou. That will be troublesome. Only with a comparison can there be a market. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Then he remembered that this was not his home, so he said, Let's go. I'll tell you how to make other flavors in 2 days. It's dark now. Brother Lu, if you go out, won't other people be sleeping? Gur smiled and said, Let them go. It's far away. They may not arrive until tomorrow noon, and they have to rent a horse. If they go in the middle of the night, other people will be busy. Soaking beans, grinding, and cooking all take time. Selling cold jelly is very tiring. Saves a lot of time and money. They will definitely be willing. Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. He followed Wang Wan out, and people continued to light up the place with flashlights. You don't look very happy. Wang Wan observed Zhang Xiaobao on the way and asked. Because the technical content is too low. Others can learn it, but the people I hired learned it for 2 days and found it so easy, so they made it by themselves. Zhang Xiaobao answered. Then you don't look very sad. Wang Wan asked again. Because we can sign a 3-month contract first and increase the compensation. Zhang Xiaobao answered again. Why 3 months? Wang Wan didn't want to waste time thinking about it. It will be autumn in 3 months. It's very hot in Izhou in autumn. The cold jelly is more popular, and it can't be restricted by the contract. Besides, the 3-month contract has already formed a brand advantage in one area. When I release 2 flavors, who can shake this position? Zhang Xiaobao was like a loser, answering feebly. Wang Wan thought for a while and understood. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Everything is within your calculations. You pretend to be pitiful. Are you playing the pig to eat the tiger? I've decided. Tonight you will count the moon. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the moon in the sky and said awkwardly, Count the arc? Is it the inner arc or the outer arc? You know, the moon is not a perfect circle. Chapter 1264. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home, they deliberately went to the courtyard where their younger siblings lived. The lights were still on, but they couldn't hear the sound of the diesel generator, because the generator was placed very deep underground. Some of the wires were pulled out to the government office, some to the medical center, and the rest was used to light their own home. The 2 walked into the courtyard, waved at the people who wanted to greet them, and went straight to the window. Inside, the 9 little guys were discussing a problem. To be precise, they were correcting the mistakes Xiaobei made during the day, and thinking of ways to make up for it. After listening for a while, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. During the day, Xiaobei discussed with people who were hired by Li Xiaojiang. They were all in the same industry, animal husbandry, and wanted to go to the newly occupied land to build a ranch together. According to the ideas of her brother and sister, Xiaobei painted a pie in the sky for a group of adults. She said that safety was guaranteed, alfalfa was easy to grow, and the yield was high. They could also grow other crops without any rent or taxes. Whether it was grain, alfalfa, or the livestock raised, the country would buy them at a high price and directly send ships over. At the same time, the goods in the country would be sold to the ranchers at a discounted price. What Xiaobei said was correct, but when she mentioned the shepherd dog, she promised to sell it to other ranchers. At that time, she spoke with assurance, and the livestock merchants listened attentively. Then they were all enraptured. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people were indifferent. When Xiaobei raised her hand to vote, the 8 of them raised their hands together and passed. After passing in front of others, the 8 of them began to surround Xiaobei and talk about it when they returned home. The reason was that Xiaobei sold the dog. The dog's breeding cycle was short, and Song Dakong had already bred in the end. Wouldn't their cooperation with Song Dakong be a loss? Xiaobei didn't say things like, "You just agreed, but now you're going back on your word." She knew that when facing outsiders, the 9 of them were absolutely the same. If there were differences, they would talk at home and not give others any chance to sow discord. Now, the 9 children were discussing how to make up for the loss. "We didn't sign a contract with them before, right? Can we?" Xiaofeng reminded. "No." Xiaojiang shook his head. "We're different from others. Our words are more credible than a contract. If we make a promise, we won't regret it." Xiaobei sighed. "It's all my fault. I got too excited and sold the dog." "We don't blame you and we don't regret it. Since we chose you, we will fully support you no matter what you do. If it really doesn't work, we will raise the price." Xiao Chong did not intend to hold anyone responsible. The price is basically the same. It's not good to raise it too much. We have to think of a way. Little Yuan imitated his elder brother and tapped his face with his finger, as if he could become smarter. "If you really can't do it, ask Big Brother. Big Brother will definitely have a good idea, right? Anyway, we're all younger siblings. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Xiaobei wanted to make up for what he had done wrong. Xiaohai said in support, "It's fine if we don't lose face, but we have to think for ourselves first. If we keep asking our brothers and sisters, we will become dependent on them in the future. Our brothers and sisters don't want to see a group of brothers and sisters who don't have their own opinions and are only obedient. Think about it. Think about it first. If you can't think of anything, ask him tomorrow morning," Xiaobei said loudly. Zhang Xiaobao, who was eavesdropping outside, pulled Wang Wan. The 2 of them turned around and left carefully. "Where are we going?" Wang Wan asked when she saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not walking towards the resting area. "The kitchen. I'll make supper for them." Zhang Xiaobao answered and quickened his pace. When the 2 of them reached the kitchen, there were still people busy cooking. Influenced by the work and rest schedule of the inner courtyard, the kitchen worked 24 hours a day. "Young master, are you hungry?" The person in charge of the kitchen greeted. "Where are the leftovers from last night?" Bring me. The amount that is normally enough for 5 people. Bring the whole pot. Don't be picky." Zhang Xiaobao did not explain and asked directly. The steward asked someone to bring the leftovers and waited at the side. After a while, the person who brought the leftovers came back with a pot. In fact, it was the leftovers from cooking in a big pot. The leftovers were snatched from the sides of the pot and became a pot. Under normal circumstances, the white rice on top could be used to cook porridge, while the rice crust below was specially used to cook vegetables or steam things. Zhang Xiaobao took it and looked back and forth. He was very satisfied and nodded to the steward. Holding the bowl, he followed Wang Wan to his own small kitchen. Wang Wan sniffed. The smell was very good, better than the plain rice. There was a faint smell of paste in it. She asked, "Do you want to make smoked chicken?" "No, I haven't cooked chicken yet." "What's there to smoke? Just make rice crust." Zhang Xiaobao put the pot on the chopping board and picked up a small sawtooth knife at the back. It was very similar to a Western kitchen knife. He measured it back and forth, trying to find a suitable place to cut. "It's already rice crust. Let someone scrape out the rest of the rice inside. The rest can be eaten directly." Wang Wan picked up a spoon and planned to scrape with it. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and began to cut. He divided the pot into small cubes. The outermost circle was curved. Then he stood the cubes up and used the knife to cut in the direction of the cubes. With the first cut, the outermost layer of rice was cut out. With the second cut, the middle part was separated from the last slightly black paste. Every small piece was processed like this. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao finished processing the ingredients and said to Wang Wan, "Find a pancake and spread the rice crust." Wang Wan knew where the pancake was placed. She walked over and took it. She brushed it with water and put it on the stove. "Are you sure you want to spread it and not dry stir-fry? Is there a difference?" Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "If it's dry stir-frying, it's more convenient for me to use an iron plate. I need to bake and light the fire. You help me look after the pot. I'll prepare the other 2 pots." As Zhang Xiaobao said, he lit the fire and threw in the blackest part of the rice crust. He spread out the spatula and let Wang Wan help him look after it. Zhang Xiaobao found a big spoon, washed it, and put it on the other stove. He also lit the fire and put a little oil. He watched the oil melt and spread to the side as the temperature rose. He shook the big spoon to let the oil spread to every part of the pot, leaving only a thin layer. When the oil started to smoke, he poured out the extra oil at the bottom of the pot and reduced the fire. He continued to bake the big spoon on the top of the pot. When the oil was no longer visible to the naked eye and gradually dried, he poured the rice on the top of the pot. After a few bakes, the rice turned yellow. He put it next to Wang Wan and let her continue to bake it. Zhang Xiaobao only had the middle part of the rice crust left. He took out a flat net made of iron wire and carefully put the rice crust on it. He then took out charcoal and waited for the charcoal to be completely red. He took a thin piece of iron plate and rubbed it with ginger. He then covered the iron plate with the iron plate and used the charcoal to bake the rice crust on the iron plate. Wang Wan looked at him and frowned. This is troublesome. Looking at the situation, the rice crust in your hand is the best, right? Yes, the rice crust in my hand has a little burnt smell. It's crispy and chewy. The fragrance of the rice and the rice crust are mixed together. When you eat it, it will make crunching sounds when you chew it. When you yell it in your mouth, it will be as chewy as a rice cake. When you process it later, just add a little salt. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the iron wire. From time to time, he put his hand to the side to test the temperature. Occasionally, he would dip his finger in some saliva and bake it to see how fast it would dry. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression and didn't know what to say. No wonder Xiaobei and the others didn't like to eat outside and always pestered her brother to cook at home. It was purely because they were spoiled. They really didn't get tired of eating good food and didn't get tired of eating small things. They were all very picky. Wang Wan turned her head and continued to look at the rice crust in front of her. From time to time, she would use a spatula to turn it over so as not to bake it. If the little ones tasted it and immediately threw it aside, it would be very troublesome. When she thought that the two kinds of rice crust in her hand might be worse than the one in Xiaobao's hand, Wang Wan was puzzled and asked, "Since you're better at cooking, why don't you ask people to bring more rice? There's no need to keep me busy." It's not the same. Things have to be divided into different grades to show which is better. Without comparison, there is no good or bad. If you compare the three kinds of rice crust to them, they will understand that the quality of things is the same even if they're not called the same. Like the one in my hand, it takes a lot of effort to make and the ingredients are very particular. If you sell it, the price will be higher than the rice that I've fried. When the time comes when I say that I'll sell you the rice crust, I'll sell you the rice crust. As for the rice crust that you're baking now, you can taste it a little and then smell it. As for the one in my hand, it can only be encountered but not sought. It can only be seen from afar and not touched. Zhang Xiaobao took a small pair of tweezers and began to flip the rice crust. His movements were gentle, but his speed was very fast. Wang Wan laughed. "So you're saying that your rice crust is lotus flavored? If you throw it into the mud, won't it get mud? Then you have to put a lot of oil on it. Otherwise, the rice crust will eat a lot of water. You're so talkative. If you say that your rice crust is good, will other people believe you?" Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and asked again. "If they don't believe it, we can compete. Hold a rice crust competition, set up the rules and projects, and then give the final score. Whoever has the highest score will have the leftover rice crust. From then on, they can't sell it and can only rent it. They can only rent it for 2 days to smell it and then send it back. Do you want to continue renting it?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao finished baking the rice crust in his hand and continued to put new ones on it. Wang Wan was stunned when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. Then Wei Wei shook her head and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a gentle smile. Understood. Everything was clear now. Xiao Bei and the others were thinking of ways to make up for their mistakes during the day. They could not sell it, and they couldn't find an excuse to raise the price. They wanted to come over and ask their older brother Xiao Bao, and Xiao Bao was now providing them with an idea. He was using supper to guide his younger siblings to solve their problems. If the teachers of Tang dynasty were as omnipotent as Xiao Bao and could reach such a level, other than those with particularly low intelligence, there wouldn't be any stupid students in Tang dynasty. No, even if their intelligence was low, Xiao Bao would definitely nurture them into geniuses. For example, the child with very low intelligence had a very thorough understanding of music. Usually, when he was walking, he would follow the rhythm when he heard the song. In the end, he was actually able to conduct a symphony. Xiao Bao, your education method isn't something that anyone can imitate. Takes too much effort. Many of the children that Xiao Bei and the others provide funds to raise have low intelligence. Can you educate them one by one? Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she wanted to express the bitterness in her heart. There were too few people like Xiaobao. If there were more, would Tang dynasty be better? Isn't a teacher's job to spend effort to educate children? I wasn't the one who said that there would be no discrimination in education. What is intelligence? Using a rule to classify all the children in the world? The human brain is complicated. If it could be studied thoroughly, humans would have become gods long ago. Since it can't be studied thoroughly, why should we use an incomplete standard to classify others? In the future, he would specially nurture a group of teachers and give them a salary so high that it would shock others. Hard work would be rewarded. He could use the so-called low IQ children as the evaluation criteria. Whoever taught well and nurtured the child's talent would be qualified to receive a large sum of money. I believe that someone will succeed. Didn't I say that when God closes a window, Allah kicks the door open and says Amitabha? That Amitabha is filled with sweet sorrow. The immeasurable deity. Zhang Xiaobao changed the rice crust again. Be careful, Su Jima will fight with you. I finished roasting the rice crust on the claw. Do you want to add any seasoning? Wang Wan grabbed the rice crust that Zhang Xiaobao made and threw in the rice that Zhang Xiaobao made. Wait, I'll be done in a while. I only put a little salt in my hand. You have to make it into a seafood flavor. Make the rice crust from before into a barbecue flavor. When Xiaobei and the others taste it, they will know that the more complex the taste, the better. Things that look simple may not be simple. Zhang Xiaobao was still roasting his rice crust unhurriedly. After 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaobao finished his work. He placed all the rice crust on a big chopping board, took 2 steps back, grabbed a handful of refined salt and threw it into the sky. In the process of falling, he waved his sleeve and scattered the floating salt over the rice crust. He picked up a rice crust and tasted it, saying, "Good, the salt is scattered very evenly. When you eat it, there is a little taste. When you taste it carefully, you find that it is not salty at all." Waste of salt, Wang Wan said. The main thing is that the salt is cheap. There is an endless supply of salt in the sea. The price of salt is not high. If the price is high, do you think I can still throw it casually? No, if the price is high, I have to clean it up. If anyone dares to raise the price of salt, I will make them bankrupt. Leave the work in your hands to me. After throwing the salt, Zhang Xiaobao did not clean up and waited for others to come and do the work. Another quarter of an hour passed. A barbecue-flavored rice crust and a seafood-flavored rice crust were ready. The two walked to the courtyard of the younger brother and sister. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the tray. According to my method, we will kill all the male dogs sold there. See how they reproduce. After a few years, when the dogs are old, they will have to buy new ones. We will take back the old dogs and kill them for meat. The voice of the young man sounded when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood under the window again. That's too cruel. The young man's voice followed. Shepherd dogs are not like cows and sheep. They usually help people do things and have sacrificed a lot. Like the dogs we raise at home, they usually pull sleds when it snows. Some have been trained to search and rescue, and some will risk their lives to protect their owners when they encounter danger. When they are old and can't work anymore, everyone will eat them. They are not like carnivorous dogs that are specially raised to eat. Let them spend their old age peacefully. Besides, dog meat is not delicious. Then don't eat them, Xiaobei said. Xiaoyuan added. Old dogs are actually very useful. They are experienced and can communicate well with people. In some aspects, they can help the puppy learn faster. For example, an old dog can tell at a glance that a rat that has eaten rat medicine. If the old dog doesn't eat it, it won't let the puppy eat it. Just like the old people we support, they are all precious treasures. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he signaled to Wang Wan. Wang Wan walked over and knocked on the door. She shouted, "Open the door for brother and sister. Delicious food is here. It is better than dog meat." After a while, Xiaobei opened the door and pouted. "You still have to knock after eavesdropping." "I didn't eavesdrop. Wang Wan shook her head. If you didn't eavesdrop, how would you know that we were talking about dog meat? Xiaobei turned around and skipped 2 steps. Speak of the devil. Did he hear you? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei was stunned and nodded. I understand. As a diplomat, we should be shameless. Sometimes, even if we know that the other party is lying, we have to treat them as if they are telling the truth. Then what is more delicious than dog meat? How do you make dog meat that is delicious? Zhang Xiaobao asked. To be honest, no matter how you make it, it is not delicious. It is much worse than beef and mutton, especially cold ones. You have to add a lot of seasonings and you can't dip it in soy sauce. The bean smell and the taste of dog meat is really bad. It is okay to eat it in a pot. You can also put soybeans in it, but the taste is better. It is better than beef and mutton. Xiaobei summarized. She had eaten it a few times, but she didn't want to eat it anymore. The guards in the house also didn't eat it. They said that it was good for the body, but beef and mutton were not easy to kill. The inner courtyard couldn't slaughter cows every day, so they usually ate mutton. Zhang Xiaobao grinned. The supper we sent has something to do with the pot. Pot? Seafood pot? Xiaobei walked into the house. She turned around and twisted her head to ask. Rice crust. Zhang Xiaobao answered. When Xiaobei heard this, she ran over and hugged her brother. She couldn't stop laughing and buried her head in her brother's chest. After a while she looked up. Brother, I really admire you. The rice crust is related to the pot. I'm dying of laughter. It's the same as when you said that household appliances are flashlights, right? Then, do you want to eat it? Zhang Xiaobao asked while holding back his laughter. The little guys nodded at the same time. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao put the tray on the small table, opened the lid on it, and pointed to one of them. It's seafood flavored. It's sold at a low price. 1 copper coin per small plate. Xiaobei stretched out her hand and pulled it back instantly. It costs money. Of course, your brother can't work for nothing. Your brother is Xiaobao, who is very awesome in the eyes of the people. Xiaobao makes supper that costs 1 copper coin per plate. Is it expensive? Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and asked. Xiaobei shook her head. It's not expensive. So cheap. How much is this? She pointed to the plate next to the seafood-flavored rice crust. There's no fixed price for this. It has to be bid. It's an auction. Zhang Xiaobao said. He was also willing to play with his younger brothers and sisters. Xiao Yuan stood up and said, Brother, why don't you introduce us to the fried rice crust that's going to be auctioned? Okay, everyone come and take a look. It's a product of a century-old shop. It has a traditional recipe, modern craftsmanship, meticulously made and dedicated. The barbecue-flavored rice crust is officially unveiled today. The starting price is 5 copper coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 copper coin. Begin. Zhang Xiaobao spoke very passionately. 5 copper coins. Xiaobei raised her hand and reported the starting price. The other 8 little guys shook their heads one after another, looking as if this thing was not delicious. 5 copper coins going once. This most beautiful little princess has bid 5 copper coins. Everyone look, as expected of a woman who is not inferior to a man. This little princess has wisdom and courage as one. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 5 copper coins going twice. The barbecue-flavored rice crust is different from barbecued meat. Not only is it good for digestion, but it can also be used as a snack. It's a must-have item when going out, traveling, or killing people. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? 5 copper coins going thrice. Sold. Alright, no one wants to support me. If this continues, I'll lose money and won't get a single copper coin. Zhang Xiaobao looked very sad as he sighed and shook his head. The little guys laughed and rushed up one by one, picking up the 2 flavors of rice crust and putting it in their mouths to taste. Order, order, order. Zhang Xiaobao shouted like a qualified auctioneer. Brother, you are so funny. You are auctioning with us. How can we compete with each other? There's one left. What's that? Xiaobei chewed the rice crust in her mouth and pointed to the last plate. Zhang Xiaobao touched his sister's head and said, The last one is only for rent and not for sale. If you rent it and smell it, you have to bring it back to me. 1 copper coin per smell. You don't smell it with your mouth, but you still chew it. Oh, it's a high-quality rice crust. It's not the same price as 1 copper coin per serving. The 9 little guys suddenly stopped eating when they heard their brother's words. Wang Wan squatted down, kissed Xiaoqiang and Xiaonan who were closest to her and said, "Why don't you eat? How's the high-quality rice crust compared to the shepherd dog's meat?" Xiaobei looked up at her brother with misty eyes and buried her head in her brother's arms again. After a while she shouted, "Brother, you are the best. We will let the dogs have a selection competition later. The bad ones will be sold directly, the medium ones will be auctioned, and the better ones will only be rented and not sold. Then eat, but don't eat too much. It's not good for the stomach. After all, the rice crust has shrunk. When it goes into the stomach, it is easy to get bloated." Zhang Xiaobao showed a caring smile and said. Xiao Yuan and the others also became relaxed. The problem was solved. First, they would hold a competition. When the dogs were strong and weak, even if they wanted to sell directly, the ranchers would have to compete. Consumers would actively seek price advantages in the case of differences in goods and thus obtain. Xiaobei ran out and asked for a few bottles of soda. She said that she was happy today and wanted to drink some. Zhang Xiaobao naturally did not refuse. At the same time, he praised his sister's good timing. Usually, carbonated drinks were not drunk casually. They usually drank pure fruit juice, but the little guys liked the feeling of carbonated drinks in their mouth. "Brother, the seafood rice crust is a lie, right? I can see that it is cooked with dried rice. It is different, and the rice crust at the bottom of the pot is different. Even if you put in real shrimp powder and crab powder, the taste is much worse." Xiaobei ate a few seafood rice crusts that looked good and said to her brother, "Xiaobao, look at how you have raised them. They haven't discovered any special skills, but their ability to taste food is getting better and better." Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and said. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to his sister. "Only those who know how to eat understand life. Only those who know life know what others need and want in life, and thus manage. But the true meaning of eating is not to be able to tell the recipe immediately. It is to understand the details of other people's eating from the food you eat. Only when you know the suffering of the people can you find a way to turn bitterness into sweetness. Just like how your sister and I taught others to make cold jelly. Highland barley is not delicious. In the past, people in the Northwest ate it because it was convenient to grow it in the climate. At the same time, there was only one way to cook it, which was to fry and roast it. Then, even if wheat and rice were roasted and fried, the taste was not much better than Highland barley. Wheat was better ground into powder, and it could be used to make cakes. That was how shortbread came to be. Now that there is a pressure cooker, Highland barley is not delicious. What should we do? Through understanding the taste of Highland barley, we specially made cold jelly. Therefore, those who desire food first know the people, and the people regard food as heaven. The 9 little guys had stopped all their actions and listened to their brother. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, the little guys looked at each other. Xiaobei said, "Brother, we know. When we have time, we will taste all the food that others eat. Then we will take the raw materials and give them to our family to try to make a better taste. Then we will teach others. Let's not talk about anything else today. Let's eat. The rice crust is still very delicious." Zhang Xiaobao was very gratified. His younger brothers and sisters were sensible. He did not teach them in vain. "Brother, I have a question." Xiaobei ate a few and said to her brother, "Why is it that only a little bit of salt is the best? That barbecue taste is just a bluff. It's impossible to cover it up with the taste of cumin, pepper, and other seasonings. A bluff is a bluff." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and echoed, "Yes, a bluff is a bluff. Normally speaking, I would not cover it up. I would purposely improve it. A bluff is also a kind of taste, but it would be too sharp to reflect a bluff. So I chose the part in the middle. You see, it looks simple with only a little bit of salt, but it takes the most effort. But in terms of appearance, it is the most ordinary, just like the people you see. Everyone seems to be doing things according to a law, and then there is prosperity. The market is noisy, the school is bright, and the children are laughing and shouting. As for me, the best rice crust I made for you is not actually the best, but I deliberately made it the best. In fact, I can still make the best seafood and barbecue-flavored raw materials. Those who know their food must consider the problems in the process of the process. Those who know their people are more difficult than those who know their food. So what should we do when we are at a loss? It's easy to handle. Prosperity is confusing and the great Tao is simple. Those who stand with their hearts have no right or wrong. The 9 little fellows nodded again. Xiao Bei was still in charge of speaking. Brother, if we had heard you say that a few days ago, we would not have cooperated with the livestock seller. If we cooperated, it would definitely put pressure on other people. Moreover, we contacted many people through Li Xiaojiang. Xiao Yuan, tell us what we are thinking now. Me again. Xiao Yuan did not know how many times he had said the same thing, but he had no choice but to stand up when he did not say it. Brother, we really did something wrong. Those who know their people should be guided first, and should not cooperate with others. Those who cooperate with others will seek our name. It is not in line with the law of the people, and it is not in line with those who compete with the people. Wang Wan continued, that's right. You've found too many people to work with. This is not a bait. Instead, it's to make the businessmen worry about your name and your identity. As long as they hear that it's you, they won't consider whether it's suitable for their current economic situation. Thus, they won't compete with their own efforts. So now that you know, what are you going to do? Tear up the original promise? Announce another rule? Or simply let more people join in? Wait, let's discuss it. Xiao Bei pulled the others to a corner of the room and muttered. After a while, the little fellows came back. Xiao Bei said, we plan to use a point system. Counting from the time we arrived at Jianan Road, those who have contributed extra to the people's lives before that will gain points, while those who cooperate with us will have 0 points. From now on, the rules for those who have contributed extra money will change. In the end, it will be those who have contributed more than they have received. Let's see who is still willing to continue cooperating with us. Tomorrow morning's newspaper, we will take down the 3rd page and send a telegram now to coordinate with the publishing agencies in other places. We will ask them to remove the previous page and replace it with ours. Is that okay? There is no such thing as okay, only whether to do it or not. Go, but remember to eat less. I am leaving with your sister. Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiao Bei's head again and was kissed by his brothers and sisters. He turned around and took Wang Wan's hand to leave. Chapter 1265. The next morning the sky was a little cloudy. Large pieces of dark clouds covered the sun, but because there was no morning glow, no one brought rain gear when they went out. Only the children were an exception. Ever since Xiao Bei and the rest liked to carry a treasure chest-like bag, the children had a lot of things in their school bags. The simplest thing was a light wooden board that fixed the front and back of the bag. When carried, it could correct the child's body to a certain extent. The bag straps were designed as a pull knot. Often children would pull on other people's bag straps when they were playing. Some children wanted to tie a dead knot, and some were warned by the teacher again and again that it had to be a live knot. If they accidentally fell into the water, they had to pull open the live knot and hug the bag to increase their chances of survival. There was also a leather bag of water and a piece of compressed biscuit in the bag. Every month when the first biscuit was given, the child could eat the first biscuit. Everything was to increase the child's survival rate in case of an accident. Of course, there was also a foldable umbrella. The children were very much looking forward to the sudden rain. They would hold the umbrella and watch others run in the rain. It was especially so today. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, the children began to look forward to it as soon as they went out. After seeing a few children looking at the sky, Xiao Bei, who went out, also looked up and wondered. The weather is not bad. At least it will be cool before the dark clouds are blown away. What are they looking at? When it rains. Fortunately, there is an umbrella in the bag. If it was an inflatable rubber raft, wouldn't they be looking forward to a flood? It's best for the dog competition to be like today's weather. The dogs won't be very hot. Xiao Yuan had already seen a child take out an umbrella and draw a picture, but in the end, he put it back in disappointment. No, we have to choose a hot day and a rainy day to increase the difficulty of the competition. Then we can choose a better dog and sell it at a higher price. We won't go back on our words and we can make a lot of money. Xiao Bei's mind was filled with money. Without money, he could not speak firmly. He had a lot of money on hand, so he could do whatever he wanted. After saying that they could make a lot of money, Xiao Bei was once again in a difficult position. The best dog for rent. What if after they rent a dog, it matches with the ordinary dog they bought? We can't send people to watch. The cost is too high. It's troublesome, really troublesome. When Xiao Bei said this, the other 8 children also became silent. Until they met with Song Dakong, the 9 of them did not come up with any good ideas. Yesterday, we were discussing the matter of selling the dogs. Today we have something to add. We need Boss Song to help us. Xiao Bei temporarily put aside the matter of preventing other people from matching up and said to Song Dakong. Song Dakong had been happy the whole night and was still in a state of excitement. He nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Xiao Bei. I will definitely clean up all the dogs and sell them the best dogs. If I buy a lot, it's not impossible to give them a discount. Xiao Bei was instantly defeated. He looked at Song Dakong and thought to himself, the truth is that we're selling the best dog to others and still have to give them a discount. After a few years, when other people's dogs grow up, we'll close down our business? Speaking of which, I still have to thank all of you for giving me a good reputation. I swear to the heavens that I will never do anything that's shoddy. At that time, I will let the people who buy the dog feel that it is worth it. Song Dakong raised his hand to the sky and swore. Boss Song, from the looks of it, we are getting more and more worried. We intend to choose a date in the next few days to hold a Tang dog competition. Our initial plan is to compete in 10 events. Today, we asked you to come together to consider which 10 events should it be. We will record the total score of each event and set the price. Boss Song, do you understand? Xiao Bei did not have the patience to persuade Song Dakong. He directly followed his own plan. Otherwise, if he really let Song Dakong do the business, he would be annoyed to death in the future. At the same time, he thought that it was fortunate that he and the others found Song Dakong. Otherwise, even if he got the loan, it would not take long for him to lose it. Such an honest person, if he chose the wrong industry, it would be better for him to keep raising cows and sheep. With his honest reputation, it would be better for him to develop in the future. Song Dakong was used to seeing Xiao Bei and the others as partners. In his heart, he did not think that they were young and immature. Perhaps they would make a wrong judgment, but he did not need to worry. The people behind them were very powerful. Now that he heard that there was going to be a dog competition, he thought about it. First he thought about it, then he became excited. In the end, he clapped his hands and said, Good idea. When we hold a competition, we will pull out a banner and let other businessmen invest money to advertise their dogs. During the competition, advertising will increase the income. Smart. Xiao Bei is really smart. Xiao Bei rubbed his face with his hands and said helplessly, You also don't know now. We are cooperating with you just to earn some advertising fees? We might as well sell dog food ourselves. No, shepherd dogs don't eat dog food, unless you have a pet dog. Shepherd dogs need to fight with wild carnivores at critical moments. Feeding dog food will spoil it. What we mean is, we will decide based on the dog's score. We will not sell the best dog but rent it out. We will auction the average dog and sell the worst dog. We will think of a good program to show the dog's ability. Now we are only worried about one thing. How can we guard against others renting dogs for breeding? Song Dakong was stunned. Obviously it was different from what he had thought. Xiao Yuan said impatiently, That is to say, if we sell too many good dogs, people will raise them themselves and not buy our dogs. Are we going to file for bankruptcy? We can't afford to lose that face. I know. It's simple. We will not rent the best dog. We will only keep the best dog for breeding and rent the less good ones. In fact, you don't understand. My dog farm is not about good dogs. It depends on how they are trained. Good dogs are like this. Give them a flock of sheep and give them a general location. They will go and raise the sheep themselves. Then they will come back to eat meat. A meal of meat can last for many days. Outside, they will occasionally look for small animals to have a good meal. A really good dog is a head dog. It will choose a place with good water plants and organize other dogs to guard the sheep. It will guard against, drive away, and kill foreign carnivores. It is not that a puppy can go out to graze after it is born and raised. Song Dakong was very confident when it came to professional matters. He smiled and introduced them to the little guys. Xiao Bei's expression froze. I see. Isn't that so? Most of the people in the grassland raise their own dogs and cooperate with people. When it is really powerful, dogs are more useful than people, but few people know how to raise them. If you raise a good shepherd dog, you don't need to feed them very salty meat first so that they won't eat the livestock when they are grazing in the future. Instead, you tell them what they can eat and what they can't eat. Usually they are fed beef, mutton, horse meat and the like, including the offal in their stomachs. Just like what Xiao Bei said, they must be fed dog food. Without some courage, how can they fight the wolves? The number of dogs in a pack depends on the situation of the surrounding wolves. The overall number of dogs must surpass the wolf pack. If a big nest of more than 20 wolves is found, people have to bring more dogs to encircle and suppress first. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a dozen dogs will go out because wolves usually have less than 10. Most of the time there are 5, 6, 7 or 8 dogs. The head dog and 2 other dogs will restrain the head wolf, and the other dogs will kill it with their advantage in numbers. What we don't want to encounter the most is wolves in winter. When they are hungry, the battle will be very fierce. Therefore, when winter comes, one reason is because there is not enough grass, most of it needs people to store it. Another reason is because it is cold outside, and the animals are not allowed to go too far. Once the snow thickens, they won't be able to eat the grass under the snow. Song Dakong was very willing to teach common sense to the little guys. Xiao Bei and the others were scared when they heard this. Xiao Bei calmed down and asked, "Then when they fight, will the dogs run away if they can't win?" Song Dakong shook his head. "They won't run away in a fight to the death. I have personally participated in 2 fights with brothers I met on the grassland. At that time the wolves were crazy with hunger. When they saw the people on horseback with knives and bows, they didn't run away. They just looked for opportunities to eat the sheep. They were very fast. The dogs fought with the wolves. We helped the dogs, but in the end we drove the wolves away. Some of them died. Of course, more wolves died. None of the remaining ones were intact. They were all covered in blood. From then on, I wanted to raise dogs. People started to think that I wanted to fight dogs and invited me, but I never participated. My dogs are the best. I can't let them get hurt in the hands of my own people." "What a poor dog." "Uncle Song, don't worry. In the future I will apply for a gun. When we encounter wolves biting dogs again, we will shoot them all down. Xiao Nan is very accurate with a gun. We have more dogs in our family. Most of them are sled dogs and rescue dogs. They are specially used to deal with situations where the road is blocked by snow. In fact, the investment is not proportional to the output. It costs a lot to raise dogs, but we can't do without them. If something happens and the road is blocked by snow, it will be over. Why don't we not sell dogs and raise them ourselves?" Xiao Bei was moved by the dogs. He compared the dogs to his family's Shui Yun family. He felt that no matter how much money others offered, they should not sell them. Song Dakong said with a smile, "We still have to sell them. If others buy them, they will help others. The dogs I'm talking about are not ordinary dogs. They have to be specially trained. Otherwise, dogs will be very afraid of wolves. I've decided. In the future, if there is a ranch, 50 dogs will form a team and be sent out to patrol. The eagles will follow them. When they encounter bad guys, they will bite them together. If the opponent is too strong, they will defend first and let the eagles come back to report. The people will go with submachine guns." Xiao Bei was thinking about the beautiful things in the future. It was like his family. They would unite and deal with whoever they caught. At this time, Song Dakong felt that Xiao Bei and the others were really children. Their thinking was too simple, but it was not good to directly attack them. He nodded and said, "Now let's start to discuss the 10 points. When there is a chance in the future, you will really go to the ranch and see what the actual situation is like." Xiao Bei and the other 9 people went to discuss the shepherd dog competition with others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still at home dealing with the telegram sent back. As previously arranged, the 3 lines of attack had been steadily advancing. However, the duo men were not willing to admit defeat. The fanaticism of religion was revealed at this moment. Clearly, the weapons were too inferior and they could not win, but they were always looking for opportunities. For example, they would go in a big circle and ride horses to destroy the logistics line. Another example was to find some hay and branches, look at the direction of the wind, light a smoke, and use the smoke to launch a charge. If it were the generals of the Tang Empire in the past, they might have a chance to succeed. However, after the battle with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the sand table, many generals did not make the same mistake. The duo men looked at the direction of the wind, And so did they. They were all scared. The smoke was too disgusting. Every time the duo men made a move, the Tang Empire army would be prepared first. Everyone carried a wet towel at all times. Once the wind blew, they would turn around and run. As they ran, they would turn back and shoot. They would not defend at all. The logistics were not worried about being suddenly attacked. They had firearms. When they were attacked by the enemy, they would take turns to rest. At the same time, they would occasionally fire to make the enemy unable to rest completely. When the vanguard reached a certain depth, they would retreat and then push horizontally. When the enemy was riding on horseback, they would not chase and would only wander there. The purpose was to attract the duo men to send more troops over. Zhang Xiaobao calculated how much ammunition he had to invest in, and asked Wang Wan about the situation on the other side. If we fight this war, we won't be able to achieve anything this winter. Where is our landing fleet? Wang Wan was looking at the military map. She would occasionally draw lines with her hand and shake her head to reject this strategic arrangement. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, Wang Wan frowned. You are asking me? The information we got is the same. The fleet has gone out, and it is very inconvenient to communicate. There are no satellites, so everything depends on the commander. The Meteor Battle Squad probably hasn't caught up to them yet. It's still a long way to go. If Zhenla is honest enough, we can directly rush over with our guards. We'll have an extra attack team and catch the man-eating army off guard. Then let's wait. It just so happens that the domestic situation has not reached what I expected. Zhang Xiaobao felt that time was passing too slowly. Many things needed to be accumulated over time to ferment. Moreover, in the process of war, the consumption of domestic resources was not small. If they could not plunder enough resources from other places to replenish the domestic resources as soon as possible, in a few months, new problems would appear. They could not help but be vexed. However, the current situation was beneficial to the Tang Empire. They could withdraw a front line of military forces at any time and switch from offense to defense to continue to restrain the duo men. Wang Wan also knew why Zhang Xiaobao was so anxious. She comforted him. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The domestic resources are only affected by the smelting. There are no other problems. Usually the soldiers also eat food. The food that the animals in charge of transportation eat is not a problem. We now have more food than we can use up. Yes, we can't use it up in a short time, but it hasn't reached the point where we can store 9 years of food. Even Xiaobei and the rest are so scared that they have started to stop selling cakes. Zhang Xiaobao actually wanted to tell his younger brothers and sisters to continue selling cakes. The country had enough food. However, after thinking about it, it was better to let the little guys experience the tense domestic situation. If things went too smoothly, it would be harmful to their future development. If the little guys could think of other ways to reverse the situation, it would be better. Wang Wan looked at the map again and sneered. She analyzed to Zhang Xiaobao. Since the duo men are a religious country, they have been fighting all the time. Now they are fighting the elites of the duo men. They have deep beliefs and strong bodies. When the winter comes, many of their elites will die. At the same time, when the fleet starts to land and fight, they have no elite soldiers to send out. They can only play a game of scorched earth. You can play to your advantage and use various means to weaken their internal unity. I will send a message and see if I can contact the Meteor Squad. Then I will see if the people in our canned food plan can paralyze the enemy and set a time to rescue the hostages. Chapter 1266. The universe was operating according to a certain set of rules, and the earth was moving. The people living in Great Tang were still living for their own ideals and habits. Everyone in Great Tang knew that the war was ongoing, and they could see the situation on the front lines every day through the newspapers. The country's army didn't drive straight in, and they only tried their best to occupy the resources of the other countries by the river. Then it was the grasslands, snowy mountains, forests, swamps, and deserts. The country's army had always been at strategic points, and with advanced weapons they advanced very slowly. It could even be said that every step was taken with caution. Such a result might seem unsatisfactory, but what was satisfying was that the number of casualties on the battlefield was very small, and the natural environment was filled with danger. For example, someone in the desert got heatstroke, someone was bitten by a snake in the grasslands, poisonous fog in the forests, and the snowy mountains were extremely cold. As for the casualties in battle, it was said that when disassembling the guns, they squeezed out bloody blisters from their hands. When throwing grenades, they were told to use grenade launchers, but some soldiers didn't listen and threw their arms out. Not only did they strain their arms, but when the grenade was thrown too close, the shrapnel that flew out cut a piece of their scalp, making it easy for them to get infected. The commoners couldn't help but curse in the taverns and tea houses. They scolded the design of the guns, the soldiers who joined the army for not training properly, and some even scolded the commanders for not bringing the cannons to the snowy mountains and firing down. That way they could have fired further. In a situation where there were casualties, there were always a few people who were sad. When a family member died, they could only sigh about their bad luck, but they didn't complain about the country. In a short period of time, they had the comfort of their neighbors and large amounts of money from the government, but the pain in their hearts would take time to heal. During the morning court session, Li Longji would always read out the names of the new casualties. Sometimes it would be 20 to 30 and sometimes it would be 4 to 5. There had never been a case of 0 casualties. How did this happen? There are people dying every day. Didn't they say that with advanced weapons there should be no casualties? Li Longji had read out 15 names during the morning court session. 6 of them had died from illness, 2 had fallen to their deaths, 1 had been bitten by a snake 4 days ago, 2 had died from a heart attack when they swam across the river. 1 had seen a bear at night and chased after it, only to be swatted to death by the bear. The remaining 3 had died in battle. After the cannon fire, they had chased after it, but when the horses had gone crazy, they had died under the hooves of the horses, which counted as battle deaths. 15 people represented a member of each of the 15 families. Thus, Li Longji appeared to be very sad. Don't look at the number. 15 people isn't a lot. If it were your family, who would you say should die? All the ministers fell silent. They had really treated the deaths as a number like money. However, when it came to themselves, it was too sad to lose a family member for no reason. Your Majesty, I think that the speed of our army's advance is still too fast. We should slow it down and strengthen our self-protection training. From the intelligence, we can see that our people are dying unjustly. It's better to die under the enemy's weapons than to die like this. Jiangxin from the Western Agriculture Temple felt that the problem was due to the lack of training. The geographical environment was too bad, and there shouldn't be too many casualties. The Minister of War, Shaosong, snorted coldly. He stood up and said, "If we were to die under the enemy's swords, spears, bows and arrows, I reckon Minister Zhang Zhong would be condemned. It is because of the weapons that we are in danger. Actually, we are military officers." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. In a head-on confrontation, the cannons opened the path, the cannons provided cover, and the guns killed the enemy. Advancing so slowly and allowing the enemy to succeed in a melee battle, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War would be dealt with. If it were up to me, we shouldn't have started a war. If we didn't go over, how could anyone die? Great Tang is doing well now, so why are we attacking others? Wang Bei spoke up again. He had no regrets. He had just solved part of the investment and return problem, and now he was thinking of ways to make trouble for the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji didn't pay attention to Wang Bei. If a country didn't fight after becoming strong, it would be over soon. The prerequisite for peace was that others accepted the rule and submitted. Otherwise, one shouldn't have any interaction with others, especially in terms of trade. As long as there was interaction, there would be conflicts. At that time, should one protect the interests of one's own people? Even neighbors would occasionally fight, not to mention between countries. Seeing that no one responded to Wang Bei's words, the Minister of War said, "Minister Wang, are you afraid that the National Treasury won't be able to support you because you've spent too much money?" Too much. According to Wang Wan's strategy, every inch of land is worth money. The money in the National Treasury is flowing out like water. In a few more months, the National Treasury will be empty. Wang Bei said with a gloomy face. In the end, no one supported his words. The civil and military officials were not fools. They could roughly estimate how much money the country currently had. The money spent was spent on weapons and transportation. However, transportation was not directly shipped to the other side. It was carried over from the other side. These things were already being shipped to various parts of the Great Tang, but they weren't sold or processed. Moreover, in this process many things that couldn't be sold in the past were used up. For example, with the new technology of silkworm breeding and the large amount of cotton from Xinhua, who would take a few feet of coarse linen home to make clothes? Those things were all used to make gunny sacks. Because of the transportation of war, the demand for gunny sacks increased, and a lot of hemp rope that was originally going to rot was used up. Wasn't that money? Also, in the course of the war, the roads were easier to travel on. Everyone was helping to repair the roads. In the future, when the Ministry of Works under Zhang Zhong produced more asphalt, they could repair even better roads. Moreover, they had a foundation. This part of the long-term income wasn't counted in the Ministry of Revenue. There were even more things that were overstocked. Now the demand was very good. For example, for years of grain. Other than wine, who would be willing to buy it back home? Seeing that no one was supporting him, Wang Ke felt very lonely. He planned to continue complaining about the expenditure of money and the emptiness of the national treasury. However, Prime Minister Yu Wenrong stepped forward. Minister Wang, I hope that you can consider the big picture and not always think about some small personal matters. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are as narrow-minded as you, I believe you know the consequences. I have offended them in the past. Cuckoo didn't use weapons against the country, and Xiao Bao kept retreating. Not to mention being a person just to protect yourself, you have gone a little too far. Do you really want to force the two of them to turn back? Are you sure you can hold on even if we don't help you? Yu Wenrong said a part of his opinion. His eyes swept over the others. They didn't avoid his gaze and nodded. Yuan Qianyao chuckled and said, Xiao Bao has never been internal. When they were young, we knew that we would always leave some leeway. Therefore, please don't treat their tolerance as weakness. Japan and Xinhua are crying rivers of war. Without using weapons, 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. What I want to say is that the heavens are watching. Whoever has the ability to deal with them, stand on Vermilion Bird Avenue and shout. If they can survive, I will support them. Their lives are tough. Wang Ke retreated. Not only did the court officials object, but he was also afraid that the news of the morning court would spread. Not to mention shouting on Vermilion Bird Avenue. As long as the people in the capital knew, his family would probably not have a day of peace. Li Longji quickly mediated. Let's not talk about this. Minister Wang, you don't have to worry. I know Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They definitely won't do anything directly. At most they will earn less money. They won't let the investors lose money. Xiao Bao controlled it very well. Speaking of serious matters, before today's court session started, the news that came back said that 15 people had died. Those who were injured were not included. Actually, Li Longji seemed to be in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Actually, it's not that we haven't fought in wars before, and more people died. However, no one cared. Now that we've been influenced by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, we've been influenced. Everyone values human lives more. And I'm very gratified. Actually, even if we don't fight, do you think that our great Tang doesn't have many people dying every day due to accidents? Right now, there are more than 300,000 soldiers on the front lines. If we disband them and let them return to their normal lives, can you guarantee that they can live well every day? Not a single one of them will die. Everyone shook their heads. It was 300,000 soldiers, how could they all live unscathed? There were all kinds of accidents that could cause deaths. Thinking of accidents, Yu Wenrong spoke up once more, pointing at Zhang Zhong. Minister Zhang, I would like to ask, why isn't the medical academy working yet? There are always people who can't be treated and die. Every time one of them dies, we're heartbroken. Bullshit. Zhang Zhong changed his previous amiable attitude and scolded. Do you think the medical academy is a godly academy? Don't you know what it was like in the past? Don't you know what it's like now? Don't I want them to research better medicine and improve treatment methods? Don't I feel sad seeing others die of illness? Calm down, Minister Zhang is still a good person. Li Longji consoled. Calm down what? The speed of medical development is there for all to see, so what if you can't see it? Not to mention other things, in the past when you gave birth to a child you felt like dying or prayed to Buddha. Now, which family wants to give birth to a child? Why don't you let them die so easily? If they can't give birth, they'll just perform an operation. What's the big deal? I know that a relative of Prime Minister Yu's concubine died of tuberculosis. She's your cousin, your childhood sweetheart. Who wouldn't feel sad seeing her vomiting blood? But there's no medicine. You only know how to talk about me. Don't you know that after I told the news to my family Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they ordered the medical academy to attack something they call remifeng? At this moment, Zhang Zhong didn't even give Li Longji any face as he questioned Yu Wenrong. Yu Wenrong's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. One was sad and the other was scared. Honest people can be very fierce when they get angry. Li Longji couldn't possibly blame Zhang Zhong for taking the blame for himself. He knew Zhang Zhong very well. He was a loyal and patriotic person. Not to mention punishing him, even a scolding would have unimaginable consequences. Without him, who would be able to suppress Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? If he scolded him, what would his son and daughter-in-law think? Gao Lishir stood up at the crucial moment and asked, "Brother Yongcheng, can this remifeng cure tuberculosis? Xiao Bao didn't tell me." "Yes," Zhang Zhong replied. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that tuberculosis is nothing. It's just that the current technology can't keep up. In the past, there were many people who died from smallpox, but look at who died from smallpox now. Also, there were many worms in children's stomachs in the past as well. Now we can just go to Xiaobei and the other's precious candy house to get them. Everyone give us some time. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are already in a difficult situation. Assistant Minister Jiang, how is the planting of the Chinese medicine? Especially the topical antidote and oral medicine. Zhang Zhong nodded at Gao Lishir, meaning that he didn't want to explain too much to him. Go ask your godson yourself. He turned around and asked Jiangson. Jiangson quickly replied, everything is being planted. Also, your family has provided the information for the ginseng. The planting area isn't small, and when the time comes, we will handle it according to the needs. Brother Zhang, don't worry. Xiao Bao has already said that the ginseng looks like a carrot, but that's because our technology isn't there yet. Otherwise, we can make a comparison. The most direct method is to eat ginseng and carrots. Your family has already planted 2 seasons of ginseng. Some are 5-6 years old and some are 8 years old. According to the age of the ginseng, if a normal person eats a gene of carrots, nothing will happen to them. Try to eat a gene of 5 years old ginseng and see if they will die. We've done experiments before. Normally, a strong man would eat half a gene of ginseng and have a nosebleed. If you cook it with other ingredients, there won't be much of a problem. Remember not to use people from the Great Tang for experiments. Nowadays, the medical academy is raising rats and monkeys in large numbers. Although all things have spirits, the spirits of all things are not humans. When a snake swallows a frog, the snake doesn't think of the frog's spirit. When a tiger eats a rabbit, the tiger doesn't pity the rabbit. Since the weak are prey to the strong, in order to live well, we still have to do what needs to be done. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied with Jiang Xin's answer and said more things. The officials were indifferent. They didn't care whether other animals and people died or not. If it were in the past, it wouldn't be a big deal to kill one's opponent. If it were a dozen years ago, it would be too easy to persecute a person to death through political means. But now it couldn't be done, because His Majesty's strategy had changed. His Majesty was no longer looking for balance, but to unify the thinking. Why? Because damn it, if others wanted to unite against His Majesty, they first had to consider Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If the two of them stood on His Majesty's side, no matter what they did, it would be useless. Could it be that they were going to mobilize the troops? If Cuckoo didn't show up, there might be a possibility that she could command the military forces in other places to rebel. If Cuckoo showed up, she would do whatever she said. Incite the merchants to raise prices and cause unrest in the country? The merchants first had to consider Xiao Bao's mood. Once he raised his voice, not to mention the merchants, even boiling oil would instantly cool down. As for the common people, just look at the grandeur of people before they got married and the appearance of younger brothers and sisters when they were born. The whole Tang Empire was in jubilation, with colorful flags flying and firecrackers rumbling. With them around, they, including the forces behind them, couldn't expect to force His Majesty to give in. Your subject requests a report. Pei Yaoqing stepped out. The current military training system must be checked and strict to prevent additional casualties in future wars. Approved. Li Longji didn't want to delay other issues because of the death of a few people, so he directly passed this topic to His Majesty. At the same time he ordered, ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, When will the preliminary results be out? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still in Yizhou, with no intention of making a move. The main reason was that Yizhou's location was too crucial. On one hand, they could manage the battle lines, and on the other, they could reinforce the military operations against Xinla in time. If Xinla didn't make a move and Lu Xing didn't send back any news, they couldn't leave. Therefore, the two's impression of Xinla was getting worse and worse. Zhang Xiaobao was gnashing his teeth in hatred. I've decided. No one can stop me. After this period is over, I'll send all of Xinla's people to the north of Hebei province to dig coal for me. However, I have to leave the amber and coal essence there. The natural environment there is different from where they live. They won't go. Are you trying to catch them? Wang Wan was also disgusted with Xinla, but she hoped that Zhang Xiaobao would use other means to deal with it. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Not going. That's because the temptation isn't enough. Do you think it's you or me? When faced with other temptations, they think of their own integrity. I don't believe that they won't be tempted if I give them a high price. For example, 3 times the income of our Tang Empire's miners. Wang Wan was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion. After thinking about it, she was even more puzzled. If you do this, what will happen to the Tang Empire's people? What does it have to do with the Tang Empire's people? You said it yourself. They are in the southwest and can't adapt to the northeast environment of our country. One is the weather, the other is the diet. Not adapting to the environment means that the flora in their body is different. Different flora makes it easy for them to get sick. So what if I give them 3 times the income? Their medical treatment isn't free. The possibility of them falling sick is very high. When the time comes, I'll use the medical fees to get back the money they earn. If they're sick, do they want to see a doctor? If they don't, then they can just wait for death. They won't get a single copper coin. If they do, then they can pay. If I charge the Tang Empire's people for medical treatment now, how much do you think our imperial court's revenue will increase? The price of the pharmaceutical factory is low, but they have to pay taxes, right? Middlemen selling medicine have to pay taxes, right? When the hospital director is bribed by others, he has to spend money. When he sets the price for the patients, he has to pay taxes, right? All in all, in the process of cost and sales, most of the burden is given to the patients. However, the people who benefit from the various middlemen's spending is also part of the GDP. Zhang Xiaobao said with a cold smile. After saying this, he realized a problem. Times were different now. It seemed that he didn't need to do this. Thus, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "What I want to say is actually the instinctive pursuit of survival. I give them a chance to make money, but I don't give them any benefits. Then I will complete my revenge plan." After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan was not in a good mood. She pursed her lips and thought about it. Then she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, as long as we are alive, you have to promise me that you will never charge for medical treatment and education. That is the foundation of a nation's strength and survival." I know. A country is actually a family. In the past, politics was actually a family world. In the beginning, it was the other people in the tribe who supported you. They thought that you could lead them to a better life, so you were the chief, the leader of the tribe. Now it is still the same. The people are your children. They support you to be the emperor because they are waiting for you to bring them a better life. If you forget, or even think that you are in charge of some people who have weapons and start to eat the flesh of your children, I don't know if you are still a person, but at least your children will overthrow you one day. Don't think that you can do it just because you have weapons. In the past, weapons were used to feed your children and treat their prey. When you turn your weapons to your children one day, you will eventually die. How many dynasties have proven this? Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan echoed. Yes, so don't think that you are very powerful just because you have ruled for a few decades or 100 years. In fact, many dynasties have ruled for a long time, but in the end, the people had no way to make a living. The officials forced the people to rebel. Moreover, it was easier for them to lose their political power as time went on. Because everyone has the knowledge, it is not difficult to build a nuclear weapon. A high school student or even a junior high school student, as long as they are talented enough and work hard, they can definitely build a small nuclear bomb after a few years of learning. Once the people are forced to this extent, if 10,000 people build 1,000 small nuclear bombs, what do you think the consequences will be once they are detonated? So let's work hard and try not to cause too much polarization. Sometimes we really don't know what to pursue in life. Zhang Xiaobao said as he looked down from the window and saw a few officials of the Yizhou prefecture holding up a sign. Wang Wan also saw them. Those officials usually did not come out so casually. Now that they came out, they would not be recognized by her and Xiaobao. You are not working in the yamen, but standing below the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and holding up a sign. Is this the greatest reflection of your social value? If this is the case, you might as well keep holding up signs and not be an official. Many people did not know. When they saw the officials standing there holding signs, they felt that the officials were very nice and considerate. Those who were illiterate asked someone about the contents of the sign. It said that starting today, there would be doctors at both the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and the Sea Cloud restaurant in Yizhou. Every one of the people thought that the officials were really nice. In fact, they did not know that if the value of the officials was only reflected in this aspect, then the imperial court's control arrangement was a failure. Who did the local officials hold up signs for? If it was for the people, then why didn't they usually do it? Why did they have to wait for a higher official to do it? Xiaobei and the others who had finished talking about the 10-dog competitions happened to see this scene. They glanced upstairs and all of them had ugly expressions. I am so disgusted. You said you didn't do anything wrong, so why are you here? Waiting for us to investigate you? Why are all the doctors here today? It's different from before. Didn't you go to the local medical hall when you went to a place? Xiaobei stared at the official holding the sign and said. She was angry mainly because she had already investigated when she came, and there was no problem with the local officials. Now that they were standing downstairs and advertising, it did not seem to be a problem, but in fact it was a show for her brother and sister. Why are you not working? Xiao Yuan also frowned. After thinking, she said to Xiaobei, in the past when we stayed in a place for a short time, we had to go to the local medical hall mainly to collect information about the local diseases. Now that we have to stay for a long time, our family's doctors have already gone to the medical hall to collect information. It's not good to hide at home and not show up, wasting resources. Let's go and find a nearby place to take a look. Xiaobei stared at the official holding the sign again. Can't you just stand there? Why do you have to hold it up? The people were already lining up. It was not that they were sick and looked down on them, but that they felt that they were sick. However, when they arrived at the medical hall, they did not find out. Why are you squeezing here, child? Xiaobei came to the side of the line and said to a boy standing there who was about 2 years older than her. Recently, I've been sleepy in class. The teacher, me, and my parents all feel that I'm sick. The doctor at the medical hall said that I'm not sick, but I didn't believe him, so I came to take a look. Who are you? Why are you asking me? After the boy answered, he realized that he had talked too much to other people, especially girls who were younger than him. He was very unhappy. Perhaps he would only understand when he grew up. If a girl took the initiative to talk to him, he should seize the opportunity. Xiaobei was puzzled. Seeing that the boy was unhappy, she was also angry. Look at who I am. Look carefully. There are 9 of us. Do you know? I'm Xiaobei. You are not in class, but you came out to see a doctor. How long have you been sick? Xiaobei? Ha, really? 9. No wonder you look so fun. I've been sick for a few months. I'm sick. You can't catch me. I'm a patient. The boy looked seriously and counted the number of people. He was a little afraid and a little stubborn. Xiaobei was about to say something when Xiaohai pulled her behind him. He stood in front and said to the doctor who was treating others, let him see the next one. There were many doctors below the restaurant. Not only here, but there were also doctors in the Haiyun restaurant in the other direction. They were all doctors from the Zhang family and Wang family. They usually went to the local medical hall to understand the situation first. Now that they understood, they were sent out to treat others because it was a waste of resources to stay at home. The doctors in the medical hall were naturally much worse than them. The commoners also knew that the day medical school was opened by the Zhang family and Wang family. The first batch of doctors was also provided by them. It was obvious how good the doctors who could follow Xiaobao, Cuckoo, and Xiaobei were. However, the commoners wouldn't scold them. They would say that the Zhang family and Wang family pulled good doctors to their side. In the eyes of the commoners, this was very right. If the doctors were bad, what would Xiaobao and the others do when they fell sick? Then how good were the doctors now? The little boy went up and tried to find out. The doctor first listened and didn't find any problems. He took the boy's pulse and felt it. He asked, "You sleep very late every night, right? And you're picky about your food." "Doctor, no. My child sleeps very early," the woman who came with the boy said anxiously. "He sleeps early, but he might not sleep. What games have you been playing recently?" the doctor asked again. "Big Monopoly." The boy was frightened. The doctor was so right. Xiaobei slapped her forehead. "I'll ban Monopoly tomorrow." "I know. He played it during the day and always thinks about it when he sleeps at night. Maybe he also thinks about it during class. He's also picky about his food. He doesn't have enough nutrition, so of course he's sleepy." "No, Monopoly is very fun. It looks like it depends on luck, but it's actually calculated." The boy was even more afraid this time. If Xiaobei said to ban a game, no one would dare to play it. "Doctor, please think of a way." The boy's mother first looked at Xiaobei and the others gently, then asked the doctor anxiously. The doctor who was treating the boy, Weiwei, looked at Xiaobei and the others. She sighed and said helplessly, "I really can't do anything. If only they were like my little ancestors. They would listen to everything I say, and all of them are obedient and sensible. Your child. I can't prescribe Chinese medicine. I can only prescribe prescriptions for strengthening the spleen, regulating the qi, moistening the lungs, clearing the intestines and regulating the stomach. The key is picky about his food." Xiaobei squeezed out from behind her brother and said. After the doctor nodded, she said, "It's okay. It'll be solved soon. The problem now is that he's always thinking about games." "Games are easy to deal with," Xiaobei said. "From today onwards, we'll invite him to play Monopoly at home every day. There's no need to go to class. We'll take turns playing with him. We'll play for 10 days first and see the results." Chapter 1267. The picky boy who liked to play games was brought in by Xiaobei. Not only was the boy's mother not worried, she even told her son to play with Xiaobei and the rest. She would apply for leave from school. The people in the queue were envious, but they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't call their own children over and push them to Xiaobei and the rest. If they encountered a small matter, they would solve it, but it wasn't a small matter that they could find themselves. It was fate. The people in the queue turned their attention to the doctors sitting in a row. These were the best doctors in Tang dynasty. They wanted to take this opportunity to let them take a look at their illnesses. If they were sick, they would be treated. If they weren't, they would be at ease. The queue was very orderly. Some elderly people would even be given small stools to sit on. No one dared to interrupt and no one dared to make a ruckus. When the doctors who came out with the main family saw their patients, they really encountered many difficult and complicated illnesses. It was also a test for them, but the results were not satisfactory. "Auntie, don't worry. Your illness is a small matter. You will be fine as long as you go home and rest well," a doctor said to the old lady sitting in front of him with a smile on his face. "I just have a stomachache. It's good that you are fine." The old lady was relieved. She said to her son, "See, I told you that you are fine. You are always afraid." "Yes, Auntie is fine. However, I have a prescription for food therapy here. It can make Auntie feel more comfortable. There are a few things to pay attention to. Young man, come with me. I will tell you," the doctor said to the old lady's son. He then turned and instructed the person beside him, "Bring 2 eggplants. It has something to do with eggplants." The young man was led inside by the doctor. Just as he was about to listen to the prescription, the doctor stopped smiling, bit his lip and said to the young man, "You have 3 months at most. Prepare for your funeral." "Ah, doctor, my mother, that can't be, right? How can there be 3 months left? My mother is fine. She is fine. Doctor, you..." Woo-woo. The young man didn't expect to hear such a result. He didn't want to believe it at all. He stared at the doctor who was treating his mother, covered his face with both hands, squatted on the ground and cried bitterly. The doctor also had a sad expression on his face. Every time he treated someone, he was afraid that he would encounter an illness that he could not treat. However, almost every time he went out with the main family and took the time to diagnose people, he would encounter such a situation. Blame me for being useless. Everyone calls me a divine doctor. But I'm not a divine doctor. Life after life is gone just like that. Why? Why? The doctor's eyes reddened as he looked up and sighed. The young man cried again, stood up, wiped his tears, bowed to the doctor and said, "Thank you, I will take good care of my mother. These 2 days I will cook her favorite food." "Do it. I'll register your mother's illness and send her to the clinic. During this period of time there will be people sending you money. It's money that should be paid for by the court if you stay in the clinic. You don't want to stay, so I'll give it to you. Maybe I'll say maybe there's still some hope. Tonight, I'll discuss with others to see if we can use the method of fighting poison with poison to kill those things in your mother's body." The doctor talked about the subsidies again. At the same time, he also considered that since she could not live anymore, it was better for everyone to take a look at her. Even if she became an experimental subject in the end, they could use all kinds of drugs that were estimated to be effective. When the young man heard this, he was stunned. Then he nodded. He understood what was going on. People with incurable diseases were observed and tried to use drugs. Occasionally, doctors from medical schools would come over. At the same time, after they died, some people would be cut by the doctor with a knife. Of course, a certain amount of compensation would be given to the family. After the cut, they would be buried. The purpose was to train new doctors and at the same time, to increase the research experience of the previous doctors to prepare for future generations. In the beginning, some people did not agree. However, after some persuasion, they said that if they did not agree now, their descendants would die of the same disease. Didn't they want their descendants to live better lives? In this way, everyone agreed. Moreover, no one scolded the doctor and said that his medical skills were not good. This was because the medical conditions now were many times better than before. Not only did they not need to spend money, but many diseases could be treated, especially when it came to giving birth. Very few people died, unlike in the past. The young man thought about it and said to the doctor, "Please, I know that some people have already said that they can't, but after you try to use drugs and adjust, they miraculously survived and recovered. You are all good people." The doctor shook his head. "Don't praise me. I feel guilty. I don't deserve a word of praise from you. When all the patients have been treated, I will be able to laugh at the heavens." "Do you need blood?" the young man asked again. "No, your mother's disease has nothing to do with blood," the doctor replied. "I'm asking if the nearest blood bank is short of blood. I can donate it," the young man explained. The doctor thought about it and stopped him. "Not now. Someone else will donate it. You have to maintain your energy and take care of your mother." The young man bowed again and washed his face with the doctor. He put a hot towel on his eyes. When he felt that no one would see anything, he walked out with 2 eggplants in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan watched from upstairs. When they saw the doctor get up and leave, they knew what was going on. Another one. Life is so fragile. Miracles don't always happen around us. When will medicine be able to solve all the diseases? Zhang Xiaobao felt sad for the other person. He often fantasized that everyone could live forever without any disease. Even if there was an accident, there was a way to make people recover. Wang Wan snuggled up to Zhang Xiaobao and explained, "From now on we will study it. I believe that after 1,000 years we can definitely reach the level you want. The main thing is that we don't have the drugs and equipment now. We should raise a large number of mushroom fishes. Then, like raising ginseng, we should try to raise them as wild as possible. In the future, when we have the equipment to kill cells, we can use them together." Zhang Xiaobao nodded gently. He knew what the mushroom fishes were. Wild mushroom fishes could increase the number of red blood cells. In fact, his family had been raising them. It was said before that this thing was very useful in treating diseases, especially in the equipment to kill cells. While killing cells, it could ensure the number of red blood cells in the body. As for the equipment, it was naturally the radiation equipment. We also need to strengthen the systematization of Chinese medicine. In the past, people were holding back when they were teaching their disciples. Moreover, there were few experimental subjects. In the end, as long as one generation was cut off, all the hard work would be wasted. Chinese medicine has always been very useful. In fact, I was able to live because of Chinese medicine. Western medicine can't do anything about it. The time I was cut off was 6 months. In the end, I lived for another year and 2 months. This shows that Chinese medicine and Western medicine can complement each other. Moreover, many Western medicine theories are actually based on Chinese medicine. For example, antibiotics are fighting poison with poison. If anyone says that it is not poisonous, try injecting 2 injections when you are allergic to penicillin. It's just that Chinese medicine at that time did not form a better systematization. In the end, it was surpassed by others because of technology. It was mainly in the field of surgery. In the end, when we got diseases that Western medicine could not treat, we chose Chinese medicine. The last choice, is there a cure? There is, right? Of course, more people died. But what does it matter if Chinese medicine is not good? Zhang Xiaobao felt wronged for Chinese medicine. He always felt that it was because the standards of the people who learned it were not good enough. Western medicine was very fast and could be done in a few years. What about Chinese medicine? How many years? How long would it take to get the medicine? The year of the medicine, the dosage, and because there was no technological equipment to follow when it was passed down, it relied on people. How difficult would it be to treat the illness? Not everyone can learn it. Wang Wan's eyes were still looking at the crowd below. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, I have never opposed Chinese medicine. In fact, you also know that people of our status, once we are sick, we will first see Chinese medicine, then use the equipment. After that, we will use a combination of Chinese and Western medicine for treatment. We are not rejecting any side. In fact, the truth is that the change of dynasties and the impact of Western culture caused the decline of Chinese medicine. The simplest cold is a cold. At that time, we could take some Western medicine, drink a bowl of Chinese medicine, and even some Chinese medicine that was not very good. Moreover, the patches in Western medicine were developed based on Chinese medicine's plasters and methods of external application. Of course, they would not admit it. Steaming therapy and the like was not available in Western medicine. When it was available, they would say that it was their own work. Such people should be killed. It's just a treatment. Use whatever method is useful. Why do we have to be so clear? In my eyes, there is no difference between Western and Western medicine. There are only differences in national strength. For example, the shameless Korean medicine is still Chinese medicine. But if we talk about our Chinese medicine, there are many critics in the world. If we talk about Korea's Korean medicine, don't Europeans and Americans like to go to see a doctor? Now that you mention it, I remember a long time ago. The kimchi of the Koreans is very funny. They went to other countries to participate in exhibitions and promotions, but they actually used our Sichuan kimchi jars to package their products. That's because our Sichuan kimchi is really delicious, and it's soaked in culture. That jar is not ordinary. Sometimes when I think about it, I feel quite depressed and helpless. Japan and Korea always turn our Chinese things into theirs and then promote them in the world, especially chopsticks. The Japanese are very disgusting. They make the back of the chopsticks round and dare to call it chopsticks. How ignorant. They don't even care about the connotation of their culture. The sky is round and the earth is round, so one end is round and the other end is square. The most infuriating thing is that our own country's people look at the chopsticks of the Japanese and feel that they are noble when they use them. When they buy them back, the chopsticks are round at the top and the bottom. There is no distinction between heaven and earth, and there is no ruler or minister. In the face of such a situation, we are very helpless. What can we do? When they learn it, they will apply in the world and say that it is theirs. What can we do? Zhang Xiaobao also looked at the crowd waiting in line. The people below seemed to be very happy. In fact, the medical center was also free. Why would they come to squeeze when they were not sick? Wang Wan looked at the clouds in the distance, hinting that she should not think about other sad things. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, yes, you also told me before, right? You said that it's not that we don't want to apply in the world that belongs to us. When the time comes, we will confirm the location. It's that we casually take out something, a festival, and a civilization that has been passed down for thousands of years. All the things in our lives belong to our precious Chinese civilization. But can we apply? Chapter 1268. That's right. Zhang Xiaobao pushed open the window and waved his arm at the people below. When he got a response, he said, let's talk about our daily lives. When the child is 1 month old, is it a courtesy to treat others to a meal? When the child is 1 year old, is it a courtesy? Anyone with a bit of money should do it. Do you want to apply? If you don't, you can apply in other countries and become their property. If you apply, you can spend money and go through the procedures. When the child grows up and gets engaged, do you want to apply? Get married, do you want to apply? If you don't apply, other people apply and you become their property. When we eat, we can use chopsticks, plates, and other dining utensils and habits. When we eat crabs, we can apply for yellow wine and seasonings. When we wear clothes, we can apply for jackets and gowns. When we wear them, we can apply for them. When we eat chili soup, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, shortbread, and other things for breakfast, we can apply for them. When we pass on our civilization, we can apply for them. Just tell us. Every action and action of theirs is a sign of civilization. How can we apply? We will die of exhaustion. Japan's sushi and sashimi are world famous. Where did they learn it from? Korea's barbecue is delicious. Where did they learn it from? This is the helplessness of a country with thousands of years of civilization. It's not that we don't want to fight, but everything around us is up for grabs. It's too painful. If we don't have such a long history like the US, wouldn't it be easier? Who is it? Who is it that has been passing on our civilization? Sinners, look at how tired we are. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wan laughed and patted Zhang Xiaobao's back. Shameless. You are obviously praising your own people, but you still have to act like you have a deep hatred. Since you know, let's work together to spread the Tang Empire's words everywhere. Whoever dares to not submit will be hindering the progress of world unification. Why are they fighting downstairs? As Wang Wan was talking, she suddenly noticed a person arguing with the doctor sitting on the second seat on the left. As they were far away and it was noisy downstairs, she couldn't hear what was going on. Zhang Xiaobao also noticed it. Let's go down and take a look. Forget it. Let's get someone to report it. What if someone is deliberately leading us down to assassinate us? Assassinate? Izhou City is very peaceful. As Wang Wan spoke, she went to the door and gave an order. Not long after, the person who had been sent to inquire about the situation came up and explained the situation to Zhang Xiaobao. It turned out that he was the son of a wealthy family. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in Izhou and wanted to meet them, but he couldn't find an opportunity to do so, so he went to the school to donate money. Normally, people who donated money would leave with a receipt, but he insisted on having a meal with the children. Recently, the weather had become hot. When the children had their meals, there was an additional dish. It was not a dish, but congee. It was mung bean congee with rock sugar. Every child would drink a bowl of it after they finished their meal. Then they could take a fruit plate and walk around as they pleased. They just had to bring the plate back when they finished eating. The young master of the wealthy family also drank the porridge. In the end, one of the children found a worm in the porridge. It was a very small worm. Adults usually ignored it, but the child drank it seriously. Half of the worm was exposed outside, and the other half was in a boiled green bean that had bloomed. The worm in the mung bean was actually more nutritious. The child hated worms, so he picked it out and threw it on the table. It was then seen by the son of a wealthy family who was donating money for the first time. He thought that the congee he drank also had worms in it, or at least the water used to cook the worm went into his stomach. For the past 2 days, he had been feeling uncomfortable in his stomach. He often pressed his stomach and put his hand on his stomach when he slept. Then he started to have diarrhea. It had been 3 days and he hadn't recovered. Today, the doctor saw him and said that he was not sick. He asked him to make a waist protector and wrap it around his navel when he slept at night. He would be fine when the time came. To be honest, was the son of a wealthy family sick? Yes, diarrhea was definitely a kind of illness no matter how you explained it. However, the doctor was very experienced. He knew what was going on after asking and taking the pulse. There was no need to prescribe medicine. He was affected by his emotions, so he had diarrhea. Because the son of a wealthy family always felt that there was something wrong there, he would cover it and stroke it. That was the stomach and intestines. When he stroked it, he would be stimulated. Once he forgot to touch it, the temperature was different and the flora would be different. Coupled with his own psychological suggestion, how could he not have diarrhea? The doctor considered it very clearly. With a waist protector, the temperature would be there. Besides, he would always feel that there was something there. After a long time, he would get used to it and forget it. At that time, the diarrhea would be fine. There was no need to use medicine. However, the son of a wealthy family got angry. He said that he was sick, very sick, but the doctor lied to him and didn't prescribe medicine for him. He said that his family was very rich and didn't need to take advantage of the imperial court. He was willing to spend money to buy medicine and asked the doctor to tell him the truth. Sick, Zhang Xiaobao said after he knew the reason. You became a doctor? The doctor said there was nothing wrong. Wang Wan stuck her head out and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Wife, in your opinion, shouldn't there be several swimming pools for the children to play in the newly built district? A very big one with corresponding facilities. Zhang Xiaobao also looked at the people who were quarreling and said. Even Wang Wan, who was used to Zhang Xiaobao's jumping and coherent thinking, was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She knew that whenever Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic, he would consider all the calculations and it would be related to the current matter. It sounded very strange. There was no connection between swimming pools and illness, but in the end, there must be an inevitable connection. It was very strange. The same thing had happened many times before. In the end, it proved that the change of topic didn't change the situation. It still had an impact on the current situation, and it was a very direct kind of impact. Therefore, Wang Wan became cautious. She followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, Indeed, children are not like us, who dare to exercise at the age of 1. That is because we are familiar with the situation of the body. If we let the children run and walk on the sand, they will be tired and get sick in the end. However, swimming is different. Swimming is the soft contact of the body with the surrounding environment. As long as the child is tired, it will be shown immediately. It is very difficult for you to persist unless you have undergone professional training. If you run, it is different. The body's endurance is different, and the child will be sick. According to what you said, we really need several very big artificial swimming pools. When the children want to exercise, they can swim. When they are tired, they can find a floating device and soak in the water to relax. At the same time, if there is sunlight, it can make the body healthier. That's right. Swimming is suitable for people of any age, as long as they have a good rhythm of rest. However, building a good swimming pool costs money, and so does treating illnesses. Do you think we can use the money to treat illnesses and build swimming pools? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the young man who was arguing with the doctor and was delaying things. He was not angry at all. Instead, he looked as if he was looking at a gold ingot. Wang Wan looked sadly at the person who was still arguing with the doctor. She thought to herself, This big brother, you chose the wrong place. Why do you have to go downstairs where Xiaobao is to provoke the doctor? Look, Xiaobao has his eyes on you, right? That's fine too. We can build a few big swimming pools with 1,000 strings of coins. That's the cost. We can make our own tiles at home, so the cost will be very low. Since you waited for us to come before pretending to donate money to the school, we'll let you pay more. As she thought about it, Wang Wan said softly to Zhang Xiaobao, Be merciful, or rather, don't be so ruthless. You have to know the severity of the treatment. You have to know that treating illnesses in swimming pools are actually related. Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and muttered, Your way of thinking is really scary. No wonder Li Longji failed time and time again. What is the connection between treating illnesses and swimming pools? Only you can make the connection. Saying that your deception skills are unparalleled is not wrong at all. Oh, I am not belittling you at all. Wang Wan's muttering was not loud, but Zhang Xiaobao still heard it. He turned around and smiled. It's a professional habit. If I don't cheat at least once when I see an opportunity, I will feel that I am not professional enough. I believe you also know my achievements. The trick is dialectical materialism. After learning it well, there is nothing that can't be done. Whether I cheat or not depends on my heart because it is unified and opposite. Any accident is inevitable. Everything in the world is connected. Jumping out of the fixed thinking, grasping time and space, and fully utilizing human nature, this is the foundation of deception. Okay, I admit that you are good. What is the highest level of deception? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao from the corner of her eyes. Then we have to talk about the first 2 levels first. The first is, if you want to cheat in reality, your heart will follow. The second level is when your heart is deceiving, but reality is not deceiving. The third level is, there is no self, no heart, and no deception, right? Wang Wan continued. Chapter 1269. Doctor, please take a look at me. I'm really sick. If I'm not sick, who will have diarrhea? Doctor, tell me the truth. Can my illness still be cured? When the doctor began to treat others, the rich man was still talking. He didn't dare to stop the doctor from treating others, nor did he dare to threaten the people in line, but he could pester the doctor and keep talking, slowing down the doctor's diagnosis. The doctor said to a person sitting in front of him, "There's no problem. You're healthy. It's hot, so pay attention to prevent sunstroke." "Thank you, doctor." The person stood up happily and thanked the doctor. He didn't forget to glare at the troublemaker next to him. "I'll give you a prescription." The doctor had no choice but to look at the rich man and say. The rich man immediately nodded. Yes, I'll pay for the prescription. I have money. You should have prescribed me a long time ago." The doctor gently shook his head. "I still want to give you a piece of advice. According to the rules, when a doctor treats people, he won't use medicine if he can. If he can treat externally, he won't treat internally. If he can take medicine, he won't use needles. If he can use needles, he won't use a drip. If he can use a drip, he won't do surgery. First, there aren't many good medicines in Tang. Several departments are still jointly researching. They may not be able to treat the illness, especially the anti-inflammatory ones. Second, the amount of medicine produced is limited. We don't expect to make money by selling the medicine. If you use it and others don't need it, they will regret it. Third, if you eat too much medicine, you will develop resistance. If you have the same illness in the future, you will need to adjust the type of medicine or increase the amount of medicine. If you get sick again after a long time, there will be no medicine to treat you. When the people who were waiting for the doctor to see if they were sick heard the doctor's words, they all showed a look of realization. It turned out that the doctor had to pay attention to this. It was really not easy. At least it was a test of medical skills. Otherwise, it would be convenient to come up and use a drip. It would save the doctor a lot of trouble. It never occurred to him that the doctor had to clearly distinguish the treatment method for people. Ordinary doctors might not understand it. The rich man didn't care about that. When he heard that the doctor was willing to prescribe medicine for him, he nodded happily. "Whatever you say, as long as there is medicine to take." The doctor was helpless. He raised his pen and planned to prescribe some medicine to treat the intestinal flora. The Ministry of Works produced 2 kinds of medicine that could treat this illness. Unfortunately, there weren't many. But when he put the pen to the paper, the doctor had an idea and prescribed a comfort pill. It had no medicinal effect and could only provide psychological comfort. This medicine was very suitable for the situation at hand. After writing it down, the doctor said to the rich young master, "Go to the clinic and get the medicine yourself. 3 times a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening. Take 2 pills each time. Today is the first time you take it, so you can take 4 pills. After 3 days, you will basically recover. After the first time you take it, you will find that your body is getting better." "Really? You finally gave me a prescription. I'll give you the money." Thank you, doctor. You really have medical ethics. I'll be fine in 3 days. Your medical skills are also very high," the rich young master said happily. Then he took out some money from his pocket and pulled out a note with a large amount of money written on it. The doctor did not refuse. He indicated that it was not appropriate for him to reach out and take the money. He asked the rich man to put it beside the table and gave a look to the person standing behind him. The person took the money while the doctor washed his hands and prepared to see the next person. The people around them did not say anything. They knew that the doctor of the Zhang family and the Wang family would not care about this small amount of money. He would probably use it on welfare later, just like the donation box. The rich young master turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back. "Doctor, I think I have a bad stomach and I ate a bug. The bug is not dead. I didn't say it just now. You only gave me medicine for a bad stomach. Where is the anti-bug medicine?" The doctor began to grit his teeth. He thought to himself, "Should I give you some medicine to treat mental illness? You are being unreasonable." "It's over, madam. Look, that kid is going to die." Just as the doctor was about to use the psychological suggestion again, a voice came from behind him. The voice was old. The doctor turned his head, and the eyes of the people nearby also swept over. However, the rich young master glared angrily. It was fine for him to say that he was sick, but if the patient cursed him, he would not be happy. When everyone looked over, they saw a woman with a veil covering her face standing there gracefully. Beside her was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His hair was tied up in a ponytail with a wooden hairpin. This old man was wearing a blue gown and a pair of shoes with 1,000 soles. He held a gourd in one hand and placed the other in front of his chest. He was shaking his head. Qinghong, there is no need to say more. Everyone has their own destiny. Let's go. The woman's clear voice sounded as she stepped forward. The old man had his back facing the direction the woman was walking in. He pretended to walk forward, and then his body moved backward. His eyes were fixed on the rich young master. After more than 10 steps, he shook his head again and turned to follow the woman. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What was going on? The old man looked like he was walking forward. Why was his body moving backward? The rich young master's eyes widened and his mouth opened. Qinghong, is this a Buddhist name or a Taoist name? Amazing. Immortal, wait for me. I am sick. Help, wait for me. After shouting, he chased after the old man. The doctor angrily slammed the table and stood up. He thought to himself, who is so bold? Who dares to lie to our family? Cheating under the young master's house is purely a joke. Don't you understand that in front of the young master, there is no lie in the world? Just as he was about to move, someone came over and pressed on the doctor's shoulder, whispering a few words in his ear. After hearing this, the doctor smiled and sat back down. The old man, who had already gone far away, and the woman got into a car. The car moved forward at a moderate speed. The old man in the car put down the gourd and rubbed his legs with both hands. He complained as he rubbed, I should have changed places. That broken road is so tiring. If I walk 2 more steps, I will be exposed. You are bullying others because they have never seen this kind of sliding. In a while someone will realize. Your feet are rubbing on the ground. Do you think others are stupid? The woman chuckled and said, they can't react. The time is too short. What is there to be afraid of rubbing my feet on the ground? Maybe they think I am shrinking. Listen, that guy is still chasing behind and shouting that the swimming pool is settled. The doctor's place is also quiet. The old man's voice changed this time. It was Zhang Xiaobao's. Wang Wan, who was sitting next to them, was a little pitiful for the person chasing behind. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, you say, is it good to lie to people? His family is doing a decent business. He has an uncle who is a 5th-level official in the capital. Just because he is delaying the doctor's treatment, you lie to him? It's not called lying. I am helping him. Didn't the investigation say that he always wants to make a lot of money through his own efforts, and then buy as many lottery tickets as he can? I let him invest some money to build the swimming pool. Later, I will give him an idea and let him put his mind on business. This is great kindness. A kind person like me. Is it getting less and less? You are lying to people while saying that you are doing a good thing. Then, you give him an idea to do something reliable. You still leave merits. It is too hard for you. Good person, I will burn incense for you when I go home and set up a long life memorial tablet for you. Wang Wan teased Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time she was very excited. It had been a long time since she saw Xiaobao lie to people. But it was good to lie to that guy. Otherwise he would have nothing to do all day. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a park in Izhou City. Although it was called a park, there were no walls. This place was developed later. The area was not small. In the past it was a slum. It was dirty and difficult to treat. The terrain was also low. When there was a lot of rain, mosquitoes and flies would wreak havoc. Later, when the city was expanded, it was moved away. The people were very happy and lived in new houses. Fewer people fell ill in the summer. A small lake was dug out and connected by winding rivers and canals. A gravel road was paved and flowers and trees were planted. In the summer, people had a place to play. They could hold an open-air barbecue, go boating and rent a place to sell snacks. After 2 years, they had earned back half of the money they had invested. It was estimated that in 4 or 5 years, they would be able to make a profit. The money would be returned to the government. The barbecue area in the park was designated. It was only allowed to be barbecued in that area. Those who wanted to bring their own food and had to pay 2 coins. Then, when they were barbecuing, they could throw away the bamboo skewers and paper towels. After they finished eating, they would leave. Someone would come and clean the place. The money they paid was for the person who cleaned the place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got out of the car. They were going to the barbecue area. Originally, they wanted to take their younger brothers and sisters out for a walk. However, the little guys had their eyes on the boy who liked to play games. They didn't know what the little guys were going to do. Were they going to use fatigue tactics to make the little boy feel uncomfortable when he saw Monopoly in the future? Or were they going to use Monopoly to give him more in-depth education? They were going to increase the difficulty of the game. When the level was high, they would learn a lot about geography and biology while playing. For example, the simplest Monopoly game could be played by just rolling a die. Wherever they reached, they would put a sign that belonged to them and wait for others to enter to collect money. Xiaobei and the others played a different game. They had to consider many things. For example, after rolling the die twice, they would reach a market. If they wanted to own a share, they would buy 20 carts of food. When they played the die again, they would move forward, and when they sold the food to make money. When it rained, the food would become moldy and lose money. Adults found this kind of game interesting. Children could learn a lot of common knowledge from it. It was more useful than learning from books. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't guess what the little guys were going to do. So they left them at home to play games with others. The two of them could enjoy the scenery of the park while enjoying the barbecue. At the same time, they could also trick the rich young master. The two of them felt that life was too beautiful. They only envied Mandarin ducks and not immortals. Oh my God, it's so good to be an immortal. I'm not afraid of getting sick. Immortal, wait for me, I'm sick. The rich young master ran all the way to the park. When he saw a woman and an old man get off the car and walk inside, he waved his hands and shouted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan acted as if they didn't hear him. They still walked at a leisurely pace. They didn't even take the barbecue. The coachman had already found a shady place to stop. He took out a book and read while waiting. Chapter 1270. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the barbecue area, the rich man behind them was still chasing and shouting. He was also tired after running all the way. God save me, I'm sick. The rich man didn't care if there were others around him and shouted very stubbornly. When he ran to the two people in front, the two people turned around and looked at him. One of them said, "This person is sick. You can see it too?" The rich man heard the voice and asked in surprise. The man curled his lips. "You're seriously sick?" Yes, I'm dying. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to chase the god." The rich man was more and more convinced that he was sick, and he secretly scolded the doctor before for being a quack. When he chased into the barbecue area, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were choosing a grill. They didn't bring anything when they came, so they had to spend more money to rent or buy something here. The barbecue area specialized in renting and selling these things, and the price was 10% higher than outside. For example, a normal grill 1 meter long, the standard one outside was 95 copper coins, but here it was 105 copper coins, and if it was rented it would be 7 copper coins and it would be recouped after a dozen or so rentals. Some people found it troublesome and didn't bring anything when they came out to barbecue, so they bought it here. Or some people brought their own grill and had to take it back to repair, so they rented it first. Some people made money and some people got convenience. There were all kinds of grills, and you could even roast a whole lamb if you wanted. In addition to the grill, there were also sticks. There were 2 kinds of materials, bamboo and iron, and the thickness and length were different. It depended on what you wanted to roast. If the meat was big, you could only use iron sticks. If it was bamboo, it would be tiring. You had to keep fanning, otherwise you would break the sides. If the meat was small, you could use bamboo. After roasting it, there would be a smell of bamboo. There were also shops selling charcoal around. Bamboo charcoal, and stone charcoal were all available, and there were also several kinds of special wood. Perhaps some people felt that they were good at cooking and wanted to show off by smoking and roasting. The most important thing was the food provided by the barbecue area. Other than beef, there were all kinds of normal meat. Of course, there were no tigers or pandas. Pandas were not allowed to be eaten now. Under normal circumstances, tigers could not be caught and sold here. Occasionally there would be frozen wolf meat, snake meat, and bamboo rats. These were all strange things. Most people wouldn't buy them and could only freeze them. Normally, the meat of mutton, pork, and poultry would be delivered early in the morning with ice placed underneath to maintain a relatively low temperature. Otherwise, it would not be easy to sell the meat when it was almost evening. As for the meat that was bad, it could not be bad, but the color would change and the meat would gradually loosen. When people pressed it, they would shake their heads and not buy it. Not far from where the meat was sold, there were vegetables and soy products. There were also mushrooms and the like. The vegetables were placed separately, just like the meat. The price was 20% higher than outside. The soy products were even 30% higher. The mushrooms were only slightly more expensive. It was not that they did not want to raise the price of the vegetables and meat, but the people in charge of the park did not allow it. If the price was too high, people would not buy it. The park was a long-term place, and they could not suddenly scare people away. Next to the vegetables were seasonings. There was even a special piece of land in the park where onions and other green vegetables were planted. Usually, the people in charge of the park would eat it themselves. If someone wanted to buy it, they could go in and pick it. This was expensive. Otherwise, the people in charge of the park would have to go out and buy it themselves. The previous provincial governor was really good. Don't look at it as a simple park. With it, not only did it solve the sanitation and environmental problems of the local slums, but it will also provide profits for the government in the future. More importantly, this park can make people closer to each other and increase the harmonious relationship between the local people. When people of all classes enter the park, there will be less of a sense of hierarchy, especially when everyone brings their families and children to run around. Many of the barriers created by society itself will be reduced. Everyone may have different attitudes towards the same adults, but they treat their children the same. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the idle and busy people and praised the outgoing provincial governor. The provincial governor had already entered the capital and had been evaluated as excellent for 3 consecutive years. In the last year, he had completed the construction of this park and received an excellent evaluation. This was personally said by Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to use this method to tell the other officials that when considering the economy, they should consider the relationship between the environment and the people's livelihood. After Zhang Xiaobao, who rarely directly participated in the affairs of the imperial court officials, took action that time, countless officials were excited. It turned out that the road to the capital was so easy. At that time, Li Longji shook his head and said to Gao Lisher that it was easy to enter the capital, but it was not easy to do things with a heart for the people. He wanted to see how many people could persevere. Wang Wan also thought highly of the previous provincial governor. He was a capable official, but he could not always let a capable official stay in one place. After a long time, it would cause the local people to only recognize the official and forget the emperor. Just like her and Xiaobao, the two of them could not stay in one place for too long. Even if they were now holding the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Bohai Commander-in-Chief and Deputy Provincial Governor of Northern Hebei Province, the two of them still had to leave. The reason why they did not send other officials there was because other officials there could not come up with a good idea. That was the country's military and economic strategic location. Therefore, it was easy for others to do things wrong. At the same time, Xi and Xiaobao could not enter the capital to be officials, because Xiaobao's father was a minister there. In other words, the two of them would always be wandering around the country. Immortal fairy, I finally caught up. I am crazy. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about local governance issues, the rich man came over breathlessly. After greeting the two of them, he was thirsty and pointed at the open bamboo shop next to him. Give me a cup of water and some salt. Oh, 3 cups. What if the immortal is thirsty too? In the open door of the small shop, someone immediately brought 3 cups of water. The rich man took one first and held it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Old immortal, drink some water. Zhang Xiaobao did not immediately take the cup. Instead, he stared at the rich man's hand holding the cup. He looked as if he was calculating, muttering some inexplicable words such as fingerprints matching stars, length matching heaven and earth, and so on. After he finished calculating, Zhang Xiaobao said to the rich man, "It is fate that we meet. Forget it. I will give you a ride today. Young Master Huang, drink some water and take a rest. We will talk about other things." How do you know my surname is Huang? The rich man was frightened, but after thinking about it, he became excited again. Yes, you are right. My surname is Huang. My father named me Yao Ben, the name Lu Yuan. It means that one should not forget one's origin in the long journey of life. Is it right to protect the prosperity of the Huang family? Zhang Xiaobao did not wait for him to finish. He looked up at the sky and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Immortal, you are really an immortal. My name is Huang Yaoben. My surname is Lu Yuan. That's right, that's right. This year 1 year has passed and 3 months have passed. 21 years and 3 months have passed. Is it right?" "Yes, it is right. Immortal, how did you calculate? Can I learn it?" Huang Yaoben, whose name and age were calculated, asked expectantly. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Yes or no, it is up to fate. Drink the water." "Okay, I will drink. Fate, I am definitely a person of fate." Huang Yaoben raised his head and poured the water into his stomach. He asked again, "Immortal, you two are here today for?" "I have not eaten for many years. I miss it. Today I will eat a little." Looking at the endless celestial palaces, but missing the noise of the mortal world. Zhang Xiaobao saw a tree branch moving in the distance. He quickly adjusted his direction as he spoke. A gust of wind blew, causing his hair and beard to fly in the wind. This time, not only was the person who delivered the water and Huang Yaoben dumbfounded, Wang Wan was also full of admiration. He could even make use of the wind. It could be seen how deep the foundation of deception was. Professional, really professional. The waiter who delivered the water swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Immortal, may I ask, do you know my surname?" "Yang, your name is Yang Dongshui." Zhang Xiaobao answered quickly this time. The waiter bent his knees and was about to kneel. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and helped him up. Then, his eyes could not leave Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to remember the immortal's appearance. Immortal, what else can you calculate?" The waiter asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "You don't need to search for immortals. Just ask your heart. I will give you a word. Righteous. Walk the right path, maintain a righteous heart, and your future will be limitless. Go. Oh, I remember. I will be a good person in the future. When I sell things, I will not lie. I am loyal and patriotic. I will be good to the elderly and children. I will work seriously and not be afraid of hard work." The waiter promised. The more he spoke, the straighter his back became. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand again. The waiter retreated with a respectful expression. "You go and rest first. I will wait and see," Zhang Xiaobao said to Huang Yaoben. Huang Yaoben also respectfully found a place to sit. There were many chairs of different lengths. He did not need to spend any money to sit. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood by the lake, she asked puzzledly, "Huang Yaoben, this is the one we asked people to investigate. As for the other waiter, how do you know he is called Yang Dongshui?" "He is a waiter here. It is written on the sign in front of his chest. There is also a portrait that looks similar to him. Below it is a certificate from the medical center. It says that he is very healthy and does not have any infectious diseases. Didn't you see it?" Zhang Xiaobao explained in a low voice. Wang Wan angrily glared at Zhang Xiaobao and muttered, "Liar. Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao bowed and thanked him with the gourd. Huang Yaoben, who had rested for a while, ran over and stood behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He did not dare to make a sound as he curiously looked at the lake. He did not know why these two immortals liked to stand here. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also did not speak. The two of them enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the lake together. If there was no Huang Yaoben, it would be even better. The two of them could lean against each other and hum while watching the willows move and the water ripple in the wind. Thinking that there was still someone waiting to be deceived, the two of them temporarily put down their good mood. They turned around and looked at Huang Yaoben at the same time. Huang Yaoben opened his eyes. His gaze was full of expectation. "Young Master Huang, tell me about this park. What did you experience in the secular world?" Zhang Xiaobao wanted to understand Huang Yaoben more. He wanted to have a better understanding of Huang Yaoben, so that after deceiving him, he could think of a better way out. Huang Yaoben thought about it and sighed. It is too sad to be sick in the secular world. Chapter 1271. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless when he heard Huang Yaoben's answer. He had no choice but to ask, "How is the park? Should it be repaired?" A park in the mortal world? Huang Yaoben had been thinking about the mortal world. He repeated the question and lowered his head to think about it. Then he said, Good, very good. What's good about it? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. First of all, this park in the mortal world is big enough. It won't be crowded even if groups of people walk in it. When it was built, the scenery was very good. It doesn't make people feel bored and monotonous. There are flowers, grass, water, trees, and even fake mountains. Immortal, you may not know this, but in the beginning this wasn't a park. It was a place for the poor to live. Later, when Governor Wang saw that the city was going to be expanded, he moved the people out. It was originally a low-lying and useless place where there was a lot of rain and water. He didn't let people fill in the soil and directly dug a big lake. Some of the soil that was dug out was used to raise other places. Some of it was transported outside the city and paved in the wasteland. This made the wasteland much better. Although the people who lived here before made the place very dirty and messy, the soil under their feet was very good. Isn't it amazing? Ordinary people can't even think of such a good idea, let alone do it. It's a pity that Governor Wang has already left. He went to the capital to be an official with my uncle. If he could stay, I believe that in 5 years, Izhou will be even more beautiful. Huang Yaobin spoke clearly and logically. He was indeed a child of a rich family. Even if he had many flaws, he had learned a lot under the influence of others since he was young. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei nodded and didn't say anything. Huang Yaobin probably thought that his answer wasn't comprehensive enough. He anxiously thought about it and said, however, now that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here, they have started to build a new district outside. When the time comes, the two sides will be connected. It will form a very good traffic environment, rich cultural atmosphere, frequent trade and business, and stable political situation. The local area will be very prosperous. Huang Yao used a bunch of very consecutively. After he finished speaking, he smiled embarrassedly, as if he didn't say it properly just now. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan also had a smile in her eyes, he nodded. He felt that the Huang Yao in front of him was very different from what the intelligence report said. The intelligence report said that the Huang Yao in front of him did not have any status in the Huang family. Moreover, the third young master, who was somewhat of a hedonistic son, was not as bad as others thought. Oh, so there's such a thing. Let me do the math. Zhang Xiaobao still had to pretend, and began to count his fingers again. Huang Yao originally stared at it attentively, hoping to learn something from it. However, she realized that the speed at which the deity pinched was too fast. There were many marks on her fingers. If she pinched herself, it would hurt a lot. Zhang Xiaobao was also in pain. While thinking about things, he pinched his fingers and unconsciously used too much force. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao asked Huang Yaobao, "Is this bustling scene because of the park?" "There is a reason for it, but it isn't." Huang Yaobin answered. "What's the reason?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "It's because of the war. Our great Tang is bullying people now." "It's not bullying, it's just teaching people a lesson when they don't listen. Don't you think that Duosher has nothing better to do? It's fine if they don't want to submit to us, but when they see that we have dealt with the Turks in Tubo, they want to occupy those places. How bold do you think they are? We have just dealt with the people in those places and haven't even developed them yet, but they want to take it away. How hard do you think Cuckoo and Xiaobao have been fighting? They are scheming and scheming, how can we let them have it?" Look, the two of them got angry and started to deal with Duosher. As they dealt with Duosher, they also took over Duosher's former territory, which is now called India. They still have a lot of resources and minerals. When the time comes, they will transport them back. Our Izhou is relatively closer to it, so there are benefits to be had. Otherwise, why would the two of them start to build a new city? The two of them are more powerful than Governor Wang, much more powerful. They are like gods. Do you know the two of them? I heard that the two of them came down from above. Could it be that you are here to capture them? Huang Yaobin thought as he spoke. When he reached this point, the expression in his eyes changed. He took a step back with his right foot and made a kicking motion. He placed his hands on his waist, as if he was about to punch. I don't know them. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. There are 9 layers of heaven, and there are 9 layers of heaven. There are endless layers. Maybe the two of them you are talking about are from above. Oh, if they are not here to capture them, then they are from above. The two of them are very powerful. If you see them, you have to be more respectful. Otherwise, millions of ordinary people in Great Tang will curse you. Huang Yaoben didn't forget to threaten them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Huang Yaoben with a gentle gaze and said, "Yes, with your current condition, who would dare to be disrespectful to them? Your illness, actually." "Wait." Huang Yaoben interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. "There is no hurry to treat the illness. Since the two of you are here, shouldn't you do something? You can't spend all day sightseeing." Zhang Xiaobao was stunned and secretly admired Huang Yaoben. Huang Yaoben was indeed not an ordinary person. What was he thinking all day? How dare he lecture the immortals in front of him? "Are you afraid or not?" Wang Wan added at this time. "We want to see this park. When we go to other places we can build one. The park is popular and it is easy to earn merit points." "That's right." Huang Yaoben returned to his previous respectful appearance, which made Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao deeply understand the contradiction of human nature. "I don't know about other parks, but the park in Ezhou can earn merit points very quickly. You don't know, after the park is built, there will be adults bringing their children here when they are not busy. Some will row boats, some will barbecue, and some will find a place to play football. As long as the children have someone to play with, it doesn't matter what they play. Even if they are running around on the grass, they are very happy. Do you know the result? I don't think you understand. Immortals are less angry after being immortals for a long time. Many families have fewer quarrels. Usually they don't have anywhere to go, so they stay at home. Of course they are in a bad mood. Now that there is a big park, they are in a good mood. This is in the field of psychology. Psychology, understand?" Ever since Huang Yaoben mentioned Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he changed completely. It seemed that he was not as afraid of immortals as he was in the beginning. He felt that if immortals wanted to do something to him, Xiaobao and Cuckoo would definitely not sit by and watch. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed. "You still have the nerve to talk to me about psychology? Don't you know how you got this illness? Don't you study psychology and use it on others?" However, Zhang Xiaobao felt the change in Huang Yaoben. After thinking about it, he understood. This was the power of faith. It was also the motivation for him and Wang Wan to continue working hard to improve the overall standards of the Tang dynasty. What a good family member. For Wang Wan and himself, he actually chose to fight immortals in an instant. He even made an offensive move. Who else could he lie to but him? He had to lie. Let him fix the swimming pool first, then find him a better job to do. Don't think about buying lottery tickets all day and spend a lot of money. Huang Yaoben did not know the identity of the immortals in front of him. He followed his own thoughts and said, "Since you can calculate my name and age, I believe you can also calculate my family. My family is very big and there are neighbors left and right. They are not bad, but they used to have conflicts because of the land. Now they can't own the land, but the previous conflict has always been there. That day I came over with two ladies to play. Guess what I saw? Both of their families were barbecuing and had conflicts. When they were barbecuing, they didn't stop and competed with each other. They bought all the meat that they couldn't sell. There were many people in their family. There were many children, and the adults didn't like each other. The children didn't care about that and kept running around. The two children of the family ran to the barbecue area. When they smelled the aroma, they stood there and waited for food. The children were young and insensible. One was 3 years old and the other was 3.5 years old. Perhaps they felt that all the barbecued food belonged to them. When the barbecue was done, they reached out for it. The adults of the other family knew who they were. When they saw them reach out, they had no choice but to give each of them a skewer. Worried that they would hurt themselves while eating, they had to help take the meat down. Isn't this a normal thing? When you see other people's children, even if you have conflicts, you can't harm them, right? How bad is that person's heart? If anyone dares to do this, the Huang family will directly take action against them. In the end, when the family saw that their children were being taken care of according to etiquette, they had to suppress their conflicts and get someone to send some food to the children of this family. Because of this small matter, the two families got in touch again and got along quite well. You immortals don't understand this. This is the influence of a good public environment that can accept all levels of society and provide relaxation and entertainment. Don't you think it's amazing? Are you scared? After giving a lecture to the immortals, Huang Yao's mood was as good as the weather. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan proudly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really scared. Could this be the legendary hedonistic son of a rich family? If all hedonistic sons of a rich family had such talent, planes would be everywhere in the Tang dynasty in 10 years. Okay, when we go back in the future, we'll learn from the higher-ups and see if we can succeed. There are fewer people at the top, so it's not easy to gather. The higher the level of the people, the more despicable they are. Then, for their own selfish reasons, they will harm the people below. Zhang Xiaobao said, pick the food to be roasted and try it. Huang Yao took out money first, meaning that he was treating today. The immortals probably didn't have money on them. The three of them went to the butcher's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't refuse Huang Yao's bill. When they found out his identity in the future, they would treat him to a few meals. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Huang Yao was looking at the special meat frozen in the ice and said, just eat the mutton. There's no need for other things like snakes and mice. Huang Yaoben readily followed the advice and said to the butcher, 5 pounds of mutton, cut it into pieces this big. Skewer it and use the bamboo skewers. Huang Yao measured it, it was about 1.5 centimeters in diameter. If it was too big, it would take a lot of effort to roast it with bamboo skewers. If it was too small, it wouldn't taste good and wouldn't be satisfying. The butcher quickly cut the meat according to the requirements. With a call, a few people came over, washed their hands, and busily skewered the meat together. The three of them bought a few vegetables and went to the place to choose the seasoning. Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask for the seasoning that was prepared by others. Instead, he tasted it himself. According to the year and the strength of the flavor, he ordered a few spices and seasonings. He didn't mix them together and sprinkled them separately. The barbecue rack was also paid for by Huang Yao. It was rented and clean, so he didn't need to care about anything. It only cost 2 coins per person, so it wasn't expensive. After everything was arranged, Huang Yao remembered the important matter and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Immortal you my illness? It needs to be treated. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1272. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he had already lit up the charcoal fire. Wang Wan was roasting a bunch of dried tofu, scallions, chives, and shredded ham. Because other food would take a long time to be eaten, this one could be eaten after brushing oil on it and flipping it casually. The fire was good and the speed was fast. It took less than half a minute. Huang Yaoben glanced at it and also put a few skewers on the grill, but it was obvious that his mind was not on eating. Seeing that the fairy beside him was about to roast a bunch of skewers at the same time, he immediately went over and wanted to share. Your illness is actually not an illness. Zhang Xiaobao signaled to Huang Yaoben that he did not need to help. He twisted the whole bundle of skewers into a fan shape and gently knocked them on the grill. The water on the meat fell on the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound, and a fishy smell of water vapor rose. Then what is mine? Huang Yaoben asked and was flustered again. The charcoal fire was too red, and the skewers he put on the charcoal were already black. Zhang Xiaobao only glanced at him and knew that Huang Yaoben did not do such work at home. What was there to panic about? Just pick up the skewers and it would be fine. Could it be that a playboy still thought about what Meng Zi said? But that was not what he meant. You have to be diligent in doing small things on a daily basis. Zhang Xiaobao advised Huang Yaoben. Huang Yaoben knew that he was referring to his current situation. He showed an embarrassed expression and explained, When I was young, no one asked me to do it. When I grew up, no one asked me to do it. Therefore, I was afraid that people would laugh at me, so I did not do it. You can't not do it because you are afraid of being laughed at. Ridicule is a kind of belittling, but isn't it another way of encouraging? What is there to be afraid of being laughed at? Know your shortcomings and improve a little bit. There will be a time when you do well. Those who laugh at others are not as good as others. Through their previous conversation, Zhang Xiaobao admired Zhang Xiaobao a lot, so he said a few more words. If he were an ordinary person, Zhang Xiaobao would not say that. Being a good teacher might not be good to others. That was why there was a saying that good medicine was bitter to the mouth and good advice was unpleasant to the ear. Huang Yao was very smart. Imitating Zhang Xiaobao, he flipped the meat skewers in his hand back and forth. He echoed, That's right. Those who laugh at others see other people's shortcomings. Using one's own length to compare with others' shortcomings, one's own shortcoming will last forever. There should be 3 people walking together, each one has their own teacher. taking the other's long and making up for one's shortcoming. Therefore, those who laugh at others are not as good as those who are laughed at and are not ashamed of their own shortcoming. What are you talking about? While Zhang Xiaobao and Huang Yaobao were talking, a waiter came over with a small jar of wine in his hand. Hearing the waiter's words, he blankly asked. Wang Wan knew that the waiter came over to give a jar of wine, and it was very likely that the waiter paid for it himself. After thinking for a while, she did not pay for it. Instead, she said to the waiter, "Of the two of them, one said that you don't usually work, and the other said that when I was young my family didn't let me do it. Later, when I grew up and wanted to learn, I was afraid that others would laugh at me. Then the person who laughed at me said, 'Don't be afraid. If others laugh at you, you should think of it as the reason for your hard work. Study seriously. The person who laughed at you is not as good as you.' The other person said, 'That's right. The person who digested me used his own strong points to compare with me, a person who just started learning. When he won, he felt that he was good, but in fact he would never be able to improve on his weak points. Looking at 3 people, one of them will definitely be able to be my teacher.' That is to say, the person who laughed at others is not as good as him in terms of modesty and learning. When he compared himself, he would be inferior to him." When the waiter Yang Dongshui heard Wang Wan's words, his eyes lit up and he nodded happily. "Thank you, I know. I will definitely learn well in the future. When I see others, I will first think of what they are better than me. This jar of wine is my gift to the immortals. No, it's a salute." Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and said to the waiter Yang Dongshui, "We are fated to meet. Go, ask him and let him take your wine." Zhang Xiaobao, who was grilling something, was depressed. "Why is it me again? He gave you the wine but you didn't pay. You insisted on talking to him and then asked me to take it. If I take the wine, I must give him some benefits. It's said that we are fated to meet, and I am respected by him. At least I should enlighten him." Zhang Xiaobao complained in his heart. He glanced at Wang Wan, which meant, "It's me. If it were someone else, they would have been cheated to death by you." Wang Wan blinked and changed to an eggplant. She took the wire and put it on the grill. Her meaning was, "You can come back later and grill the eggplant with garlic. Hurry up and tell the waiter." After the two of them silently communicated, Zhang Xiaobao compromised. He moved the uncooked meat skewers to Xiaohua's area and turned to take the jar of wine. He said to Yang Dongshui, "It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. It is better to teach you a skill than to give you 1,000,000. Go and get a pen and paper." When Yang Dongshui heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. His legs seemed to be frozen, and he moved woodenly. He turned around with great effort and walked back a few steps before his legs gave out. He looked back at the immortals with fluttering hair and beard in disbelief. The muscles on his face twitched irregularly as he took large strides and ran away. Huang Yao looked on enviously. He thought to himself, "A jar of wine can get so many benefits?" Then he thought of the guests he had invited today and began to look forward to it. With the money he had spent, he could buy many jars of wine. Wang Wan's eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon. Her face was full of happiness. This was the man she had chosen. It seemed that nothing was difficult for him. He had an idea in the blink of an eye. Yang Dongshui left quickly and returned just as quickly. He carried a pile of things including a brush, ink, paper and an inkstone. When he got close, he pulled out the board under his arm and held it with his hand so that the immortals could use it as a cushion. "Don't you know how to get a pencil?" Zhang Xiaobao first looked at the eggplant that Wang Wan had placed on the wire. He cut it open with a knife and turned back to grind the ink. "Immortals also use pencils?" Yang Dongshui asked embarrassedly. Huang Yao said, "Immortals are omnipotent." Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao had been practicing with Wang Wan since he was young. With the guidance of the old men, he was not afraid of calligraphy. He picked up the brush and thought about it. He moved his wrist and wrote on the paper in block letters. After a while he finished writing and told the little shop assistant, Yang Dongshui, "Remember, don't use other cheap ingredients. Because the sweetness of the sugar varies, you have to taste it carefully every time. Don't put too much in it, especially for children who like to eat it. It's not good for their health if they eat too much." The things in the water have to be cleaned and the internal organs must be salted. Yang Dongshui nodded repeatedly. I don't dare, I don't dare. I will listen to Old Immortal. Old Immortal, what is written on it? If I ask someone and they learn it, what will I do? Old Immortal, you passed it to me. You can't read. Zhang Xiaobao's face changed. My family was originally from the West. When I came here with my family, I was already 13 years old. Until now, I haven't been registered. My father said that it's better to have more labor. Once I'm registered, I have to go to school. So I've been like this for now. Yang Dongshui explained. Huang Yao looked at Yang Dongshui in surprise and asked, Who gave you your name? Who gave you the health certificate? The health certificate has nothing to do with one's place of birth. Health is health. My name was given by a fortune teller. He didn't spend any money. He said that the willow beside the embankment would be the tree that flows east. Yang Dongshui said. Huang Yao understood that the little shop assistant didn't even have a surname before. He sighed and said, That fortune teller was good. The Yellow River and the Yangtze River both flow east. He hoped that you would come from there and protect your country like other people in this country. Yang Dongshui still nodded. I swear, I will be good to this country. In fact, I am a person from this country. Really, living here is better than living in the past. Let me ask, who should I look for to read the words? I have to listen to others while doing it. Otherwise, I can't remember. My family is illiterate. You. Huang Yao was in a dilemma. He couldn't teach him now. What if he looked for someone else and they learned it? After thinking for a while, Huang Yao had an idea. How about this, when you have time, go to the Zhang family and Wang family's restaurants, Hai Yunjian and by Hai Yinsha. Grab one of them and say that you have found a way to make money. Ask the person you grab to teach you personally. That will work? Won't they learn it and use it themselves? Yang Dongshui finally understood the pain of not being able to read. He couldn't find anyone to teach him a prescription given by a deity. Huang Yao sneered. Haha, don't worry. If you look for them, they won't take your things. They will teach you seriously until they have taught you. They will help you keep it a secret and even tell you how not to let others learn it easily. Why? The shop assistant didn't understand. You still have the nerve to say that you are from Tang. Because you can use this to make money. When the time comes, you can teach it to your family and go to school in your hometown. If your family is rich, why would they care about a laborer like you? Huang Yao shook his head and thought that this person was stupid. Why would the Zhang family and Wang family covet your little thing? I still have a younger brother and sister. Yang Dongshui meant that there were many children at home and many laborers. They are all going to school. Let me tell you, if you can't trust the Zhang family and Wang family, there is no one in life that you can trust. In fact, you only need to ask them, and they will investigate your background. When the time comes, you can't even not go to school. Your father can't stop you at all. Huang Yao said to Yang Dongshui as he helped him fold the paper that had already dried up. There was a glimmer of hope in Yang Dongshui's eyes. He had always been looking forward to learning to read. He looked gratefully at the two deities and the son of a rich family in front of him. He knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. He got up, picked up the things and ran away. Huang Yao revealed a smile. Just now Yang Dongshui didn't say the word thank you. He was telling him that a big favor couldn't be expressed with words. Perhaps he didn't understand the meaning of these 5 words, but he expressed it. Qinghong, which skill did you teach him? Wang Wan didn't see the words on the paper and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was almost amused by Wang Wan's question. What skill? Do you know how many skills there are in total? Thinking this in his heart, he said, the meatball and fishball skills. I told him to buy the meat that others didn't sell that day, go home and chop it into stuffing. Mix it with the river snails and other things with shells to make it. Then add starch, steam it and sell it. Chapter 1273. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she frowned and said, You're asking him to buy the leftover meat and the things in the river. Aren't you afraid that he'll die from eating them? Leftover meat isn't bad meat. It's not easy to sell it the next day, and it's not good to freeze it either. People who eat it will know at a glance. It's cheap when you buy it. Also, I said to throw it away overnight because starch decomposes quickly, and it's easy to breed more bacteria. It's troublesome to clean the things in the river first, but don't tell me that the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant doesn't have a lot of procedures and isn't troublesome. I also asked him to marinate it with salt first to kill the parasites. Make it at night and sell it in the morning. When others roast it and heat it up, there's basically no problem. You know the skill I taught you. It's the second skill. The things in the river aren't chopped up, but wrapped in a ball of meat. The outer part is put in the mouth and it's easy to bite through. It also has a strong meat and seasoning aroma. The inner part is the fishy smell of the creatures in the water. At the same time it's chewy. Both adults and children like to eat it. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Wan thought for a moment and asked, water creatures are cold by nature. It's easy to eat them and harm the body. Western medicine diagnoses microbes and bacteria. In Chinese medicine, cold damages the spleen and stomach. What if children get sick from eating too much? Impossible. How can you not know our prescription? Seasonings can be said to promote and counter each other. Since I wrote it, I naturally know the trick. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. Wang Wan understood. Xiaobao meant that she didn't know that he sold 13 spices? She wouldn't consider such a thing. That I know. There's ginger and garlic in the seasoning, and there's a lot of meat on the outside. There's only one thing inside. If you want to eat too much, you'll feel bloated. Old immortal, speaking of illnesses, there's one waiting to be saved. Huang Yao looked at Zhang Xiaobao eagerly. Wang Wan was relieved and continued to look at her eggplant. Zhang Xiaobao still had to take care of Huang Yao. He said to him, your illness isn't an illness, it's fate. Your fate is wood, right? Yes, I am the wood life. I have the 8 characters of birth. Huang Yao was originally full of energy. Wood people are afraid of insects. It's your life that you're afraid of insects. But the 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. So water should be eliminated. Am I right? Zhang Xiaobao's fake hair and beard were blown up by the wind again. Huang Yao felt the same way. He glared and said, yes, that water, it can't be that it's fine to just let me drink it, right? I drink water every day. Not really. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Since it is your destiny, you should combine the numbers of heaven, earth, and man. The Tao of heaven is indistinct and difficult to find. The Tao of earth is determined by the heavens. Therefore, the indistinct is indistinct. The heavens and the earth contain water. Water comes from the heavens and the earth. Huang Yao was clearly nervous. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous since this was related to the heavens and earth. Wang Wan held back her laughter. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. He really knew how to make things up. What water of heaven and earth? Why haven't I heard of it before? Why don't you just say that you're digging a hole to build a swimming pool? Huang Yao didn't know that he was being tricked. He asked again. Old immortal, how do I replenish the water of heaven and earth? Dig the earth, build the pool, and use the harmony of the people. Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes and looked at the sky, as if he was trying to understand the Tao of heaven. Old immortal, I know about digging the earth and building the pool, but what about the harmony of the people? Huang Yao didn't think about money. He had money. The harmony of the people is when you put water in the hole you dug. Someone has to go in. Zhang Xiaobao started to talk about the key points. Oh, do I have to drown them? No, old immortal. If I really do that, other people will drown on the first day. I don't think I'll be able to see the sun on the second day. Do you think Xiaobao and Cuckoo are vegetarians? They will make me die miserably. I really can't do that, old immortal. Huang Yaobin was scared out of his wits. Luckily, he was sick and could hold on for a few days. If he really did what old immortal said, he wouldn't have a chance. His entire family would be implicated, including his uncle who was an official in the capital. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Huang Yaobin and thought to himself, why aren't you taking the hint? Weren't you very smart just now, using your brain to think? After that, he thought that Huang Yaobin was in the middle of it and couldn't think of anything. He could only remind him personally. It's not death, the harmony of the people is life. The weather is hot and the children will lose a cool place to go. Also, swimming is good for the body. Do you understand? Huang Yaobin blinked and looked at the sky. He then nodded and said happily, I understand. I will go home immediately and get people to build a swimming pool for the children in the school. Use the best materials. I will personally supervise it. You can't do it in the city. There is no space in the city. It needs at least 9%. You can build the new city. It's not bad. There is still space there. Also, you can find the best construction company. I believe the costs will be reduced. Zhang Xiaobao quickly corrected him. If they built it in the city, what would happen to the new city? In the future, the city would need to be renovated. Wouldn't it be a waste of money, manpower, and resources? Huang Yaoben didn't even think and said, "Right, I forgot. There is still the new city. Xiaobao and Cuckoo built it. It will be very useful in the future. I will not find other construction companies. I will find them directly. The quality is the best in the Tang. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Also, their fees are very reasonable. It's just that my family has a lot of money and will ask for more. It doesn't matter, they can ask for more. After all, their construction company is not for profit. They will use the extra money to build the school and other basic things. Okay, I will do as Old Immortal says. But, Old Immortal, I have worms in my stomach. Can I still make it? Don't die before the swimming pool is built. I still want to live for a few more decades. Life comes before the heart. First, tell them that you want to build 9 swimming pools. Then, take the money and let others build them. Although they are not fully built yet, the heavenly Tao will not ignore you. That is to say, as long as you decide and start investing, it will be the beginning of the treatment. When the swimming pools are fully built, the children will swim in them and your illness will be completely cured. Zhang Xiaobao did not want Huang Yaoben to lose hope. That would be really painful for him. He was helping others, but he ended up harming them. It would be a shadow in his heart in the future. Huang Yaoben was relieved. Okay, I will go now. Don't worry. With the two of us here, what are you worried about? Zhang Xiaobao was still hoping to interact more with Huang Yaoben and see what he was suitable for. Then, he would make arrangements for him. Now that Huang Yaoben had left, he would have to find a way to interact with him personally. The information sent back previously was not accurate. Perhaps it was because there was not enough time to analyze it. Oh, I am not worried. With the immortals here, unless I do something that harms Tang Dynasty, it will be fine. Xiaobao and Cuckoo will not come to deal with me. Huang Yaoben believed in the immortals in front of him. He believed that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not be able to stop them if they wanted to take his life. Zhang Xiaobao took the meat skewers again and looked at them. They were cooked. He sprinkled some seasoning on them and then looked at the eggplant in front of Wang Wan. The outer skin of the eggplant had been roasted black, and there were quite a few of them. Huang Yaoben leaned over and looked at the eggplant. He sniffed and suddenly said, "It is still tender on the inside. It is the same as the other places in Tang Dynasty. The people there are sad. For example, Yangdong Shui." Yeah, I guess they have already started. Zhang Xiaobao looked to the west and mumbled. Chapter 1274. Wang Wan also looked towards the west. Like Zhang Xiaobao, what she cared about the most was not the attack on Duoshi, but the rescue and revenge. The revenge against Zhen La, and the rescue of the people in the west. This was because this kind of thing was more direct to the citizens of the country. The citizens only supported the large army in battle to show the strength of the country. However, the citizens were more concerned about when the imperial court would come to save them if they were in a dangerous situation one day. If they were bullied, how would the imperial court take revenge? Wang Wan understood. Once all of this was done, there would not be a situation where the people were easily bought over by other countries. It was fine if one was weak, as long as there was a strong and powerful country behind them. For example, when the princess of Jincheng was married to Tubo, she had a hard time for a period of time, but now she had the final say in the entire region. She was still the same person, but what changed was the country behind her. Therefore, when her status rose, she would use her own efforts to protect her country. Now she had to focus on that. Old Immortal, the meat is ready. Huang Yaoben did not know what was in the west, but when he saw the change in the color and size of the meat, he quickly reminded him. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the meat, nodded and began to sprinkle seasonings. He put a little salt for his portion, but it was just enough to have a taste. For Wang Wan, he put pepper. He did not know why she liked to eat this. As for Huang Yaoben, he put cumin, pepper, salt, and mustard. He also took out a bag with many small pockets. He pinched out some chili powder from one of the pockets and carefully sprinkled it on the meat. He tried not to waste it because there were many people who could not eat it. Chili? Old immortal, you actually have chili. Last year, the uncle in the capital sent a gene back. After eating it, my whole body felt comfortable. Huang Yaobin rubbed his hands and said happily. He did not say that because of his low status in the family, he could only eat a little. Although he had a lot of pocket money, he could not enjoy the good things in the family. When Zhang Xiaobao passed the meat skewers that belonged to Huang Yaobin to him, Huang Yaobin used his fastest speed to peel off 2 pieces of meat and chewed vigorously in his mouth. It was so spicy that tears were about to flow out of his eyes, but he still didn't stop chewing. After swallowing the 2 pieces of meat, Huang Yaobin let out a long breath and stuck out his tongue. Delicious. This is the greatest happiness in life. Another person who felt happy was a merchant who had come from the border between the Great Tang and India. The merchant's surname was Liu, and his first name was Bo. Liu Bo was here to trade with the locals. Don't look down on the border area. It was a remote location and the locals didn't have a good life. But the merchants liked to come here. They brought very ordinary things from the Great Tang like salt, sugar, vinegar, cloth, and so on. They could trade for a lot of furs and medicinal herbs with the locals and sell them back at home. The price would be more than 100 times higher, and there was no danger. It was unlike before, where they were afraid of encountering bandits who could change their identities at any time. When they were robbing people they were bandits, but on normal days they were civilians. Ever since the Great Tang's imperial court sent troops to clean up the place a few times, the road was stable. Liu Bo relied on this road to make a living, and he knew very well what had happened in the past. There was a bandit gang of about 200 people who lived on this road. They stole half of the goods, and everyone tacitly agreed to it. Sometimes they would take the initiative to visit the mountain and deliver the goods first. This way they could pay less money. Later on, the leader of the bandit gang died of old age, and the new leader changed the original rules. Not only did he rob, but he also killed. The merchants who relied on this road to make a living had no chance of survival. At that time, the imperial court directly mobilized the army. The bandit gang lived in the area and had a better understanding of the terrain. After losing half of their members, the remaining members changed greatly, and the army couldn't do anything for a while. In the end, just when the bandit gang thought that they were invincible and were the local tyrants, the strong protection team of the Zhang family and Wang family appeared. Liu Bo experienced it personally. He brought the goods here, hoping that he was lucky and could avoid it. Because the imperial court's army was also here, he stayed beside the military camp and found a safe place. He heard the helpless conversation of the soldiers in the army, and saw more than 20 people coming from the east. They had the pattern of rice seedlings embroidered on their clothes. At dusk every day, more than 20 people left the camp. Each of them carried a big bag and went into the mountain area in 3 groups. At midnight, the army sent some people out. After dawn, the people who went out came back. Every 2 people dragged a corpse. Liu Bo saw clearly that they were not members of the protection team. From their clothes, he could tell that they were all members of the bandit gang. At noon, another group of soldiers went out. When the sky turned dark, they still dragged the corpses. At dawn, the people of the protection team appeared in the camp. 6 people were beaten and covered in blood, kneeling there like dead dogs. From then on, the journey was unimpeded, and there was not a single case of robbery on the road again. It was also at that time that Liu Bo deeply understood how powerful the protection team was. In the past 2 months, there were rumors that the group of more than 20 people were the original guards of the Zhang family and Wang family, the strong protection team number 0. It was said that there were 2 similar teams in the Tang dynasty. One was to protect the emperor, and the other was to carry out missions for the Zhang family and Wang family. Now, Liu Bo saw people wearing the same clothes and the same symbol looking in this direction from afar. Liu Bo suddenly felt that life was so beautiful. He was about to give up hope of returning home alive. He originally came here to exchange things with the locals, but he was caught by the duo cannibals when they hired the locals to carry wood. They did not say that he was caught, but that he was invited and paid. He did not want to come. He did not want to be a bookkeeper for the duo cannibals. He wanted to go home after exchanging goods and use part of the money he earned to buy a set of pearl jewelry for his wife. He also wanted to test his youngest son's mathematics. But the duo cannibals did not agree. They forced him into the team, and so did the people who followed him. Including him, there were a total of 25 people, plus the 166 local people who carried wood. He had been worried. Sure enough, 6 days ago, the duo cannibals tore off their hypocritical mask and revealed their ferocious teeth. Good words turned into knives and sticks. 2 locals were killed and more people were beaten. As for him, he was more clear about the situation, so he warned the 24 people who followed him to be obedient and not to make unnecessary resistance to avoid casualties. There were still relatives waiting at home. Then, like a spy who had betrayed the motherland, he tried to please the duo cannibals and worked hard to manage the people who came from the exchange place. With his management skills, he arranged the 189 people in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, 2 people died. Otherwise, there would be 191 people. Just yesterday, he overheard the duo cannibals' conversation. He knew that they would meet the regular army of his country in about 4 days' journey. He also knew that the duo cannibals planned to use them as meat shields. He was sad and worried, but more than that, he was sad and angry. This morning, he found an opportunity to discuss with the 24 people who followed him. Everyone unanimously decided that when the duo cannibals confronted the national army, they would turn around and fight the duo cannibals. They could not drag the country down. So, the 25 people who made the decision to sacrifice had a smile on their faces. It was a smile of facing death with equanimity. Lu Bo thought of death. He wanted to die as heroically as possible. He believed that the imperial court would take good care of his family. But some people did not want him to die, so he saw the strong protection team. These people used binoculars to observe the entire camp from outside the range of the bows and arrows. They were brazen. He also felt the tension of the duo cannibals. They tied the arms of the people who carried the wood and tied ropes between their legs, so that they could not take big steps. They pushed them to the front and shouted to the protection team, saying that if they did not put down their weapons and come over, they would kill them. Lu Bo felt his heart beat faster. He took a deep breath and planned to shout to the protection team to shoot. However, before he could shout, the people from the seedling protection team had already fired. The gunshots broke the silence of the confrontation. One by one, the man-eaters fell to the ground. However, the person carrying the log, Lu Bo, and the rest were fine. After firing, the people from the seedling protection team retreated very quickly. They disappeared into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Lu Bo was dumbfounded. Seeing that he and others were still alive, he was very excited. The duo cannibals were dumbfounded. Did they really dare to attack? Did they not care about their own people? The duo cannibals shouted and scolded one by one. They vented their anger on the people carrying the wood and punched and kicked. Lu Bo rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of an idea. He quickly went to find the leader of the duo cannibals, a man named Sanki Fengdong Na Lu Gu. It sounded like a very awkward name, but when people called him that, it sounded like this. He did not know who was whose father and who was whose son. He reckoned that one of the names had his father in it. Lu Bo disdained the other party's name in his heart and felt much happier. Relying on the trust he gained from his usual good behavior, he found Sanki Fengdong Na Lu Gu's location. Sanki was angry. When he saw Lu Bo coming over, he stood up and wanted to beat him up. Just as he was about to walk up to Lu Bo shook his head and said directly, "I have a good idea." Sanki stopped. "What do you mean? I know you want to use us to scare the other party. It's a good idea, but you're wrong. In fact, there's a better way." Lu Bo did not want to be beaten up for nothing. Even if he killed the other party in the end, he would still feel the pain. He thought in his heart, "Just wait for the protection team to find a way to save us. See if I don't teach you a lesson." However, he had a lackey smile on his face and continued, "Have you noticed a problem? Hurry up and say it." Sanki did not like this way of speaking and revealed a fierce expression. Say it, say it. It's that. Just now, when they opened fire, they only hit your people and did not hit anyone else. This means that the other party did not want to hurt their own people, so the one who fired was the sniper. Those who stood behind the people you tied up were not hit because the sniper was afraid of missing. I thought about it. They care about the lives of their people, but they will not be threatened by you to put down their weapons. Do you think you can threaten them all the way to the capital by killing their people if they don't surrender? Obviously, it's impossible. If it were you, what would you do? As for me, I'm just thinking that since they won't compromise to surrender, can we use their people to block the front while we launch an attack from behind? Let's try using a small group of people first and keep probing to see where their bottom line is. How about this? Next time you guys push 25 of us up. We have their country's census register. You guys charge and see if they will fight. How about it? Lubo shared his idea. In fact, he was thinking that if they were to encounter each other next time, all 25 of them would suddenly lie down and the seedling protection team would be able to shoot them with their machine guns. Then they would be able to rush over and be safe. Lubo believed that the protection team would definitely be able to seize this opportunity. They were the best of the best and had first-class reaction speed. Chapter 1275. Shang-Chi did not know how sinister the merchants of the Tang Empire were, nor did he understand how patriotic the people of a country without Allah were. He only thought that his God, Allah, was the most powerful and worthy of his sacrifice. However, he did not know that there was a civilization called Yanhuang that existed longer than Allah. Shang-Chi thought about it and found someone to discuss it. Finally, he decided to use Lubo's method and try it out. The trick of making people surrender directly was not easy to use. When Shang-Chi was happy, he rewarded Lubo with a lot of meat as a reward. At the same time, he made an exception and allowed Lubo to take a hot bath. Lubo took a bath as fast as he could and was very worried when he went back. He was afraid that the protection team would attack the camp at night. He had read in the newspapers that the special rescue team could sacrifice themselves at critical moments to protect the person they were rescuing. Lubo did not wish for any loss to the people in the sapling protection team. There were more than 600 people in the sapling protection team. It was not easy to nurture the sapling protection team. It was not worth it to exchange a life for a life during the rescue. He should think of a way to make it easier for the protection team during the rescue. When the rescue was successful, more than 600 duo people were nothing. As long as the journey was long enough, one protection team could torture them to death. However, the duo people came separately. Not only were there more than 600 people, there were also other people who were threatening the people in the country. Or rather, the people of the Tang Empire were on other roads, hoping that the situation there would be better. Then, first of all, they must kill or capture all the duo people here. If they let them go, more would die. Lubo had to pretend to be happy even though he was worried. He ate meat and shouted happily with the 24 people who followed him. His hand was writing on the ground for the 24 people to see. The 24 people had a determined look in their eyes. They decided that if they met the protection team tomorrow, they would do the same. They were very excited that the country did not give up on them. Moreover, they knew in advance and started the rescue. Otherwise, the duo cannibals would have suddenly pushed them out when they encountered the country's regular army. Looking at the situation, after the country received the news, they sent elite people to intercept and rescue them on the road as fast as possible. Moreover, it was the special forces of the 24-hour all-weather, all-terrain special forces that were dispatched. The strong protection team. This was not love. Lubo saw that his subordinates had agreed. He worriedly wrote out his guess. What if the protection team attacks the camp at night? Before we came here, we heard that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had arrived in Izhou. Presumably, their intelligence personnel had received the news and sent people to help them. They knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were resolute in this aspect. No matter where, how far away or how difficult the process was, for the sake of one person, they could mobilize the entire nation's strength. This was even more thorough than the previous Han dynasty. At that time, those who offended the great Han dynasty would be punished for their actions. If it were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they wouldn't care if they offended them openly or secretly. If they felt that they were a threat to them, they would eliminate them first. They wouldn't even allow them to scold them. After all, dignity was more important than life. That was why domestic businessmen were so obedient. Part of it was because they were afraid of Xiao Bao, and part of it was out of respect. Businessmen often went abroad. Without contact with the outside world, they wouldn't know how fortunate it was to have the protection of the country. The 24 people thought and began to think of a solution. They wanted to survive, but they didn't want to sacrifice more Tang people. They would only lose one person, but their family would be taken care of. Therefore, sacrificing themselves was the last choice at the critical moment. Then, how could they cooperate with the protection team? When they were saving themselves, the most important thing was to reduce the casualties of their own rescue personnel during the rescue process. The 25 people led by Lu Bo thought as they ate. They were eating venison which tasted good, so they would let out happy cries from time to time to avoid suspicion. After a while, one of them wrote on the ground, "Do you still remember the Monopoly game? It's the kind with interesting portraits, especially for children between 6 and 2 years old. The parents are required to cooperate with the game. The characters are all models and there are even springs. When playing, the parents have to cooperate with the game to make the children feel more specific and profound." Yes. Another person wrote, "This game is not popular and the cost is too high. Not all parents have the time to cooperate." The person who wrote before continued, "There is a character called Richito. He is a character who is good at calculation and unwilling to be taken advantage of. When the parents cooperate, the oral language is, 'I'll let you take advantage of me once.' Greedy for small gains will lead to big losses. I still have a way, Humph." Yes, there is him. Another person wrote, "Don't worry about the specific character he shows. As long as we let the protection team see him, I believe they will guess it. We will cooperate." This person wrote again. Lu Bo saw the words and was in a dilemma. He wrote, "How can we let the protection team see him? Formation torches." This person wrote. The others' eyes lit up, and they immediately thought of the relationship. Lu Bo thought about it and wrote, "Eat now, practice standing. There may only be one chance later. Everyone focus." Therefore, they ate in the tent and walked back and forth like dancing. When others saw them through the shadows of the tent, they would think that they were happy eating. After practicing a few times, Lu Bo stopped and wrote, "Get ready, I'll discuss. Don't go to the wrong position later. If you find the position wrong, adjust in time." After writing, he stuffed the last bit of meat into his mouth. Lu Bo came to Sang-Chi's tent again and told Sang-Chi that they had a good formation that could arrange the hostages and their own people together, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish them. Sang-Chi thought about it and agreed. First, they changed their clothes and let the hostages wear the same clothes as the cannibals. Then they formed a formation. Lu Bo led 24 men, each holding a torch, and walked around. From time to time, he would say what a certain person should do. As soon as they walked, the torches they held formed a pattern of small dots. When seen from a distance and from a high place, they would consciously connect the dots into a line. The protection team did not evacuate at all. Instead, they watched from a mountain in the distance. According to the plan, it should be to give the cannibals time to prepare and think. If the cannibals really killed, they could only choose to attack. It was impossible for them to throw their weapons and surrender. If they threw their weapons when others asked them to, how stupid would they be? They were considering how long it would take for more people to fall into the trap. Once they ate the poisoned food, they would be able to rescue the people. During the day, they had discovered that there were some people in the group who were not from the border. The appearance and attire of this small group all indicated that they were truly Tang people, and had a place of origin. Leader, look, there's a problem." While the protection team was waiting and resting, the person in charge of observation came to the leader and whispered. This leader was from the Zero protection team. His surname was Wang, and he followed the main family's surname Wang Miao. It was a very feminine name. When he was born, there were 3 small rivers near his home that supplied water to the fields. Therefore, he was named the 3 Rivers. However, he was a pure man and had very strong combat power. He and the other 2 members of the number 0 seedling protection team led the team. The people they led were the number 1 team, which was directly transferred from the main family's personal guards. In other words, the current operation could only succeed and could not fail. Hearing the sound, Wang Miao picked up the binoculars and was stunned. Felt very familiar. He muttered, "This picture is... Leader, it's Richito. 3 days before we came out, my child played with this. His saying was, 'I'll let you take advantage of me this time. Greedy for small gains will lead to big losses. I still have a way, Humph.'" The informant reminded him. Wang Miao suddenly understood. No wonder it was so familiar. The children at home had special care, guidance, and education in the inner courtyard. It was much better than ordinary schools. Just the various tools used were not something that ordinary places could afford. During education, other than the major lessons, the rest was taught according to their aptitude. According to the words of the young master and young lady, every child was a star in the sky. They had their own place in brilliance. Even if they were treated as fireflies, they should fly around and not be caught in the palm of one's hand. Therefore, it was most reassuring to leave the children in the inner courtyard. They would definitely have the best games of Tang, including that character Richito. Wang Miao did not think that what he saw was a coincidence. Although the positions and changes of the torch were not correct at times, it represented the various forms of Richito in a child's game. Wang Miao narrowed his eyes. He did not think that the captured person was so bored that he held a torch and played with a jigsaw puzzle. He was about to lose his life. Little Nine, if you were in the other party's situation, what would you think? Wang Miao asked the informant softly. Me. Little Nine pointed at himself and then lowered his head to think. When he raised his head again, he said, "Let me put myself in this situation. I would think that Tang has finally sent people to save me. They came so quickly and in such a timely manner. Furthermore, they sent out a strong protection team. How would they save us? Attack? Night attack?" "I have the same thoughts as you." Wang Miao nodded. "Then why did they choose such a character? Since they know how to play games, if they want us to save them, the best character should be the confused bug, right? The confused bug is the character model of a 4-year-old child. His words are, 'Daddy, Mommy, save me. I can't find my way home. I've been cheated again. I don't even have the money to buy candy.' Right? Yes, Day's bug is the best one. In this situation, since they know about Richito, it's impossible that they don't know about the other characters. Based on my analysis, they are all rich people or at least businessmen. They have played the same game before, and they even played it with their children. However, the children usually choose cute and confused characters, similar to themselves. I don't believe that all of their children would choose Richito. There must be some who would choose the confused bug. At the same time, the confused bug's words are suitable for them to express that they are in urgent need of rescue." Little Nine analyzed. Wang Miao took out a cigarette. Cigars were supplied by special personnel. They could quickly replenish the body's nicotine. Of course, there would be addiction to smoking, but it was different from drug addiction. It would not make people stubbornly dependent on it. Wang Miao used his clothes to cover his mouth and took 2 puffs. He slowly exhaled and said, "There are very smart people among them. They are worried that we will attack at night and cause us losses, so they are using this method to remind us. At the same time, they will know that this person or group of people should have a relative position there. Otherwise, they will not be able to start the puzzle." "Then what should we do?" Little Nine asked. "Adjust the strategy slightly. Leave behind the canned food we prepared. At the same time, write a letter to the cannibals and write a poem at the critical moment. I believe that they will be able to guess it. Tomorrow's confrontation will be cancelled. Immediately send a message back to ask about the situation. I want to know who the puzzle is, his education, and the composition of his family." Wang Miao quickly made a decision. He was worried that the cooperation between the two sides would not be good enough. Chapter 1276. After working on the jigsaw puzzle for an hour, Lu Bo and the others were tired. They did not know if the people of the sapling protection team understood what they meant. Anyway, they had done what they could and should do. The rest was up to fate. The duo people were very satisfied with the result of the rehearsal. They found that if they followed the formation, the other party did not dare to shoot. The bullets would fly past one person and hit another. Zhang was especially happy. He rewarded Lu Bo with some meat and told them to sleep well. Tomorrow they would use this formation to deal with the Tang soldiers. What he did not understand was that the bullet penetration of the Tang soldiers' rifles was deliberately designed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that the probability of using this kind of gun to hit a person was very high. The penetrating injury could also make people lose their fighting strength. When cleaning up the battlefield, there were still pistols to hold the line. Therefore, when making the guns, they made them according to their previous 3 and 8 covers. At the same time, they also made a lot of box cannons. Although the muzzle of the box cannons always jumped up when shooting, it depended on how it was used. One was used to shoot at the waist and the other was used to put the gun flat. Holding the gun with both hands and shooting flat, people who were good at shooting could shoot like a machine gun. However, in addition to such guns, there were also bullets and guns with a very good stopping effect. Together with the use of strong penetrating ability, They complemented each other. This was especially true for snipers. Their bullets would not penetrate for fear of hurting people who should not be hurt. Moreover, even a gun with strong penetrating ability could be used to not penetrate people by using a simple method. It would make the bullet roll and stay in the person's body. Shang-Chi felt that with the formation, the enemy would not dare to shoot. In fact, even if there was no formation, as long as the person beside the hostage was not targeted, one would lose a life if there was a mistake. Amidst Lu Bo's worry and Shang-Chi's happiness, the night passed quickly. When they woke up in the morning, the moon had not disappeared. The sun had risen, forming a beautiful sun and moon hanging together. After falling out, the duo people no longer gave the people at the border any face. Affected by the march, the duo people would eat in the morning, but the people who were threatened could not even see a mouthful of porridge. The people living at the border finally knew who was good to them. In the past, they thought that the Tang Empire was very far away from them and was not as close as India. They thought that they had the final say in their lives, and that everyone who came into contact with them had to exchange goods with them. In their eyes, there were only benefits and benefits. There was no sense of belonging. Even if some people went to the Great Tang to earn more money, in their eyes it was just more money. They didn't belong to either side. But yesterday's experience made them realize that they belonged to the Great Tang, because the Great Tang had come to rescue them. Previously, they were envious of the Tang Empire soldiers who had specially come to save Lu Bo and the others. However, when they realized that the Tang Empire soldiers did not shoot at the cannibals they were holding, they realized that they were afraid of being shot. At that moment they were moved. Whoever was good to them, they would be good to them. When they were in danger, they were willing to repay whoever saved their lives with their lives. At the same time, they were filled with resentment towards Lu Bo and the others. They felt that Lu Bo and the others had no conscience. Their people had come to save them and had chased them so far, but they were still helping the enemy. They should die and be struck by lightning. Therefore, when they woke up in the morning and saw that Lu Bo and the others also received some fried noodles and water, the people at the border looked at them with eyes full of resentment. When they set off, the team moved very slowly. The cannibals looked around vigilantly, afraid that they would be shot. The hot weather and the pressure in their hearts made them sweat a lot. Lu Bo's 25 people were also sweating, and their eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that the sun was high in the sky, the cannibals began to prepare to eat. Their meal was very simple. There were two types, one was roasted and the other was fried. The roasted meat was meat, but there wasn't much fresh meat for them to roast. They were all roasted very salty meat in the past. They didn't have a pot to fry it, so they brought fried rice and fried noodles. The fried noodles were processed by the people at the border. The so-called meal was to stop and be vigilant while stuffing water into their stomachs. There was still no share for the people at the border. They were only given a little at night so that they wouldn't starve to death. Lu Bo and the other 25 people were divided into 6 portions of fried rice. It was much worse than the fried noodles in the morning. The rice was even fried, and there wasn't any taste of salt in it. 25 people were divided into 6 portions. Each person could only eat a little, and there wasn't much water, unless they encountered a river. Looking at the food the cannibals ate, it was nothing more than roasted and salted meat. Lu Bo was homesick. Not to mention how much money they had at home, they could eat very good meals. Even if they went out and found a place to eat some snacks, it would be better than their current life. You cannibals usually look very confident, but what's there to be confident about? Look at the broken things you eat. In the next life, even if you bribe the king of hell, you won't be there. Just as they were eating, a gunshot came from the left side of the forest. They were so scared that they immediately lay down on the ground. They had already found that this method was not bad. After a while, there was no additional movement. Shang-Chi signaled with his eyes, and 6 cannibals stood out. They escorted more than a dozen people at the border to the place where the gunshot had just come from. The 6 cannibals stood in the middle with knives in their hands. They made more than a dozen people turn their backs to them and walk in circles, so it was very difficult for them to walk. Some people walked sideways while others walked backwards. When they reached the place, they didn't see anyone. There were many wooden boxes on the ground. After counting, there were more than 70 boxes. As for the specific number, the person who knew how to count couldn't count. Usually, he would count to about 60, but today he was extraordinarily long. Most of the boxes were filled with iron sheets. There were also 2 boxes that were wrapped in that kind of shape. For a moment they couldn't compare with the things they had seen before. The 6 cannibals looked around vigilantly, and each box was carried back. The boxes were not light, and they had to be carried by the hostages. When they came back, they reported that they found a lot of things like this. Shang-Chi kept retreating, afraid that there would be things that would suddenly explode. He saw that there was a piece of paper with words written in the box. The words looked very familiar. It was the language they used. However, he sadly found that he couldn't read. Not only him, but the people who came with him couldn't read. Frowning, Shang-Chi planned to let people throw the boxes away for fear of danger. When Lu Bo saw this, he hurriedly dissuaded him and said to Shang-Chi, I know your words. You see, I speak very fluently with you. I don't have to learn the Tang language like you do. You know them? Shang-Chi couldn't describe what he felt in his heart. He waved his hand and let Lu Bo take a look. Lu Bo sighed. How important it was to know a foreign language. He was really lucky. In the past, he specially learned to do business in the future. Not only did he know the language of the cannibals, but he also knew the Tianju script and a few small Indian languages. He pondered again. Perhaps the protection team who threw the boxes didn't expect that the cannibals were different from them. They were now educated from a young age. They didn't even know their own language. However, this protection team was also extraordinary. The writing of the cannibals was really beautiful. As expected, the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family was not simple. General Shang-Chi, I'll read it accordingly. Lu Bo greeted Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi was very sad. He didn't know his own language and needed an outsider to read it for him. The difference between countries. Then he nodded and motioned to Lu Bo. I'm warning you to eat more people. Right now, you've captured 189 people of my great Tang. If one of them dies, we'll believe that you'll kill the rest. In other words, we'll give up on dealing with you. Your 600 some people can just wait to be covered in cannon fire. I trust that you know what cannon fire is. These things are food. Some of them are for you and the rest are for the Tang people. There will be a river in front of you for a while. You can replenish your water. Some of them are canned food, and some are self-heating food for the Tang people. There is pork in them. Don't eat it. Arrange your formation well. We will sneak attack you from time to time. Don't think that you can threaten us with the people who killed us. It's still the same as before. If one of you dies, we will fire. Pray to Allah of your sect. From the moment you participated in the conspiracy against my Jiangnan road, the heavens decided your life and death. If you have a chance to survive, let me tell you. The brand of the food is called Richito. It is a series of food. In the future, you may have the money to buy it and enjoy it. After Lu Bo finished reading, he looked nervously at Shang-Chi. His body kept trembling, giving the impression that he was afraid that the cannibals would kill them in anger. However, he and the other 24 people who heard it knew that the picture they put together yesterday was useful. Lu Bo was really moved. The seedling protection team was indeed the seedling protection team. Shang-Chi was also trembling. He was so angry that he wanted to kill people in front of the Tang army. However, he really didn't dare to. He nodded vigorously and walked forward. He pointed at the words on a can and asked, "What does it say?" Lu Bo glanced at it and licked his lips. He asked loudly, "General Shang-Chi, these are the words of the Tang Empire. Don't you already know the Tang Empire? Don't you recognize the words? You can't recognize your own words, but you should recognize ours, right?" Shang-Chi's face darkened. "I'll let you read it." "Okay, I'll read it." "Yes, ask about the beauty of mountains and rivers. Explore the rainbows of thousands of rivers. The clouds in a foreign land can be low, but the feelings of old friends are high. Affirming that the pine stands tall, and seeing through the gale is the wormwood. A man who hides his head is not a good man, but does not stand upright like a knife." General Shang-Chi, you really don't recognize this word? It's written very well. Did you hear what I read just now? In fact, the first part describes the scenery, then the second part describes the meaning, and the last part expresses one's aspirations. This is a rhyme poem, starting with the rhyme and ending with the rhyme. Lu Bo's voice was louder this time. Shang-Chi frowned and pondered for a moment. He waved to the other 24 people who followed Lu Bo and called them over. He first looked at the cans and found that the words were the same. He gave one to each person and ordered the 3 people on his side to separate the 24 people far away from each other so that they could read it. Shang-Chi had a feeling that things weren't that simple. There might be something else written on the cans, but he believed that the other 24 people wouldn't be able to remember it after Lu Bo read it once. Therefore he asked them separately. He stared at Lu Bo and observed Lu Bo's expression. Lu Bo wasn't worried at all. The words on the cans were the same, but it depended on how one looked at it. The words were written in circles on the outside of the cans. He believed that even if the many cannibals knew the words, they wouldn't be able to understand the meaning behind it. The content was as he had said. The first part described the scenery, followed by the thoughts, and finally expressed one's aspirations. Speaking of which, this poem was very ordinary. The words used were simple and there were no references. However, this was an acrostic poem. He was afraid that he wouldn't know, so he specifically wrote acrostic and horizontal words to remind him. When the words in front of each sentence were put together, it was a test to see if he could read. Lu Bo couldn't use words to describe his feelings. At this moment he didn't care about life and death. He was proud of his country. This was the special forces that had been mobilized for him and the others. This was the foundation of the special forces, the seedling protection team. It seemed like there was nothing that they couldn't do. They were a highly intelligent team that had 24 hours, all-terrain and all-terrain. If he really died, it was because of his bad luck, and not because his country didn't work hard enough. After a full 30 minutes, when Lu Bo was sleepy, he looked at the 24 people reciting the poem and came back. He recited it to Shang-Chi. Only then did Shang-Chi feel relieved. It was a poem that he had heard before. The Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County of the Great Tang had made canned food for the inner courtyard. Every canned food had words on it. When the inner courtyard went out to do work, seeing the words on the canned food would strengthen their beliefs. Thinking about it, this was also the case. Just as he felt relieved, Shang-Chi suddenly became worried again. He asked Lu Bo, What's different about that?" Lu Bo knew what he was asking about. He smiled flatteringly and replied respectfully, "Canned food is canned food. It has to be slowly boiled and roasted with water and fire. It can't be too hot, or it will explode. There's probably no pork in it. The food left for us to eat has pork in it. This is more convenient to heat it up. Pour water into that little tube. Once the food comes into contact with the water, it will heat up the food." As Lu Bo spoke, he swallowed twice. He ate a little fried noodles in the morning. At noon there was not enough fried rice for 6 people. Moreover, it was Highland barley rice. When he was at home, this was what he fed the animals and other ingredients had to be added. Now, he could finally eat the food that was specially made for the special forces. It was said that the taste was not as good as freshly made food. However, no matter how bad it was specially made by the Zhang family and Wang family. After heating it up, it could be used as a secondary cooking pot. It was 100 times better than stir-fried Highland barley rice. Shang-Chi was angry. He had to bring pork. If the canned food was edible by himself, he would have to give them canned food. If not, they would starve to death. What if the Tang army really opened fire? "Let me see. You cook. You can eat what you can." Shang-Chi had no choice but to let Lu Bo do it. The words had already said that there was a river in front. If there was a river, there would be water. Come, all of you. Learn from me." Lu Bo took the water bag and demonstrated first. He poured the water into the small hole. The 24 people who came with him watched first. After a while, that thing was filled with water. Lu Bo touched it with his hand and said, "It's hot. It will be even hotter later. You all go and teach the others. Let's eat together. We will be hungrier after eating just now." After the 24 people saw it, they immediately pulled the people at the junction to do it. Not only was it fun, but they could also wait to eat hot food. Shang-Chi looked at them swallowing their saliva and asked Lu Bo, "What is this?" "It's the military rations used by the Tang army. The canned food is actually the same. It can't be helped. It's too far away. Can't be compared to eating at home. Just make do. It's not easy to be a soldier and follow orders," Lu Bo explained. His tone was filled with endless sighs. Chapter 1277. It didn't take long for the marching rations of 189 people to heat up. The place next to the rations for boiling soup also bulged. The thing inside swelled after drinking water. Licking his lips, Lu Bo asked Shang-Chi, "Do you want to open it? There's pork inside." "Open it, it's not like I haven't seen a pig before." "I don't want to eat it." Shang-Chi insisted on seeing what it was. Before Lu Bo opened it, someone opened it first and cheered happily. "Mine is braised pork and green beans." "I know it. It's rice from the northern part of Hebei province. There are also a few pickles." "Let me see, spicy radish strips and platycodon." Obviously, the person who opened it was a member of Lu Bo's group. How could the people at the border know what was inside? "Mine is two. One is twice-cooked pork and the other is pickled eggplant strips. Unfortunately, mine doesn't have pickles." Another person shouted happily, "Let me see mine. Let me see mine. It's here. Look, ha ha ha, it's my favorite fried pork with garlic. The pickles are pickled cucumbers. Smells like my hometown." The third person was also very happy. "Mine is gongbao jiding. Mine is soft fried pork tenderloin with dipping sauce. Mine is scrambled eggs with chives. I don't like chives. Who can change with me? Mine is pickled eggplant mixed with garlic. Does anyone like garlic? Mine is white meat with winter melon. I gave you garlic. Mine is grilled mutton. Oh, it's not pork. What are you doing? It's pork. Do you dare to hit me? I'll die for you. Here, give me another one." Another person found that his dish was actually mutton and regretted shouting it out. As a result, many people were not stupid. They immediately grabbed it and made a gesture of wanting to hit him. He was not afraid. He straightened his neck and threatened to ask for another one. Anyway, as long as there was one, he didn't have to eat mutton. Lu Bo looked at Shang-Chi and opened his own. After taking a closer look, he helplessly handed it to Shang-Chi and said, "Mine is scallion beef tendons. It's cooked beef tendons stir-fried with scallions and coriander. The side dish is ginger fish shredded with shredded ginger and salty sea fish. Let me smell the soup. Seaweed soup. Here, you can eat it. There's no pig in it." Shang-Chi listened, and when Lu Bo passed it to him, he took it without any backbone. He wanted to cry. Was this the rations of the great Tang? The other side came from afar to fight and ate this. On the other hand, they ate stir-fried noodles, which were made by the people at the border. Otherwise, they would always eat stir-fried rice, which was called Highland barley rice in the Great Tang. It was used to feed the animals, and with some salted and dried meat, it was a marching ration. She had never heard of the same dish before. Did she really think that she didn't know what she was doing? This was called a combination of meat and vegetables. The pickles were determined based on one's personal taste. It wasn't a must to eat them. If one didn't want to eat them, they could leave them alone or exchange with others. Also, take some pork. It smelled good. Why didn't the doctrine allow them to eat it? The war was so cowardly. Lu Bo suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. He thought, it's so bitter to eat so many people. You should be occupied by us earlier. We'll let you live a good life. Look at what you soldiers eat. Don't you feel sad? After thinking about it, Lu Bo began to choose the marching ration again. In fact, there were words on the packaging. His people shouted them out to provoke the people who ate many people. Just like the person who said that he didn't like to eat chives. Others might not know you, but how could I not know you? When I went to your house, I saw that your dumplings were full. 4 out of 5 times they were vegetarian and 3 delicacies. If you don't like to eat them, why did you make them? Did you think that my dumplings didn't have other fillings? I'll exchange with you later. Let's see if you want to exchange. Lu Bo's mood suddenly became cheerful, even though he knew that he was still a hostage. He chose from the box and shouted to Shang-Chi. General Shang-Chi, look, this is something you can eat. Do you want to eat it? Shang-Chi was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He laughed and said, "There's no hurry. You eat it first." As he spoke, he handed back the marching ration that he had just received. Lu Bo understood. He was afraid that it was poisoned. He took it and ate it. He was not afraid. He knew that the seedling protection team would not make such a stupid plan. They were all elites and could not lack schemers. Since that was the case, if it were him, he would not believe what he ate either. How could he add something to it the first time? That would kill his own people. After happily eating a few mouthfuls, Lu Bo praised loudly. The marching ration of the Zhang family and Wang family is really delicious. Yes, it's delicious. It's better than the food I've eaten in the restaurant before. You can reheat it when it's cold. Another person echoed loudly. I guess he's a chef from between the clouds and the water. Ordinary people can't do that. Another person shouted. Wait. Shang-Chi grabbed Lu Bo's arm and asked, what's the Zhang family and Wang family? It's the Tang Empire army around us. General Shang-Chi, don't you know? I saw it very clearly. There are members of the number 0 seedling protection team, and number 1 seedling protection team of the Zhang family, and the number 1 seedling protection team. They formed a team and are beside us waiting for an opportunity. Lu Bo said to Shang-Chi in a daze. Shang-Chi was also stunned. Of course, he knew about the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County of the Tang Empire. Some people said that the Tang Empire would be completely destroyed if they killed people from the two families. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang one of the two families were alive, it would be useless no matter how much land they conquered. As long as they came out personally, the world of the Tang Empire would be peaceful. Now it's their people? At this moment Shang-Chi did not even have the mood to pray to Allah. He only felt cold all over. He knew too well what the seedling protection team was. It sounded like farming, but in fact it had nothing to do with farming. That was the seedling protection team. In the past few years, how many people on his side had died in the hands of the seedling protection team? Those with higher positions than him, those with higher positions were targeted by the seedling protection team and died just like that. Allah seemed to have lost all effect in front of the seedling protection team. Why is it them? Shang-Chi reached out and grabbed Lu Bo, who was still chewing, and asked hatefully. Lu Bo was very happy. He thought to himself, you also know fear? Weren't you very supportive of Niu Qi before? You said that once I'm in your hands, I'll die if you want me to die. If you want me to live, I'll live. Why are you trembling now? Motherfucker, just wait for your death. You think that you did it without anyone noticing, but do you know that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have arrived in Izhou? You're very contradictory. You think that if you catch me, I alone am not important to the Tang Empire, but you also want to use me to threaten the Tang Empire. But Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are not contradictory. As long as you catch me, they'll definitely send people to rescue me when they get the news, even if it's thousands of li away. You can just wait for your death. If I live, you might live as a slave. If I die, you won't be able to die a quick death even if you want to. Lu Bo was just about to laugh to express his feelings when he suddenly remembered that there were still people working hard for him. He had to cooperate and ensure that all the hostages were safe. He couldn't be impulsive. He definitely couldn't. Otherwise, he would be letting down Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Thus, Lu Bo put on a flattering smile and said to Shang-Chi in a gentle voice, General Shang-Chi, there's no need to care about them. They're actually not as powerful as the legends say. Look, we're with you right now, but they're still watching from the side. But I'm really scared, Shang-Chi unconsciously said. It's okay, it's really okay. They just don't want us to die. As long as none of us lose our lives or suffer heavy injuries, they won't do anything unless someone suddenly dies. Lu Bo took this opportunity to comfort Shang-Chi. In fact, his words were very sinister. He was hinting to Shang-Chi that even if one of them fell sick and died, it would be over for Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, who led hundreds of people, didn't have as much power as a battalion commander in Tang. He didn't have any strategic ideas at all. As for tactics, he was even worse. He felt that he was very lonely. Allah didn't protect him. Just like in the era of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, those who believed in Allah, other than a portion of China, were bullied like dogs by the United States. At that time, those who believed in Allah had the protection of the China government, but they weren't satisfied and always wanted more benefits. And those who weren't protected by the China government weren't protected by the Russians either. They were their own people. Therefore, those who believed in Allah said that they didn't eat pork, but in fact they lived worse than dogs. Dogs knew how to bark when they saw strangers, but those who believed in Allah just wagged their tails and stuck out their tongues. Now Shang-Chi had the same feeling. He felt that the God he believed in could no longer protect him. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Just like the Arab countries during that time, they were trampled under the feet of the infidels, but still had to work hard to raise their heads and give a sincere and shameless smile. Those who were not convinced and wanted to have their own dignity were all killed by the United States. The only difference was that China had always been tolerant of their beliefs and religious habits. However, those who left behind a little religious tradition with great difficulty and lived like dog shit didn't know how to be grateful. Instead, they thought that the people of China were weak and easy to bully. Therefore, if they couldn't be pitted, they should be abandoned like dog shit. If not, it would be difficult to walk the right path. If not, how could they be called moral? If they should be killed, they should be killed. If they should be beheaded, they should be beheaded. What kind of dog is it? Fighting for its master. It's hard to tame a wolf after a long time. It's better to spit than to kill. Chapter 1278. The military rations were delicious. Zhang Qi admitted to this point. He kept all the beef and mutton, and gave the pork and chicken to Lu Bo and the others. He didn't want the vegetarian dishes. Although they were vegetarian, there was actually some meat in them. The more the cannibals ate, the more upset they felt. The enemy's weapons were good because they didn't have the technology. They could only accept that they were at a disadvantage. But why was the logistics better than the enemy's? The war was truly a cowardly one. Lu Bo and the others ate happily. The military rations sounded like they were for the soldiers, but due to the distance it wasn't easy to preserve, so it should be hard to swallow. Today they truly felt the strength of their country. It turned out that the military rations could be made even more delicious than those in ordinary restaurants. Lu Bo slowly chewed a small piece of pickled cucumber in his mouth. It looked like an ordinary pickled cucumber, but it was marinated in shrimp oil, so it tasted fresh and delicious. He glanced at the 24 subordinates who came with him and saw that they were all eating slowly. They hadn't eaten anything decent for many days, so the food now had the taste of their homeland. The people at the border didn't get much. 3 people ate 2 portions, and the portion that they didn't get was taken by the cannibals. The 164 people once again considered themselves as Tang people, and no longer felt that they were independent and independent existences. The 164 people whispered to each other, their intentions more or less the same. If they could return alive, they would plant a flag of the Great Tang on their houses to indicate where they belonged. Like many Tang people, when they had nothing to do, they would plant the flag of the Great Tang on their windows and eaves, and some of them would even draw on their walls. The military rations sent over weren't much. Even if they ate slowly, they were finished after half an hour. The cannibals weren't full, and each of them only tasted a mouthful. Thus, they turned their gazes back to the cans. Zhang Qi sucked his fingers. Just now, when he ate, there were chopsticks. He didn't know how to use them, and the people at the border also didn't know how to use them, but they still learned how to use them. After all, they were Tang people. Even if they didn't learn now, they had to learn if they survived. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. You come here. Zhang Qi shouted to Lu Bo. Lu Bo drank the last mouthful of soup, burped and rubbed his stomach as he walked over. The food was enough for the soldiers, and he hadn't eaten properly for many days, so he ate until he was full. Open the can. Zhang Qi looked at the satisfied expression on Lu Bo's face. He wanted to kill the other party, but at the same time, he thought that if he was also from the Great Tang. Lu Bo burped again and picked up a can to study it. The acrostic poem was still vivid in his mind. He needed to think about how to open it. Many cans in the country did not have a long shelf life. They were made of bamboo and the cost was low. Now they were made of iron. He had to read the instructions. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to destroy it directly. The tab. Lu Bo mumbled and stuck a finger into the tab. Thinking that something was wrong, he took it out and pressed the tab in one direction, making a small hole in the can. Then he hooked the tab again and pulled it in the other direction. A piece of iron fell off, revealing the contents of the can. What is this? Lu Bo was stunned. He had never seen this kind of food before. Fried rice? Covered rice? Why does it smell like there are so many spices? This was not the level of the chef between the clouds and the water, right? Scallions, ginger and garlic actually accounted for a large proportion of the ingredients. Using seasonings as supplementary ingredients? 3 of the 24 people who came with him came up and looked at the food in the can. They were also confused. One of them could not help but say, "It can't be? What are the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family planning to do? Was it a revolt? Can this be eaten? Let me open another one." Maybe it was not packed properly when it was packed. Lu Bo took another can and opened it in the same way as before. The inside was still the same as before. Passing the can in front of Shang-Chi, Lu Bo said embarrassedly, "This may be a newly developed food. It is not mature yet. I believe that it will be adjusted after some time. It will be fine to eat it then." The chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family are probably very busy and careless. Yes. Normally they should not have made it like this, really. The person who spoke just now promised. It seemed that the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family had made the food like this, and they were also embarrassed. Shang-Chi put the can in front of his nose and smelled it. He nodded. "Tastes good. It is better than what we ate before we came. Call someone over and let's eat." He called someone over from the border. He was afraid that it was poisonous. If someone was poisoned to death, it would have nothing to do with him. He thought that the Miao protection team would not be covered by artillery. As hostages, Lu Bo and the other 25 people suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Pig food was actually praised. It was really sad to live a polyphagous life. No wonder many polyphagous people were willing to come to the Tang Empire in the past. They enjoyed a different life. The 25 people thought so, but no one took the initiative to try it. What if it was really poisonous? 5 people from the border were called over. They opened 3 more cans, 1 for each person, and let them eat. The 5 people held the cans and looked at them. Seeing that the polyphagous people wanted to come over, one of them immediately said, "Give me the chopsticks just now. I will eat." "Use your hands." Shang-Chi was not used to this. If he used his hands to grab, why couldn't they grab? Why did they have to use chopsticks? It was infuriating. The 5 of them obeyed and reached out to grab the contents of the can. They pinched a little with 3 fingers and carefully put it into their mouths. They chewed twice, blinked their eyes, smacked their lips, and immediately reached out to grab the can again. They ate quickly. They ate about 20 mouthfuls in a row. They looked at each other and were relieved to see that they were all alive. "Wait a minute. What do you think?" Shang-Chi stopped them and asked one of them. The person who was asked nodded vigorously. "It's delicious. It would be better if there was less ginger. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lu Bo also asked. The 5 people shook their heads. Lu Bo pondered and opened another can. He reached out to grab it, but one of the people who came with him snatched it. "Boss, I will go first." After saying that, he began to eat. After 2 mouthfuls, a smile appeared on his face. "I knew it. The food made by the Zhang family and Wang family's chefs can't be bad. I don't feel that there is too much ginger and too much pepper. It's not like I'm drinking mutton soup." Shang-Chi was tempted. He hesitated but still insisted on not eating. He let the 5 people finish the food in the can. Everyone surrounded the 5 people to see their reactions. "I still want to eat," one of the 5 people said eagerly. Lu Bo stopped him. "Don't be in a hurry. You have been hungry for too long. If you suddenly eat too much, it will cause problems. Do you want to drink water? Drink." The 5 people really wanted to eat. Their stomachs were always hungry. Someone brought a water bag and each person drank a few mouthfuls. They sat on the ground and waited to see if they were still alive. The shadows of the 5 people gradually grew longer. Nothing happened to the 5 people. Instead, they digested the food and were no longer hungry. They sat there with a happy smile on their faces, enjoying the feeling of being full under the sun. "Eat." Half of the people eat first. Shang-Chi saw that the person who tasted the food was still alive and well. He waved his hand and ordered. The many people were anxious. Immediately, half of them stood out and opened the can like how Lu Bo did before. They reached out and stuffed the food into their mouths. There was no smell of pork in the mixed food. They could taste that it was made of mutton oil and some mutton. With all kinds of seasonings, they ate until their stomachs felt warm. After each of them ate 2 cans in a row, the others continued to wait under Shang-Chi's order. The clouds in the sky floated and flew away. Another hour passed. The many people who ate the can were still alive. The 5 people who tasted the can were also fine. Lu Bo thought for a while and said to Shang-Chi, "General Shang-Chi, eat. The protection team won't poison you. They know that you will let us try first. If they poison us, they will poison us. They are here to rescue you, not to harm you." It's just that you have to be careful in the process of meeting up with the main force on your side. They will keep shooting from the back. Shang-Chi was happy when he heard the first part, but when he heard the second part, his face turned gloomy. According to the Tang people, it was impossible to stop halfway. They didn't dare to kill to test the water. When they were rushing, the other party would shoot and they would have to walk for a few days. What should he do? Should he discuss with the other party and let them go so that they wouldn't attack? No, if it were him, he would immediately chase after them. Should he tell them that he would kill one of them? It would be useless. They dared to shoot yesterday. Eat. Shang-Chi, who couldn't think of a good idea, gritted his teeth and took a can to eat. The other half of the people who didn't eat just now also opened the can as fast as they could. When it was in his mouth, Shang-Chi knew why the people who ate just now had that kind of expression. It was so delicious. Although it was cold, the food inside didn't make people feel disgusted. When it entered the stomach, there was a warm feeling, as if the whole body was full of strength. When they were full, there were only 21 cans left in the woods. Shang-Chi naturally kept the rest of the cans for himself. After a short rest, he let the hostages stand up and tie them firmly. 2 people with knives were behind each of them. They surrounded their own people and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, they saw a small river. The water was clear, and they could see the stones and small fish swimming below. The crowd cheered. There was water. Lu Bo squatted down and dipped his hands in the water. He washed his face first before drinking a mouthful. He requested Shang-Chi, "Let us take a bath and change our clothes." The 24 people who came with him looked at Shang-Chi. They were here to do business, so they naturally had to bring things. Everyone brought an extra set of clothes and toiletries. They were confiscated before, but Lu Bo went to curry favor with the great Tang trader and was rewarded back. They hadn't been used since. The main reason was that many people were not used to wearing clothes and using other toiletries was also unfamiliar. Shang-Chi nodded and asked, "There's no poison in the water? How much poison is in the flowing water?" "Don't worry." Lu Bo revealed a flattering smile and shamelessly tried to curry favor with the great Tang. He did this to survive and create opportunities for the seedling protection team. However, Wang Miao, who was watching from afar, pursed his lips tightly. He had already received news from the country and understood Lu Bo's family situation. He was a pretty good businessman. He had 2 wives and 7 children. His parents were still alive, and he was still supporting the parents of 2 of his wives. The grandfather of one of his wives was still alive, and he was as respectful as he was to his own grandfather. His family had large courtyards in the capital, Hangzhou, Suzhou, Yizhou, and Luoyang. He was smart since young, and he took over the family business at the age of 16. He got along well with the local officials. He had no criminal record and never gave money to the local schools. However, he opened a small book printing company that specialized in printing books for children and gave them out free of charge. 5 years ago, he found that this business route was more profitable, so he brought people here to do business. His family mainly dealt in leather, and later on they added medicinal herbs and sold them to the clinic. He could be considered a pretty wealthy businessman and lived a good life. His family was harmonious and he was kind to others. He didn't take loans from banks and his family had a lot of cash. However, he was willing to give the clinic credit for medicinal herbs. He was also talented. He was proficient in 6 foreign languages and had good calligraphy skills. He also liked painting and often invited scholars to hold poetry gatherings. He was very good to his employees and had a relatively high charisma. Usually, he was neither servile nor overbearing when he met the officials, but now, he was like a dog trying to please its owner. Wang Miao felt very uncomfortable. He felt that he didn't do a good job. Every smile of Lu Bo's was like a knife stabbing into his chest. He picked up the sniper rifle beside him and shot down the other party's leader, but he didn't dare to do so. After threatening the other party, he actually felt a little guilty. Fortunately, he found that the other party was illiterate. Not only did they not recognize the great Tang's words, but they also didn't recognize their own words. The school was very important and could play a life-saving role at a critical moment. Wang Miao looked and estimated the time it would take for the people here to meet up with the main forces. He also estimated the time when he would release the spiked cans. He decided not to shoot at the other party during this process. At most he would shoot at the sky to slow down the troops. If he killed one of the other party and the other party retaliated by killing one of his own people, should he open fire or not? Putting away his binoculars, Wang Miao gritted his teeth and said, "If only I knew what the other party's leader was thinking. Just wait. You'll all cry." The speed of the many people was just as Wang Miao had expected. They slowed down and placed a portion of the hostages outside, constantly changing their positions. The other people hid behind the hostages and mixed in with the rest of the hostages, so that the great Tang army wouldn't shoot at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. As night fell, the many people were exhausted. None of them were killed during the day, but the psychological pressure was even greater. They knew that there were countless eyes watching them and looking for an opportunity to kill them. They were nervous when they were walking during the day, and they didn't dare to relax at night. The torches and bonfires burned, making crackling sounds from time to time. Every time there was a crackling sound, it made people worry that it was the sound of gunshots. When it was time for dinner, the many people began to miss the days in the day. They ate canned food in the day, and now they had to eat the stir-fried barley at night. It was really hard to swallow. Without so many seasonings and delicious salted vegetables, they could only force themselves to swallow. Tonight, the hostages didn't have any food. The many people felt that they had eaten a lot at noon and could starve a little. Lu Bo's 25 people were gathered together and had relatively more freedom. The many people standing outside the tent were their own world. "Drink some water. We'll probably have something to eat tomorrow morning." Lu Bo was also hungry. He rubbed his stomach and said to his subordinates. He picked up the water bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls to make his stomach feel less empty. "Why didn't they send us anything to eat at night?" A person hugged the water bag and mumbled when he didn't feel like drinking. "I'm not sure." Lu Bo shook his head. He wasn't complaining, but he was puzzled. Logically speaking, since the protection team had found them, they should have sent them something to eat. Now that the many people had finished eating, they were still hungry. Midnight came quietly when everyone was hungry and nervous. The sound of a gunshot broke the silence of the night. The duo eater on night watch was shocked and looked around to see who had been killed. The fire was still burning and the dark clouds were rolling in the sky. The moon and stars could not be seen, making people feel oppressed. Sang-chi, who was sleeping in his clothes, walked out of the tent under the protection of a few people. He asked loudly, "Who died?" After a while someone came to report, No one died. Should we go and get something?" "Where did the gunshot come from?" Sang-chi listened and his stomach felt empty again. "Over there." Someone pointed in a direction. There was a mountain, and the gunshot was echoing, making it difficult to distinguish. "Take the hostages and take a look," Sang-chi ordered. Someone came and called the hostages to the place where the gunshot came from. The hostages woke up. They were awakened by the gunshot. It didn't take long for the people who went to check to return. As expected, they were carrying something. It was still a wooden box. Inside it was some military food and some canned food. There were exactly 189 canned food. It seemed like they had prepared one for each of the hostages. However, there were only 200 canned food. It definitely wasn't enough for the many people. Sang-chi didn't need to look to know that the food was filled with pork. It was specially prepared for the hostages. The 200 canned food was for his side. "Wake them up and let them eat. If they don't let me sleep well, I won't let them sleep well either," Sang-chi ordered. Lu Bo and the others were woken up. They came out of the tent in a daze and saw the food under the light of the torch. They were all very happy. There was food to eat, but the timing was too good. Why did it only arrive in the middle of the night? "General Sang-chi, thank you. Can I eat?" Lu Bo ran to Sang-chi and bowed repeatedly. Eat and sleep well. We have to hurry tomorrow." Sang-chi didn't want them to eat, but he was worried that it would affect their stamina. He could only agree gloomily. He also picked up a can and was about to eat when he suddenly stopped and passed it to Lu Bo. "I'll add a can for you. You eat first." Yes. Lu Bo took it and started to eat. He knew that the many people wanted him to test the poison. They were really cautious. While eating, he looked at the words on the can. It was written in a different style. It said, "Delivering food in the middle of the night. Because of the long journey, it is difficult to transport. Peacefully wait for the clouds to disperse. Like the sun like before. After seeing the words, Lu Bo's legs trembled. He knew that the time to act was 3 days later. The limerick on the can wasn't written clearly, but he knew. Because he remembered that before he came here, he held a poetry party. Someone wrote a poem and everyone commented. When it was his turn, he said, "Like the sun, like the moon rising." Looking at the words and reading the shape, it was a good poem. Then today's limerick said that food was delivered in the middle of the night, followed by like the sun, like before. It was telling him the time to act. Lu Bo ate and sighed in his heart. It was too amazing. In just one day they found out everything and used it to send a message on the can. How much resources did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mobilize? Otherwise it would be impossible to find out so clearly. 3 days, there were still 3 days. He had to hold on. If he didn't put Shang-Chi in a cage by then, his name would be written upside down. No, it would be written horizontally. Shang-Chi watched Lu Bo eat and continued to wait. He wanted to find a few more people to test the poison, but he didn't want to. If there was no poison, his people would eat less. Chapter 1279. When he returned to the tent, Lu Bo was still in a state of excitement. He said to his 24 subordinates, Eat and rest well. Do your best for General Shang-Chi." His subordinates knew what he meant. Why would they do anything for Shang-Chi? One of them wrote on the ground, "Are you going to do it? Don't ask. Don't affect your mood and be detected." Lu Bo also wrote. The 24 nodded and began to fill the ration with water. Lu Bo had not filled his own ration yet. He had just eaten canned food. Today's canned food tasted a little bitter, but it did not make him feel uncomfortable. The only thing he felt was that he was a little confused, probably because he was too nervous, and also because he had woken up in the middle of the night. Lu Bo secretly swore that when he returned to China, he would do his job well. He would listen to the imperial court and Xiao Bao and be a proper businessman. He would not cheat or harm others. It was not only because of his attachment to his motherland, but also because he had to remember what happened today. Since they could find out his identity and communicate with him to save him in a day, if he made a mistake, they could also find out and deal with him in a day. It was no wonder that the top businessmen in the list were so reliable. After the war, they worked together to stabilize the domestic product prices. It was probably because they knew more about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was too scary. Efficiency, this was efficiency. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo became serious and started to mobilize resources, the result would be the same as now. Smells like medicine. One of the people eating the ration was really hungry. As soon as the ration was heated, he could not wait to open it. The strong smell of medicine wafted into the tent. When the others heard his voice, they turned to look and sniffed. Sure enough, there was medicine. There was really medicine. Let me see. Jujube, wolfberry, angelica, rehmannia, and some slices are ginseng. The meat dish is braised pork ribs, and the vegetarian dish is braised shrimps with chives. There are no salted vegetables today. Another person recognized many herbs and immediately read them out loud. Mine is the same. Mine too. Looks like today's meal is the same. That's right. The others opened their own rations and found that the dishes were not as messy as last time. They were all the same things. Lu Bo took a look and nodded. Start giving us nourishment and let us nourish our bodies. What is soup? Let me take a sip and see. It's delicious. It's not soup, it's porridge. Rock sugar, hay and mung bean porridge. I know. They're afraid that we'll get heat stroke, but they're also worried that we'll be too nourishing after eating this dish. They've put in a lot of effort to adjust us with mild porridge. The person who spoke at the beginning sighed. Shang-Chi stood outside the tent. The other hostages did not have tents. Only Lu Bo and 25 people were squeezed into one tent. The other hostages rested in the open with ropes tied to their bodies. When he heard the words of the real Tang in the tent, his lips twitched, but then he helplessly shook his head. He lowered his head and looked at the can in his hand. He sighed, opened it and ate it with his hands. The people following him also heard the voices in the tent. Although some of them understood the Great Tang language and couldn't speak it properly, they could still understand it. All of them swallowed their saliva. They really wanted to eat it. What kind of pork couldn't they eat? It didn't smell any worse than beef and mutton. Moreover, they felt that the pork was even more delicious when it was made by someone else. He didn't understand why the church's teachings forbade him from eating pigs. If he secretly ate some, eat the can. Don't think too much. Shang-Chi was the first to be tempted. He was also thinking about how he could secretly eat the pork. Seeing the expressions of his subordinates, how could he not know what they were thinking? He softly warned them. It's a little bitter. A guard ate 2 mouthfuls of the food in the can and smacked his lips as he spoke. Eat it. It won't kill you. You smell their military rations. It's also bitter. They probably put the leftover seasoning in the military rations into the can. Shang-Chi also felt that today's can was bitter. However, when he smelled the smell drifting over, he found that it was not much different from the bitter taste. He believed that the great Tang people had used leftover seasoning in the cans for them. Fortunately, there was no smell of pork. However, there was one point that was acceptable. The few guards who were eating the can nodded. It was fine if it was bitter. It didn't affect the taste. It was still delicious. Lu Bo could hear their conversation. He felt that things weren't so simple. As for the leftover seasoning in the can, what a joke. What kind of leftover seasoning was bitter? The bitterness of the braised pork ribs was because of the sugar color and the ginseng. Why would they put ginseng in the can? Although ginseng was a man-made product of the Zhang family and Wang family, it could also be used to treat diseases. If it wasn't used to save lives, it would be the same as the wild ginseng. At most, it would be used to increase the quantity of the medicine. Why would such a good thing be used as leftover seasoning? You guys think too highly of yourselves. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't wait to deal with you guys personally. Why would they use ginseng and specially fry it with sugar color? Did they really think that the sugar color was just a simple color? Wouldn't it be better to use soy sauce? The caramel itself was a medicine. There's a problem. There's a problem with the food today. What's wrong? Lu Bo was more and more certain of his guess. Normally, the handheld canned food couldn't be bitter. Since they said that they would take action 3 days later, the pork ribs that were delivered today also tasted a little bitter. It was just enough to make people feel that today's food was normal. Coincidence? Coincidence? If it was someone else, it might be. However, it was definitely impossible for the Zhang family and Wang family. There must be some scheme. Lu Bo couldn't figure out what was going on at the moment, but he had a plan in his mind. Shang-Chi was very satisfied with the food. He was the leader of hundreds of people. Where did he learn so many schemes and tricks? He also thought that it was normal. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't have to eat the military rations that he brought. What if no one sent him canned food in the future? He didn't think too much about it. He was leading a group of people to fight alone. The other party was using the entire system to deal with him. They were playing a team game with him. After eating one canned food, he was still hungry. He asked someone to bring him another one. He opened it and ate again. It was better to pour water on the military rations to heat them up. The canned food was cold. Roast it? No, can I roast the food inside and cook it? That's too troublesome. How can there be so many pots? Just eat, make do with it. Shang-Chi looked enviously at the other hostages who were eating the military rations in the open air. He muttered and ate again. A total of 200 canned food was delivered. Lu Bo ate one, Shang-Chi ate one more, and the others ate one less. As they ate, Shang-Chi got angry and shouted in the night, "Tomorrow, I want you to send us 1,200 canned food tomorrow. We have to make sure that each person gets 2. The others followed suit. They had more than 500 people and less than 600 people. If they sent 2 canned food for each person, it would be exactly 1,200. That was what they thought. They couldn't help it. They couldn't even read their own language. It was too difficult for them to calculate more than 1,000. Normally, there were less than 600 people. With 1,200 canned food, each person would get 2. Who would get the rest? Shang-Chi could calculate. He wanted to digest the food in his stomach. He would eat one and give the rest to those who performed well as a reward. The next day, when the sun had risen for some distance, gunshots came from the forest. Shang-Chi immediately ordered people to take the hostages to take a look. As expected, food was delivered again, and the amount of canned food had obviously increased. Come here and see how many there are. Sang-chi counted with difficulty and found Lubo counted 50 cans in a box. He counted 24 cans in another box. He said to Sang-chi, 1,200. How did you count so fast? Sang-chi was puzzled. General, you're here. If I had divine help, it would really be 1,200. Unless the amount of cans in each box is different. Lubo endured the disgust in his heart and flattered himself. He comforted himself and held on for 2 more days. It was still Lubo's turn to taste the food. He felt that he was really smart. He didn't eat the military ration yesterday. Otherwise, he would be full until he went to bed at night. Those who ate the military ration would not be able to digest it completely. Bitter. Lubo felt that the canned food was really bitter. It seemed to be even more bitter than yesterday. At the same time, it added a little sweetness and spiciness. There was actually chili. This way, the bitterness would not be felt unless one paid special attention. There was indeed a problem. Lubo finished eating and stood there to stretch his body. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, he was fine. Sang-chi waved his hand and his subordinates came to get 2 cans each. Lubo was in charge of distributing them. At noon, there were still 1,200 cans. At the same time, the military ration was added. Today's meat dish was twice cooked pork, and the vegetable dish was egg fried garlic. The soup was still changed to rock sugar hay and mung bean porridge. This time Lubo ate it. He realized that the amount of licorice in the porridge had increased. This was used to detoxify the poison. No wonder the canned food was bitter. What was in it? Seemed to be fine. At night they would be given canned food. At midnight they would be given supper. Just like that, all the polyeaters began to wait for the time to eat. Lubo was also looking forward to eating the canned food. He felt that eating the canned food would be very comfortable. His body would be very relaxed, and he would not feel bitter anymore. Sometimes he would even look at Tian'er after eating and feel that life was so beautiful. On the second night, when he felt that way, Lubo became alert. He had been in charge of tasting the canned food. Although he didn't eat as much as the polyeaters, he didn't think that the canned food was better than the military ration. Then why was he looking forward to it so much? He was addicted. He was definitely addicted. After 2 days he was addicted to the canned food. What was in it? It was no wonder that he didn't need to wait for a quarter of an hour to taste the canned food. The polyeaters would immediately follow suit. Tomorrow was the 3rd day, and the amount in the canned food would probably be increased. Then, after eating for the whole day, he would have supper at midnight. Around midnight in the morning, Lubo deduced that the attack in 3 days was referring to the early morning of the 4th day. As for the last supper, would he be poisoned to death? Most likely not. Otherwise, why would they make a move? They could just kill him with the medicine. Then it was most likely that they would drug him. Alright, I'll go all out. Hopefully, I won't be unconscious for too long, and they will be able to wake me up in time. Lubo muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and began to rest. The wonderful feeling of eating the canned food filled his heart again. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lubo carefully tasted the canned food and found that the amount in the canned food had been increased. This meant that he would be even more addicted. When the time came, he would have to quit. It was really painful. That was a drug addiction. Fine, he would have to be strong when the time came. Everything was for Tang. Chapter 1280. The canned food was getting more and more fragrant, and the people who had eaten it were looking forward to the next meal. After eating it, they would become more energetic. On the 3rd night, after Lubo finished the canned food, he went back to the tent to eat with his subordinates. He didn't eat the food immediately, but used chopsticks to distribute it to his subordinates. Then, he tried not to make any sound of vomiting and vomited out more than half of the canned food. He didn't dare to vomit all out because he was afraid that it would affect his mental state. He knew that he was starting to like the feeling of being addicted to drugs. If he vomited all of it, he might become depressed. The 24 people watched their boss vomit and felt that something was wrong. Was their boss not feeling well? Was it poisonous? When Lubo vomited the food into the packaging of the military beam, the subordinate closest to him began to write on the ground. "What's wrong?" Lubo followed and wrote, "Don't make a sound. It's okay. Leave some porridge for me." His subordinate nodded and began to praise the military food to cover his writing. It's poisonous, addictive poison. It's probably the poppy reported in the newspaper. Don't eat too much tonight. Get ready. After Lubo finished writing, he nodded solemnly to his subordinates. The 24 people took a deep breath almost at the same time and then held the air in their lungs. Their faces were full of nervousness. Can you quit? A subordinate wrote worriedly. You have to quit even if you can't, Lubo wrote. The 24 people nodded and no longer made any other unnecessary movements. They began to eat their own military food. They didn't feel disgusted at all when they saw their boss vomit. Now was a moment of life and death, and all thoughts that shouldn't be had should be abandoned. At the same time, they were very clear about what the poppy was. It had been reported more than once in the newspaper, introducing the shape of the poppy. There were specially carved pictures and colored pigments separately. When the poppy flower bloomed, it was very beautiful. It was red, pink, and white. If one looked at it in the middle, it would make people feel happy. The newspaper also introduced how poppy was made into opium paste. It was the white paste that appeared when the head was destroyed. It was simple to boil. The biggest use was to be used in medicine, so if someone wanted to plant it, they could plant it, but they were not allowed to eat it themselves. After planting and looking at the flowers, they had to send it to the medical center, and the medical center would use it to make medicine. If they found that they ate it themselves, they would be killed. If they found that they put it in food for others to eat and cause others to become addicted, they would be killed. The 24 of them knew that the boss had planted quite a lot of them. They looked very beautiful when they bloomed, especially the gourd, which looked very interesting. However, they didn't eat it. Although it could be used as medicine, it was free of charge to see a doctor. Even if they didn't feel well, they would go to the clinic instead of eating it in private in order to save money. The newspaper even wrote about the adverse effects of addiction after eating it. It warned the people of the Great Tang that in order to have a healthy body to earn more money for their family, in order to have a healthy body to create more wealth for their country, and in order to make their country richer and stronger, they should not try to eat that thing. Otherwise, they would be irresponsible to the Great Tang, irresponsible to their family, and betraying their country. Out of the 24 people, no one had ever eaten it. Even if they did plant it, they would just look at the flowers. Then, they would bring it to the medical center and let the medical center make it into medicine to treat diseases. The medical center would not give them a single copper coin, so they could not sell it. Since it was reported in the newspaper, they were clear about the situation their boss was in. He was addicted and it would take a lot of effort to kick it. Therefore, when they looked at their boss, their eyes were filled with encouragement. Lubo glared at them and thought, I'm not going to die, so why are you so sad? The supper was more unbearable. I don't know if I'll faint. At the same time, he glanced at the tent. Because the light outside was brighter than inside the tent, when looking from a distance, the shadows of the people outside would fall on the tent. Only when they were close could they see the shadows of the people inside the tent, and it was very blurry. Lubo felt sad for the people who ate more food. The result of having no knowledge. If you all went to school when you were young, and if your school taught you some words and knowledge of the Great Tang, how could you fall into the trap so easily? Why did I have to print books for the children in school to read? This was the power of knowledge. Sang-chi, who was eating happily outside, did not know that the person who tested the poison was cursing them in the tent. He only felt that the canned food today was even more satisfying. After eating it from top to bottom, from inside to outside, there was not a single place where he felt uncomfortable. Although the sky was gloomy tonight, breathing after eating the canned food was very pleasant. Listening to the voices coming from the tent from time to time, his mouth revealed a smile, and his whole body was relaxed. Sang-chi had already made a decision. As long as he could meet up with the rest of the troops, he would definitely keep the person called Lubo. This person knew a lot, could speak both languages, and could read both languages. If he kept him by his side, maybe his status would be improved. When he had more power, he could give Lubo more benefits. Gems, women, wine, all were not a problem. The half-moon shyly hid behind the dark clouds. Occasionally, when the wind blew, a trace of light would appear in the gaps of the dark clouds, but it would quickly hide back again. The torches in the camp flickered, and the tent made a sound as it was blown by the wind. Lubo and the other 25 people were counting sheep while sleeping. This was also what they learned from the newspaper. When they were suffering from insomnia, they should try not to take medicine. They could use something to cover their eyes and then count sheep. They also imagined that they were on the grassland where the sky was high, the clouds were light, and the grass was green and the flowers were red. They thought that counting would make them fall asleep quickly. Only when it did not work would they go to the clinic to get medicine to eat. Many people were not in the mood to sleep. They felt that sleeping in this kind of weather was a waste of time. So they sang and danced. All kinds of sounds mixed together and rippled in the night sky. Many of the people at the border who were taken hostage felt that the situation today was not right. The cannibals were too happy, Lu Bo and the others were too quiet in the tent, and the dark clouds in the sky made it hard for people to breathe. They occasionally looked at each other and felt that something was going to happen. They did not know why they had this idea, but everything around them looked strange. In the middle of the night, the sound of gunshots rang out. The people who did not sleep much brought the food back with the hostages. As usual, Lu Bo ate it. He had just eaten 2 mouthfuls of the canned food, and the people did not wait to see his reaction. They opened the canned food and stuffed it into their mouths. Today Lu Bo ate very quickly. He did not chew at all and directly swallowed. Then he stood there motionless. He was doing the opposite of what was described in the newspaper. The newspaper said that people who did not absorb and digest well had to chew carefully when eating and try to chew the food as much as possible. This way, when it entered the stomach acid could come into contact with the food better and quickly decompose it. Drinking a little soup while eating and strolling after the meal was also a good choice. However, Lu Bo did not intend to let himself absorb the canned food quickly. He decided to spit it all out when he entered the tent later. As for the people who were eating, he did not care. Just eat. It was delicious. Eat more. At the same time, Lu Bo also decided that after he went, he would specially ask people to collect all kinds of common knowledge in life and then send articles to the Tang newspaper. Or he would also write a small daily newspaper and introduce all kinds of useful tips and knowledge to the people of Tang. No wonder there is a page dedicated to such things every time. It turns out that it can save lives at critical moments. Usually when I read such pages in the newspaper, it was just for entertainment. But now I know how important these little wisdom are. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are really gods. Lu Bo sighed. When knowledge was not used, no one would think that it was very useful. But when it was needed, it was so convenient and useful. When the people who were eating the second can of canned food, Lu Bo returned to the tent. Under the cover of his subordinates, he quietly spat out the food in his stomach again. Then he drank a lot of water and continued to spit it out. After several times, his subordinates passed him the porridge and asked him to drink a few mouthfuls to prevent the stomach acid and bile from burning the gastric mucosa with an empty stomach. After drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, Lu Bo went to sleep. He was afraid that after he spat out the drugs, his body would feel uncomfortable if it was not replenished. Sleeping would relieve this feeling. He hoped that the cycle of the body's need for drugs would be longer, and would not be the same as the cycle of eating. After the people who were eating supper, they were very excited at first. After about half an hour, they all looked tired. Shang-Chi immediately ordered them to rest and decided not to sing and dance after dinner tomorrow night. If they were tired, it would affect the battle. There were still enemies around. Maybe the enemies could not help but suddenly attack at any time. The people who were eating went to the tent to rest, leaving only the sentries to guard the camp and the hostages. All kinds of insects were chirping. The clouds in the sky seemed to be darker and denser. For a long time there was no trace of moonlight. When it was time to change the sentries, the people who should have gotten up quickly were pushed many times. Only then did they wake up and drag their heavy footsteps to the sentry post. The original sentries fell asleep as soon as they entered the tent. In fact, they had fallen asleep just now. It was just that they could not sleep well standing up, so they forced themselves to stay awake until now. The new sentries stood for a while and fell asleep not long after. The people outside could not see the hidden sentries, but they could hear the snoring. The people who were tied up at the junction were all dumbfounded. They looked at the people who were usually very energetic and would occasionally come to scold them. Why did they all fall asleep today? If that was the case, who would be the sentries? For a moment they were tempted. Since no one was on the lookout, could they? Just as 2 people were about to move, they were immediately whispered by a relatively older person. Don't move. Sleep honestly. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. It was said to be squeezy because they lived outside. Even if it was raining, no one would prepare tents for them. The main thing was that there were only so many tents. It was not easy to save one for Lu Bo and the others. As for the reason, of course, it was because Lu Bo could help them calculate and come up with ideas. Once again, it proved the importance of knowledge. Even if you were a prisoner, even if you were a hostage, as long as you could prove that you were good at what you had learned, your survival environment and chances of survival would be far greater than those who were inferior to you. The people at the junction did not enjoy the treatment of tents. When it was sunny, it was fine. At most, there would be mosquito harassment. If it was raining, it would be very cold at night. They could only squeeze together. It was very difficult to go to the toilet. They had to wake others up together and tie each other up. Today, the moon was covered by dark clouds. The wind was strong and the night was cold. Moreover, the humidity was heavy. They did not sleep well. If one person moved, the person tied up nearby would wake up. They did not know why, but it was cold and energetic tonight. It seemed that they had become excited after eating the military rations. When people were excited, they would always think about things that they should not think about. Now, some people felt that the opportunity had come. Bite the rope and we can run out. The soldiers who saved us must be around. If we meet them, we will live. The person who was shouted at was not willing to give up and said excitedly, "What about the people in the tent? You go and call them? They are surrounded by the other tents. They woke up the people who eat more. They will kill people." The elder whispered, "Ignore them. Let's run out first." The young man had a good plan. The elder sneered, "They are real people of the great Tang. We don't have a household registration yet. If we run out at the cost of exposing them, how will the soldiers of the great Tang treat us? If one of them dies, we will all die with them." The people nearby who heard the commotion nodded. Did the great Tang send elite soldiers to kill their own people? Who knew who was close and who was distant? "We are also people of the great Tang." The young man muttered, "Let's talk about it after we are saved. When we are registered, we will have to listen to the words of the great Tang Emperor. There is also that Xiaobao and Cuckoo. In the past 2 days, Xiaobao and Cuckoo are very powerful. The people who came back were sent by them. They are the most powerful team that the great Tang can send. Other than here, only the great Tang Emperor has them. Everyone, don't move. Wait and trust them. Even the most powerful great Tang soldiers force the people of the great Tang to take us as hostages. How can the most powerful people be weak?" The elder threatened and boosted the confidence of the people on his side. He was afraid that some of them would be impulsive and kill Lu Bo. If his own people were exposed, he would kill them too. Some people who were ready to make a move spread the news to each other, but all of them restrained themselves. They didn't want to be killed by the great Tang soldiers after running out. At night, the people of the great Tang changed shifts every 2 hours. In the past, it was 4 hours. Later on, it was 3 hours. Now it was 1 hour. They were worried that if they stood for too long, it would give the Tang army a chance to attack them when they were tired. After eating, it would be past midnight. So, if they stood for 2 hours, it would be past midnight. Now, those who had just been replaced had to stand until midnight. In other words, it was around 3 o'clock. Midnight was 3:30 o'clock. If it was 4:30 o'clock, it was 4:30 o'clock. 3:30 o'clock was the wee hours of the morning. Even the people who sold breakfast were not willing to get up. Generally, they would wait until 4 o'clock before getting up to prepare. When they finished setting up their stalls and started making breakfast, it would be around 5 o'clock. At this time, dawn was relatively early, but because of the different locations, it would not be dawn until after 6 o'clock. If it was in the northern part of Hebei province, it would be dawn early. Of course, it would be dark later. The people at the border were waiting for the arrival of a new day. They also hoped that the great Tang soldiers would quickly rescue them. If it weren't for the great Tang soldiers coming over to replenish their food, some people would not have been able to hold on and died. Although it had only been a little more than 3 days, if not for the things that had been sent to them previously, these 3 days might have been the last time they could hold on. If they waited for a larger group to gather, at least 1/3 of them would have died. They had already used up a lot of stamina and nutrition before this. Time passed slowly in the hearts of the people at the border. They waited and finally it was 12 o'clock in the morning. Some people were very clear about the time. They could tell the approximate time based on their instincts. Now they were waiting to see more people change shifts. In the end, the people of the Great Tang who should have taken the initiative to change shifts were still sleeping at their posts, and no one came out of their tents. The eyes of the people living at the border lit up. They did not know why, but they were not sleepy. They looked at the sky. When the dark clouds were rolling in, the moonlight that occasionally peeked out was already leaning towards the west. Just a little more time and the sun in the east would be the first to shine. Although the sun did not appear, the sky in the west would be able to illuminate a little. Are they all sleeping? No one is changing shifts. Then what about the special forces of the Great Tang? Stupid! Hurry up and come out. Opportunity, a good opportunity. Just as they were cursing in their hearts, countless black shadows suddenly appeared under the moonlight after the dark clouds had just dispersed. They were stunned for a moment, and in a moment of joy, a figure appeared beside the person at the sentry post closest to them. They didn't know how the figure moved, but the figure stopped and then moved. They watched as the person gently placed the dew again on the sentry post on the ground. Then there was the sound of popping, and soon, everything returned to normal. Before they could think about it, several large patches of light suddenly shone down from the sky. They could not help but look up and see 4 large objects floating in the sky. The light was coming from those 4 objects. Then more small beams of light shone from the figures. There was not a single gunshot, not a single shout. Only someone came to help them cut the ropes. Less than 7 minutes later, they heard someone speak. Reporting, all the enemies are under control. All the sentry posts have been killed. Requesting action. Action. Don't move. Don't move. Clap, clap. Put your hands on your head and lie on the ground. A cacophony of voices began to appear, and all the voices were of the Great Tang and even some local dialects of the Great Tang. Shouts, footsteps, and gunshots mixed together. The beams of light from the objects flying in the sky swept back and forth. Another 7 minutes later, the noise died down again. The Great Tang, who were still sleepy, were escorted out one by one and gathered in the open space of the camp with guns pointed at them. When the Great Tang saw that there were more of them, there was a slight commotion. A series of gunshots rang out. No Great Tang was killed, but everyone became obedient. They knew that the thing that was making the continuous sounds was a machine gun. The people at the border were still in a daze. They did not know how the battle had started or what was going on in the tent. In any case, all the Great Tang were under control and the sentry had been killed. The ropes binding them had been cut, but they did not say anything. They just stood there and watched. Everything they saw was full of wonder, especially in the sky. What was flying? The attack speed was too fast. They thought that there would be a fierce battle. After all, there were nearly 600 Great Tang. How could they be caught in such a short time? Area A5 is safe. Area A6 is safe. Area B1 is safe. One voice after another reported that they were safe. Gather the troops. The medical team is landing. Another voice sounded. The people on the objects flying in the sky started to slide down the ropes quickly. Every time 2 people slid down, one holding the other. The speed of the fall was very fast. When they were about to hit the ground, they suddenly slowed down and landed on the ground. Lu Bo and the other 25 people walked out of the tent and stood in the open space outside. Someone went up and saluted. This is Wang Miao, the commander of the Vigorous Protection Team, codenamed Wu Yi. I'm here to report that you are safe. After that, the person who called himself Wang Miao shook Lu Bo's hand and said, It's been hard on you guys recently. Lu Bo's tears flowed out. He took a deep breath and hugged Wang Miao. His voice was muffled as he said, It's not hard, it's not hard. We didn't. You guys are the ones who suffered. We saw it all and remembered it in our hearts. If we didn't suffer this time, we wouldn't know how much Tang Dynasty cares for us. Thank you. Let's go. We'll check your body first. Especially you ate a lot of opium cream. We'll inject glucose into your vein first to clean it up. We'll observe you in the future to see how addicted you are. Wang Miao patted Lu Bo's back and smiled. Lu Bo also smiled. I'm fine. I'm satisfied with eating some. I threw up the last supper yesterday. Otherwise, I would be like them, all tired and sleepy after being captured. Yes, we put in a large amount of sleeping pills yesterday. There were more than 50 people who were still sleeping. They didn't wake up even when they were dragged out. Lu Bo is really smart. He guessed our plan. Wang Miao put his hand on Lu Bo's shoulder and walked to the front. Immediately, the medical staff gave him an 4 drip. There was only glucose in it. The main thing was that Lu Bo had been tortured for the past 3 days and had to eat everything. There were also people who came to check his blood pressure and heartbeat. There were even people who came to disinfect his fingers and take blood for a simple blood sugar test. If there was a lack of glucose, they would need to replenish it. The first to be checked was naturally Lu Bo and the others. The people living at the border had to wait. There were only 9 medical staff in total, and all of them had a red cross on them. It was the international medical symbol. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given it according to their habits. Actually, it didn't have to be a cross, it could also be a symbol. What's a code name for Wui? It's not as good as Lei Ting. The person who wanted to run first asked curiously. He was still awake. Lu Bo replied, Chiwa Wui? I share the same robes with you. Wang Yuxing, repair my spear. I share the same hatred. Chiwa Wui? I share the same lake. Wang Yuxing, repair my spear and halberd. I work with you. Chiwa Wui? I share the same robes with you. Wang Yuxing, repair my armor and soldiers. I walk with you. What does that mean? This person was even more confused. When you have time, you'll know when you read the book. It's a request for battle, and also a poem that expresses our unity. Lu Bo replied naturally. Lu Dongjia is indeed knowledgeable. Just by hearing a code name, you know what we mean. Alright, Lu Dongjia, rest first. Others, come and check. After that, take a hot bath. Someone is boiling water for you. After that, eat some porridge and go to sleep. Wang Miao admired Lu Bo the most. He cooperated very well. He had clearly guessed that the food he ate would harm his body, but for the sake of the big picture, he still ate it without hesitation. I'm not sleepy, I'm not sleeping. Look, I'm full of energy now. This young man shook his arms and twisted his waist as he spoke. You'll be sleepy in a while. We were afraid that there would be problems during the rescue, so we added stimulants to your food. This way, when the cannibals attack, you can run. Once the effects wear off, you'll be very sleepy. Go and check first. Wang Miao smiled as he spoke to the young man. He was also saying this for the others to hear. After he finished speaking, he turned around and planned to leave to arrange other things. At the same time, he was going to report the good news to the young master and young lady at home. Not a single person had been injured, let alone died during the rescue. Wait a moment. Lu Bo called out to Wang Miao and said embarrassedly, let me take a closer look at the rice sprout on your chest. This is the second time I've seen it. The first time was when you guys were clearing out the mountain bandits. I was far away. The legendary number 0 seedling protection team. It's fine if they don't appear, but if they do, they'll definitely win. Wang Miao chuckled and stood in front of Lu Bo to let him take a closer look. Actually, there wasn't much to see. It was already on the newspaper. Lu Bo wanted to get closer to the rice sprout, so he stretched out his hand and gently touched the embroidered pattern. The cartoon rice sprout was so cute that it made people want to laugh. Their flag was also very funny. Every family had a different rice sprout. However, this rustic name of the seedling protection team and this cute cartoon pattern represented the most elite existence of the Tang Empire. They were invincible and undefeatable. If someone were to ask which team had the strongest offensive power in the Tang Empire, it would definitely be the direct team of the Zhang family and Wang family. Of course, the Emperor's team didn't count. That team couldn't be used casually. Lu Bo stroked the rice sprout as he said, such a cute rice sprout. The people of the Tang Empire feel close and at ease when they see it, but the enemies feel fear and nightmares when they see it. Sign this for me. I'll go home and give it to my youngest son. He's always wanted to see Xiaobei and the others, but he couldn't find the opportunity. It's not good to disturb them when he's free. Who's Xiaobei? The young man was still curious. He had already checked his body and was fine. It was good to be young. He might have been a little weak in the past, but after eating military rations for 3 days straight, he recovered. She's the younger sister of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. She's a very interesting girl. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Chong, Xiao Nan and 8 other children of similar age are with her. All the children of the Tang Empire want to play with them, and all the adults like them. They're very sensible and smart. When Lu Bo mentioned Xiaobei, the 9 of them revealed a kind smile. Not only did they like them, but they also knew that they were their hope. Then aren't they still children? Are they very powerful? I can beat them, I can beat them. The young man was unconvinced. The older man next to him was frightened when he heard this. He quickly explained, "Don't be fooled by how big this child is. In fact, he's only 14 years old this year." Nonsense, it's all nonsense. Lu Bo shook his head. It's okay. Xiaobei and the others won't care. Little brother, don't be fooled by how tall and strong you are. You'll have to fight them somewhere. If you don't use weapons and fight on the ground, you'll only be tied with them. If you're not careful, you might be killed by them. If you're in the water, there will be dozens of people like you. Give them some time and they will kill you one by one. You won't be able to fight back because there are no rivers or good lakes where you live. You usually live in the mountains. It's hard to say whether you can swim, let alone fight in the water. I don't believe it. How can they beat me? If I beat one, the others will run away in fear, the young man said angrily. Lu Bo didn't say anything. He just smiled. He couldn't really fight. No matter what he said, it was reasonable. However, he knew that if he really beat one, the other 8 would fight with their lives. They would hug your legs and beat you to death. Moreover, it was said that they started learning combat from the age of 4. Did they really think that they were easy to bully? Okay. Wang Miao didn't get angry with the young man. He said to him, "If you have the strength, go help boil the water so that you can use it for bathing. New clothes will be sent here in the morning. Actually, Xiaobei and the others aren't like what you think. They're very strong and they know a lot of knowledge. If you want to be better than them in the future, you have to study hard. They're only 14 years old. What if I have a knife? Can they beat me?" The young man's willpower was still lacking. He still wanted to compete. The older man slapped the back of the young man's head. "Go boil the water. You have a knife. They have guns. What are your identities? What are their identities? Why would they fight with you? If you say any more, be careful that the seedling protection team will teach you a lesson." When the young man heard this, he was scared. He knew that he would not be able to win against a group of people from the seedling protection team. He had not seen them use knives before. It seemed that they used their hands, arms, knees, and legs to knock them down. Were their fists made of iron? Especially when they attacked from behind. They held the other person's head and moved their arms. That person's head drooped down. How did they play? He's just a child. Don't mind him. Lu Bo was afraid that someone would attack that person, so he said to Wang Miao. Wang Miao shook his head. "We won't hurt him, but we have to talk to him properly. He said it in front of us. We'll just treat it as a joke. If he says it again when he goes there in the future and others hear it, the consequences." Yes. We have to talk to him properly. If he said that in front of me, I would beat him up. If we go to a crowded place, he will be beaten to death. Brother Wang, sign it? Lu Bo suddenly thought of the many Tang people he had met. If that young man had said the same thing, he would definitely not have survived. Once the surrounding people came forward, they would not rest until they were beaten to death. Insulting and belittling the Zhang and Wang clans was a major crime. There was no law in the law. It was said that in Xuanyang, Xiaobei and the others were almost bombed, but the locals dug 3 feet into the ground to find them. If you belittled them, wouldn't you be provoking the entire Great Tang? It would be useless even if you brought the case to Hanyuan Palace Hall. No one in the royal court would dare to speak up for you. Wang Miao refused. "We can't sign anything for you. Let's go back and tell the little ancestors that there's a new camera. Take a picture of them and get them to sign on the back of the photo. Here you can give it to your children." Camera? What's that? Lu Bo had never heard of it before. It's something that looks more like a real person than a painting. It's still very valuable now, Wang Miao replied. Lu Bo could tell that it was better than a painting and was very valuable now. Didn't that mean that it could be used in bulk in the future? The price wouldn't be low, but with his family's money, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use it a few times. Thus, he happily said, "You must remember that my children haven't had the chance to see Xiaobei and the others. Moreover, they're in Izhou now. If I don't help them once when I go back, they'll throw a tantrum at me again. I can't bear to hit them when they throw a tantrum. If I hit them too hard, then you'll be arrested. Don't think that they're your children. Their lives aren't in your hands. I'll send a telegram now and tell the young master and young lady who are waiting at home for news that the rescue was successful. They've been paying attention to this operation and even personally came up with a few plans. I'll also mention your request while I'm at it. Perhaps the little ancestors will be very happy to know that your children want to see them and take the initiative to look for you. This can be considered a form of consolation for your family before you return home. We won't have to send a message to your family alone. Wang Miao turned around again. Wait a moment. Lu Bo called out again and said with embarrassment, then you can send the message first. We'll talk later. I was afraid that you wouldn't come back. It wasn't easy to see you and I have a lot to say. Team Zero, I have something to boast about in the future. Someone go and send the message. Wang Miao instructed the person beside him. He could understand Lu Bo's current state of mind. He had just escaped from the jaws of death, and he needed some sort of spiritual comfort. After all, he was only a businessman and not an elite member of the special forces. During the rescue process, one of the reasons was to give the other party psychological counseling. Otherwise, what was the point of rescuing someone who had gone insane after 2 days? Speak. We'll always be by your side, and there will be more people coming. Don't worry. Wang Miao smiled warmly. Lu Bo stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly understood why the other party was like this. He, who was usually indifferent to the loss of money, once again shed tears. He said, if I ever do anything wrong to the Tang Empire in the future, I will be struck by lightning. You are indeed the strongest from the depths of your soul. I will publicize this matter and let all the people of the Tang Empire know what is behind them. What I want to ask is, how much resources did you guys use to rescue us? My family has some money and I want to compensate you guys. I can't let you guys spend too much. There's no need. You've already paid the taxes, so it's only right. Wang Miao didn't intend to ask for money. Could it be that he wouldn't rescue them if they didn't have money? That's not what I mean. I won't give you money. I just want to ask how much manpower and resources you guys use so that I can have an idea. Lu Bo changed his way of asking. He knew that he had to do more, or his conscience wouldn't be at ease. We didn't use much. We just sent a message back. Then we sent someone to ask the merchants who maintained the trade route and roughly described what you looked like. Then they said who you were. After that it was easy. We directly went to your house and asked about you. Then we looked for the people who were in contact with you. We got everything out of them. Wang Miao replied. So they'll tell you the moment you ask? What do you think? We'll prove that we're subordinates of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Oh, that's right. I'll tell you if you ask me. Everyone in Great Tang is your informant. Lu Bo understood. The news of the successful rescue was quickly sent back to Izhou. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't just receive news from this place. In the past few days they had successfully rescued 2 other places, and the last place was already under operation. They believed that there would be news soon because those people had already been drugged. Chapter 1281. When the duo eaters who were on a hostage mission were killed, the people living at the border of various places also began to migrate long distances. They had to give up their original places of residence and move to the east. At the same time, they had to join the Great Tang. Once the border was no longer dangerous, they could come back if they wanted to. If they didn't want to, they could go anywhere in the Great Tang. They could even settle down in Sanshui County as long as they could find a suitable job and buy a house in Sanshui County. For a period of time, only the Great Tang soldiers would be left at the border. There would be no other people. This was a loss for the Great Tang, but it was also a gain. The loss was the local products, while the gain was a group of people who had no concept of country. The domestic construction required a large number of people. When the children were still young and their productivity was low, the handicraft industry was the best supplement and could be developed in a more labor-intensive way. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this. It seemed that the local products were missing, but that location could be left as a backup plan. For the time being, they had to solve the problem of population flow. The population of the cities with convenient water, land, road and railway transportation is clearly increasing. This puts a certain amount of pressure on the lives of the locals. We have to find a way to adjust. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the report sent today and said to Wang Wan, who had just finished studying the military map. Wang Wan rubbed her temples. When she was looking at the map just now, she had to analyze it while looking at it. It was tiring. Not only did she have to formulate strategic goals that could change at any time according to the situation on the battlefield, she also had to summarize history and find suitable battle tactics. As the army on the three fronts slowly advanced, the problem of adapting to the environment was placed in front of them. There was also the various terrains where in history who won with a small number of people, how they fought, and what were the relevant factors. She had to put them into the current Great Tang army. Otherwise, it would be easy to be schemed against by the enemy. The death of a large number of soldiers would make their families very sad. The purpose of war was to gain benefits, not sacrifice. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. It looked like a small-scale battle tactic, but when countless tactical objectives were completed, the commander would discover that there were actually new strategic objectives that could be achieved. This was not something that could be changed by one's will. Even the most outstanding strategist would not be able to predict the final outcome from the beginning. Thus, Wang Wan had several marching routes in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the path ahead was foggy. Zhang Xiaobao's voice pulled her out of the fog. Wang Wan sighed softly and asked, "Don't tell me you want to have different household registers in different places? When we arrive in other cities, we are not allowed to buy a house, and we are also deprived of benefits. At the same time, even the schools that our children attend are restricted." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was no longer worried about strategy and tactics. He smiled and said, "I'm not stupid. We can't lose the people's hearts that we worked so hard to gather so easily. What happened before was the result of internal strife between factions. At the same time, there was also the problem of the population demand for the overall economic development plan of the country. In fact, there were many cases in history where a large number of people migrated, especially when there was a disaster. The people who fled to other places caused a lot of trouble for the local people. I've thought about it carefully, and I don't think we can solve this problem by force. As for houses, as long as the outsiders have the money and are willing to buy them, they can buy them. There is no need to stop them because we don't have any internal conflicts, and the imperial power is supreme." So, Wang Wan cooperated and led the way. "So what we need to do the most now is to increase the research and production of luxury goods sold at home, and to convert the machinery of Datong heavy industry to civilian use," Zhang Xiaobao said very straightforwardly. Datong heavy industry. Can you stop criticizing the term heavy industry? Steel production uses indigenous methods, at most with some advanced technological thinking. Oil refining uses indigenous methods. Of course, for the current Datong people, it is very advanced. Look at our collection of liquefied petroleum gas. They collect thousands of tons at one time, and we can't even reach 1/10,000th of their collection." When Wang Wan thought of the term heavy industry, she found it funny. After laughing, a hopeful look appeared on her face. She was arguing with Zhang Xiaobao not because she felt that the current Tang industry should not continue to research. One day it would achieve its goal. At least for now, it was at the forefront of the world. After arguing, Wang Wan realized that to solve the problem of population flow and concentration, why did he mention luxury goods in the machinery of the Ministry of Works? She then asked, "Hubby, do you think that with luxury goods and machinery, the pressure on the populated areas will be reduced?" Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be scared and then said with certainty, "Of course, if this is done well, the problem of population flow and concentration will also be solved. I am willing to listen to your opinion." Wang Wan stood up from her seat and sat beside Zhang Xiaobao, gently leaning her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. She had already realized that Xiao Bao suddenly mentioned this information not because there was no way to solve the problem, but because he deliberately said it to her so that she would be able to escape from the troubles of the previous strategic arrangements. With a man like this accompanying her, she would be happy for the rest of her life. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted his sitting position to make Wang Wan more comfortable and said, "Actually, the main reason for a large number of people to gather in places with convenient transportation is that there can be more profits from the circulation of goods and port processing. With more profits, the wages will also be higher. So what should we do to make the wages in other places higher? The simplest way is to use policies to reduce taxes and other expenses in other places, and at the same time to build infrastructure. It involves the word money. Right now we have free medical care, free education, infant support benefits, employment training benefits, elderly protection benefits, and direct state compensation benefits in disaster areas. In addition to the previous large number of low-interest and interest-free loan benefits, we don't have much money to do other things. You mean to rely on luxury goods to make money, and then use it to implement policies and infrastructure in other places? Wang Wan asked cooperatively. Yes, head. There is a very important problem in the process of the floating population gathering in key cities, and that is the concentration of capital. The concentration of capital in one area is an empty statement, but the real concentration is in the hands of businessmen. Businessmen who make a lot of money will have a high tax rate, but they still have too much money that they can't use. Money is just a number, and behind it represents the support of money. Unless I cause a large amount of inflation, they won't be able to use the corresponding resources if they don't spend money. When they have money, I give them three choices. One is to deposit it in a bank and they will earn interest. Then, I will use the bank to lend money, and at the same time maintain the growth rate of inflation at the deposit interest rate, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan had a smile on her face. Yes, the deposit in the bank is actually not the appreciation of money, but the preservation of value. Many people don't understand, and they always feel that they have too much money in their hands. In the end, when they buy things, the price of things will also increase. If the bank is really used to increase the value of depositors, then when the bank lends out, it will require more interest. In the end, the original interest of the deposit currency will actually depreciate. Money doesn't appear out of thin air, and the amount of money that appears is related to productivity. The only advantage is that this part of the money from the bank can be used to support production technology, and it can increase the basic raw materials of goods. The people who deposit their money in the bank get a higher level of enjoyment, and not an absolute increase in money. The higher level of enjoyment includes the lowering of the price of new products and certain low-end goods in certain aspects. For example, there will be a radio in the future. Another example is that the yield of cabbage per mu will increase, and the price will be lower. But when the people measure the money in their hands, they don't think about it like that. They think about whether the goods that are in the middle of society are cheaper. Is it cheaper? No. If it is really cheaper, it means that this kind of goods is no longer in the middle of society. It has been reduced to the status of cabbage. Unfortunately, there are too few people who can understand this. What are the remaining two paths you arranged for them? Wang Wan temporarily stopped thinking about the war, and helped Zhang Xiaobao think about the rich people. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his arm and hugged Wang Wan's waist. He didn't say anything immediately. Instead, he sighed about what Wang Wan said just now. Just as Wang Wan said, the country's protection of capital is not the protection of the currency itself, but the protection of the quality of life of the people in the process of national strength. Luxury goods are still luxury goods, and what can't be bought is still not affordable. But in the process of currency flow and depreciation, the investment in production technology is the most important part. Many people say that things are expensive. In the past, a piece of fermented bean curd was 2 cents, but now it was 3 cents. In fact, in the past he earned 50 yuan a month, but now he earned 2,500 yuan a month. Then the price ratio of the fermented bean curd back then to the current one was 1:15, and the income ratio was 1:50. Moreover, the fermented bean curd now is more delicious. But why does it feel expensive? Because with the development of technology, people's needs are also increasing. They spend too much on other aspects and it doesn't feel like the price has dropped. Overall, it means that things are expensive. In the past, they don't need too many goods. Having a bungalow to live in and a radio is a good pursuit, and they can save a lot of money to buy fermented bean curd. After that, there are cars, televisions and phones, more gold and diamond jewelry, and there are electricity and gas in the house. Unknowingly, there are more ways to spend money in life, and it feels expensive to buy a triangle of fermented bean curd. What is the root of this problem? It's not the depreciation of the currency, nor is it how much the price has dropped. It's because the proportion of people who own the currency is in the minority in society, which is also called polarization. The better a country could control polarization, the more stable the political and economic system of that country would be. Zhang Xiaobao feels that there is still a long way to go. Because of polarization, in addition to the corruption of officials and economic loopholes, there is also the existence of individuals in society. People are smart. If they can make money, they will naturally have money. If they make more money, it is unreasonable to collect more taxes from others. Why? But there is no other way. After all, you live in a group. Your income comes from the group and your safety comes from the group. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao can only control polarization through other means, and not eliminate it. If polarization is really eliminated, then the whole society will lose the motivation to move forward. Everyone will not work hard. No matter how hard they work, in the end they will get the same result as others. Who is stupid? Zhang Xiaobao now wants to discuss this problem with Wang Wan. There are two other ways. One way is to enjoy. We can make more luxury goods and sell them. The profit of luxury goods has always been much higher than the proportion of goods that people enjoy. It is almost hundreds or thousands of times higher. Among 100 people, if you enjoy a radio and others don't, then you will definitely pay more than 100 times the cost of the radio. You may have to pay 1,000 times or 10,000 times the cost. If they enjoy it, we will have money. We will use this money to do what we said before. The third way is to guide the rich to underdeveloped areas, which are inconvenient and have low production capacity. We will provide them with preferential policies. They can build their own roads or we can build the roads. It is the same. If we build the roads, they will have to pay in other aspects. If they build the roads, they will get more policies. I hope that they will choose to build their own infrastructure. We will turn the money used to build the roads into loans to them. At the same time, we will increase their policy benefits. The gains and losses are the same. There is not much difference. The difference is that this kind of company has a social responsibility and confidence in self-development. I will pay attention to it and look for them if there is something good in the future. Of course, there are policy benefits and policy requirements. That is, when their investment and output ratio is the same as the ratio of the same industry and the same strength of businessmen in prosperous cities, they must pay the same wages as the prosperous cities. In this way, everyone will not have to go to the key cities to carry out a one-way labor flow. I should have killed all the people in your city's civil affairs department back then. They lost a talent. Wang Wan said with a smile. I have never regretted the path I have taken. If I had to choose again, I would still want to do that. Because that way I will still meet you. Disgusting. You have a clever mouth. Wang Wan lightly punched Zhang Xiaobao. What if they don't follow your train of thought and deliberately oppose you? I am saying what if. The truth is that they will listen to you. Especially after the news of you traveling thousands of miles to rescue them is exposed in the newspapers. Everyone will be more patriotic. If I have to say what if, it is that if they don't agree, I will use my own money to build non-key cities. In the end, I will use cheap products to attack their profits. Our business is expanding very slowly now because we want to give them more space to develop. It is not because I don't have the ability to expand. I have not made any plans to attack the domestic economy because I promised you. At the same time, it is because I love this nation. It does not mean that I am afraid of them. If they force me into a corner, I will teach them a lesson. You must know that the technology and the banking system are in my hands. Why did we withdraw from the shares of Great Tang Bank? We held the shares, and Li Longji did not dare to trust us. There would be other shareholders who would come in and criticize us. I withdrew, but I am in control. Whoever controls the banking system controls the entire society. Zhang Xiaobao's tone was very calm when he said this, but Wang Wan could hear a sense of absolute arrogance. She admitted that Zhang Xiaobao had this ability. Otherwise, the order back then would not have been just to capture and not kill. Wang Wan was very happy when she thought about how she had captured such a person. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Don't be anxious. When you invade, let them take over the domestic economy. They are very obedient. If someone really dares to disobey, I will directly publish an article in the newspaper, saying that a certain corporation has hurt me and Xiaobao too much. In the future, when they are in danger outside, I will no longer help them and let the imperial court send troops. That way, their corporation will not need to face any danger outside. The other businessmen in the country will kill them. When the Meteor Battle Squad returns successfully, our prestige will be even higher. Rescue, revenge, regardless of the distance, regardless of the cost. I believe that this is what every citizen in every country wants to see the most." That's right. If the country could treat me like this back then, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go meet Huang Yaoben. Previously, I gave him some ideas as a deity. Why did he not look for a deity and insist on looking for us? Would a deity lie to him? Seeing that Wang Wan was happy, Zhang Xiaobao remembered that Huang Yaoben had come to meet him and Wang Wan today. Previously, when they were eating the barbecue, he gave Huang Yaoben an idea at the last moment. He told them how to earn money and also help the country develop. However, after Huang Yaoben returned, he first looked for someone to discuss and formulate a plan. When the preliminary plan was out, he came to the Blue Sea Silver Sands to look for him and Wang Wan. Seriously, why did he have to come looking for us? I still wanted to have some tenderness with my husband. Wang Wan retracted her head and stood up. Then, why don't we ignore him first and have some tenderness in bed? Zhang Xiaobao stood up as well. Hooligan. Wang Wan led the way and walked out. Zhang Xiaobao scratched his head and walked behind Wang Wan. He muttered to himself, "The most difficult thing to deal with in this world is the woman you love deeply. If you don't think of a way to coax her, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why don't you coax such a good woman? If you use a strategy to coax her, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why do you want to scheme against such a good woman? If you don't use any tricks and just coax her from the bottom of your heart, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why do you have to be so straightforward with such a good woman? Can't you know how to be romantic? You are using schemes to coax me now. If you want to mutter, stay away from me. Don't let me hear you." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and pursed her lips into a smile. When the two arrived at the meeting place, Huang Yaoben had already drunk 2 cups of tea and eaten half a kilogram of snacks. He was holding a ripe watermelon and gnawing on it. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Huang Yaoben hurriedly stood up and took out a stack of papers. He said to the two of them, "You are finally here. I'm mainly looking for Xiaobao. A deity gave me an idea. I think it's pretty good, but I'm worried about him. Xiaobao, help me take a look and see if he's lying to me. I nearly got someone to follow the plan, but I thought it wasn't right. I need to discuss it with you. Who said that deities can't lie? I'll only be at ease if you take a look." Chapter 1282. Huang Yaoben looked at Zhang Xiaobao expectantly. As for Wang Wan, he selectively ignored her. He felt that it was better to talk to Xiaobao about economic matters. Cuckoo should be used for war. Huang Yaoben was very excited. He had just applied to meet Xiaobao yesterday, and it was approved yesterday. They arranged to meet today, just as he had expected. Xiaobao and Cuckoo seemed to have high status, but they were so close to the people of Tang. As long as there was something important, as long as they had time, they would meet with you. Of course, if you were bored and came to chat with them, it would probably not work. Zhang Xiaobao did not take the proposal. Instead, he looked up at the sky. After a while, he said, "They are just small gods. Killing them is as easy as killing an ant." Huang Yaoben also looked up at the sky. He did not see anything, but he was very excited. It seems that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are also gods. They are not afraid of these two. Xiaobao, since they have no influence on Tang, what they said. Huang Yaoben still wanted to do something that would benefit Tang. Now that he had recovered, he felt that everything he ate tasted good and did not have diarrhea. He thought that the gods had some tricks up their sleeves. The problem now was whether the gods' tricks would work. As he spoke, he handed the proposal over. Zhang Xiaobao still did not take it. He showed a gentle smile and said to Huang Yaoben, "Okay, we will do as we have discussed. Pay attention to hygiene and safety. Tell the people who come later to not urinate and defecate everywhere. Also, if anyone comes later, they should first cut their hair, bathe and change their clothes. There will be some investment in the beginning. Don't worry, we will give you some money first for you to use. Don't spend your family's money. Your status in your family is not high now. If you don't have more money, you will be easily bullied by your family." Huang Yaoben listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words. He looked down at the proposal in his hand, looked up at Zhang Xiaobao, and then looked up at the sky. He could not help but gulp and said nervously, "Xiaobao, you can also count? I don't even have to ask, but I already know what the deities are telling me. We can only calculate the matters of immortals. When immortals descend to the mortal world, they will definitely disturb the stars. Even if it's a small god, their every move is within our calculations. It's not easy to calculate the actions of ordinary people. It goes against the harmony of the heavens. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he felt very embarrassed. He had already lied to her once and he had to continue lying. If someone else had used the same method to lie to him, he would have fought them to the death. Huang Yao did not feel that he had been cheated. In fact, he was very happy. With 2 immortals in charge, he did not have to worry about other immortals causing trouble in the future. After some consideration, he asked, "Then, what about the other matter? Let's do it together. Since you can't handle the logistics, you can first make empty trucks to distribute goods. Open up the shop first, then cooperate with the local government's transport team and postal team. You can take on private jobs in the future. In this way, you don't have to worry about problems or being cheated." Zhang Xiaobao immediately explained another plan of the immortals. In fact, the latter was not as important as the first. The first was that Zhang Xiaobao thought that the people at the border would come over. Before the war was settled, they could not let them go back. They probably would not be willing to go back. If they were to come over, they would definitely think of the nearest bustling city, Izhou, once they entered the Tang Empire's territory. Tens of thousands of people squeezing in, as well as the short-term cyclical manpower during the transportation process, would put a lot of pressure on the local government. If it had been the previous provincial governor, the one who built the park, he would have been able to arrange it properly. However, the current government would definitely not be able to do so. It would be chaotic. His younger brothers and sisters would arrange for some of the transportation workers to do the work. It would not be good to leave the outsiders to his younger brothers and sisters. They would also be too busy. Furthermore, there was another problem. If there were only a few outsiders, the locals would not think much of it and would accept them easily. It was a kind of sympathy and pity. When there were more people, it would affect the local industries, especially the low-skilled industries. The most direct would be the pure manual labor group. There would be conflicts. If they were not resolved early, when the conflicts erupted, they would have to pay a higher price to appease them. It just so happened that they met Huang Yaoben, a person who had a bit of a mental illness. When they were treating him, they used him once. In the process of chatting, they found that this fellow was a talent. Thus, they decided to leave this matter to him. They would have Huang Yaoben mark out a piece of land where the new city was being built. It would be used to settle the people who came from the border and form a settlement. They would be given low wages, but they would be given full benefits. The low wages could be explained to them as rescuing them and settling them down. They would have to repay the initial investment. However, if they were not given full benefits, they would think that they were inferior. Such a situation wasn't a good thing. If they felt that they were inferior, others would unconsciously look down on them. They had no knowledge, no culture, and no skills. Why would they come to live with the Tang people? After settling them down, Huang Yaoben could have them do simple work, manual labor, and low-skilled manual work. When they gradually adapted to life and had more contact with the locals, they would be dispersed through the second plan. The second plan was a part of the logistics industry, the distribution of goods. Just the distribution of goods would reduce the risks of the transportation process. It was suitable for newcomers. At the same time, they would first interact with the authorities and learn from them. The scale of the distribution of goods would be set up and they would start to expand outwards. During the expansion process, a portion of the people who came from the border would follow the branches out. After that, they would expand and split up again. They could not let the people who came from the border stay together. Otherwise, it would form a situation of clumping together in a small area. Once a person had some friction with the local people, it would cause a lot of harm. This was how things were. One of the many links would link the other aspects together. Huang Yaoben did not know how big Zhang Xiaobao's plan was. He only thought that if he did well, his status in the family would rise, and he would earn a lot of money. He would also help his country, Great Tang. Thus he was filled with confidence. He shook the proposal in his hand and asked, "Xiaobao, are you really not going to take a look? What if there is something wrong with it? I believe in you. I believe that you will definitely arrange everything properly. You are a rare talent. Otherwise, the gods would not have looked for you." Zhang Xiaobao patted Huang Yaoben's shoulder and encouraged him. Thank you. Xiaobao, don't worry. I promise that I will not embarrass you. When they come, I will get them to get a haircut. Anyway, it can still grow after a haircut. I will arrange it immediately." Huang Yaoben was filled with pride. What was there to be afraid of? With the guidance of the gods and Xiao Bao's support, there was nothing to be afraid of. With that, he turned around to leave. Wait a moment. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something. After calling out to Huang Yaoben, he continued to look at the sky. The clouds in the sky were blown back and forth by the wind. Occasionally, there would be a few birds accompanying them. They were not egrets, but they still gave off a serene and leisurely feeling. Wang Wan leaned over and gestured for Huang Yaoben to be silent. She did not want Huang Yaoben to disturb Xiao Bao. Wang Wan knew that Xiao Bao had suddenly thought of something else. As for what it was, she would have to wait for Xiao Bao to figure it out. After that, it would probably be another series of arrangements. She liked to see Xiao Bao's expression the most. No matter from which angle she looked at it, she felt that Xiao Bao was full of charm. Every time this happened, it was the time to test a person's talent. To think of a series of problems in a short period of time, and then work together to make overall arrangements was not something that anyone could do. She felt that the most interesting thing was that, when this man of hers arranged the economic arrangements, it was like a plug-and-play port on a computer. In a situation where there was no additional hardware or software connected to the system could operate normally. If there was a sudden problem that required the installation of hardware and software, the original system would not be disrupted. In other words, the system was not affected by any external factors during the process of operation. It was very stable and had strong compatibility. It was hard to figure out why and how it was done. Huang Yaoben looked at Wang Wan and waited with her. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao came back to his senses and said to Huang Yaoben, "The sky is really blue. It's so blue that it makes one's heart beat. Looking at it, one feels tranquil. Even if there are floating clouds, one's heart will not move. Then should it move or not?" Huang Yaoben was very depressed. After looking at the sky, Xiao Bao actually said that there was no place to spend his time on this kind of thing. Relative silence, absolute movement. Whether it moves or not, it depends on the heart. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Huang Yaoben nodded helplessly. If that's the case, then what should I do? Move, dance with the white clouds, and accompany the blue sky. Xiao Bao, you're talking about your family's big eagle water cloud, right? I can't fly up there. I can't fly up there either. Let's get down to business. Wang Wan was not willing. Why were they talking in riddles? She still had to cook for Xiao Bei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "You're too engrossed. Actually, the sky is really blue. Okay, I'll tell you. Southwest of Yi Province's main river, there's a swamp. Further west, there's a wasteland." "Is there?" "There's a swamp, but I've never seen a wasteland." Huang Yaoben thought about the terrain, but it seemed that he had never seen one before. Could it be that he did not know enough about his hometown? That's possible. You haven't seen a wasteland, but have you seen a barren mountain? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Huang Yaoben nodded. I know. What do you want to do? Flatten the mountain and fill in the swamp. Zhang Xiaobao said. What's the use? We'll need a lot of manpower. Huang Yaoben was not stupid. He immediately thought of the amount of work. A few small hills did not look high, but if he really dug them up, there would be a lot of soil. Listen to me. When the time comes, you do it first. Remember to clean up. Collect all the feces. I'll have someone build a methane tank for you. Zhang Xiaobao did not explain too much to Huang Yaoben. He hoped that Huang Yaoben would be able to figure it out himself. Huang Yaoben was very obedient. He turned around and left with doubts in his heart. His mind was already beginning to ponder. Let's go and cook. What are we eating for lunch today? Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and asked Wang Wan. Eat white clouds. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had no intention of explaining to her in detail, so she said in a huff. Okay, make snow bean paste. It looks like white clouds. Xiao Bei and the others will definitely like it. Zhang Xiaobao readily agreed. He walked towards the kitchen to make snow bean paste. However, he was not going to eat it as a dish but as a snack. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat the rice. It was too sweet. Moreover, the bean paste inside was enough to fill his stomach. Wang Wan followed him to the kitchen, thinking about what could be done by flattening the barren mountain. Seemed to be useless. It was just a waste of labor. Very quickly, the snow bean paste ingredients were prepared. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and did not make it. Because it had been left out for too long, he did not feel like eating cotton. He had to make it now. He began to prepare other dishes. Today's weather was not very hot. Although the sky was clear and there were not many clouds, there was a moderate wind. The air pressure was also not high or low. The good thing was that the relative humidity in the air was low. Generally speaking, the local situation was more humid. Zhang Xiaobao prepared to make stir-fried dishes. No matter what it was, he would stir-fry it into shreds. First, he would stir-fry garlic with meat. Then, he would stir-fry celery with meat. Third, he would stir-fry squid with chives. Fourth, he would stir-fry meat. Finally, he would make shredded potato soup. It was not easy for others to eat potatoes, but it had nothing to do with his family. Wang Wan looked and said, "It's so simple. This stir-fry meat, that stir-fry meat, don't you know how to add a little variety? And the amount seems to be too little, right? They can't eat too much today. They will go back to play after dinner. I guess they will choose to play outside. When they eat some snacks, we can suggest that they go to the river to have a look. It's the river next to the swamp, or the one on the other side of the barren mountain. They can catch fish, dig for river snails, and bring them back. I will cook for you at night." Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was talking to himself. Wang Wan thought about it. She was actually in a good mood today. Her body was also comfortable. Could it be related to the weather? Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao started to get busy, she also went to help cook. It was boiled, not steamed. Using an earthen stove to cook, the cooked rice was fragrant. There would be rice crust left at the bottom. It was just right to eat the various shredded pieces. After a while, the 4 dishes were ready. He asked someone to call the little guys to eat. After the 4 dishes were served, he would make the soup. Xiaobei and the others had already finished their studies for the day. They also brought the little boy who played games with them over to eat together. They had to educate the little boy well. There was no rule against talking while eating. Talking while eating helped with digestion. The more harmonious a family was, the more they liked to chat while eating. If there were conflicts at home, and at the same time there was pressure from work outside, it was easy to talk while eating. Then, there would be situations where they would not be able to eat due to anger. "Brother, we have already started to arrange for the small periodic labor force to build the new city. I want to ask, when the new city is built, what will happen to the city here?" Xiaobei drank 2 mouthfuls of soup first. She specially picked out the chopped green onions in the soup to eat. She liked the taste the most, so when she made soup at home, she would deliberately fry the chopped green onions. Zhang Xiaobao stopped eating and said, "We will also renovate here. When the time comes, there will be no distinction between the old and the new. The two will be merged into one, making the city bigger and easier to manage. Also, the outside can be used as a garden." Xiaobei nodded and continued eating. The little boy who was being educated had also been eating with them for the past few days. He only went home after eating at night. When he came back early in the morning and heard others talking, he could not help but ask, "Brother Xiaobao, are we going to sell the flowers that we planted?" "I'm not selling, and you're not allowed to give me a discount either. When the city gets bigger, it'll take a long time to walk from one end to the other. It'll be good to see a bunch of flowers." Zhang Xiaobao treated them equally. "I am in a good mood when I come back from outside. I can see the flowers before I get home, right?" The little boy asked. "You are so smart. Don't eat the food on the table. Put it there." Zhang Xiaobao praised and stopped the little boy from dropping the food on the table because he was distracted and wanted to eat it. The little boy obediently did not touch it. He picked up another portion and put it in his bowl. He ate it together with the rice. At first glance, it was obvious that he used to eat like this. It was very likely that he did not have a separate plate for the food. He just put the food in his bowl and found a place to squat down and eat. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about this kind of habit. As long as he was comfortable eating, it was fine. As for hygiene and digestion problems, those situations would not occur, because this was already a habit. It was easy to cause problems if it could be changed. If he really wanted to be hygienic, then he would separate the meals. Everyone would eat one portion and use the public utensils to eat. After eating for a while, Xiaozhu put down her chopsticks and asked her brother, "Brother, I have seen the plan of the new city. In addition to the school, the yamen, the medical center, and the remaining restaurants, there is only a small area left for large houses. In the future, when the economic development is better and there are more rich people, what should we do if there are not enough large houses? This is a good question. Let your sister answer it. Zhang Xiaobao threw down this sentence and buried his head in eating. Wang Wan was stunned. She met her sister's gaze and suddenly thought of something. She glared at Zhang Xiaobao and replied, "There is a swamp area outside the city. There are also a few barren hills. When the time comes, we will flatten the hills and fill the swamp with soil. Then we will build villas there. There are small rivers on both sides. The scenery is beautiful, the sky is blue, and there are even floating clouds." At this time she finally understood why Xiaobao had asked Huang Yao to do what he did. The scenery was beautiful, the environment was beautiful, and building villas was perfect for people who had money but did not know how to spend it. It was a luxury type of existence. Xiao Zhu did not know that this arrangement was made not long ago. She tilted her head and thought for a while before asking, "What about manpower? Moving the mountains requires a lot of manpower. Just the wages spent are not small. Is it worth it?" Yes. Is it worth it? For short-term laborers like us, we need to pay a lot of wages every day. Xiao Bei followed up with a question. He even stretched out his hand and moved his fingers. It was as if he was calculating how much money was spent. Wang Wan smiled and said to Xiao Bei, "Little money grubber, the more you spend, the more you earn. However, the cost of manpower doesn't need to be too high. It's the people who came from the western border. If we suddenly give them the same wage, they will become confused and won't know how to spend it. First, give them some time and let them gradually adapt. Treat it as compensation for the cost of rescuing and migrating them." Yes. We need to compensate them. I heard that they did not have much of a sense of belonging in the past. If they are like our original patriots, then won't the patriots feel sad in their hearts? Xiao Bei supported. Brother, I still have something to say. After Xiao Bei supported not giving more money to the newcomers, he said, "We plan to build a leather processing factory. A large-scale one. Where do you think it should be?" "You are not allowed to build it." Zhang Xiaobao rejected directly. Chapter 1283. In the afternoon, the little guys asked to go to the swamp to play. They said that they wanted to check the terrain in advance and teach the little boy, who liked to play games and not go to school, how to catch river snails. They brought a lot of people and specially prepared long bamboo poles with hooks. After the 9 little guys experienced the dangers of the swamp, they had always been afraid of the swamp. As for Zhang Xiaobao not allowing them to build a large fur processing plant, they were not unhappy. After all, they were used to it. They could always find opportunities to make a fortune, but every time this business was done, it would cause conflicts in the local industries, and their brother would stop it. Only those that could make a little money and could make up for the shortcomings of other industries were allowed. So they did not care. At most, they would think about it later. There were plenty of opportunities to make money. They could think about it while learning about the relationships between various industries and the knowledge taught by their brother. For example, this fur processing plant. Izhou was very important. The daily throughput of goods was very large. In addition, there would be a steady stream of small caravans coming and going from the occupied areas by land. Then, whoever monopolized the trade of fur would be able to influence at least 50 provinces through this trade. How could such a big influence be monopolized casually? If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family built a fur processing plant here, how could other businessmen in the same industry survive? Who would sell the fur to others in the future? Therefore, Xiao Bei and the other 8 understood that in an important area of material circulation, there could not be a monopoly in any industry. Otherwise, it would cause artificial price disruption to the whole area and the products in the surrounding radiation area. In turn, this showed that monopolies were very profitable. At the same time, they could gain other benefits beyond the value of the goods, such as local political connections and cross-industry connections. Xiao Bei and the others could understand, but the little boy who was being educated by them was confused. He couldn't understand how building a factory had anything to do with all this nonsense. For a moment, the little boy began to have a new yearning for school. He felt that he did not understand, but Xiao Bei and the others could. When he played with them, he could not lift his head. After sending his brothers and sisters to the door and watching them leave, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "The local scenery is really good. When we build villas in the future, let's buy 2. We can live here when we are free." Wang Wan did not pay attention to what Zhang Xiaobao said. What villa? Could he come here once a year in the future? Even if they really needed to come over, it was impossible for them to live in the villa. No matter how big the villa was, how could it compare to the restaurant at home? You should learn from the real estate developers in the future and get some money first. Seeing that Wang Wan didn't answer, Zhang Xiaobao said something else. Should we advertise first and ask them to take out a portion of the money as a deposit before the house is built? The agreement is 20 strings of coins per square meter. After the house is built, it will become 50 strings of coins per square meter. If they don't take out the money, we can return the deposit to them for free? Wang Wan asked with a smile. That's right. It's a commonly used method. It's not new anymore. But every time it's used, there will always be people who fall for it. Real estate developers will buy in advance to drive up the sales figures and encourage more people to buy. Then they will refund the money without paying any interest. At this time, administrative orders should be used to regulate and not a simple market economy. Because guiding the public is one of the functions of the government. Zhang Xiaobao was just saying. He didn't want to use such methods to cheat people to make money. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't saying that he wanted to do this. But with the development of the social economy, other businessmen would think of such a good method, especially when ordinary people were buying houses. When the truly rich people bought expensive houses, no one would dare to cheat them. When the time came, people would be cheated by real estate developers one after another. Other than scolding the real estate developers, they would also complain to the country about why the imperial court didn't do anything. After a long time, the imperial court would lose its credibility. In the future, when there was something that required the help of the people would dawdle in the beginning. Later on, when there was danger, not only would the people not be anxious, but they would also gloat. Then the country would be finished. Unlike now, when the people were very obedient and did whatever they were told to do. It was said that the people could be ordered, but they couldn't be made to know. But with the current credibility of the imperial court, there was no need to explain. Just tell the people directly that if you dug a ditch in front of their house, even if the people understood, they would work hard to dig a ditch because they believed that the imperial court wouldn't do anything to harm them. Such people's trust was easy to lose but difficult to gain. It was important to protect them as much as possible. The trust of the people in you wasn't something that you could rely on to harm the people, so you had to cherish it. So, you want the imperial court to strengthen the legislation and enforcement in this area? Wang Wan directly brought up Zhang Xiaobao's plan for this boring matter. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. That's right. We have to do it in advance so that those businessmen who think that they are smart enough to have such thoughts will give up on it. We have to prepare for a rainy day. The only thing that worries me is whether the officials in the imperial court will stop us for their own interests. It's not good for us to always interfere, as it will affect the imperial power. Even if Li Longji doesn't say anything, others will still find fault with us. So, Wang Wan asked. So let them suffer a little first. When the time comes, we'll use this opportunity to resolve the matter. Communicate with Li Longji first and set a trap for the other officials in the imperial court, Zhang Xiaobao said with a sinister smile. All right, let's report it. Wang Wan agreed. 5 days later, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan estimated that the team that went to Jinla should have news back, Li Longji had finished discussing with the officials in the morning court in the capital. When they returned to their posts, he began to call them. Li Longji's behavior was purely because he had nothing better to do. He didn't say it when the morning court ended and insisted on waiting for them to return before using the phone. It was obvious that he hadn't lost interest in this new communication tool. Connect to the Ministry of Works. Look for Zhang Zhong in the Shang study room of the Ministry of Works. Zhang Qing, come to Xingqing Palace. There's something important to discuss. Li Longji made the call. It was still manually connected. Zhang Zhong didn't know what was going on, but he agreed. Li Longji put down the phone and picked it up again. Connect to the Ministry of Revenue. Look for the Minister of Revenue. Wang Qing. Go to Xingqing Palace. He called them one by one like this tirelessly. However, the officials were already used to it. Ever since the phones were installed, Her Majesty would call them for no reason and then talk about things that didn't concern the overall situation. When she really couldn't find a topic to talk about, she would even ask what they wanted to eat for lunch. No one knew when these days would end. Not long after, the officials who had just entered office mode were summoned by Li Longji to Xingqing Palace. Xingqing Palace had been renovated and was 50% larger than before. Moreover, a lot of good wood and stones were used. The officials stood in the small square in front of Xingqing Palace and waited for Her Majesty to speak. At the same time, they looked at the current building and the newly planted flowers and plants that had been brought in from elsewhere. They were all calculating how much money had been used to build Xingqing Palace, which had already looked very beautiful before, and was now even more beautiful than before. Everyone, look at the big fish tank that I had people bring in yesterday. Don't you think it looks more comfortable than the previous one? It's a pity that there are no fish in it. I have to buy two first. Let me introduce it to you. This fish tank is not only bigger, but the glass is also stronger than before. Look, look, look. In addition to the bigger fish tank, there is also an automatic water circulation system supported by electricity, a lamp in the water, and a heating and oxygenation system. The Ministry of Works specially made them and set up a separate manufacturing and sales department. When you go back today, if you want to buy them, you can look for Minister Zhang. He will give you a 20% discount. Li Longji introduced happily, like a child showing off his new clothes to others. When the officials heard Her Majesty's words, they all gritted their teeth. She called them over just to see the fish tank? It was beautiful, but Her Majesty really had nothing to do. Now she was advertising for the Ministry of Works? Among the crowd, Jiang Xin of the Agriculture Temple didn't think much of it. The design of the fish tank was indeed very good. However, before Her Majesty used it, the Agriculture Temple had already used it and it was more practical than this one. At the same time, the number of fish tanks in front of them was far more than the fish tank in front of them. Jiang Xin knew that he had applied for 12 fish tanks from the Ministry of Works alone to be used to observe the situation of the crops in the water so that better cultivation and pest control could be carried out. Jiang Xin felt very happy. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo spared no effort in supporting the Agriculture Temple. But at the same time, he also knew that he couldn't show this happiness. Otherwise, Her Majesty would be very angry if she heard about it. Who asked him to use it so late? Jiang Xin was very cooperative and asked, Your Majesty, how much is a 20% discount for a fish tank like this? It's not expensive. The total is 120 strings of coins. The entire set of equipment will be guaranteed for 3 years after you buy it. As long as it's not broken by people with stones, you can replace it if it's too damaged. If it's not damaged, you can repair it. I guarantee that it will be comfortable and convenient to use. Li Longji was very suitable to be a promoter and patiently introduced the fish tank. Jiang Xin frowned and asked again, Your Majesty, 120 strings of coins is expensive, right? It's still a 20% discount. We are not outsiders and know that this glass tank is not very valuable. It's made with stones. The auxiliary equipment is also produced by the Ministry of Works and is very simple. Can it be cheaper? What's not valuable? Minister Jiang accounts are not calculated like this. Did the cost calculation only consider the price of the raw materials? Your knowledge of political economy isn't good enough, Li Longji said with a straight face. Jiang Xin quickly replied, Yes, I will continue to learn when I go back. It's not expensive, only 120 strings of coins. It won't be enough to buy many meters. It won't even be enough to fit a house. Then, Your Majesty, can we buy it now? Li Longji smiled and waved his hand. Not now. You can only pay a part of the deposit. Those who want to buy it should hurry up. 50 strings of coins for each fish tank. And then the Ministry of Works will produce it. You can pick it up in 2 days. Yes, we can sign a contract first. If there are any accidents, the deposit you paid will be refunded to you. However, each person has to order at least 3 of them. At the same time, there will be an additional bonus event. When the time comes, we will give it to you along with the fish tank. That will be a big surprise. Zhang Zhong also echoed, but he couldn't bear it. Someone was fooled again. I saw that some people have been waiting for the next chapter, so I will more or less say hello after the next chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1284. The officials that were called over by Li Longji did not know that this was a scam specifically targeted at them. The purpose was to make them take the initiative to formulate more perfect laws. Of course, in the end, it was even more impossible to cheat them of their money. Li Longji was originally on the list of scammers, but in the end, Zhang Zhong felt that it was not good to always bully the emperor, so he leaked the news. Thus, the leader of the scam changed. The officials signed a normal contract with the Independent Production and Sales Department under the Ministry of Works. There were only a few conditions. First, if there was a quality problem with the products, they would replace and repair them for free. Second, if they could not provide the products, they would directly return the deposit. Third, once the products were delivered, they would have to pay in full. Fourth, they would write that they had paid a deposit of 150 strings of coins. The content of the contract was very simple, and there were a few key points missing. However, the officials did not think too much about it. They did not even read the contents of the contract before they agreed. 2 days passed by quickly. As the leader, Li Longji once again gathered the officials in his free time and formed a team to go to the place where the fish tanks were sold. When they arrived, they found that there were many people waiting in the reception room. The walls of the reception room were filled with large paintings. When the officials saw the paintings, they were all confused. The people in the paintings were exactly them. There were sales staff explaining who the officials were, what kind of fish tank they liked, and why they liked it. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, had an ugly expression. He felt that the matter of him being pointed at on the wall was a kind of use to him. He went to Zhang Zhong and asked, "Why is my painting on the wall?" "My painting is also on the wall," Zhang Zhong replied. Obviously, Zhang Zhong's answer did not satisfy Wang Bei. That was not what he was asking. Seeing that Zhang Zhong did not have the intention to continue speaking, he went to find Li Longji. Li Longji was greeting the people in the reception room. The people who could come to buy fish tanks were all quite wealthy. When they saw the emperor and the officials, they were very excited. However, they tried hard to restrain themselves and spoke to the emperor cautiously. They did not dare to show too much enthusiasm, for fear of being misunderstood. Therefore, it was very difficult for Li Longji to shake hands with him, so he could only nod his head repeatedly. "Your Majesty," Zhang Zhong hung this official's portrait on the wall, and even used this official to promote his products. This official thinks that this shouldn't be the case. Wang Bei waited for Li Longji to finish speaking with a merchant before whispering into his ear. Li Longji seemed to have just realized that there was a portrait on the wall. He looked around and nodded at Wang Bei. "I saw that Yuan Qing's portrait is also here. It's not bad. If you want to keep a real picture, you can take a picture. I reckon I can give you a discount." Wang Bei was very distressed. "Your Majesty, I'm saying that they should take down my portrait and stop mentioning what kind of fish tank I bought. I'm not their salesperson. Whose family is it? The Bureau of Works belongs to the Bureau of Works, and the Bureau of Works belongs to our great Tang. Don't speak nonsense." Li Longji was only targeting the latter part of Wang Bei's words. Yes, it belongs to our great Tang." Then, this official earnestly requests for Your Majesty to step in and ask Zhang Zhong to take down the portrait. Is that possible? Wang Bei stopped complaining and directly made his request. "I'll ask for you. Don't be anxious." Li Longji smiled at the few people who bought the fish tanks and waved at Zhang Zhong. The other officials who didn't like to be surrounded by others also gathered around and waited for Zhang Zhong to give an explanation. Zhang Zhong jogged over to Li Longji and asked, "Your Majesty, does this official have any instructions?" Li Longji pointed at the portrait on the wall. "What's the matter?" "Oh, Your Majesty is asking about this. As for sales, with the fact that all the officials have bought them, the fish tanks can be sold for a high price and the sales will increase at the same time. Your Majesty, I just went to ask. Yesterday and today, there were 425 people who directly paid for the portrait that was hung up the night before. Moreover, the same item is not sold at the previous price of 150 strings of coins, but the actual selling price is 200 strings of coins." Zhang Zhong excitedly reported to Li Longji. Not bad. The performance is gratifying. We need to increase the publicity and sell more good items to satisfy the daily needs of our Great Tang citizens. Of course, don't forget to pay taxes. Fish tanks are considered luxury goods and the tax rate is very high. You must not evade taxes." Li Longji praised while at the same time emphasizing the issue of taxes. He turned his head and said to Wang Bei, "Wang Qing, I want to congratulate you. The revenue has increased again." Wang Bei had the urge to bang his head against the wall. He pointed at the wall and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, they're using this official to earn money for the portrait. I know, but the Ministry of Works earned money and paid taxes. Didn't they put you in the Ministry of Revenue? The money is in your hands, so what are you unhappy about? Li Longji said to Wang Bei. That money belongs to the Ministry of Revenue, not this official. They're using this official's identity to earn their money. Your Majesty, this official is a living person, not the Ministry of Revenue. Wang Bei began to explain this matter. He felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, it was impossible for His Majesty to not know what he was trying to say. You want to resign? Resign? Li Longji asked with widened eyes. Wang Bei hurriedly shook his head. He couldn't resign. The Minister of Revenue was a very high position, and he hadn't had enough of it yet. Gritting his teeth, he admitted, "This official won't say that I'll take it. This official wishes to receive some additional compensation. After all, I'm using this official's identity." What's your identity? Your identity is an official of Great Tang. You're a living person. You're not the Ministry of Revenue. You're using the identity of the Ministry of Revenue when introducing and promoting products. What does that have to do with you? Li Longji argued with Wang Bei. Wang Bei lowered his head and thought about it. That's right. They're recommending that the Minister of Revenue wants a fish tank. If I don't allow it, I'll have to resign from my position as the Minister of Revenue. That's because the Minister of Revenue doesn't belong to me, but to Great Tang. But why does it feel like there's a problem? Is it me? Isn't it me? Can I represent myself? Can't I represent myself? If I don't allow my portrait to be hung and I only mention the Minister of Revenue, will His Majesty not allow me to be a minister? If I'm still a minister, shouldn't I continue to hang my portrait? Wang Bei once again had the thought of banging his head against the wall. Yu Wenrong smiled. He patted Wang Bei's shoulder and gestured for him to move back. He walked over to Li Longji and said, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that it's fine to hang my portrait as a promotion. But when this subject is on duty, I'm an official. After work, it's my own time. Can this subject remove my portrait during this period of time?" In other words, Yu Wenrong, you're no longer an official of the Secretariat after work? Li Longji asked. Yu Wenrong also shook his head. After pondering for a moment, he said, "It's not easy for this subject to take care of my face. Should this subject be given some material compensation when using this subject's face for promotion?" This. Li Longji put on a contemplative expression and looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher very cooperatively interjected. "Is it written in the contract? Is there such a law in our dynasty? Isn't that right, everyone?" In the end, he asked the people who came to buy the item. They were all watching and listening, finding it very interesting. The officials of the imperial court were actually arguing, and even the emperor was joining in the fun. This was a feeling he had never felt before. Yes, he had never felt like this before. It was very warm and made him feel like he was very close to the officials of the imperial court and the emperor. His Majesty was really open-minded. When the officials were questioning him, he could still patiently explain. It was worth it. He didn't come here for nothing. Even if the fish tank was more expensive, it wouldn't be a problem. General Gao is right. Is it written in the contract? Our dynasty doesn't have such a law, so we won't pay. Someone gathered his courage and spoke up. The others also said, we won't pay, we won't pay. Wang Bei glared at them. What are you guys talking about? Are you bullying me? I'll go to your houses to eat later and eat until you're poor. There was a burst of laughter around them. Some people had already begun to invite Wang Bei to their houses, saying that they would prepare something to eat that would definitely satisfy the Minister of Revenue. Wang Bei wasn't angry. He laughed and said to the people around him, "You've all been deceived. Didn't you hear what the Minister of Works Zhang Zhong said just now? The price used to be 150 strings of coins, but now it's 200 strings of coins. You guys spent an extra 25% of the money, and you're still laughing." If it was in the past, the scene in front of them would have been unimaginable. Now it was revered to be close to the people. Lowering one's status to speak did not mean that one had lost one's power. On the contrary, one could gain the approval of others. It's not expensive, it's not expensive. We actually didn't spend an extra 25% of the money. It's 33%. With His Majesty and the officials promoting it, we'll buy it even if it's more expensive. The person who was the most courageous spoke up again. Thus there was another sound of agreement from the crowd. Li Longji was in a good mood. He liked to see the current situation. According to Xiao Bao, it could increase one's charisma. Occasionally interacting with the people could make one's image bigger. At the same time, he really made money. Although it was used to deceive people, he could still gain additional benefits when he deceived the officials. He believed that from today onwards, the Ministry of Works luxury goods would sell even better. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it for him, the emperor, to run out and waste time with a group of officials. Xiao Bao was thoughtful. He used everything he could to gain other benefits. His strategy was indeed unusual. At this moment, Yu Wenrong didn't think about any compensation. He also didn't think about taking down his portrait. If he brought it up again, it would make the people around him feel bored. There was no need to be so calculative. Thus, Yu Wenrong gave up on his previous thoughts. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Brother Yongcheng, it's fine if you die. Can you hand over the fish tanks to us?" Zhang Zhong nodded and signaled to the salesperson. Immediately, someone brought out the fish tanks from the warehouse. They brought one out and directly sold it in the reception room. The first one was Yu Wenrong's. The empty fish tank was placed there. There were also a few glass jars filled with fish. They were a type of mutated goldfish with slightly darker bodies. Yu Wenrong chose them himself. He liked this color. Seeing that the things were brought out, Yu Wenrong walked closer to take a closer look. He said, "We need to cultivate more ornamental fish species to meet the increasing demand of the people. Can I find someone to bring them home? What about the other things?" "Brother Yu Wenrong, did you bring the money? Just make up the balance." Zhang Zhong asked Yu Wenrong. Chapter 1285. Yu Wenrong was stunned. He touched his body with both hands and shook his head helplessly. "I can't possibly carry so much money with me, right?" Wang Bei added, "That's right. Who would carry a few hundred strings of cash with them? Do you think they're your little ones? You put so much money in your bag, as if you're afraid you don't have enough money to buy things." "Then what should we do?" Zhang Zhong looked troubled. "Go back and get someone to deliver it to you. Can we still go back on our word?" Wang Bei felt that Zhang Zhong was very disgusting. What was his status? Would he not give money? Zhang Zhong shook his head. "No, you can't break the rules. How about, you give me a written agreement first and I'll lend you some money." "I brought money. Look." As he spoke, Zhang Zhong took out a handful of bills. They were all large denominations. "Okay, Lord Zhang, I finally know you today. You're ready, right? Come, I'll give you a written agreement." Wang Bei squeezed the words out of his mouth. He took the pen and paper from the person beside him and was about to write when he was stopped by Zhang Zhong. "Wait, my money needs to flow. If I lend it out, there needs to be interest. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better if I kept it in the bank? 20% interest according to the day, okay?" "Okay, 5% is fine. I'll write." Wang Bei was about to write again when he was stopped by Zhang Zhong again. "Don't write too little. One set is 200 strings of cash. You took out 150 strings of cash before, which was the deposit for 3 sets. I gave you a 20% discount, so it's 480 strings of cash. You have to write 330 strings of cash. Otherwise, you won't have enough money." This time, Wang Bei stopped writing and stared at Zhang Zhong. The others were also angry. How could they raise the price at this time? It wasn't that they were short of money. The benefits that the Zhang family and Wang family gave them were far more than this amount. Moreover, many precious things couldn't be measured by money. They felt that they had been cheated. Why did the original amount change? Minister of War Xiao Song came to Zhang Zhong and snorted. "In the beginning it was 150 strings of cash. Why did you raise the price today? We paid for it. When the price of the goods changes, the money you paid is still the deposit." "That's right." Zhang Zhong opened his eyes wide and said innocently. Jiangxin joined in the fun. "We have a contract. It's written in black and white. How can we change it just like that? We have to follow the contract." "Contract? I have one too." Zhang Zhong took out the contract and gestured for everyone to gather around. He pointed to the words on it and said, First, if there is a quality problem with the ordered product, we will replace and repair it for free. Second, if we can't provide the product, we will return all the deposits. Third, once the product is delivered, we must pay in full. Fourth, write down that we have paid a deposit of 150 strings of coins. Do you see that? The order in the first clause means that it hasn't been completely confirmed yet. That is to say, when the actual selling price of the product changes, it has to change accordingly, right? I'm not buying anymore. Refund the money, Wangke said in a huff. Zhang Zhong shook his head. We can't refund it. Look at the last clause. It says that we have paid a deposit of 150 strings of coins. It doesn't say that the price of 3 sets of fish tanks is 150 strings of coins. It only says the total amount and uses the word confirmed. The money you paid has already been confirmed, so we can't refund it. You're being shameless. How can you write a contract like that? It's clearly a scam. Zhang Zhong, you have a big family business. Do you have to play such a small trick with us? Wangke criticized Zhang Zhong, and the officials echoed him. The others in the reception hall were dumbfounded. They watched the officials argue over money and gained a lot of insight. Li Longji said, "Don't argue. Pay attention to your image. There's nothing wrong with the contract. Follow the contract. If you paid for the fish tank, take it back. If you don't, just pretend that you didn't buy it. The money won't be refunded. If you don't believe me, ask the others and see if that's the case." As Li Longji spoke, he looked at the people around him. Everyone nodded. Logically speaking, it should be like that. It was written clearly in the contract. At this time, Gao Lishur appeared. He looked at the contract and then looked at the crowd. He sighed and said, "This shows that the laws of our dynasty are not complete. It seems that we are following the contract, but in fact everyone knows the real situation. Today we, as officials, have encountered this situation. We have to bear with it. Unless we use official status and power that we shouldn't use, we have to follow the contract. Is that right?" As soon as Gao Lishur said this, the reception hall fell silent. Everyone was thinking. After a while, Yu Wenrong said, "That's right. If it were the people, according to the current situation, there would be endless disputes. Even the local Yamen officials wouldn't be able to sort them out. The law doesn't mention this. Therefore, we shouldn't be thinking about how much the fish tank is worth. Instead, we should be thinking about how to improve the laws of our dynasty. From the looks of the contract, it is clearly disadvantageous to us, the buyer, while providing enormous benefits to the seller. It is simply unfair to the buyer and seller. This kind of contract should have a supplementary law to correct it. When a situation occurs where one of the parties is benefiting from the contract and the true transaction between the two parties when the contract was signed, then the contract should be nullified, and the party who violated the true intent of the transaction should be punished. Otherwise, my great Tang will be thrown into chaos." Everyone thought about it again. Thinking about it, it really was the case. Originally, when the two sides made a deal, the goal was to achieve their own benefits. This was the intention set by the two sides when the contract was signed. The purpose of the contract was to achieve, complete, and satisfy this intention. But later on, if one side found out that the contract had violated the true intent of the signing, and used the contract to obtain additional benefits, then everyone would play with the contract. Most importantly, the contract also needed to be protected by the law. Many contents were written, but they might not be recognized and supported by the law of the Great Tang. The Minister of Rights, Su Yi, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this subject understands. When we return, this subject will immediately gather people to improve the laws of our dynasty and patch up any loopholes that may appear. But, Your Majesty also knows that no matter how we patch it up, there will always be people who will find loopholes. For example, Xiaobao." Everyone nodded. It was true. There were only thieves for 1,000 days, but there were no thieves for 1,000 days. The attacker would always have an easier time than the defender, and the defender would always lose. This was especially true for someone like Xiaobao. As long as he was willing, he could exploit one loophole after another. It was impossible to guard against. "Really change it? Why didn't you mention it in the past?" Li Longji asked with a serious expression. The officials lowered their heads. Why didn't they mention it in the past? Wasn't it because they wanted to obtain more benefits for their families? Moreover, with their high statuses, They didn't have to worry about being cheated. Only after love do you know the depth of your knowledge. Only after getting drunk do you know how strong the wine is. Zhang Zhong said. This was a line that his future daughter-in-law had said in a poem that she had copied from someone else. Furthermore, we can give an example. For example, when buying a house because the location is good, we will first sell it and then have the buyer pay a deposit. Merchants who lack funds will use this deposit, or the full amount, to buy the materials for construction. Once the construction is done, we will suddenly raise the price, just like when we bought the fish tank today. Even if you spend a lot of effort to get the money back, you will lose the interest that you saved in the bank. What will make you even angrier is that you didn't manage to buy the house. You put in a lot of effort, but in the end you didn't get anything. A narrow-minded person will only anger themselves to death. Thus, we will not allow such a thing to happen. Li Longji added. He had also heard Zhang Xiaobao's example. Because the price of the house was high, it was the best explanation of the problem. Yuan Qianyao cupped his fists at Zhang Zhong. Brother Yongcheng, we have learned from you. Today's situation was probably set up by Her Majesty and you. We usually have good benefits and we don't lack money. However, when the price of the fish tank changed, we were very angry. We don't care about the amount of money, but we can't stand being cheated. If we are like this, what about others? I will write an IOU to borrow money and buy 160 strings of coins for a set. I will buy 3 sets. I will put 1 set in my office, another set at home, and another set for those who need to be warned. Every time I see the ornamental fish swimming in the fish tank, I will encourage myself. I will also borrow money. Yu Wenrong added. Borrow. Sign it. The officials went to write the IOU one by one. Li Longji looked and smiled. We are relieved. With all of you here, the Tang Empire has nothing to worry about. Okay, I will give each of you a fish worth 10 strings of coins. One of the non-officials shouted. The others immediately followed. One wanted to give some water plants, another wanted to give a few stones. They all opened their bags. They felt that today was too blissful. They actually saw so many things, and the scene in front of them made them feel even more comfortable. The emperor and officials of the imperial court were sincerely serving the people. They weren't high and mighty and didn't care about anything. The officials at the top were good, and they weren't afraid that the officials at the bottom would go against them. They believed that if there were any officials who dared to make false judgments, the people at the top would teach the officials at the bottom a lesson. Zhang Zhong didn't expect that he would be able to earn additional interest. For a moment he felt quite embarrassed. He smiled at every colleague who came to write the IOU and said that there would be other returns. After all, there was still a gift. It seemed that he had to reconsider what to give. Not long after, the money was paid. The fish tanks were carried away one by one. There were also other items that were sent away. Li Longji said a few words to the others and left with the officials. Behind him, there were shouts of "Long live," which attracted the attention of the passers-by. After asking around, they found out about what happened at the fish tank store. In just a few days, this matter spread throughout the entire Tang Empire. In an instant, the sound of firecrackers could be heard, and the local officials were under great pressure. Chapter 1286. Li Longji had asked Xiaobei and the others to come to Izhou on the pretext that they missed him. They were currently standing in front of a house in a relatively poor area of the city. They were asked to support the situation. The children of several neighboring families in this area wanted to negotiate with their parents, but they realized that they did not have the means to negotiate with their parents. Thus, they came to the restaurant and asked Xiaobei to help. At least they had to maintain fairness. Otherwise, what if they were beaten by their parents while they were negotiating? At that time, not only would they not achieve their goal, but they would also suffer losses. Wouldn't that be even worse? Thus, Xiaobei and the others came, including the little boy who had been playing Monopoly with them at home for many days. He was a little confused from all the playing. There were a total of 5 children looking for Xiaobei. All of them had the surname Chen, and they lived in the same neighborhood. They had moved from the same village and settled down here. They had a very good relationship with each other, and the neighborhood was harmonious. The children and their families were naturally influenced by their adults. They usually stayed together at school and after school, even when they were playing. After playing for a long time, they would eat and stay at a certain house. Even if it was only a few steps away from home, they would still stay. The 5 children were all boys. The oldest was 10 years old and the youngest was 8.5 years old. They could be considered to be around the same age. They were in trouble, and it was a very big trouble for them. Their money had been taken away by their parents, who said that they would save it for when they grew up and married. However, they wanted to use the money now. They needed to do their own things and not deposit it in the bank. The 5 children were very good at their studies and could get scholarships every semester. They had their own accounts in the bank, where their scholarships were stored. However, their deposit certificates were now taken away by their parents, and they were not allowed to withdraw them. Even so, they were not discouraged. They used their free time to buy snacks, and then sold some of them at school. Then they ran to the market and set up a small stall with the gadgets they made, which they used to exchange for money. At this time, Xiaobei was holding a toothpick box they made. It was a box at the bottom with a little bird on top. When he pressed the bird's head with his hand, the little bird would take out a toothpick from the box. This thing did not require much skill, and Xiaobei also had one at home. However, it was not a bird but a button. Every time he pressed it, a toothpick would come out. It was just that he did not take it out to sell. The 5 boys thought of and designed and made it themselves. In addition to this thing, there was also a thing in Xiaobei's hand that could be rotated to brush the jar. As long as he put the brush into the jar, the hair on it would start to rotate, and then brush the parts of the jar that were inconvenient to use. These 2 things were part of their stalls, and there were also several other tools that were convenient for use in daily life. They were simple to make, but they were very practical. They sold these things for money and used the money to buy other things. They were now making a model plane. In fact, it was not a plane but a bird. Because there were now people selling rubber bands, they wanted to use this kind of rubber band to accumulate strength. In the past, they could only use animal tendons and the effect was very poor. Now they felt that the new monkey rubber band could let the birds fly. However, due to the shape of the bird, they did not succeed after a few attempts. They still needed to improve it further and buy more advanced measuring tools. After searching, they found a shop in the city called the Magical Toy Shop. There were several measuring tools that could be sold. They were better than the ones they used in class and they were more accurate. They were made of steel. Then they found a small battery-powered motor, but this thing was not for sale. They could only continue to use rubber bands to make their birds. Tools required money. Every time they tested a broken rubber band, they needed money. Their money was taken away by the adults, and they did not even leave the money for selling the items. When they could not think of any other way, they chose to find Xiaobei and have a righteous negotiation with their families. Xiaobei and the 10 of them arrived just like that. Furthermore, Xiaobei also understood what was going on. Although the children were young, they liked to invent and create. The adults probably felt that they were spending money recklessly, so they controlled their funds. "You're not back yet? It's wrong for you to skip class," Xiaobei said to a boy beside him. This boy was called Chun Ming, a very common name. He was the only one accompanying Xiaobei and the others. The other 4 boys ran to find their parents. Their parents also had to work and were not at home during the day. Anyway, they ate at school and did not need the adults to take care of them. This saved their parents a lot of trouble. Chun Ming also had an anxious expression. He looked at the end of the road and shook his head. "Not yet. I think we have to wait. We have to work at the dock and another workshop that takes half an hour to walk. Xiaobei, when my parents come back, you have to help us. Look, we are making our own things and spending our own money. It doesn't affect our studies. Why don't they let us do it? Why do they want me to read? Didn't I read it? After reading it, I wanted to make something small. In the future, I will make something bigger and more technical to repay the great Tang Empire. They won't let me read. They won't allow me to use the knowledge in the books. What's the purpose of reading? It's not like it's a storybook." Xiaobei nodded. She also felt that the parents of the 5 boys were too much. Not only did their studies not affect them, they could also make money and do research. What reason did they have to stop them? Moreover, she looked at the gadget in her hand. Although it was small, she put a lot of thought into it. She should encourage it, not restrain it. Why didn't the bird fly? Xiaobei had not seen the real thing and did not know what the bird looked like. She felt that maybe she could help the 5 of them with some ideas. "I'll go get it for you. It's in Brother Xiao Tao's house." Chun Ming left this sentence and ran to a nearby house. The door was unlocked and one could enter by opening it. After a while, Chun Ming came back with a face full of tears. He held a small bag in his hand and handed it to Xiaobei, sobbing, "It's broken. The bird we worked so hard to make was trampled by the adults. How could they do this when we weren't home? It's broken. The rubber band is also broken. We can't find the tool ruler, small carving knife and pliers." Xiaobei put down the two things in her hand and took the bag. Of course, the bamboo bird was trampled. There were even shoe prints on it. In an instant, Xiaobei's heart was filled with anger. Too much, too much. How could there be adults like this? They treat their own children without the slightest scruple. Xiao Yuan came over to take a look and showed a sad expression. He said indignantly, "The adults in their house never considered the children's thoughts. They used their absolute authority as parents to stifle the children's independent thoughts. They think they are always right. If that was the case, then they shouldn't live in this place. They should live in a spacious and luxurious courtyard. Since they didn't go there, it shows that they are far inferior to those people in this society. Then what right do they have to decide the children's future?" "Exactly," Xiaobei huffed. "They think that if the children listen to them, they will have a bright future. But they have no bright future, so what right do they have to believe that if they listen to them, the children will have a bright future?" Xiao Hai added, "Brother and sister are the best. They never told us what to do, only told us what to do and what to do. They let us choose for ourselves. No matter what we choose, brother and sister will support us. They will help us adjust where we went wrong and analyze why we went wrong. I know that we made many mistakes, but we never made the same mistake. Moreover, brother and sister will help us solve the problems left behind by our mistakes. This is true care, not like Chun Ming and the others who won't allow us to do this or that. Everyone's path is different, so why do we have to choose? I don't understand. Actually, my parents are very good. When they couldn't eat meat, they would leave it for me. They even made new clothes for me. They didn't wear them themselves. But now they are not afraid. Life is good. If you want to eat meat, you can buy some every day. I have to thank your brother and sister." Chun Ming suddenly spoke up for his parents. When he talked about the good life, his rosy tear-stained face revealed a smile. "Don't mention it, it's what we should do. After all, we are all working hard for the Tang dynasty." Xiaobei was modest. Xiao Yuan comforted Chun Ming, telling him not to worry and that things would go smoothly. While they were talking, Chun Ming's father returned with two other people. From the looks of it, they were working in the same place. When they saw Xiaobei's group, the three adults were very cautious. It wasn't that Xiaobei's group wasn't cute, but that their son told them what they had to face on the way back. Now that Xiaobei came to them and it was about the children, it was hard to deal with. After a while, the other two men also arrived. The woman didn't come, presumably because the men in the family had the final say. Who stepped on the bird? Xiaobei's face didn't have a trace of kindness, asking with drooping eyelids. I am Chun Tao's father. I am Chun Kaming. A man said carefully. Pay. Xiaobei spat, not caring about his image. Chun Kaming, you came up with this name. How are you open-minded? When your big foot landed on the little bird, did you become enlightened? Why don't you let them work? Chun Tao's father, Chun Kaming, was very nervous. He was afraid that Xiaobei would get angry and take him away. What would happen if he was no longer in the family? When he heard Xiaobei's question, he immediately answered, I actually want my son to have a bright future. Xiaobei, look at what they are doing. They are clearly craftsmen. How can craftsmen have a bright future? They should study hard and become the top scorer in the future. That's the heart of all parents. Don't talk about parents. My father is from the Ministry of Works, a craftsman. I don't think my father is bad. I am proud of him. Xiaobei didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him. The five men were speechless. Your father is from the Ministry of Works, but your father is also the top scorer.